Welcome everyone to Triton ONE live from the beautiful Les A Casino in Jeju, South Korea. I'm Kevin van der Kooi alongside Randy, Nana, Noko, Lou. We're back, Randy.
We are back. I'm super excited. You know, it's been, I don't know, I'm just happy that it's going to be my new home. Having our second edition of Triton ONE is very exciting. We've got more events, lots of opportunities.
Yep, we did the first ever Triton ONE last September in 2025. It was 7 days. We had 10 events, 10 different winners back then. This time we've gone bigger, better, above and beyond. We have 11 days of Triton ONE action heading your way. We've got 14 different events. We've got a couple of qualifiers leading into the main event as well, as we obviously think very fondly back of the previous main event. And we're going to talk a lot about that. But of course, we still have our winner back then, Joshua Gebisa. What a run that was. The epic heads up back then with Punat. Triton ONE was so much fun, Randy.
Yeah, and the thing about the Triton ONE is we didn't really expect the numbers to be that big, right? Because we weren't really sure, but in the opening event, we had 1,185 entries. The Triton main event was huge. 8K buy-in, Punat Ponsri, like a household name, getting to runner-up was amazing, $1 million scores. It was something to watch.
Yep, back then we started Triton ONE with the 3K QQPK, which is our title sponsor, of course, of Triton ONE, the Genesis event. That one had over 1,100 entries. The winner took home over $500,000. And that is going to be our main focus once more for the first 3 days of action. Today we're going to do day 1A. Tomorrow we'll do day 1C. And then, of course, we have a final day. We're going to play down all the way to the money. But we'll talk more about that later. We can look back a little bit at some of the beautiful moments that Triton ONE gave us last September. Because we had 10 events. We had 10 different winners. 3 of them were Chinese. And overall, there was lots of China domination in the inaugural edition of Triton ONE.
Yeah, so I'm looking in the app here, and, you know, like Cheng Hu-shu, he won the event. 564K, played against Nicholas Deitmer. But, one of the names that stands out to me here is Martin Nielsen in 5th, 133K, because you kept talking about him.
Yes, I kept talking about him since he is my friend. I met him prior to Triton ONE in Jeju as well for a different poker series. That's how I got to know him. He knows me from video gaming, so that was a very easy connection for us to make. We had a ton of fun back then, and I was hyping him up a little bit, and to then see him make it immediately to the final table of the opening 3K Genesis event was amazing. But I kind of thought that we were going to talk about the man in number 6, because I'm still dreaming of that jacket of his, Samuel Mueller. The jacket, the shades, he had it all. And on top of that, he also won an event towards the tail end of Triton ONE.
Yeah, that's true. He did win the 2K One Night Bounty Cultural. The thing for me, though, that's important to see is that the Super High Roller Series, we see a lot of familiar faces, but they venture out to Triton ONE. They are the smaller buy-ins, but, the fields are big. We're probably going to see Samuel Molo join our opening event as well. And there's a lot of people that I think you mentioned Nacho Barbell. You saw him lurking around?
He's already here. Like, I actually expected some of the bigger names to join us, like, throughout the week, because it's now an 11-day event. We've got a lot of different events. And, of course, Triton ONE feeds straight into the Triton Super High Roller Series that will be kicking off right after Triton ONE is done. So I kind of expected some of the bigger names to show up at day 3 or 4, but Nacho's already here. He's already in the field even. You can obviously keep track of that through the beautiful Triton Poker Plus app that we are going to pluck infinite amount of times in the upcoming 11 days, as we should, because, Randy, it really is that good.
It is very that good. And the thing is that one of the newer things, and I'm looking at the app for the Genesis event, is that we have this new feature, and it's basically the shot clock has changed. Normally, we have these 30-second shot clocks that you throw in. Here, you can see at the table here. Let me just give you a little closer look. You can see under some of the names, 4 minutes under Penn. Zheng's got 3.35 minutes, and what that means is that players have, well, I call it a chess clock. Basically, you have the allotted normal time, say 30 seconds hypothetically. That it runs out, then your shot clock actually runs out. And once you lose all the chess clock, then you're just forced action after you use the free time.
It's a bit similar to what we are familiar with from online poker when it comes to final tables. That's a lot of how the final tables operate, where you start off with like 10 minutes and then that is just your time. But now we're starting with that in level 1, basically.
And I think it's a really good change. And the reason I say that is because there are players out there that kind of take advantage of using more time than others. Now, if you want to use that extra time to stall a little bit, maybe get into the money, try to get those pay jumps, where you're being a little bit punished because maybe later you won't have the time you need for that big decision.
I'm curious to see how it all plays out. I'm sure we're going to get very familiar with it throughout even the first day. Before we truly dive into our opening event, the 3K Genesis, last year it was a ton of fun and it was massive, over 500K for the winner. I want to take a look at some of the other events because Triton ONE has expanded. We have not just extended the amount of days of poker, we've got new events. We have our first ever women's only event here in Triton ONE. And on top of that, Randy, there are not one but two PLO events added to the calendar as well.
Yeah, you're super excited about the PLO, right?
I am, but we are
just
not
scorecard.
but we're not covering it. That's kind of sad, but yes, I am obviously very excited because you know I love PLO.
I mean, the fields are big, you know, and the players are putting in their thoughts, and obviously there's the demand for PLO. We've seen it rise in Triton Super High Roller Series. Originally, there was no PLO events. Now, those main events are getting lots of numbers. You mentioned the women's event. I think that's, for me, really exciting to watch. It's an exclusive championship event, and that's here at Triton ONE to debut. I think it's going to be cool.
Yeah, last time we obviously had a lot of women making multiple deep runs at Triton ONE events. We spoke a lot about Foxen, of course, but we had Tron Lee at a couple of the tables. Sheena Okamoto was here, and obviously always very fun to hype up. It's going to be fun, Randy. We're just in for a treat. There is so much cool poker to look forward to. I felt last time we had a ton of fun. Of course, last time we were here with Alex Livingston. Alex made a promotion. He will be joining you at the Triton Super High Roller Series, but we replaced him with not one, but two awesome reinforcements.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm obviously excited to get to work with Alex Livingston just a little bit later. But I do kind of want to walk through the field a bit, if you don't mind, in the leaderboard, because we did play. We're going to level 4. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Yeah, so level 4. So we already have some players who do have the current chip lead. Rishi Merritt up there at the top. But let's see if we can spy any familiar names at all. I don't know.
I saw Timothy Chung was already here.
Oh, okay.
So that's obviously a name that we are familiar with from last time.
Oh,
there
right
he
there.
is.
There we got him.
In 24th, and I also recognize our German friend in 22nd, Martin Michael Seklet. And last time I brought him up, you're like, I don't know him. I was like, you do know him, Randy. You're like, I really don't know this guy. And I was like, and I was convinced that you did know him. So it's really cool to see a couple of the other folks that we saw last time, just last September. It's not even all that long ago, which was the inaugural edition of Triton ONE. And Triton ONE is, of course, all about making the Triton brand a little more accessible, where you don't need to dive into those high rollers immediately. We have buy-ins ranging from 2K all the way up to 15K. The big focus will, of course, be the main event. That is $8,000. But last time it really felt there was just great energy here in the Lesay Casino. I obviously played some cash games back then as well. And it was really cool to just talk to people who played their first ever Triton event. And they were blown away by the treatment, by how well everything was arranged. And they were loving it. And that makes me really happy to see that it's back so soon.
And the thing is that the reason I believe the Triton ONE was created is to give, like, more so that everyday player the opportunity to experience the glitz and the glamour, right? You know, the buy-ins, they are smaller, but they are still significant to a lot of these players. And big prizes, like I mentioned, the main event 8K had a $1 million payout to Punam Punsri, who was the runner-up. But it really is a dream come true. Like, if I was in a booth, honestly, I would be out there playing because I want to get my hands on one of those trophies myself.
And you know what's also very exciting, other than trophies and Triton ONE?
What?
New merch.
New merch, that's right.
We got some awesome shirts last time. I brought some extra hoodies with me home as well. My suitcase, like I couldn't even close it anymore on the final day because I had so many t-shirts and hoodies. We came back. The shop is open. This time I believe you can order most of the stuff online as well. So that is very good. You guys can check that out over at the Triton shop. Well, we've got new Triton ONE merch, Randy.
I am pretty excited, and there also is new Triton Super High Roller Series merch, which will be coming, you know, in a couple of weeks. But, yeah, we'll get to showcase that a bit later.
We are a minute away from the cards being dealt. We're going to hop into the action at level 4. We have 40-minute levels. Obviously, the starting stack was 250,000 chips. It is the 3K QQPK Genesis event. QQPK, of course, the title sponsor, supporting the game at the highest level and bringing the poker action to fans all around the world. Your new path to poker, Randy.
You memorized that one pretty good there, didn't you, buddy?
Spent 3 hours this morning drinking iced vanilla lattes, and I was like, we got to nail this one. I'm excited. It was so much fun last time. And I like that we have a chill build-up as well to 11 days of poker. Today, very straightforward. We're entering at level 4. playing down till 16% of the field is remaining. Can't wait. I'm ready for some poker.
That's right, 16% of the field, and hopefully that is a fine time, not too late.
Yeah, I am ready. So let's go ahead and jump over to that casino floor because I am ready for some poker. I know you guys are ready for some poker. 11 days of Triton ONE starts now.
Well, let's see if we can spot someone that we know.
I'm excited for our first future table as well. Have you already done some spying? What can you tell us about our upcoming players at the future table for the next 80 minutes? It's going to be 80 minutes of straight poker, starting level 4. And obviously the blinds have gone up for a little bit. You know, this is not quite level 1, so I expect some action almost immediately, Randy. Last year, I felt people in the 3K Genesis, they were firing away. They were ready to get adventurous early on.
They were blasting away, let's just say that. Like, there was a lot of cool plays, very aggressive, that's what I found. It wasn't like, oh, this is my one bullet, let me play tight. But it looks like we are gonna transition to our featured table.
Pretty international. We have 3 Chinese players at a future table. We've got a man from Lithuania. I thought I would help you out there because I know you struggle with the flags.
Are you talking about Dominicus Michaelitis?
Yeah.
But he's actually one of our big super high rollers players who obviously here for event number 1, and he is crushing so far.
But did you know that he was from Lithuania?
Hey. Hey.
I believe you're very familiar with the players, Randy, but your European geography is not that hot.
Okay, I know the other flags. That's the Chinese flag, Taiwanese flag, Vietnam flag.
I'm excited. We're going to see lots of the players wear the Triton merch as well. I saw people lining up this morning already. Last time, I think of our Armenian friend who was wearing the like white cream Triton ONE hoodie, and he was just on the future table over and over again in various events.
He was doing all the crazy bluffs.
Do you think we're going to see Voronin this time? Because I know you miss Voronin.
I love that guy.
The live stream, there's a lag, right? Like a 30 minutes delay?
Yes. Next 30 minutes, yeah. Should be 1 hour. 30 minutes? Yeah.
So we know we're gonna know we got bluffed after 30 minutes.
We're of course going to do our best to pay attention to the table talk if there is
30
some.
minutes, my friend's gonna start texting me.
That's why we don't let players use the phone.
Okay, good. So I don't know that.
Phone.
Ivan Zhang looks down at pocket 6s on the button. This is going to be our very first hand. Are we going to get some fireworks immediately, Randy? Some big blind 10-9 offsuit. I think we can come along for the ride.
We'll get 3 cards.
At least. You know, I still live by your motto of seeing all 5 cards is a win. Whether I actually win on the river or not is really not that important to me. Our very first flop comes ace, a queen, a 7, a rainbow. It's not very exciting for either player.
Looks like the 6s is gonna win.
Save my money.
With a 3-bet pre-flop. I'm expecting a 3-bet.
I respect you. No 3-bet.
Thank you for
I always feel that in the opening day of a long poker series, and a long festival,
That's true.
everyone has so much energy, and that is full of excitement, full of joy, because no one has really gone through any pain yet. No bad runouts, no bad beats. Everyone is just feeling it, lots of hopes and dreams.
You know, the conversations change as more time progresses, right? Like day 7, day 8. Oh man, I'm in for my 10th bowl. You know what I mean? Other guy's like, yeah, I won 2 trophies already.
That was actually one of my questions that I didn't get to ask you in our pre-show. The last time we had 10 events, and we obviously had 10 different winners. It is incredibly hard. This time we've got 14 events. What do you think are the odds of, first of all, one of the previous Triton ONE champions to win another event? And do you think there is a chance that someone this week, well, upcoming 11 days, is capable of winning 2 Triton ONE events?
Dude, the chances has to be so low. I'm talking like 1%, am I right?
Yeah, I think that's spot on.
Yeah. And I say that mainly because of the sheer numbers that's going to be entering these events. And queens.
Well, we've got a potential big hand immediately. We had your favorite opening things up under the gun with King Jack suited. We had a sevens calling, but we've got queens putting in the 3-bet. Ivan Zhang. It's difficult here with King Jack now because you have to worry about the man who called you.
Yeah, but the Dominicus is the type of guy is like, look, we're playing 100 big blinds deep. Let's just splash around a little bit. I'd be pretty surprised if he would lay down right now.
He's got a big stack as well.
Yeah, true.
Starting stack, of course, was 250k. Dominicus working with over 400k at the moment.
Ooh, sevens hit the muck. I probably would have called for that price 3 ways.
Closing the action.
Yep.
Here comes the flop. King 3-8 with 2 diamonds. Dominicus takes the lead. It's a very annoying flop for your 2 red queens because there's only 1 card to truly worry about. You kind of like it. You don't love it, but you're kind of okay with it.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, mainly because ace-king usually 4-bets you pre. You block all the king-queens, so queens can confidently bet the flop, but just once he gets called here by a top pair, he's got to tread lightly.
At least we're in position, so perhaps we can do some damage limitation. Got some running diamonds to dream of. When check bet call. Curious to see how we're going to play the turn. Turn is a 10 of clubs. Is that a card to worry about, Randy?
Not really. You just lose 2 pocket 10s now. I think the 2 options here is really just check back to side or bet small once again to try to get paid off by like 9s or jacks and just check back. But he goes for the safer route. Now, I'd feel pretty good about King Jack now, mainly because if my opponent had a better kicker or pocket aces, they're just going to keep firing the turn. So once it goes check, check, it seems like let's just try to get paid off by jacks or queens.
Very easy to put them on jacks and queens, but then you're like, okay, you block jacks technically with King Jack, so it could be queens, but it's never that easy, Randy. It can't just always be queens.
Process of elimination, you know, it has to be queens. The thing is, jacks or queens is not top pair, so, you know, see the queens just instantly mocked. Didn't even think about it.
Is there a world where you think he could have made a play with queens trying to represent queen jack, or is that just not a move? Because we 3-bet pre.
It'd be pretty bold. Let's just say that.
Obviously, Ivan had less than starting stack as well, and then it becomes a bit more difficult, I guess, to fire big on the river.
Yeah, sometimes when you put in like an all-in play, but it's only like a min-raise, they're like, whatever, call.
Seems like we have lost 10 players in the opening 3 levels. We have 143 entries so far. We obviously expect this number to climb in the upcoming hours. Do you know till what level people can enter?
You know what I'm gonna find that out? Use a Triton Poker Plus app. Please don't let me down. Oh God! Oh, late reg open for 10 levels.
So we're probably going to get close to like 350, 400-ish. I feel like that's doable. With 143 this early.
Yeah, it's also hard to say because sometimes, since this is the opening event, some players just come in the next day to play 1C and 1D.
Yeah, I expect tomorrow to be even busier. Especially when the series is this long, and a lot of the players that enter some of the Triton ONE events will, of course, stick around for the Triton Super High Roller series as well. And last time that was a bit more doable because it was like 7 days of action. Now it's already 11 days. So if you're here, like you, Randy, for the very first day, you want to stick around till the end, you could spend an entire month in beautiful Jeju.
At the Shanghai Bund.
Fun flop, by the way. The King 9-4 with 2 spades. Ace-9 versus Ace-Jack suited.
I think it's actually very interesting. Ace-Jack suited didn't opt to bet when check 2 with that nut flush draw. And it's still checking. Looks like hands that could get a bet in by now.
Yeah. I feel like this pot should have been so much bigger than what we are looking at.
I think he's just going to go check once more with the 10.
Yeah, I feel like if we were very eager to take it down with Ace-Jack of spades, we could have bet a bit earlier.
Well, he's going to bet now. With the he gets called by Ace-Jack high. Well done, Ace-9. Well done.
Parrot board with a king. Don't hate the call there with Ace-Jack.
It just seems like that was the street I did not expect the first bet to go in. Actually, I do remember this face of Nguyen.
Yeah.
He played our Triton ONE last time, right? I'm taking a look at his profile, and he did.
Vietnamese player, correct?
Actually, the very first event he ever played was this Genesis, and he did cash, just 11K, but 39th place.
We definitely had him on the TV table a couple times.
Yeah. I think he was wearing shades then, though. Does that ring a bell? I'm not sure.
I feel like he was wearing a cool hoodie. If I think back of Triton ONE, I think of all the cool hoodies we saw and the shades of Samuel Muller. No, we definitely watched him play quite a bit.
Well, let's see if he's evolved.
Pocket threes is good, but do you know what's even better, Wendy?
Oh, God. I thought I was
Oh!
gonna be no.
That's the hand I was thinking of.
Pocket fours. Why? Tell him why.
Because it always makes a set.
It always makes a set. And if it doesn't, it's going to win at Showdown.
What a coincidence that he actually wakes up with fours here as well.
I know.
King, queen offsuit on the big blind, closing the action. I feel like we'll gladly take a flop with king, queen off.
Of course.
A fun little three-way battle. Pocket threes, pocket fours, and king, queen offsuit. Dominic is one of the biggest stacks in the field right now. Wow. It's going to be tough for pocket fours to win this one. As the flop comes ace, jack, 10, and rainbow. King, queen flops the stone cold nuts.
Yeah, just flopped it.
It's always kind of sad because you get so excited, and then you already hate the turn, but you're still kind of excited because you know you still have the best hand. When then if you would know what your opponents are holding, it's like, I'm just never, ever going to get paid here.
Yeah.
Why did I flop this good? Couldn't it have not been like a little bit less?
This really is the worst turn for the king-queen,
Yeah.
mainly because, you know, it's hard to get value. Players aren't really looking to call bets when there's a four-liner out there multi-way.
This feels like a beat. Like you win, but you're actually semi-tilted. Right? Like this should have been so much better.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys have your ace jack or your ace 10 here and you would have flopped top two or something along those lines?
Yeah, you can hear the sigh he let out.
Yeah.
Someone called out king-queen immediately, too. You know what it means. We're like, oh.
Apparently Seed 1 making his debut at the Triton ONE. I think that will go for a lot of people because I'm sure that a lot of fans read about the original announcements of Triton ONE last September in 2025. Thought maybe I could go for it, but the world of poker is always a busy one. There's a lot of series around the world, and Jeju is still a bit out of the way for a lot of players. But I think the fact that we had a couple of influencers come over as well that made vlogs about their journey to Triton ONE, everyone that was here seemed to be having a great time. I expect way more people to make the journey this time than for the inaugural edition.
Yeah, I remember, like, Xuan Lu came out, right? Wolfgang, I believe, was here, too.
Yeah, Wolfgang was here. Corey Eyring was here.
Yeah, that's right.
Frankie C.
Frankie C.
I feel like Xuan Lu does not really fall into that category, though, of influence. He's kind of like a Triton ONE champion,
Okay,
Randy.
true. True.
He was not the influencer I was thinking of.
I apologize, Xuan.
Can't believe you would do it early like that.
Look at this one. Small 3-bet out of position. Pocket tens. Don't really tend to see this sizing until deep in the tournament when stacks are shallow. Here, ace-4 might just have to call because it has position. It's just 10K more, playing a 300K stack. Well, of course, you don't love it.
No. If it was suited, it'd be a whole lot more tempting to call.
Oh, he took it upstairs. Level 4.
Wow. The 4-bet to 35K. Tens with a pretty quick call.
It's about that opening event. People just going guns blazing.
Seed 1 is not here to mess around, playing his first ever Triton ONE tournament. Kind of snap called that 4-bet.
I mean, it makes sense given the sizing, but you know the ace-4 probably found a way to victory with this flop.
Yeah.
King-Jack was 10's going to do check call. I don't think so because you got a lot of ace-king when you 4-bet.
Bet something like 28K, and that might even get it done.
You might have just nailed it. And they're going to send you out there. Come on, 28K. 15. Oh,
That's very small.
you staying here with me.
For 15?
Nice.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. it's based on the price. I don't think he would have called a 28K bet, but 15 he was just like,
Yeah.
let's see what happens.
Because there's still a couple of exciting turn cards, right? If a queen or a 9 comes, at least you pick up some additional outs. You're not loving it, but...
Exciting might be an overstatement, but
Yeah,
I know where you're going.
Okay, only the 10 would be truly exciting, but...
Look at this. Ace fours.
Wow, so he goes small on the flop and he goes way bigger on the turn. Some gangster poker being played here by Zhang. Well done.
Oh, yeah. And that actually makes me like the smaller bet on the flop even more, because when you bet so small, he got these hands that usually will fold to a flop, so you bet to call. He won himself another 15K.
He's kind of like representing a monster, right? 4 betting pre and then betting very small where like, oh, I smashed this board, I'm loving it. I just don't want to scare you away, and then goes way bigger on the turn.
Exactly.
New player. Welcome to the table.
So he welcomes a new player to the table as well. Oh, that was cool. Honestly, a hand like that makes me want to give him a star almost immediately in our Triton Poker Plus app. But I want to see a little more, Rennie. We've got 80 minutes to enjoy this tournament.
Only us, we gamble.
I find one of the most exciting things about the start of a long poker festival is the different storylines that we get familiar with in the upcoming 11 days. See people maybe have a good start in the 3K Genesis and then see them appear again in a couple of fields, or just see someone here at the very start of our broadcast, and then perhaps we'll start covering him somewhere deep into day 2 and be like, hey, I remember him, it's our Ace 4 guy.
It's day 2 when you start giving out the favorite stars in the app.
I think someone can earn it today as well.
Hey, this is the guy.
Yes.
That's the man.
Yep. I'm trying to find my table. And we'll get to see it soon. Aces for the man who just played Ace 4 like an absolute gangster.
Aww.
Oh.
Wah, wah, wah.
That also feels kind of bad. After you just got a little out of line, a little crazy with Ace 4, you're like, all right, now I'm going to get rewarded. And I wake up with aces.
If he showed the 4 last hand, then yeah.
Maybe he should have. Yeah, I'm excited to see the name of our new player, because I believe he's Armenian, and he's the one who was wearing the Triton ONE, like the white cream beige hoodie last time.
And he was playing super gangsta.
Yeah. Bit of a roller coaster as well throughout various events. We got to see him quite a few times. Yep, there he is. That was very fun. Familiar faces, Randy.
He actually, Aaron Bajanyan, I believe that's how you say it. He found a table this event, opening event, Triton ONE, 8th place for 54,000.
Didn't he also have a hoodie with some flames on it? Do you remember that?
I remember you saying that. I just can't remember who was the one wearing that hoodie.
I believe that was Ian.
Maybe it's a day 2 hoodie.
Dominicus looks down at Ace, Jack of Hearts. Zhang strikes me as a man who likes to battle, but not this time. Let's go with the 9-7 offsuit.
Because Dominicus has that reputation of being a strong player, and 9-7 offsuit could qualify, but against this player, maybe not so
again.
nice.
And you fold 9-7. I have a bad feeling about the same hand. Not suited. Suited, I fold quicker.
This guy's funny.
Different suits, maybe I call, you know. Spades, fold very quick.
It would have been really funny if we were here giving commentary. Like, if it's suited, he probably comes along for the ride. And then the next line, like, 9-7 suited, I would have folded even quicker.
Superstitious.
Aaron. Welcome back, Aaron. He clearly had a good time over at the inaugural edition of Triton ONE.
I just remember him making insane plays over and over again. Yeah. And I believe he actually carried it over a little bit to the Super High Roller Series in the opening events.
Proper grinder, because he never really did any of the late registrations either. He was always here early, level 1, level 2, various events, multiple days in a row.
For me personally, I like registering early. You know, if there is some quote-unquote softer spots, you want to have as much opportunity to play hands with them.
We have Nevin looking down at Ace-9 offsuit. He's going to take a flop, and the flop comes Ace-3 deuce with 2 clubs. No one holding any clubs. I like how Zhang let go of the 9-7 in the big blind, but now we're battling with 9-6. Suited, however, in the small blind, but not a very exciting flop for the man who already got a little creative with ace-4 offsuit earlier.
Just 4K. Very small. It's just trying to shake out everything that didn't connect that doesn't have backdoor clubs working.
It's not going to get anything done against the ace-9 offsuit. Ooh. There is hope for 9-6.
Might change things. I think a lot of times it was just a one and done on the flop. Maybe he attacks on the turn, knowing he's got a little gut shot.
2 flush draws on the board as well. Clubs and hearts at this point.
I wouldn't fault him for giving up. But a lot of times when you pick up equity, it gives you that excuse to just fire one more shell.
8,000.
He's going to bet 8K with his gutter ball.
Yeah, the bet is basically designed to fold out those little floats that didn't pick up any equity on the turn. Nevin can't fold ace-9. Just too strong for this price.
Guess we're always a tiny bit worried when we have a adventurous, creative player in the small blind. You know that they could have a 4, but we're not going to fold for less than 3 big blinds. We're off to a potential exciting river. River is an 8 of clubs. Clubs do get there, Randy.
It is actually reasonably exciting, but, you know, gives up. What you got, nothing? Image shot.
Nevin will take one down here in our opening event of Triton ONE, the second ever edition of Triton ONE. Of course, the opening event is the QQPK Genesis. QQPK, our title sponsor.
Thank you.
Couple fun hands so far, Randy. I'm excited to see Aaron. I'm looking forward to what Aaron is going to show us here at the opening day.
He might make Zheng look tight.
I doubt it. Zheng seems like a battler.
I think one of them is going to bust. That's my feeling. To each other.
Pocket threes once more for the man playing his first ever Triton ONE. Let's go of it, despite the fact that no one has opened yet.
It's not fours.
Fours, he would have most certainly bumped it up a little. Aaron looks down at the 7-4. Makes the call from the big blind. Both players flop a 7. It's bad news for Aaron, for now.
For now. But, you know, it's one of those hands where both players have a little piece. They might get one bet in there, but they're not really looking to put in multiple barrels unnecessarily unless they improve.
At least Wen has a diamond to look forward to as well. So there is one diamond on the board, holding 9-7 of diamonds.
Okay.
Somewhat of an exciting turn card for Aaron, even though I don't think he's going to get too excited in this phase of the tournament with 7-4 here. But a few more cards that could maybe bring a tiny bit of joy on the river. Reason enough to maybe call another bet.
And the bet is incoming, and this is actually a very nice find from Nguyen. You know, to bet with second pair 9 kicker, 2 barrels, knowing you got the best hand, it's hard to find.
We're playing against the big blind. It's hard to give him credit for an ace, right?
I wonder if Aaron ever goes, you know what? Your bet looks a little small. Maybe I just attack. But he just calls.
You feel 16K is small?
Was a half pot, roughly? I'm just saying, you know, some people, they gear on the bigger sizes occasionally on turn. But hard to say.
Aaron is going to check his 7-4 on the river. Now it comes down to Wen. Good chance he's going to check it back. Felt like he played it, like he felt he had the best hand. And and he will receive the good news that he indeed has the best hand, as that 9 will most certainly play.
Max value.
Yeah, played it well. Straightforward, strong. I think Aaron picked up that shirt last time. I've got the same shirt.
I got the same shirt. I actually brought it with me.
Same. No, I think I brought the black one and the white one, because I did like this one. The purple one, I think, is at home.
You got something against purple?
Not at all. It's actually one of my favorite colors. I tried to even paint my wall in the living room purple, but my
You bluffing me right now?
No, not at all.
God.
I love F1, and in F1, purple is the color that means you go very fast.
Okay.
So,
At least there's a story behind it.
yeah, and it's a cool shade of purple too. You know, we're not talking about like bright purple. Unfortunately, the idea got shut down. So I wanted purple, the lady wanted blue, so we got blue.
You got vetoed.
Yeah, I got bluffed.
You should do blue with some gold trim. Look like Triton ONE, you know? Home.
Maybe if I ever bring her out, she might be a fan. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Got folded all the way to the small blind where Aaron makes the call with 8-7 offsuit. Dominicus is going to check his 9 deuce. I feel like in this phase of a tournament, looking down at 9 deuce in the big blind when it's a small blind limping, it is like, can we move on to the next hand? Like, I really have no interest at all.
No need to open muck, all right? Open-ended betting.
Look at Dominicus. He looks disgusted with his hand. Let's move on, guys. Actually, a nice flop indeed for Aaron. But not a very exciting hand overall.
Nope. We will be moving on from
Yeah.
this hand.
The entire table was more than ready to move on. Dominicus is very high up on the overall leaderboard right now, I believe 6th overall from the 134 runners that we currently have. He is 426k, puts him in 6th place. Our chip leader is Rishi Mehra from India with 587,000.
Just going to give you some context on Dominicus. He has 6 million in Triton earnings, 1 title, which actually was for 1.25 million, a $50,000 buy-in. So to see him grinding here, it's cool.
That's very cool. When was that?
2025,
Okay, so pretty recent. Was it in Montenegro or?
Montenegro.
Okay. When was the last time you did commentary, Randy? Was it in December in the Bahamas, or did you do something after that?
No, it was the Paradise. Did you catch any of it, by the way?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
I was in the chat. You can ask.
Oh, I do remember.
Yeah, you can ask James. I was there. I was watching. No, it was very cool because Alex Livingston, our previous co-commentator and now your future co-commentator as well for the Triton High Roller Series, was actually at one of the TV tables. So I was rooting for him. Corey Eyring was at one of the TV tables. So now I had to stream on for quite a few hours. I always enjoy listening to you, Randy, and watching the action.
Oh, there we go. That's the real reason. Uh-oh.
Our first mystery hand. 11 days of mystery hand. Let the guessing begin. Of course, we always enjoy it when you guys in the chat are guessing along with us.
Is it going to be our 2 favorite players, too?
Okay, we've not seen that much yet of Zhang, but I already feel it's going to be very difficult to put him on a hand. Aaron wakes up at ace-king offsuit, puts in the 3-bet to 25k. At this point, it could be anything.
It could be anything. But not 9-7 suited, I'll tell you that.
Maybe that was just not against Dominicus.
Oh.
So we're opening things up from the hijack. We get a 3-bet by Aaron on the button. Obviously, we're not familiar with maybe previous relations between Zhang and Aaron. If Zhang would know about Aaron what we knew, he may be playing this hand a little bit differently. Flop comes King 9 Deuce Rainbow.
I think he just did a backflip. Top pair, top kicker.
It's all about Zhang, Randy. He's a mystery hand. Not looking at his ace-king offsuit, flopping top pair, top kicker. That's not interesting. We're trying to figure out what Zhang has.
Well, I assume he's not just folding out here on a flop. Let's see. Hands I can call against a 15k bet. A lot of pocket pairs can continue. Obviously, any king, any 9. Gut shots between, what, 10 and queen.
So far, I'm feeling pocket tens. Ooh,
Okay.
Less likely right now, but that would be a very exciting turn card if we're having pocket tens.
10 is a really tough card for Aaron because now he loses to 10-9 suited that will call 3-bet check call. Pocket 10s like you just mentioned. Queen Jack gets there. There's still a lot of hands he can get value from though. Worst Kings, Jack 10. Well, hold on. What's that? Lead.
20k lead. I feel like it's very unlikely that we'd be leading with pocket tens if we just drill the set on the turn. So I'm eliminating pocket tens.
I'm eliminating it too. It kind of. I'm trying to think. What could it be? Like, if I put myself in his shoes and I have a hand like King Jack, King Queen, I don't think I want to be leading and allowing my opponent to raise and make a big pot. So it kind of strikes to me. Maybe he's got like a Jack 10, maybe a Queen 10. I'm not so sure at the moment.
Is there a world where we have deuces?
Possibly, but I would have preferred sizing up to allow myself the best chance to get all the chips in by the river. But then again, you know, I'm not familiar with his sizings.
Well, we are on the river. The river has revealed a 6 of hearts. You have to get your final guesses in, Randy. I guess we can at least take a little look at the action before we make our final guesses. And all in for 269k. It kind of screams pocket 9s, pocket 10s, or Queen Jack at this point, but do we believe him, Randy?
He's repping 2-pair plus. So
Yeah.
at this point, he's not repping King Queen anymore or King Jack because when you do this play, you only get called by better. So that puts Siren in a spot where, does my opponent have 2-pair plus? Does he lead 20k into me?
If I have to single out one hand right now, I'm going to put on the spot. I'm going pocket 9s.
Pocket 9s? I
Yeah.
think maybe 10-9. Pocket 10s!
Oh, that was my original guess.
You backtrack. That's your problem. You're not
Yeah.
supposed to backtrack.
I felt he had 10s on the flop for some reason. For absolutely no reason at all. I felt that he had pocket 10s. But I didn't expect him to lead while drilling the set on the turn.
Especially for the sizing he went for, because on the river he actually did an overbet jam.
Yeah.
And, hey, what did I say? One of these two were going to go down by the hands of the other. It just happened within, what, 5 minutes.
Yeah, it took less than 10 minutes. We were excited to welcome Aaron back. Now we have to say goodbye to Aaron, but this will most certainly not be the last that we get to see of Aaron here at Triton ONE.
Is he slowly earning a star, by the way?
Absolutely.
Is he 3/4 of the way there?
I feel like we did all right for our first mystery event of the mystery hand of the event.
More than all right. Pocket 10s. You called it.
What a turn. What a turn.
Lucky turn.
So lucky.
我是7、8，他不是3B，我也进去了。
I was ready to lose
希望你
half
看
of
不
my
到合
stack
体
again.
啊！哎，不
but
行，这看打的
Guess
打
what?
打我看你烧了。
Ace Jack of Diamonds for Pan, under the gun +1. That's a pretty hand to look at.
It's all right. I've seen better. Have you ever seen aces before?
Yeah, but we don't often get action on ace. Ace Jack, you open things up, it's exciting. Then everybody folds and you're slightly less excited, but could have been worse. Down to 149 runners at the moment. 169 entries overall. I expect that number to jump up to 170 soon, as Aaron will most certainly give it another shot.
He's probably already back.
He might have doubled by now. True Zhang.
So, if I'm right, we have 4 starting flights. Does that sound correct, Kevin?
Yep, that is correct. Day 1A, we have Day 1B starting at 6, and tomorrow we're obviously going to run back the same broadcast, but then with Day 1C, and then in the evening we have a Day 1D. And then on the third day, we're going to cover the second day of the 3K Genesis. I think you're spot on. But you can obviously find all that information in the beautiful Triton Poker Plus app, Randy. And I know you have it open.
I was just quizzing you, all right? I knew. And it looks like Dominicus is going to flat cut off 10-8 suited against the UTG Open. Ace queen. That's a pretty hand. Ace jack of diamonds was all right, but this is a upgrade, one notch up.
Wang looks down at a suited king. 4 ways. Well, we are closing the action. It's kind of tempting to throw in the extra chippies to see a flop with your suited king.
Any suited hand is good enough for one more big blind.
4 suited hands going at a flop. Flop comes 4-4-3. Rainbow.
Does anyone have anything?
Lots of backdoors, Randy.
Lots of potential.
Yeah. Except for Dominicus, he has nothing. He's got 2 overs to the board.
He's got heart. Maybe not this time.
Isn't that what they say? You always have to look at the bright side of life. It's like, not quite the dream flop for 10-8, but we do have 2 overs to the board. Any pair on the turn or river could give us top pair.
Right.
He let go of it, okay.
Okay, yes, he did. Ace queen suited. Interesting spot here because it's a sizable bet into multiple players, but he's undeterred in there. Nice call.
Yeah, it's a strong call. Strong bet by Pan as well. King 9, 4 ways.
He basically was just hoping no one's got a pocket pair in hand
Yeah.
or a gut shot, but ace queen still calls him.
He's like, I'm the original aggressor and I'm going to continue my story. Nang looks solid so far. Hasn't really made a single slip up yet.
TBD. Oh yeah,
Not here.
he's not going to slip up here.
It may still happen, but it's not going to happen here. He's a little bit below starting stack though, but if he wins this hand, and he should always win this hand with the jack on the river, he will climb back to slightly above starting stack.
I like to see him bet with ace queen. It just seems like if your opponent is checking back this turn card, they're not really looking to put in another bet, so might as well do the betting yourself in case your opponent does have some kind of pocket pair that's a little bit scared of the overcards. You don't want that to check back.
That's big.
Oh, 45. Sorry, my bad. Oh, shut up.
I like how Zhang is not in the hand, but he's like chatting as well.
He's getting his TV time.
Comes across as a very happy individual. That man is truly excited for 11 days of Triton ONE, and maybe a whole lot more.
It's his debut. Look, is King 9 something, or am I just seeing he's got nothing? Because he's really taking his sweet time here. Is he really going to represent the pocket jacks?
I feel like the only real play other than folding is to go all in. But he will fold.
Yep.
Just trying to protect his image, perhaps, because he was the pre-flop raiser. He is the man who c-bet on that flop. I guess he didn't want to give up immediately and look weak.
他这个
你有个4分半的时间卡，但是它是自动扣，它也不提醒你，就
Translation?
你扣完了就没了。
这个好坑啊！
它那边的
He said something about cool. Something was cool? I don't know.
可以看到你，但你这远啊，我这边看得很清楚。对，
How's the Mandarin coming along, Randy?
但它会提醒你，它会提醒你。
Do you know
就知道
what
自
Wu
己大
Dao?
概有个4分半就行了。
I feel like you told me about that last time, so I should, but I forgot.
I don't understand.
我不知道
I thought that was Ting Budon.
Crap, my Chinese is awful then. What?
这个是
And the thing is,
然后就开始
I didn't even know Tibun. Yeah, I think I know what I'm going to do next time after this series end. I'm going to go to Duolingo.
You're gonna need a very long streak, I believe. Chang opening things up with ace-3 of clubs, but no one really holds anything. We'll move on. How do we rate these shades?
He looks like he's about to go skiing.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Are there any skiing possibilities over in Jeju? There is a mountain.
You tell me. You seem to know more about this stuff than me. I mean,
You spent way more time on this island than I did.
doesn't mean I go around looking for the slopes, hitting some golf balls or something. I mean, that's very popular in Jeju.
I think there is a chance that there probably is like a tiny ski resort here somewhere. But the island is obviously not that big
还没有
overall.
10号，这边
It's not quite going to be the French Alps, but there might
I'll
be.
take the don't, all right?
坐这边，他没有4号。再把
It
我
can
10
get
号
very cold over in Korea, even if we're a little bit further south than Seoul or where the Winter Olympics were held in 2018. Another
Whoa.
mystery hand, just
Oh.
like that.
It's my day. I love mystery hands.
I regret not sticking to the pocket tens.
Hey, look who's involved.
没有9跟没有9跟4了，
Cards up for him this time. Zhang, ace 8.
Tricky to play ace-8. There are not many flops that get us very excited.
他是9人台，没有4号了，
He's taking his sweet time.
没有来到吗，
30?
He grabbed more than 3K more.
但是全力王有来到，
3K with a 0.
感觉这次更多人
3 bets to 30K. The idea here clearly to take it down pre. And
It is. Yeah. Ace 8's not really the type of hand I would have expected it with because, you know, you got the strongest kicker, the 8 button does open weaker 8s. You don't mind him hanging around, but, you know, he went for it.
这个3连胜就很开心，这个3连胜就
I'm going to put him on 10s.
这一个可以抵好几个。
Well, we're not going anywhere. To be expected, obviously, otherwise this would never be the mystery hand. So we make the call immediately. 65,000 chips to play for. Flop comes ace 9-10 with 2 diamonds.
He's got a
Zhang
set.
holding a diamond.
He's got a set.
No, but he could have queen jack.
I don't mind this check, mainly because it is difficult to kind of navigate with multiple streets. Maybe try to cool things down.
Check back.
So once he checks back, I actually discount a lot of the strongest hands that would have connected on that flop, like 10s, 9s, 10-9 suited, strong ace.
Is there a world where Wang is holding king queen?
There definitely is a world. He can have hands like 10-jack that probably would check back the flop and turn 2 pair. King queen, of course, would be one of the strongest hands he could have in this spot.
Queen 10, I guess, is a possibility.
Yeah. The fact that he's betting makes me think he's unlikely to have a jack of a gut shot, like queen jack, king jack, queen 10. Those hands tend to want to just take the free card.
What if it's a complete airball and he's actually holding pocket 6s or pocket 7s?
Plausible, you know, because you know that hand will never win at showdown. But if you do attack with those hands, you probably need to do 2 bets just because this kind of board favors the 3-better to call at least 1 bet.
Ooh. Pocket 6s would be very good now, but I don't believe that back-to-back mystery hands play out in the same way with someone drilling a set on the turn or the river. Let's take a little look at the action here before we get our final guesses in. And of course, we always encourage all of you guys in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch or Kick, to play along with us.
You see this bet?
Tiny block bet.
This is very cute.
The tiniest of block bets.
On such an odd river, you know, one that doesn't change anything, and he just called a bet. He's basically screaming, I've got 1 pair, please don't raise. Because if he had a bigger hand, he probably would at least block that bigger, you know, if he was holding like an ace-queen.
Wang is deep in the tank. He's got 188K behind.
I mean, whether he's got it or not, it's just a spot where you just attack. You know? Like, how can you not?
Well, he is attacking. Bumps it up to 111,000, and it does not really feel like there is anything here for Zhang to do other than fold, but perhaps he can surprise us. So what's your final guess, Randy? Jack 10?
I think Jack 10 makes the most sense to me. Yeah, I'm going to go with Jack 10.
I'll just go King Queen.
Yeah.
Because then the check back on the flop makes a lot of sense to me, and then obviously we get very excited on the turn. We go massive on the river, knowing we have the stone cold nuts. It's a bit of a lame guess, I agree, but I'm going King Queen.
I don't think it's a bluff.
No.
That's my read of it. But what you got?
King
Oh, it was a bluff.
Jack.
Completely wrong, because I did not expect him to bet this on the turn. But you know what the thing is? Had Zhang not lead 12K on the river, I bet you he wins that pot. I think it just goes check-check.
Hey, I remember him as well. We definitely covered quite a bit of this man who has just joined us.
打不完，想打都打不完，有一堆比赛。
The mystery hands are delivering.
4月份才能打。4月份这一页有比赛。
Wang also making his
I don't know.
debut over at the Triton series, his first ever event.
每个月都有。
I feel like I've seen this man twice even, both times that I was here over in Jeju to watch some poker. But we'll see his name soon. It's hard to remember all the names, but I know that we have seen him before. Ah, cool hand with the King Jack.
这里都
Power
在比赛
poker.
里
It was very cool. And that's the problem with block bets is you open the door to kind of get pounced at because when you block, hold on.
Welcome to the table, sir. First hand looks down at aces.
He limps it so casually. Chung Ching Chung. That's a cool
You remember
name.
him from Triton ONE, for sure. We have covered him quite a bit. You can take a look at his profile.
I will.
I'm 100% convinced. I think he made a final table at least one of the events of the inaugural edition of Triton ONE.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
But limping the aces. And you're right. He actually cashed the opening event.
The
41st.
Genesis?
For 41st place, 9.5K.
Okay. Wow. Nevin Cheng looks down at pocket tens on the big blind. A very weird hand to play now with the under the gun limp, the raise from the cutoff. Now you look down at tens, knowing that you still have to worry about the under the gun limper. I mean, in the 1-2 game, you know it's aces, but at the 3K Genesis, you don't really put him on aces. Does put in the 3-bet to 31,000.
Wow. This
Wow.
is such an odd hand, isn't it?
Life is good for Chung. First hand, aces, raise, 3-bet.
That's why you limp, right? You're trying to induce action behind you. I don't know if you expected this much action.
I don't think we're very worried either.
Okay. I mean, of course you have to 4-bet. I wonder. I almost like. It may sound like an overplay, but I kind of like just jamming because it just looks the most suspicious. Rather, if you make it like 75K, did he just call?
Yep. The man just calls.
Wow.
Kind of prices Wang in here as well, but you really hate live with ace-9 offsuit here. I wouldn't hate a fold, and not just because we can see one of them as aces, but it's like which flop gets us very excited. Then let's
Right.
go with the ace-9.
I definitely would fold even for that price. You
Yeah.
just can't really continue unless you flop trip nines.
9-9 deuce.
So this is a limp, cold call 3-bet with aces.
Flop comes Jack 9-3 with 2 spades. Neither player holding a spade. Not the worst flop ever for tens either. Just one overcard. The Jack may be a little less scary than the ace or the king.
Yeah, I don't think there's that many hands that's limping and calling a 3-bet to 31K that contain the jack unless it's some oddly played pocket jacks, you know? But I mean, he's got pocket aces. I kind of like a bet to seek clarity if I get called and I'm kind of just done with the tens.
15K by the looks of it. The blue chip, 5K. This man is an A+ actor over here. He has looked very concerned and very out of it ever since he sat down.
Oh, I'm so lost.
Yeah.
What do I do with pocket aces?
All these cameras, TV table, people watching online. I guess I call. No, I raise to 55. I think all the alarm bells have to go off here for Chen.
I would hope so. I mean, sure, it could be some slow played aces like this, but then now we got to be worried about pocket nines that might play it this way. They flop a set.
Very strong combo draws as well, perhaps, but this is very weird because of the limp. You're not going to see a lot of limping at the TV tables.
I don't think he can actually range his opponent because he probably hasn't played with him much. You know, like he came first hand, he opened limps. You've got no data points. And when you don't have data points, I like erring on the side of caution and just try to get more reads before making bold plays.
But if he watched any of the 85 hours of the inaugural edition of Triton ONE, he would have had some information on his
Is
opponent.
that why he's calling?
Makes the call, though. Ay, ay, ay. The turn is the 4 of spades, so spades do get there, but obviously that doesn't change a whole lot for these two.
It's going to make Chung want to keep betting because he doesn't have a spade in hand. His hand is very vulnerable.
Under the gun versus big blind. With a limp opening and a 3-bet. A very odd hand here. I expect him to go quite big, right? At least 50, if not more.
He might even just jam.
Yeah. He's got less than a pot size bet behind. 189k in the middle. He's got 164k behind.
He just can't check this back. You don't want to give your opponent a free card with the 3 spades out there.
Yeah, I feel like it's all in or at least like 80k, but
Yeah.
that also leaves us with so little behind that the river is going to be very awkward to play.
Just don't check.
I think he's shipping it. He's taking his time. And I believe that he will announce all in. Fun first hand for Chung. Took his time, announces the all in. I feel like at this point, if you're Nevin Cheng, you're like, this is just aces, isn't it? Like, I can't believe you just played aces like that, but this really looks like aces.
Smells like aces. Probably is aces. Look, 10s are just beat. Even if it's not aces, you're probably just cooked.
I was going over all the options, like is there a world where this is like ace-king or ace-queen with 1 spade and I'm still ahead, but why would those hands ever limp? I mean, why would any hand limp, to be fair, under the gun?
But why would they also raise the flop, you know? And
Yeah.
like, it's just too optimistic.
Very difficult hand to navigate for sure, but sometimes it's best to just keep it simple. And if it truly feels and looks like the 10s are beat, the 10s are beat. What would you do here if you had the 10 of spades in your hand?
I probably still would muck it. It just seems like my opponent has too strong of a hand. I don't really expect my opponent to be raising ace-king, ace-queen offsuit on the flop with a spade.
It is the opening event, though. First day, Triton ONE.
Opening hand, like the first hand he's ever played. Like, is this guy really blasting off the very first hand? He flew in, he buses, he's flying home, you know, like, I just...
They bring him over to the TV table, they put the microphone on, he's like, all right, let's get adventurous with ace-8 offsuit.
There we go.
Good fold.
Show? Nah, you can't tell people you're limping aces, right?
But he also knows that everyone will be looking back at this hand. Because this is an odd hand, right? This is the kind of hand that sticks with players, where it's like, okay, none of this really made a whole lot of sense, unless it's just aces in a very odd way. But
It does tell you a lot of information. When you see his aces there, then when you see him limp in the future, you know, oh, maybe I should over-limp rather than ISO.
But of course, we don't expect him to always play aces this way. Perhaps it was just because he joined the table first hand, trying to get a little creative, and it worked out. Obviously got paid. A lot better than the aces of Zhang. Zhang got nothing.
Yeah, but Zhang got orange chips with pocket 10s.
But he also drilled a set on the turn. That helps.
He had to work hard.
Dominica is a proper minority here. That's the only European at this table.
He's doing well.
Of course, the inaugural edition of Triton ONE last September was dominated in general by the Chinese players. We had 10 different events. 3 of them were won by Chinese players. They also had by far and away the most cashes. Of the 20 million that was awarded to all the players that finished in the money, over 5 million went to the Chinese players. Something over like 130 cashes. I expect this time to be somewhat similar, but I also think it's still going to be a bit more international than the first edition was. I mean, it's just so easy to get here from like Shanghai, less than a 2-hour flight, a couple of the other big cities on the coast.
I think it's mainly because people saw the success of the first Triton ONE that people are going to have that FOMO, like, I'm not missing the next one. And we're going to see more faces out there and 3 good hands.
Yep, couple of fun hands. Dominica is the only European at this TV table. Looks down at ace, a queen offsuit. We've got pocket 8s coming along for the ride. We've got pocket 7s for Pan. And Sean can't believe it. No aces. Still makes the call with queen 3 offsuit. 4 ways, Randy.
He's using Nevin's chips, you know? It's ambitious.
That is an interesting one. I know we're closing the action. Okay, flops an open-ender.
He might win it.
One might even say he flops best.
It almost seems like destiny that he hits the straight. But we'll see.
Kind of feels like there is something for everyone here. Dominicus obviously has a gut shot as well with his ace queen. He's got 2 overs to the board. 8's flopping over pair, 7 flopping over pair, and Chong has the open ender. Could be a potential fun hand here. Difficult to play 7s here with 2 people left behind you that still have to act. Like you have an over pair, but
It's actually not unreasonable that he lets it go there.
Wow.
Because he still has to worry about
Yeah.
the original pre-flop raiser, the big blind, and the fact that someone's betting here. It's not too many hands you beat. Clubs? 6s maybe?
I'm a little bit surprised that Chong lets go of his queen 3 offsuit, and that's not a sentence that we're going to say a whole lot in the upcoming 11 days. But if we do call with queen 3 offsuit and we flop an open ender, it is worth continuing, right? And at least see a turn, maybe a river.
I would have called.
Yeah. I mean, what else are we hoping for? Queen, queen
I'm not
3?
used to cut off.
But the thing is, I probably would have folded pre too. So this hand would have happened in my world.
I mean, he's got a big stack, right? He's like 130k above starting stacks. If he really wants to take a flop with queen 3, it is what it is. But if we then flop an open ender, it makes no sense to fold to a single bet.
What's fun for me is at the Triton ONE, we get a wide range of players with, you know, their own unique strategies that works for them, and it's unpredictable, and that's what makes it fun to watch.
Jack 10 offsuit under the gun +2. Wang is going to open things up. You know, I'm very fond of the Jack 10, especially the suited one. Jack 10 of hearts.
Specifically hearts? Okay.
Prettiest hand there is.
So clubs go into the muck?
Never. I still love Jack 10, but the hearts do it for me.
He's probably loving ace 10 in the small blind if he's playing queen 3. He's grabbing chips.
3-2.
Makes it 32,000, I believe. It's aggressive. Came to play.
I actually think he's going to be one of the fun ones to watch, right? Because we saw him limp aces, but it's not like, oh, he's only aggressive when he's got a big pair. Like, ace 10 offsuit, by no means a hand that needs a 3-bet in this spot.
Chong just had a ton of fun the last time he was here during Triton ONE. And his hands have been itchy ever since. And he's like, I can't wait to be back. And I'm going to play everything, including queen 3 offsuit. And we're most certainly going to 3-bet the ace 10, but takes it down. A very good little stint so far in the 20 minutes that he has been at this feature table. Anything interesting happening on the leaderboards, Randy? From the outer tables, any big stacks that you'd like to give a little shout out?
Shout out to Joseph Chong, who's in the field. He's currently 6th place on overall leaderboard. Obviously famous for his deep WSOP main event run. Been grinding all these Asia events. Also see Marley Monocaran, one of the newer faces in the Super High Roller Series. You know, he's currently 5th. Not bad.
Insane. They use this photo for
It almost feels like we never left. Look at a couple of the faces from the last edition. We just continued where we left off. Ace 5 of diamonds for Wang under the gun +1. He's going to try once more. Seems like he's not going to get 3-bet this time around. Definitely take a flop here. Jeju looks down at 6-5 of clubs, closing the action in the big blind. The man making his debut to Triton ONE. I believe 2 guys making their debut, going at it. Queen 7-3. Gut shot for Hao. Not flush draw for Wang.
It's fire.
Well, for Wang. I think for Hao there is not a whole lot to get very excited over.
See if he peels here. I think he should with the gut shot to the nuts.
Can he find it? The 4 of hearts, the 4 of spades.
Is that it?
definitely not it.
准备刚下飞机，一坐上桌。
Meanwhile, Wang's hand just keeps getting prettier.
Because the ace is very scary for hands that check call to flop, I like betting very small here to try to get that queen or 7 to stay in there. And plus, you got that nut flush draw redraw. You know, their opponents are likely drawing very slim.
Doesn't seem like he's going very small. That looks like a big bet, I believe, over 20K. Take a little look at it. Yes, bets 23. And that's going to lead into the insta fold of the 6-5 of clubs.
So, Roddy, I've been monitoring the chat a little bit. We do, well, at least I do. I look at the chat, so hello, everyone. And I got a special comment for you, Roddy, from Bushi. Wait, is Roddy commenting? That's bloody awesome. You got some fans out there.
Over the last few months, I had quite a few people stop by on my Twitch channel whenever I was doing StarCraft 2 stuff, and they're like, you gave me a jump scare when I heard your voice over a Triton. They're like, what the hell? Am I dreaming? Like, is that Roddy? Like, yeah, poker has been a long passion of mine. It's very fun to spend some time with you here in the booth. Last time 7 days, this time 11 days. You know you'll be dreaming of those pocket fours making sets everywhere at day 11.
Why don't we just buy a condo and move here? All right.
I believe last time I saw quite a bit of advertisement here on buying apartments.
That's
So
right.
if you ship one of the events, like, you know what, there's so much poker happening over at Jeju. I've always dreamed of living on an island. Let's go ahead and move in.
5-4 offsuit in the cutoff. He's got the whole range.
Any two will do for Chung.
9,000.
We can definitely let go of the 8-3. Ace-8 of clubs. It's another pretty suited hand for How. Let's see if this flop is a little better. At least give the man one club to work with. Or top pair.
No clubs, though.
No clubs, but top pair. Chung is not going to make life easy. There are backdoors to look at.
Man, you are so optimistic. You seriously thinking about the 2-3 run out?
No, I'm not, but I mean, you have to look at something. Well, that one is dead too now.
Hey,
We can chop. We've got chop outs with a jack.
Oh, he doesn't bet, though.
This is one of these spots where if you're Chung, you're like, so you probably wonder how I ended up here with 5-4 on the ace, queen, 10, king board.
Well, yeah, that was self-inflicted.
Yeah. It's like, let's just hope that I can muck without anybody seeing my card. He was the one who opened things up from the cutoff, I believe.
Like, if he had the show first, I would slide my cards into the muck face down.
对，
Be like,
I concede.
两边也不是太好，不知道为什么。
no, at least you can pretend for a little bit. Like, look at first. What are you? Ah, ace, yeah, ace is good. Such a shame that my second or my third pair with redraws didn't get there.
很少的时候是可以。
有时 F 可以，有时 F 可以。你看 YouTube 也没关系。
你说看，他会看流量，看那个什么。
He did fire a tiny bet, right, on the flop.
Yeah, he lost 7K, I believe.
Can afford it. Zhang still the biggest stack at this table after getting the full double, or almost full double through Aaron. Taking all of Aaron's chippies. With the mystery hand, our first mystery hand. Chung has not seen two cards yet that he was not fond of. Queen 5 of clubs looks like a premium.
It's a big upgrade from the 5-4 offsuit, but he's up against bigger clubs.
Yeah. Clubs would be very bad news here. And Wen strikes me as a guy who will most certainly come along for the ride with a suited ace. Ooh, a real hand for Wang as well in the big blind, pocket nines. You like to just go here, Randy, or do you feel like there is a good reason to bump it up?
Good question. Here I like just calling because we're very deep. We're never happy playing inflated pot for like 60 big blinds minimum. But looks like he's actually going to go upstairs. And I don't mind it against this player specifically because Chung has played every single hand. You just have to assume this guy's got garbage but at this point, you know?
92% VPIP so far at the TV table. And he does let go of the Queen 5 rather quickly. And Win will let go of his Ace 3 as well. So Wang with the 9s takes it down 3.
会断掉的，
对，
跑不动。
Now I'm just excited to see
我觉得
which
每个人
hand
都在看
Chong is going to
所
play
以呢
next.
他的那个就网络
Doesn't
上
matter.
赛道
He's playing it.
你上一次什么时候来的？
但是
I'm still a bit sad that he folded the queen 3 on the deuce 4-5 board. I'm like, we flopped an open ender.
Maybe he's the type of guy where he only continues if he has a feeling. He just always has a feeling pre-flop.
但是我是说玩家的可能有被限制住那个速度
It's。like there really are not too many boards that I would get very excited over with queen 3 offsuit.
Maybe he plays trips plus. All right, if he plays this hand, this would be out of line.
我
Okay.
确定他们那个工作的网络是不一样的。
A suited queen 3 though, that's a completely different story. Especially for Dominicus. But he will let go of it
对
as
对
well.
对，我也很担心这个情况。
The duckies on the button.
什么都
Quack, quack.
Good enough for a min raise.
没办法。
The absolute minimum though.
进打来
Never more than 8.
对，
Just 8.
Can I make it less? Like 7? 7.5. This is an auction. Not bad.
5-4 suited is a pretty hand to look down on.
This is a coin flip, eh?
I'm feeling the 5-4.
It's got more potential. How about now?
Still 5-4. Look at all the backdoors. The 3 of diamonds is the perfect card.
Well, no deuce of diamonds on the turn, I'll tell you that.
That is true. But another deuce would do.
I don't think he's going to get a seat turn card.
Robbery.
Is there a dinner break after 9?
I still believe 5-4 would have taken it down.
That's why you see all 5 cards. Just go all in free.
Always
Just kidding.
after 9,
That was 14k there? Or how much did we bet?
10K.
10k. Okay.
You would have check called.
Right.
I mean, you're fishing obviously at that point, but the 3 of diamonds is such a pretty card to look at when you have 5-4 of diamonds. I mean, you're probably just getting yourself in trouble for absolutely no reason.
I mean,
What was
some-
the starting stack of Wang? That hand, 324k? Ah. You know, if I would be below starting stack, I think obviously you have to snap fold there, but if you're working with a bit above, why not try to get lucky?
You want to play some heads up because I love what you're telling me. Not kidding.
We were supposed to play 5-card PLO one day. Do you remember that?
I heard you're a 5-card specialist these days.
You dodged me. We were going to play some...
Gotta protect the bankroll, man. You know, I know where your strengths are.
I don't think you have to worry a whole lot. You should be fun. One day we're going to make it happen, Randy. We'll both stream it. We'll be on voice with each other. Meme a little, mind games. It's going to be great content.
Sounds good. As long as there's a $70 first prize.
Why 70?
Just because of what you told me the other day, your story of the StarCraft.
Yeah, I know. The game is different.
Okay. This is interesting. He should definitely be calling a 7-6 suited position.
I feel like Wang is gaining confidence. The more hands that he sees are going his way,
I think
the more he's
that
willing to get involved.
a lot of players that play these kind of buy-ins, they really, truly believe in momentum, you know, and just feeling good, confident, like you mentioned. And here he is, 3-betting, pre-flop initiative, and the type of flop where he probably will stab.
Flop comes king, king, 6. We do pair R6 on the side of Nang. Not a very fun flop to look at when you're 3-betting queen jack offsuit.
Still, though, I would see bet. It's an unpaired board with no flush draw out there, less things your opponent can continue. And once they check call your bet, you can range them on a pair that's probably not folding. Just look for clarity.
Betting a little less than 4 big blinds, 15k is the price. It's a bit tricky if you're Nang here, but I do feel like if we flop a pair, we kind of got to call at least once and then just navigate the turn.
Exactly.
See what our opponent does. The only thing that's a bit annoying is there aren't too many turn cards that truly excite us a whole lot. And that is most certainly not one of them if you're playing the 7-6. Even if we were good, we are no longer good.
For me, this is a mandatory double barrel with queen jack off the pocket pairs, you know, between the 6 and king. They're not excited to see the ace. And when you 3-bet, you're supposed to have a lot of ace X in your range. So you kind of just hit it.
And you already know that if your opponent had a pair of sixes there, they're like, ah, they definitely got there on the turn. That's annoying. I made the correct call on the flop, and they most certainly did. And it seems like Wang is listening, as he will continue to tell his story that he is playing a strong hand, bets a 33K. I'm not going to ask you about F1, because I don't believe you know anything about F1, right?
I do not know. Besides that, Brad Pitt made a movie.
That is correct. Pretty fun movie as well. Bit unrealistic, but it's not bad.
Haven't seen it yet.
And I believe the 33K will get it done here, though, right?
Yeah, haven't seen the 7-6 suited fold yet, but if he was to call here...
That'd be an amazing call.
I know. Like, the worst card for you and your opponent is betting as he is expected to.
It's just almost impossible. Another strong hand by Wang, and if that man truly believes in momentum and gaining confidence, he is sky high right now. And he's about to play the Queen 3 offsuit as well. Wang's on a bit of a roll.
So you're deep into Formula 1, is that right?
Yes, I love it. The main reason I brought it up is because whenever I'm casting video games and the number 33 comes up one way or the other, I have a sound bit that I play. I press a button and then the song of the Dutch driver, Max Verstappen, because his old number was 33. And then it would play and I made a song. It was like, toot, 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 Max Verstappen. So when I saw the 33K bet, I was like, Randy, but then I realized that you really don't know a lot about sport.
Hey, but you just taught me, and I'm probably going to forget this next time.
But if I will start playing that song 5 times when you hear the number 33, you will never forget.
I wish we had a button to cue the music.
No, we'll get copyrighted. We'll get a strike.
Good thing you're out of sync.
We can do it for every pocket trees we see as well.
No, you can. I'm not joining you on this madness. What about like NASCAR? Is that similar or no?
I mean, it involves cars and racing.
What do I say? Monster trucks next, you know?
Yeah. So slightly different, but I've never gone to an event. Maybe if I would ever watch it live, I would actually be a fan, thinking it's very cool. But if you just follow it from afar, you don't know anything about the sport, and NASCAR is hard to get into, I feel. Flop comes a 9-9-8 between Zhang and Nevin. Zhang may be feeling a little outshined by Chong ever since Chong joined this table. Another 9. It's 9 galore over here, Randy.
Well, drop one more out there. But actually, for both players, I'd be pretty happy checking. You know, you got a reasonable high card.
If I have queen high from the small blind and I'm just battling the big blind and the hand has played out the way it has, I probably indeed think that queen high is good.
Right. Well, it's definitely good now.
Unless our opponent is slow playing quads. But
Let us not fear the quad 9s.
I can definitely not fault the man for calling in, but snap folds the king high. For 10K. I feel like I'm pretty much always paying off there with king high, small blind against big blind.
Yeah, I guess I just kind of assume with the bigger fields, most players don't have that much history on one another. You can get the data points playing back to stream at some point, go from there. But no, calling 10K wouldn't have been unreasonable.
No. Or at least give it some thought, but the more thought I would give it, the more I would lean towards calling. So instead of snap folding, I'd be snap calling. But hey, I would have lost 10K more.
The saying is what? Think long, think wrong.
I have not heard that, but I love it. I feel like that is something I can definitely apply to my game. Dominicus has been a little quiet around the man who is still the second biggest stack at this table, I believe. As he's going to open things up from under the gun with ace-jack offsuit. Zhang with the duckies. Are they worth 10K? I think knowing how deep both of them are, biggest and second biggest check at the table, I'd love to just go here with the ducks and see if I can drill a set.
Especially with position. With position,
no.
you know, you. Oh, but this makes no sense. This actually makes no sense.
Well, 4 ways he likes it, 3 ways he doesn't. That's the logic.
So he doesn't like odd numbers going to a flop. Yeah, well, you would have had the best hand, Queen 3.
But he would have folded.
First effort, please.
True.
Let's see how Dominicus plays this. He's probably going to tread somewhat carefully as well, knowing that Zhang is the only player at this table that has him covered. They've been putting in some work, right? They've been playing poker for like a solid 3 hours at this point. You're not going to blast a stack that is way bigger than the starting stack at this point. Tiny bet of 10K, a little over 2 big blinds.
It's a good bet. He's got the gut shot. He knows all of the pocket pairs lower than a queen are not really looking to call bet. You raise him under gun. You got a lot of big cards there.
Takes it down. Easy game for Dominicus. He looks like he's good as well. He's not just good, but he also looks like he's good.
He looks like he's good.
Yeah. And he looks good, but that's not the point. The point is you look at him, you're like, that guy's good at poker, isn't he? I've seen enough.
It's a good read. And he is good.
Dominicus from Lithuania.
来拿牌。
The only European at this table for now, but I am sure that that will change throughout the day. I saw that Anastasakis is in the field as well. Already had a bigger stack. Greece player that we covered quite a bit during the inaugural edition of Triton ONE.
$9,000.
It is Zhang opening things up here with a King 10 of spades. And Chang, the man who sometimes plays Queen 3 offsuit, sometimes folds Queen 3 offsuit, and looks down at Ace Queen offsuit this time around, Randy.
Well, he 3-bet ace 10 offsuit. No surprise.
Ooh, and then another real hand this time for Dominicus as well. Pocket 9s in the big blind. This could be fireworks.
Huh. A lot of pros don't really like having a cold call 3-bet range, but this might be a spot where I'm okay with it because they've got deep stacks. He's already put in a big blind. I think 4-betting is only great if you just take it down pre, but when you get called or get jammed on, it's terrible. I actually think calling is okay.
Those look like calling chips to me.
Love
Makes the call with pocket 9s.
Sorry. Wrong color.
Kind of think that if you're Zhang here, even though you know you're obviously not ahead with King 10 suited ever here, since you're closing the action, and you don't want to make it seem like you're raising too light, King 10 is a hand that can
Not
flop
falling for
reasonable.
that.
I definitely wouldn't hate a call here.
Yep.
And the man comes along for the right. 3-way, big pot
Not
immediately.
falling for that.
82,000 chips to play for. And the flop comes Ace 7-3 with 2 hearts. Oh, that's a beautiful flop for Ace Queen. Not very beautiful for the 9s and King 10 of spades.
Yeah, he was the pre-flop 3-better. Very likely just wins on the flop because Dominicus is sandwiched between 2 players, so he's unlikely to call 1 bet. But if it was a heads-up pot, maybe the 9s would call 1.
What kind of sizing would you go for here? Like 33%?
Yeah, roughly. What do you go with, 31K?
Yeah, out of 82, so a little less than 33. But
The idea with going smaller rather than larger is you want to try to give a hand excuse to call that's drawing slim, like those 2 9s or 2 8s, but they just folded.
actually, it's more than 33%. Math is hard.
Math is difficult.
Not quite half either, but
It's somewhere
somewhere in between.
in the void.
No idea.
They want 10. 10?
Yeah,
Like a. I remember it's like a less.
One of the hands that could have really given us some fireworks there, but
How long?
this board was never going to be too good for the Ace Queen. Nowhere near good enough for the King 10.
要不然 come back.
那么有
Bit annoying to fold your 9s to just 1 overcard, but it's 3 ways, and with the way that the hand was played,
不然要打9哎，要打钱。
it makes sense that we let go of
打
it.
2-3年。
Speaking of Ace Queen, Randy.
对啊，兄弟1-2点吧。对啊，就是打到千圈要示范时间吧。
He likes the exact min
打
raise.
钱圈吗？
Oh my god, is it third mystery hand in the 2-hour block?
That might be a record for us.
It really is.
So far, I feel like we nailed one and we filled one. Let's see how we go. And let's see how the chat does.
30分吧。40分。
I mean, it's Zhang. Zhang is so difficult.
He's been in all 3 mystery hands, by the way.
Yep. And this is the second time that we don't see his whole cards.
那我说第一组了。 一组如果40分钟拿早上，他是30分钟。
下午还有 B 组是吧？
So it's a UTG Open. He flatted from the hijack. It's condensed to medium strength hands, hands that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
级别是一样的。
Obviously not too loose because he's not defending from the blinds. So we think about a lot of pocket pairs. And speaking of a pocket pair, look at this.
Very tempting to call. The only thing that's annoying is if you do call and then the big blind raises it. And then you just kind of hate life. But we have a big stack on the side of Dominicus, and he will make the call with the duckies. 7-4 offsuit is going to come along for the ride as well from the big blind closing the action. So here we go, 4 ways to a flop. I feel like we've seen this flop before. Ace King 10 with 2 hearts.
但如果是4包打超久，我觉得应该是。
What could our mystery hand player have, Randy?
Well, it's checked over to him. A lot of the medium strength broadways come to mind, you know, like Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, King 10s. But he checks it back, so I discount a lot of the, well, pretty much all of the 2-pair plus, especially on that turn card.
第一组进最辛苦。
Are you surprised that Ace Queen just checks? Under the gun raiser, flop, stop pair, good kicker.
He could have bet for sure, but it is 4 ways, and let's just say he bets and gets resistance. He's a bit unsure. But I kind of like betting now if I've got Ace Queen, but it seems like he checked once again.
Really underrepresenting the strength of his hand there, as under the gun raiser. Mystery hand player will bet a 10K. I mean, we got a call with Ace Queen. There's no way we ever let go of Ace Queen. On Ace King 10 with 2 hearts. We don't hold a heart.
Look, there's even merit to even raising Ace Queen. I don't think he'll do it, but it's just 10K into 36K 4 ways. Like, Ace Queen's got to be the best hand, right?
Makes the call. We're off to see a river. The river will be the ace of diamonds. So Nang improves to trip aces.
It's an amazing card. And as good as it gets. I mean, last time he bet small on like a turn, he ripped it in on the river. That might be excessive given it's a 56K pot with 200K back.
80?
It's an overbet. 80,000.
Wow. Did we drill another set on the turn? Do we have pocket 5s?
So the hand that makes the most sense is pocket 5s as played or ace 5.
Do you think he would just call ace 5 from the hijack after an under the gun opens? It feels like that's not how most people play ace 5. Unless I guess it's ace 5 suited.
Yeah, possible. But, you know, you can't fold ace queen.
It is ace 5 suited. Damn. Zhang running hot. What a gnarly river card for Nang.
Well played. So really the only hand that makes sense.
Yeah. Wow, Zhang wins another big one. Already one of the biggest stacks of the field. And he will continue increasing his stack. Now probably working with over 600K, if not almost 700K even. Massive hand. Great bet on the river there. 80K gets it done. So we're going to swap out the dealers. And that gives us a chance to thank our title sponsor, QQPK. Of course, the 3K Genesis brought to you guys by QQPK, supporting the action all around the world. Your new path to poker, Randy.
That's all right.
QQPK supporting the game at the highest level. And so far, Randy, not even 2 hours in, do you think that we are closing in on that highest level?
It's a pretty high level poker. Various strategies as we've seen. 3 mystery hands, all involving Zhang. It's good stuff so far, and the blinds have just gone up.
And kudos to you for that one, Randy. That was a real Randy W, because you did call the ace 5.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
You called the pocket 10s. We're a team.
That one was lucky. I think the ace-5 was good. I didn't really expect him to flat ace-5 there, but then I was like, yeah, maybe an ace-5 suited does make sense, and it was an ace-5 suited. Another big hand for Zhang. Bit of a frustrating session so far for our Vietnamese player, the one Nang who just had ace-queen offsuit there. I feel like I mean, maybe he could have bet the flop, and I think he should have bet the flop, even if it was 4 ways, but obviously you can't really fault him for the river there. You feel like you see your dream card, and instead you lose 80,000 chippies.
Yeah. Man, and got to give credit to Zhang for getting like the maximum. There was just, what, 56K in there. He bet 80K. He saw that the trip ace is like, well, if my opponent's going to call me, he probably has trip aces, so I might as well go for the most.
And it is funny because he did improve, right, with the 5 on the turn. So he went for that small bet, and then obviously improves once more on the river and goes large.
Yeah, I think Zhang is a very tricky player, one to keep an eye on.
I think he's the first one who's earning that star in the Triton Poker Plus app.
He's close.
I want to see more of Zhang. I've seen enough, and I want to see more. Chong is fun as well.
Yeah, he's unpredictable. Did you hit up the Shanghai Boon yet today?
I did have a Caesar salad in the morning, and I had 2 iced vanilla lattes and 2 iced Americanos.
You got a Caesar salad.
Yeah, no
at
chicken though.
the Asian joint.
Yeah, because I already had fried rice a couple times, and I didn't want to stuff myself with fried rice before I was going to watch 6 hours of poker. So I was going to celebrate our first day, hopefully being a success tonight, by having some Korean barbecue. While you're still in the booth or forced to watch some hands, I will be watching the stream from one of the great Korean barbecue places around the corner.
You have, did you mention 4 beverages?
Yeah, but I was up since like 10 a.m. and obviously we didn't start till 3, so I had 2 coffees very early in the morning, and then I had 2 more like a couple hours later.
You trying to hit a world record or something?
No, I
That
mean,
sounds like a lot.
no.
This is a lot of hand, pocket queens.
And we have an ace queen, and we have pocket 9s. 4-way action.
Kind of feel like the ace, queen, and 9s feel slightly underrepresented too.
Jeju making his debut. Not afraid to make the price of poker go up in a big way. 3 bets to 50K. So the blinds have gone up as well after that most recent dealer change. Now 2.5K, 5K. 50K is a serious 3 bet. 20% of the starting stack.
I'd be quite concerned of ace, queen.
Yeah. Especially because I think most of the players will look at seat 1 and think slightly tighter player. Hasn't really gotten out of line yet. Hasn't really been forced to show down anything that wasn't amazing.
You're not wrong. The thing is, ace, queen is a lot of hand, and you see the button squeezing, you're like, man, is he just doing one of those button plays? Do I need to defend here?
But I feel like he'd be way more tempted to call Zhang, for instance, for 50K with ace-queen offsuit than he is to call Jeju.
I don't think he's folding ace-queen to Zhang, but yeah, I'd step aside of ace-queen. Plus, we still got to worry about Michaelitis right behind. I think that's what he's doing, right?
Yeah, takes a look at his stack. What are you playing? Well, a little more than you, Chung.
Got you covered, buddy.
Not by a whole lot, but... This is the worst feeling ever if you call 50K here. And
that's not 50. That's actually more. How much more is it? Tell me.
We're about to find out. Wow, that is a monstrous 4-bet to 140K. But the insta shove of the queens. And now Chung is like, okay, well, that kind of stinks. Can we ever fold for like a... for this price, Randy, can we ever fold?
I think that at this price, you've put in too much.
Yeah.
It's so concerning, though. The second the guy snap jams, you know that ace-queen
is never good.
It's never flipping, right? Like, even like jacks would just think about it a little bit. So, Yo just knows you're dominated, at least.
I would have some hope that it's once in a while that it's jacks, but especially because seat 1 has been on the tighter side, you're probably putting it on a stronger hand than even jacks. So it is ace queen versus pocket queens. Chung obviously priced in there, having to pay like 120k extra to play for 605,000 chips. By far and away the biggest spot that we've seen so far. At the opening day of Triton ONE, our 3K Genesis event brought to you guys by QQPK. 605,000 chips in the middle. Flop comes 10-8-4. That is about as pretty as you could ever wish for with queens here against ace queen.
Just need to dodge the ace.
You can say it.
Jack is good. Give it a jack.
If it comes now, I do blame you, Randy.
Yeah.
The 5 of spades is very safe, doesn't change anything. It's an ace and an ace only for Chung, the man who's been involved in the majority of the hands ever since he has joined this TV table. The river is safe, it's an 8. We've got a new chip leader, at least at this table, and maybe the field overall, because 605k is a serious stack.
It's
a good day for Hao.
就是有一种让你赶紧给他发掉，就是
而且一家 open 拖2家，
你本来是不紧张的，但是他就放在那不发，你知道吗？
最多2张 out，
他放在那不发呀。
香港人跟台湾人一样够猛的，
他也没有，我没有，他就没有。
Bit of a roller coaster of a session so far for Chung, the man who joined a little bit later. First hand aces, played it in a very tricky way, and has been involved in a lot of hands. Loses a big one here. Going back to the pre-flop action, Randy, because obviously the hand at one point played in the way you expected. What do you make of the 4-bet there with the ace-queen offsuit?
I think he overplayed it in that spot, especially with the sizing he went for. He made 140k, the guy made a 50. Like, the fact that he made that big forced him to call it off. Maybe he made 100, he doesn't have to call off anymore. You know,
but what do you think you accomplished with 100, other than pushing out Dominicus, I guess?
It might have the same effect, I suppose, whether he makes 140, 100. But regardless, though, I probably wouldn't even 4-bet to begin with. I probably would have just called or folded.
I think it's very player dependent, right? Based on what you've seen or how familiar you are with the guys at your table. And I think there are some arguments to be made to make that play sometimes. But I don't think I would have done it against Hao in seat 1, because Hao has not given me any idea to make me believe that ace-queen is crushing against a 3-bet to 50k.
Yeah, so from the last hour and a half that we've got to watch, I would have folded, you know, even with whole cards down. It just doesn't seem like he's been giving me that vibe that he's playing a lot of hands.
No. He's not getting involved, he's not loud, he's not curious. It feels that the man is just there to play his hands.
Exactly.
Yeah, in hindsight, obviously everything is easier, but perhaps a little misstep there for Chung. It is still early, opening day, the second ever edition of Triton ONE. Opening event, 14 events in total. We're going to crown 14 champions. We've got 2 pretty nice hands going at it. Queen 10 offsuit and ace jack offsuit. Poor Neng can never flop best. And even if he does flop best, they suck out on him on the turn of the river.
Yeah, and they give him those boards where he can just lose some chips here. Middle pair versus top pair.
Doesn't miss, but doesn't really hit either.
This is worse than missing.
And then the bet is so small, and you're like, can I really fold here? He doesn't have a lot behind, 93,000 chips behind. So even 8k is actually a serious amount, almost 10% of his stack. Oh,
Interesting.
Did not see that one coming.
I'm not sure if I'm in love with it, mainly because his opponent could just jam over to the top, and now he doesn't even get to see a river card, assuming he's raising the fold to a jam. Especially when you have the shallower stack, players have less to risk. But, you know, he is getting what he wanted. He wanted to raise small. I assume to just check back the river unless he hits a jack or an ace.
The river is the 9 of diamonds. That doesn't change a whole lot. Queen 10 continues to be best. Queen 10 to act first. Pen doesn't have a lot of chips to work with either. 119k behind. It will go check, check on the river. And Pen will receive the nails that Queen 10 is good. And he got bonus chips on the turn because his opponent raised.
That's right. I think, of course, Nang's annoyed, but got what he wanted. Bought his own showdown for a certain price.
We could have a really big clash potentially between Zhang and Hao Jishu. They can make a pot over 1 million. This early into the event, that'd be quite something.
So you tell me 3 mystery hands wasn't enough for you. You want to have a
it doesn't
massive 7-figure pot?
It doesn't have to always be a mystery hand. I always like some big hands without it being the mystery hand. But no, I don't think that happens. Unless it's literally like top set against the open-ended straight flush draw or something. The pot gets massive. Dominicus was getting involved early. Has taken it a little bit easier lately. But perhaps getting a tiny bit bored and opens things up here with ace-9 under the gun +2. Offsuit. On the looser side of things.
It's not a mandatory open, but you know, he's watching everyone play pots. He wants to get in there, and he's up against a guy that likes to splash, Queen 10 suited.
And has a lot of chips.
Why don't we just play that 1 million chip pot now?
Yeah. We could get there.
You never know what he's thinking too, because he plays a lot of hands aggressively pre-flop with 3 bets.
Yeah. I think both options are fine here, but the only thing that would make me sad about 3-betting Queen 10 here is that if your opponent then 4-bet, you may not get to see a flop. And it's so fun to see a flop with Queen 10 of clubs, unless the flop is 4-4 deuce with 1 club. Then it becomes less fun real quick, but such a pretty hand, you gotta want to see a flop.
Probably just going to bet his whole range here. Small. Yeah, very small. Now, what is it?
1.3 big blinds.
Is he going to make it more? Is the Queen 10 folding? Is it floating? TBD.
I feel like for this price and the amount of chips that we have, I don't think we have to fold here. I think for this price we can call. There are some exciting turn cards, like obviously a queen or a 10 is fine. Another club could get us potentially a little excited. The King of Hearts is not going to do it. And if Dominicus would size up just a tiny bit now, or even the same bet, may actually get it done this time around with only 1 card to go.
Yeah, probably any bet, to be honest. And the King is his type of card, raise early position. There's not a lot of hands that check call flop that hit the King, unless it's hands like this. But if he's calling, you know, other Broadway, he's got a lot of junk that's going to just give up.
Well, actually, check back on the turn. The river is the 5 of hearts. It's ace high versus queen high on the river. If it goes check, check on the turn, I feel like it's quite likely that it's going to go check, check on the river too.
I think that Zhang needs to seriously consider a bet. He is very unlikely to win this pot. He needs to bet in a way to fold out ace high. It's so small.
I don't know if 8K is going to do it.
I would have preferred like 16K maybe.
If it works though, then it's a great play, but 8K feels very small. Out of curiosity, I would almost call here if I'm Dominicus.
And I think that's why he might actually call off ace-9.
You feel like Zhang is saying here that he's got a deuce or a 5? Is that what he's saying?
He's telling the story that he's got a 5. You know, like ace-5, 5-6, going for some value.
Yeah.
Which, if he did have, probably would do this kind of bet. Like, if ace-9 calls here, then the 8K bet really didn't accomplish anything besides folding out like queen-jack high. But there you go.
Oh, okay.
Perfectly played. Did he get that star yet? Because he's got to be inching closer.
Yeah, but this bet was too small. Even if it worked, Randy. I would like to see him size up a little bit there.
Yeah.
Surprised that Dominicus did not want to look him up. Maybe because it is on the TV table, he's like, I get to see it anyway in 30 minutes, so I really don't have to pay the 8K.
Must have felt like he was just donating 8K, but that's what makes that bet genius. Small bet.
没有吃饭的时间了，所以。
看一下没有，这是一点桌边。
哇，那怎么办呢？那怎么办呢？
边打边吃。
可以吗？
So Zhang gets a little richer, but he's still the second biggest stack on this table. Hao Jishu are seat 1, still the biggest, over 600K. Chong obviously was working with way over 300 before we lost that big hand with ace queen. He's obviously going to slow things down a little. Doesn't really have the stack to get too involved anymore, Randy. But I do have the feeling that before we go into our very first break of the day, We get to see Chung go all in one time.
Well, we're gonna see Nang go all in right now.
Yeah, Nang will go for it with the 5s. Honestly, I feel like Nang has played quite fine. He just got very unlucky. Nothing really went his way so far. Perhaps he can get a double with the 5s.
It is.
Oh, yeah, such a pretty hand.
Yeah, you
I
still
agree,
got
Zhang.
one guy behind you.
One good card. I hope you.
11 out, 11.
Don't think Queen 5 is going to do it. 68k is way too much. The 5s will take it down. We chip back up to 80. Still not much, but reason enough to crack a very tiny smile there. I feel we're going to see Chung before the break go all in, and the man will double or bust.
He's guns blazing.
Yeah, yeah.
All in or nothing.
He's not looking forward to making it to the break and having to catch up with his buddies. And they're like, "And what you playing?" And he's like, 93k. Like, these are not conversations that the man has, Randy. It's either starting stack above or re-entering. Dominicus looks down at King 9 suited under the gun. He's going to open things up. Nothing for Zhang. Nothing for Chang. 6 deuces, not going to do it. Dominicus will just take it down pre. And we get closer and closer to Chung looking for his double. It's happening, Randy.
You believe it's happening.
Oh, I so believe. I fully believe.
You're gonna manifest it. He's got, what, 19 bigs?
I think anything less than 100k is not exciting for Chung. It's a bit of a shame, because obviously he was working with a very healthy stack this early, like 370k I think at one point, 120k above starting stack. And a little misstep with the ace-queen offsuit against the queens of this man.
It just takes one hand to unravel.
Folding in style, how? Flop. Flick them in there, they were flying, spinning. But no one saw a thing.
No one was looking.
The perfect fold, Randy.
Okay. You like the ones where they go up really high in the air?
Yeah,
Like
as
a
long as it
helicopter.
doesn't reveal anything, I'm all for it. Action gets folded to Zhang on the cutoff with ace-4 offsuit. And Zhang, our second biggest stack at this table, is looking for pole position. Wants to take the lead. This is it, Randy.
You called it.
This is it. I don't. Calling this off with ace-4 is obviously not too.
It's a bit much for ace-4.
Yeah. But I also think that if he has paid attention and he has known that he has learned a thing or two about Chung right now, that he is going to do this with a lot of suited Broadway combos. And yes, of course, he's going to do it with a lot of pocket pairs. And we're not doing too hot against the 7s, 8s, and 9s.
For me, it's a bit rich because if he's doing for all those suited Broadways, like you mentioned, he's also doing for a lot of ace-X.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, ace-4 is one of the worst.
It's fine to fold. It's 70k more, which is 14 big blinds to play for 170k. Yeah, I feel like if it was a little bit less, like 9 or 8 big blinds, I think we'd be a lot more tempted to call.
You're right. Here, it's
probably just
it's
a
excessive.
little too much.
It's a bit excessive if he was to call here, to be quite frank.
Yeah. Then you're really specifically putting your opponent on like king, queen suited, king, jack suited, and you're not exactly crushing that with ace-4. It's like, okay, we're ahead, but that doesn't mean we're winning.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a good fold. I like the shove with king, queen as well, though. But Chung is just that kind of player.
I want to call. I want the bob.
He wanted what?
He wants to double up.
Yeah. 差一点。
I don't think this is the last shove we'll
其
see
实差
of
蛮
Chung.
多的，但是
Overall, pretty happy with our first lineup of players at this segment. I think it's been fun.
It's been good.
Very easy fold.
Been good.
Worse. Ace 10 us.
So it's like ace 10. He's like, I would have snap called ace 10.
Ace 10 not folding. That's why I was like, I almost called. I was like,
I think
"Did
Chung
we have
just
king
told him
high
that he
or
had king
queen
high.
Oh. Even king high, I'm not ahead that much.
That's what you said,
That's
Roddy.
exactly what we said. Yeah, that's the thing. You can make your really cool call there with ace-4, but more often than not, you're in a crazy amount of trouble. And in the very few scenarios where you're ahead, you're really not that far ahead. Oh, yeah. I'm fine with it either way. Wang is going to open things up with Jack-10 offsuit. I like Zhang, man. Zhang is getting a star. I don't care if it's a little early. The beautiful thing about the Triton Poker Plus app, Randy, is that you're not committed to the stars. You can always remove one. You can demote someone.
You don't do him the dirty, all right? Yeah.
I probably wouldn't. I haven't done it to anyone yet, but I feel like Zhang deserves a star. I'm already invested in his story, and I want to see more of him in these 11 days of Triton ONE. 14 events. He may very well win one. Seen enough. I'm a fan. Wang with Jack-10 against Trip Kings for Hao. Hao doesn't play a lot of hands, but when he does, the man has got the goods.
And when he check calls this flop, he's likely to have a king or a flush.
Oh.
Throw up.
Yeah, you don't love that, but does Wang want to make a play against the man who was the chip leader at this table for a while, is now second in chips?
You should strongly consider it. He can never win at showdown. Maybe his opponent has a 6 or a king without a club and he's just not looking to call a sizable bet.
I'm going to have to go quite big. That is certainly not small. That's 50% pot. This is an annoying spot for Hal, where the flop was so pretty and the run-out is just kind of gross. But he can most certainly afford it. It is only 23k. You still have Trip Kings.
I like calling mainly because I expect my opponent to c-bet this flop very wide, so they got a lot of random hands like this that just feels like they got to go for it, and that's a beautiful call.
Yep, makes the call.
Yeah, you can't be scared of 4 flushes for small sizes.
Well, it's a lot easier when you're sitting at 600k. I feel like if you're sitting at 220k, that 25k bet is suddenly a very difficult one to make, or to make the call. If you're sitting at 600k, even if you run into it there, you can just be like, oh, I run so bad.
It's a good point, because there are stacks that you want to attack against more, because, you know, it's very detrimental if they lose a couple extra big blinds. And we'll see how that goes.
I think Wang was probably just hoping that Hao was a little weaker than what he actually was. Despite the fact that he did not have a club, did still have Trip Kings. Nice attempt by Wang, but for that to ever work, I feel like we have to go silly big. Like 80% pot, full-size pot bet, over bet. For 23k, I don't think we're getting the chip leader to fold.
Yeah, so if he didn't get the non-club hand to fold for a half pot, it probably wasn't really going to get anything to fold. So then you kind of just burn chips there. Seems like 3/4 plus was the way to go.
And Evan Cheng looks down at ace, a jack of hearts. Is that a pretty hand, Handy?
Because it's hearts, right? That's your suit? That's
no,
for
not for
Jack-10
all of
suited.
it. That's just for the Jack-10 exclusive.
This hand's all right. Seen better.
Like aces.
No, ace queen suited next hand. Watch.
He's ordering. That's why he falls so quick.
he wanna defend like a...
He doesn't want to call because he's ordering.
Defending the menu.
Yeah.
Did he say defending the menu?
Oh, you stole that one.
It's a good one.
Not interested in defending the big blind because we are defending the menu.
Respect to the menu.
Do you remember last time? I don't know if it was the mystery bounty or a different title event where they started drinking at the final table. We had the ladies having some wine and just
I do recall.
they were having a good time.
Yeah. Final table, having some drinks, big money. And this is a good time. Ace king.
Offsuit though.
Oh, seen better.
It's all right.
It's all right.
I mean, very nice for Zhang, who's probably looking at like 40–50% VPIP at this point as well, as he has most certainly gotten very involved. Looks down at ace king offsuit under the gun +1.
打晋级最开心，那个心情是不一样。对，那个就感觉我已经赚钱了。现在也蛮好啊。 那种进对就会觉得很
Unfortunately for Zhang, just like when he had aces, no one really wakes up with anything.
这个是毕竟这次打出来的。
你想要拼没办法。
But Wang is thinking about it with 7-3 offsuit, Randy.
Wrong game. This is a blackjack hand.
又不是又不是假
You
It's
want
up
a double?
against 21.
just raise and whatever.
因为早了。
Flop comes 6 deuce deuce with 2 diamonds. Both players hold 1 diamond.
我今天打人一定不包，
而且这个比赛人多，你也想要筹码多一点，不然也很无聊。
7-3 is a pretty
没所谓。
wide defense.
It's a bit wide. But you know what?
我知道你喜欢
Connected by a
多
thread.
点筹码
I mean,
不，我就是不
we call this connected. Yeah, and 2 flush possibilities as well.
That's right. You see the backdoor diamonds he's got? That's drawing dead to the bigger. Hold on. Wait.
The bet is 1 big blind by Zhang, and Wang calls.
He doesn't have anything, right?
No, he doesn't. Well, he's got backdoor diamonds that are not good, but
But he has them.
yeah.
Wow. He's found a way to potentially lose more chips.
You know, I'd love to see here another 1 big blind bet. Just 5 more K.
Bait him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want it. Thank you.
Did not expect to see this kind of a hand coming out of Wang, and I know it hasn't been that exciting yet. He has just called a min raise pre-flop, and he has called a 1 big blind bet, but this is one of these hands that you look at and you're like, Wang, how did we get ourselves involved? Why are we here? And now you face a 30,000 bet, 6 big blinds, and you know you're going to have to fold real quick.
Yeah, it's like, well, I picked up equity, but I'm folding, so why am I here on the turn? And why have I not folded yet? That's the big question. I swear, if he comes in with check raise or check call, I'd lose it.
If he would have check raised, he can immediately make a great YouTube short. Do the record scratch. It's like, so you probably wonder how I ended up here. Let me talk you guys through it. So I look down at 7-3 in the big blind, but Zhang has been involved in 7 out of the last 10 hands. As we take a look at the overall chip counts, Hao still our chip leader, but Zhang over 600k as well. Dominica's cruising along, very solid, steady. It's been working with a little over 400k. And the rest is working with starting stack or below.
I'm a little sad for Win. Feels like he deserves more chips, only 14 bigs and 68k.
Yeah, Nanghead really hasn't done a lot wrong. He just kind of kept on ending up with something, but second best or third best. But hey, 1 hand, a 3-way double. We've seen some explosive 3-way triple ups in the past, Randy.
You're greedy, 3-way.
Yeah. I mean, you want to get at least close to starting stack.
还要打。
I feel like whenever you fall short early on into a big event,
没办法
and you get your full double, but you're still only at half starting stack, that doesn't even feel like a double to me. Zhang, the man who just looked down at ace-king offsuit under the gun +1. He's another one who can open things up with king-queen offsuit. Chong waiting for his moment to ship it once more. But 6 deuce or whatever it was is not going to do it.
Ace-8, straight into the muck.
Yeah, ace-8 on the big blind into the muck. The suited king in the small blind by Wang, also straight folded. I know it was king-4, but still a suited king. Especially against Zhang, I wouldn't be too upset if Wang would throw in a couple chippies there and try to see a flop. Because Zhang, his VPIP is really high.
It's a bit, it does seem very out of line. But the ace-8 offsuit is, it's quite a lot of hand in the big blind to fold for what, 6k more. Perhaps he doesn't like to defend out of position, but...
Was it Pan in the big blind?
That's right.
Yeah, playing 180k, maybe feels...
He had a feeling.
Yeah.
But he was right. Would have been bad. Very bad shape.
Ace-8?
Ace-8 offsuit, yeah.
Against king-queen? Why would he be in very bad shape?
Oh, for some reason I thought he had ace-king.
He did have the hand. He had ace-king the hand before that, yes. But no, ace-8 against king-queen. I mean, we're not loving life, but we are technically ahead.
Do we love kings, though?
Most certainly. And Wang, the man who just let go of king-4 suited in the small blind, looks down at pocket kings on the button. Well, Zhang's got a hand. I feel like with 5s here, we can just always call. There's really no reason to inflate the pot.
Not for the stacks they're playing for. This is the hand that can get a big payday.
Yeah. Haven't seen a lot of sets yet. We saw obviously the set of 10s where Zhang drilled a 10 on the turn. Can we get our first set over set? No one gets a set. 9-8-3. It's not the worst flop ever for 5s, but
Kind of depends on the sizing Wang goes for. You know, if he goes small, 5s probably lingers for a bet, especially with a club in hand. But if Wang goes, you know, 2/3 plus, maybe the 5s doesn't really have a future.
5 seconds.
it's the 5-second
1-8.
warning.
Yeah,
Announces a bet of 18,000, a little over 3 big blinds.
Yeah, for this sizing, I probably would expect the 5s to just fold. Because a lot of hands that you're beating, their sizing here, they probably want to multi-barrel a lot, like Jack 10s, Queen 10s, clubs, but he sticks around.
Sees the back doors.
It's not even a good
No,
backdoor,
I know.
you know?
6-7 would be a very bad run out because any 10 would have us crushed. So you're right, but maybe just hoping that our opponent is sitting on an ace high or a king high. And we are still best with 5s. I don't hate the call. It's easy to say that we're not a fan when we know he's being crushed. But if he folds 5s to a single bet and it was a weird ace 10 or an ace jack, we'd be like, well, maybe he could have stuck around for one street. But if Wang fires once more, then there is a good chance that the 5s of Zhang will hit the muck, especially with the jack rolling off.
Yeah, there's a lot of hands he needs to protect against with the jack, right? There's a lot of hands that pick up a straight draw with a 10. He needs to bet because his king is very vulnerable.
Also serious bet here, 43,000 on the turn. Wang starting this hand with a little over, or a little below 300k, it was like 290. 43k is a serious bet, and we'll get it done. Not the most exciting hands ever for the kings, but you'll be happy to see a few extra chips heading your way.
Yeah, it's a decent payday. Pre-flop raise and flop bet.
And the flop bet was not small, right? Because we bet almost 4 big blinds.
Yeah, 18k.
It's something. You always hope for more with kings, but before you know it, it's the last hand you played of your first bullet.
Yeah, that's what you don't want to happen.
Especially against the biggest stack at the table, or the second biggest stack.
太慢了。
Look at this man. You're going to tell me that he's not waiting to get it all in, Randy? Look at him.
I'm just looking at his hoodie. He's got like the biggest zipper I've ever seen in my life. You see it? Or is it just me?
No, I know what you mean. I was confused looking at it.
It's like a mini tie.
I can't believe that we are going to be wearing ties again.
Oh,
I'm
your
already,
favorite.
I'm already dreading the day.
68.
And Nang decides to go for it with Queen 9 of diamonds. A little over 13 big blinds, almost 14.
Oh, such a beautiful hand.
Again.
I said that last time. He was in a small blind too.
Back then it was Jack 9 of spades, and now it's 10-8 of spades. I guess he just loves the suited one gappers. I was excited to play it.
You know they're a loose player when they love the suited one gappers.
Zhang is just a fun player.
500块吗？
说错500，说错
I feel like the beauty of these kinds of poker
500块就
events
直接换1000
are
了。
that there are so many different stages where you can like reason the energy levels. Right now, obviously, all of these guys are excited for the start of Triton ONE. 11 days, 14 different events. Second, like on day 3 of our broadcast, but second day of the 3K Genesis event, people are excited because they're in the money. And then they get excited when they get a bit close to the final table. There's so much excitement, especially in the beginning. Yeah, maybe after a week has gone by, there is some pain in the eyes of some.
But there's some very happy people.
Okay.
Beautiful. That's beautiful because it's suited.
Yeah. Ace King of Clubs for our chip leader. How? One of the biggest chip stacks of the field, obviously. Where is he currently on the leaderboard? He's got to be in the top 5, no?
Top 11.
Ah, okay. So we need to work on it. Zhang looks down at ace 5 of diamonds. Right now, by the way, 234 entries already to day 1A of the 3K QQPK Genesis event. Of course, we have day 1B starting at 6 as well for the folks who want to play a turbo. Or at least a faster format, not quite a turbo, I guess.
Yeah, he calls in the button, which is in line with when he had the ace-5 suited in the mystery hand, just flatting rather than 3-betting.
Those positions were a lot earlier, though, when he called with the ace-5. But this time on the button, Nevin Cheng looks down at a suited king. Oh, wow. Wrong moment.
Bye-bye chips.
Man, they really don't believe How. How never gets involved. Whenever he does get involved, he has it. And they keep on 3-betting him large.
Yeah, it's odd, right? Like, the guy that's playing a little bit more snug and you're just trying to attack him.
And look at it, the snap 4-bet as well to 186K. Where he's like, guys, I had it, I had it, I had it, and I have it again. Like, what are you doing?
Punished.
Man, if I was How, I'd be phoning like my wife, my girlfriend in the break and be like, this game is easy. They keep on bluffing into me. I keep on having it. You know, the man's got like 15% VPIP at best, but he's getting rewarded for all of his hands.
他直接完全不管我这个人了，他就直接干上去了。
As we are entering our first break of the day, we have a few more hands to go. Obviously, the breaks are going to be approximately 10 to 15 minutes. And then we'll continue with level 6 and 7, 5 and 6.
Yeah, we're finishing level 6 right now.
I could have kings. I could have kings or queens here. Since you don't care, all right.
我觉得不会走的。
哎呀，反正我的牌是见不到了。
So we're finishing level 6, so I guess the next block is going to be level 7, 8, and 9. So it's 2 hours of straight poker. That makes sense. 40-minute levels here at the opening day of the 3K QQPK Genesis event. Pan looks down at ace-queen offsuit. Oh, we're actually getting into our break real quick. Players are already getting up.
这个要摘掉吧。
Cheng looks down at ace, 3 of hearts. Oh, maybe we still get the hand that I have promised to you, Randy, as Cheng looks down at pocket queens.
This is the hand where queens we know is jammy, and I just don't see how Pan can fold ace-queen. It's what? 19 big blinds coming in?
Here we go. Chung gets the moment he's been waiting for. Pan is going to request a count immediately. There is Cheng to worry about, but...
I wouldn't worry about him.
No?
Guy just blasted 45K last hand, snap folded. All right, he's got dust.
Yeah, with the king 7.
And we also seen Chung put in another jam earlier. He mentioned king high, right? Like, how can you fold ace queen when the guy mentioned he had king high? But you kind of wish you did, because you're going to see pocket queens.
We are going to run it.
Help me block an ace.
Chung joined us a little bit later. That is indeed a... Well, it's not the zipper that's big, right? It's the... How do you call that part of the zipper?
Yeah. Who knows? But what do you get?
Oh. Flop comes king, queen, 5, all hearts. A set of queens for Chung. And Pan, well, he's going to unplug the mic as we are getting ready for our first break of the day. He is another believer in the running Jack 10. And he is drawing dead on the turn. The deuce of clubs eliminates the odds. Chung gets his double.
I can't believe it on the last hand before the break.
Long have we waited. We have announced it. We were anticipating it. But Chung gets his double. And that is going to do it, Randy, for the first 3 levels that we have covered. Of course, we'll continue the action together after a little break. But fun start of our day. Fun start of the 2nd edition ever of Triton ONE. We can't call it the inaugural event anymore, but we are live from the beautiful Lasai Casino in Jeju. Last time, when we were here in September, I said a couple of times that we were live from Seoul. We're most certainly not in Seoul. We're on a beautiful island, Jeju. It's great to be back. How have you enjoyed the first few levels, Randy?
Oh, it's been a lot of fun, right? You know, like, it's been a lot of different people putting on the moves. I feel like the story for me has just been Zhang over and over again. He's involved in all the different mystery hands. He's been making big all-ins as for value, and he's made big bets for bluffs too.
I feel like my biggest story is How. How just always has it, and nobody seems to believe that he has it. Has not done a single thing that's been out of line, has showed up with the goods continuously. He's playing like an absolute beast, and he's getting rewarded for it, but I don't know why they don't believe him. When will they believe him, Randy?
I mean, sometimes you just got to play solid, and you just get gifted chips over and over again.
I think overall it's been a fun start to the day. We're going to have a little break coming up in a bit. And after that, we'll be back. We have 3 more levels, Randy. And after that, you'll be gone for a little while. And later today, we'll announce the other commentators as well. We're going to have Griffin here. We're going to have Vidar. It's going to be a lot of fun. But for now, a 9-minute break. And after that, we'll be back with the first day, the opening day of Triton ONE, the 3K Genesis event brought to you guys by QQPK. We'll see you guys soon.
Every legend was once a beginner. Every pro starts with a single hand. Some begin at the highest stage.
Humphreys just won his fifth.
Some begin with a single table. Different beginnings, but the path forward remains the same. This is where new journey begins. QQPK, your new poker path.
There we go. That's the real reason. Uh-oh.
Our first mystery hand. 11 days of mystery hand. Let the guessing begin. Of course, we always enjoy it when you guys in the chat are guessing along with us.
Is it going to be our 2 favorite players, too?
Okay, we've not seen that much yet of Zhang, but I already feel it's going to be very difficult to put him on a hand. Aaron wakes up with ace-king offsuit, puts in the 3-bet to 25K. At this point, it could be anything.
It could be anything. But not 9-7 suited, I'll tell you that.
Maybe that was just not against Dominicus.
Oh.
So we're opening things up from the hijack. We get a 3-bet by Aaron on the button. Obviously, we're not familiar with maybe previous relations between Zhang and Aaron. If Zhang would know about Aaron what we knew, he may be playing this hand a little bit differently. Flop comes King 9 Deuce Rainbow.
I think he just did a backflip. Top pair, top kicker.
It's all about Zhang, Randy. He's a mystery hand. Not looking at his ace-king offsuit, flopping top pair, top kicker. That's not interesting. We're trying to figure out what Zhang has.
Well, I assume he's not just floating out here on a flop. Let's see. Hands I can call against a 15K bet. A lot of pocket pairs can continue. Obviously, any king, any 9, gut shots between, what, 10 and queen?
So far, I'm feeling pocket 10s. Ooh.
Okay.
Less likely right now, but that would be a very exciting turn card if we're having pocket 10s.
10 is a really tough card for Aaron because now he loses to 10-9 suited. That will call 3-bet, check call, pocket 10s like you just mentioned. Queen Jack gets there. There's still a lot of hands he can get value from, though. Worst kings. Jack 10. Well, hold on. What's that? Lead.
20K lead. I feel like it's very unlikely that we'd be leading with pocket 10s if we just drill the set on the turn. So I'm eliminating pocket 10s.
I'm eliminating it too. It kind of. I'm trying to think. What could it be? Like, if I put myself in his shoes and I have a hand like King Jack, King Queen, I don't think I want to be leading and allowing my opponent to raise and make a big pot. So it kind of strikes to me, maybe he's got like a Jack 10, maybe, a Queen 10. I'm not so sure at the moment.
Is there a world where we have deuces?
Possibly, but I would have preferred sizing up to allow myself the best chance to get all the chips in by the river. But then again, you know, I'm not familiar with his sizings.
Well, we are on the river. The river has revealed a 6 of hearts. You have to get your final guesses in, Randy. I guess we can at least take a little look at the action before we make our final guesses. And all in for 269K. It kind of screams pocket 9s, pocket 10s, or Queen Jack at this point, but do we believe him, Randy?
He's repping 2-pair plus. So at this point, he's not repping King Queen anymore or King Jack because when you do this play, you only get called by better. So that puts Aaron in a spot where, does my opponent have 2-pair plus? Does he lead 20K into me?
If I have to single out one hand right now, I'm going to put on the spot. I'm going pocket nines.
Pocket nines? I
Yeah.
think maybe 10-9. Pocket 10!
Oh, that was my original guess.
You backtrack. That's your problem. You're not
Yeah.
supposed to backtrack.
I felt he had tens on the flop for some reason. For absolutely no reason at all. I felt that he had pocket tens. But I didn't expect him to lead while drilling the set on the... It can get very cold over in Korea. Even if we're a little bit further south than Seoul or where the Winter Olympics were held in 2018. Another
Whoa.
mystery hand?
Oh.
Just like that.
It's my day. I love mystery hands.
I regret not sticking to the pocket tens.
Hey, look who's involved. Cards up for him this time. Zhang, ace-8.
Tricky to play ace-8. There are not many flops that get us very excited.
He's taking his sweet time.
30?
He grabbed more than 3K more.
3K with a 0. 3 bets to 30K. The idea here clearly to take it down pre. And
It is. Yeah. Ace-8's not really the type of hand I would have expected it with because, you know, you got the strongest kicker, the 8 button does open weaker 8s. You don't mind him hanging around, but, you know, he went for it. I'm going to put him on 10s.
Well, we're not going anywhere. To be expected, obviously, otherwise this would never be the mystery hand. So we make the call immediately. 65,000 chips to play for. Flop comes ace 9-10 with 2 diamonds.
He's got a
Zhang
set.
holding a diamond.
He's got a set.
No, but he could have queen jack.
I don't mind this check, mainly because it is difficult to kind of navigate with multiple streets. Maybe try to cool things down.
Check back.
So once he checks back, I actually discount a lot of the strongest hands that would have connected on that flop, like 10s, 9s, 10-9 suited, strong ace.
Is there a world where Wang is holding king-queen?
There definitely is a world. He can have hands like 10-jack. That probably would check back the flop and turn 2 pair. King-queen, of course, would be one of the strongest hands he could have in this spot.
Queen 10, I guess, is a possibility.
Yeah. The fact that he's betting makes me think he's unlikely to have a jack of a gut shot, like queen jack, king jack, queen 10. Those hands tend to want to just take the free card.
What if it's a complete airball and he's actually holding pocket 6s or pocket 7s?
Plausible, you know, because you know that hand will never win at showdown. But if you do attack with those hands, you probably need to do 2 bets just because this kind of board favors the 3-better to call at least 1 bet.
Ooh. Pocket 6s would be very good now, but I don't believe that back-to-back mystery hands play out in the same way with someone drilling a set on the turn or the river. Let's take a little look at the action here before we get our final guesses in. And of course, we always encourage all of you guys in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch or Kick, to play along with us.
You see this bet?
Tiny block bet.
This is very cute.
The tiniest of block bets.
On such an odd river, you know, one that doesn't change anything, and he just called a bet. He's basically screaming, I've got 1 pair, please don't raise. Because if he had a bigger hand, he probably would at least block that bigger, you know, if he was holding like an ace-queen.
Wang is deep in the tank. He's got 188K behind.
I mean, whether he's got it or not, it's just a spot where you just attack. You know? Like, how can you not?
Well, he is attacking. Bumps it up to 111,000, and it does not really feel like there is anything here for Zhang to do other than fold, but perhaps he can surprise us. So what's your final guess, Randy? Jack 10?
I think Jack 10 makes the most sense to me. Yeah, I'm going to go with Jack 10.
I'll just go King Queen.
Yeah.
Because then the check back on the flop makes a lot of sense to me, and then obviously we get very excited on the turn. We go massive on the river. knowing we have the stone cold nuts. It's a bit of a lame guess, I agree, but I'm going king queen.
I don't think it's a bluff.
No.
That's my read of it. But what you got?
King
Oh, it was a bluff.
jack.
Completely wrong because I did not expect it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the opening day of the second edition of Triton ONE. We are back. We have watched 3 levels of poker, 3 times 40 minutes. It's our opening event, the 3K Genesis event, brought to you guys, of course, by our title sponsor, QQPK. Randy, we're so back. Poker, cards are in the air. We've got Neil merch. It feels good, doesn't it?
It feels good, and to be back in the booth with you in our open event, and like usual, we just have so many new players having their debut on the feature table, making plays, and you know, Zeng, he was the guy that was involved in every pot.
Zhang gets a star. I haven't starred him yet in my app because I didn't have time to use my phone, but we'll most certainly keep track of him, and we'll talk you guys through. Obviously, Hal was the big winner of the previous segment. Just ran into him in the hallway. I wanted to strike up conversation. I was like, that was pretty good, but I was like, nah, I'll let him stay in his zone. Because you never know, because obviously we've had a bit of a delay. What if he just busted? And I was like, that went really well. And he's like, leave me alone, weirdo. I just ran into it. Kings versus aces. That would be the worst timing ever.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy, right?
That has happened before where I watched one of my friends play and I was like, oh, sick, nice double. And he's like, just busted. And I was like, oh, sorry, yeah, stream delay, it is what it is. But we will continue the action. The previous levels were 4, 5, and 6. In this upcoming block, we'll cover 7, 8, and 9. Of course, the starting stack today was 250k. Everyone can still enter or re-enter if they want, all the way up to level 10. As you guys take a look at the floor over here at the beautiful Les A Casino in Jeju. And I am excited for our next future table, because Randy, we've got at least 1 star on this future table.
That's right, at least 1 star. And I don't want to spoil it just yet. Let's just let it slowly reveal as we trickle in.
Okay, I will spoil it. You see him on the stream right now. There he is in the center, making his way over to the stage. It is Nacho Barbero.
That's right, Nacho Barbero. He's a character. Let's just say that. Loves to talk. Keeps it fun, plays a lot of cool hands.
A very experienced player, has gone viral for many different moments. He's, I feel, very well beloved in the world of poker, even way above like versus the diehard poker fans. I have a couple of StarCraft friends that watch the stream in the past, and they're like, oh, Nacho, I love that guy, he's so cool. I always root for him. So I feel like a lot of people will be very excited to watch Nacho Barbero play some poker here. The opening day of the second edition of Triton ONE. There he is. No Europeans. Where are my Europeans, Randy?
No, but you get an Argentinian.
Isn't it Argentine?
Oh.
I don't know. No, Argentinian sounds way better, mate.
I don't know, but he's up against a lot of different countries here on the east. Yuna from Japan.
Got another player from Hong Kong, Human Ma. We've got another Vietnamese player, a couple of Chinese players, and Yi Ho from Indonesia. If I see that correctly.
Is that the Indonesian flag or Singapore flag?
Yeah, you might be right. Actually, that might be Singapore. We'll double check that.
You know, I can. You can click their name and it'll tell you.
Yep.
What's it say? Singapore.
It is Singapore. I thought it was Indonesia.
You
Man, I
you're
cannot.
dirty.
I have made a mistake when it comes to flags before you made a mistake, Randy. But I know you'll catch up in the upcoming 11 days, so it's all good.
Well, give me the European flags.
I feel like you might even get Germany wrong.
Hey, man. That's true disrespect. Wait, you're German, aren't you?
No.
Oh, you're Dutch. Oh, God.
You know, one of my favorite poker memories is when I was in America and I got to play at the Lodge in Austin, and I was very excited over it just because I watched a lot of the poker bloggers and influencers play at the Lodge over the years. I was sitting next to a man from Texas, and he asked me where I was from. And I told him that I was Dutch. And he gave me like a 12-minute story on how his wife absolutely loves Denmark and how they're just the biggest fan of Denmark and how Copenhagen is one of their favorite cities. And I just couldn't intervene. But at one point I was like, but I'm Dutch. I'm not Danish. And he's like, oh. And then he just moved on. He had no interest in the Netherlands whatsoever, but he was a very big fan of Denmark.
Like, you couldn't tell me 12 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like he was annoyed that I didn't tell him sooner that Dutch did not mean I was from Denmark. But there is our man from Singapore, not Indonesia. And our Japanese, our first female on the future table, the Japanese player. Zhang here with King 9 of diamonds, taking it out with a win from Vietnam. 10-7 of hearts. How did we get here, Randy? I guess we opened things up from the button. It's acceptable with the suited 10-7.
That's right. Defend from the small blind. C-bet's not going to work against middle pair, I would imagine. Of course, you're a little worried about the ace, but you can't really call and just fold a pair outright.
Especially because we've got the backdoor diamonds to work with as well.
There you go. Or the backdoor 2 pair.
Did not count on it, but it is a thing. But it's actually a somewhat interesting card for the 10-7 as well, as 10-7 now improves at least to an open-ender.
I actually think there's a lot of merit to double barreling this 10-7. You've picked up the open-ender. You assume it's a clean win when you hit. And there's a lot of King X's that aren't really looking to call again. Because imagine if the King 9 was King 10, King Jack, King Queen. Do they really want to call twice?
Of course, the blinds have gone up after the break as well. We're now playing 3K, 6K. As the 35K bet feels large, and Zhang only working with 182K. Of course, we're not going anywhere with 2 pair, but wow, that was a big race.
Practically all in.
And quick as well.
Very quick.
We'll let go of the 10-7 rather quickly.
Yeah.
Obviously, the backdoor hearts were in play on the flop as well, but we did not get anything extra to get excited over. The 9 of hearts would have been a really exciting card. Cause then I don't believe that 10-7 goes anywhere, not even for that price. As the action will continue shortly. You guys can take a little look at some of the merch. Not all of it is on display in this lower third, but we've got caps, we've got beautiful t-shirts, hoodies, zip-up jackets. Also, windbreaker jackets. The windbreaker is very cool. I think that is one, Randy, that I will pick up on my way out. It just looks cool. It looks clean. Big fan of the dark blue color. We got spoiled already, guys. Opening day, well, even before the opening day, we got a nice bag with some hoodies and t-shirts. I on purposely left my suitcase somewhat empty because I knew I was going to bring home a lot of extra merch. Not just for myself, but also for some of my friends.
Likewise.
I mean, you're here for like a month. You had to bring a little more than I did, Randy. Well, I guess my stay is a lot longer than last time as well. You know, last time it was fun, but it was 7 days. Now it's 11 days of Triton ONE.
I hope it just gets bigger. More time with you, buddy.
Eventually, I'll be in Jeju for a month too. Maybe we should be looking at an apartment together.
Go half. It's a timeshare. 3 bet. Pocket queens.
Zhang looking for a hot start to this TV table after winning the previous hand with King 9. Now taking one down with queens, but it almost feels a little bit sad when you just take it down pre with queens. Queens is so pretty. It often takes a little while before you can look at hands that hot.
I mean,
you hope for a little extra.
So is that hoodie he's got there. That's some of the new merch.
Thank you.
I really like our hoodie from today as well. Obviously Triton ONE. I'm very happy with it. I think it's even better than the last one. Last time we had the Bash one, which was okay. This one is better.
I think this is an upgrade.
Yeah.
For
I
me.
also just like the colors. They work well together. I mean, the shirts last time were amazing. I really love the blue and orange shirt of Triton ONE. I saw a couple of the players wearing it today as well.
That's how you know, like, I've been here before.
Yeah. They were eager to get back. Our Singaporean looks down at pocket nines on the button. He's going to make it 12K, the min race. As Jinlong immediately announces, this is a man that we've seen before as well, 100%.
100%.
We covered him at the inaugural edition of Triton ONE last September.
Who's going to win this hand? Because you must be torn. You
mean,
must be torn.
you
Because we know we're going to see all 5 cards.
You know you get blessed by chat if you say, I kind of like pocket fours here, but Randy, no. I'll be honest, I'd rather be on the side of the pocket nines here. But if I would know my opponent had pocket fours, I'd be a little more wary than if they had pocket threes or pocket fives. Pocket fours just have history, especially in this building.
Well, 20% of time makes the set.
We could win with a flush. 2 spades.
Still can.
The backdoor flush dream is alive as the flop comes 10-7-7. Obviously with a 9, it's over immediately. Oh.
Don't do it.
The 4s pick up a lot of extra outs. Now any spade will get us there too. And of course the 2 red 4s is still good. Eugene Long looking for a 4 or a spade on the river. Does not get there. The 9s hold up. Little sad. You can tell all your friends that you're going to be on the future table and then 2 hands into the future table. You unfortunately bust with the hand that is not supposed to lose.
I mean, we didn't even get to solve the mystery of when we saw him before.
We can take a look at his profile. Well, I'll find him for you if you want. There's nothing you cannot find in the beautiful Triton Poker Plus app.
Is that good?
It is that good. Yeah, last time I was obviously talking a lot about the app and we were playing it up a little bit, but we do really love it that much because it really is that good. And I had a few StarCraft friends stop by during one of my StarCraft streams. And they're like, so about that app, everybody. I was like, guys, like, I know it sounded like I was shilling in a big way, but it really is that good. If you're a poker fan or you're looking to follow the journey of some of the players that you're invested in, it is legitimately the best way to keep track of everything that's happening. I'm excited to use it again. It's so fun when the festival is going on. I was even using it when I was watching you cover some of the tournaments over in the Bahamas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course, I kept track of a couple of the players and just see how they got their chips or how they lost their chips. It was fun. Even from home, I enjoyed using the app.
I mean, it's one of my most used apps when the Triton series is running.
It should be. Otherwise, we're not doing a very good job.
Well, 8s is doing a good job against ace-8 offsuit.
So, to the man who just busted, Eugene Long. We saw him last time at Triton ONE. He had a deep run in one of the 2K side events where he finished in 17th place. But we probably saw a little more of him in the 8K main event where he did finish in the money, cashed over 13,000, finished in 138th place. But I'm sure that he just was on the future table once or twice, and that's why we know him.
Ace-8. Gonna c-bet into the pocket 8s. Lovely board. Sure, there's the king out there, but is a paired texture.
Yeah, I expect Human Ma to stick along. And Eugene Long, you may have seen him as well in some of the other Triton events because he did not make his debut at Triton ONE. He actually played in Jeju in 2025 as well. And he cashed in a 30K, no limit 8-handed event for 74,000. And he also cashed in a 20K. So that man is no stranger to Jeju and Triton.
That's aggressive here, pocket 8s. Looking to find a moment. And the thing is, he is playing out of the big blind, so he doesn't want it to be one of those range c-bets that checks through and gets both a turn and river. He's just charging now.
Yeah, as I was covering the exit of the man that we just said goodbye to, I'm a little bit surprised to see Ma raise it up here with the 8s, but he's going to take it down. Believe that his 8s were good, and they most certainly were.
Yeah, the thing is, his hand is very vulnerable to a c-better. Maybe he's up against like Jack 10, and why give him a turn and a river? Let him kind of pay for it.
We have that jacket, no? The zip-up jacket. I believe that's one of the jackets we received.
That's right. Well,
are we going to rock it tomorrow?
Yeah, we could. We could.
We could go t-shirt and zip-up jacket.
Oh. Reveal 2 pieces of merch at the same time. You got a brain there.
Well, we can't only go zip-up jacket and no shirt, Randy.
I mean, I can.
I don't know if you can. I know I definitely can't, but it's just not that kind of a broadcast.
Ah, gotcha.
Very cool to see Nacho Barbero already join us on the very first day of Triton ONE. Knowing Nacho, he's going to stick around for the entirety of not just Triton ONE, but of course the Triton Super High Roller Series as well. That will start right after, or almost even during the very end of Triton ONE.
He's going to be here as many days as I am.
Yeah. Yuna from Japan looks down at King 5 offsuit. Small blind versus big blind. It's a 3x raise from the small blind.
And it makes sense. Small. He's out of position.
Sometimes it is easy to feel that they're just trying to steal your blind. And then even King 5, you're like, okay, I'm not loving it, but What do you think he would have done if it was King 5 suited? Do you think he would have thrown in some chippies?
I would think it's a mandatory call, just because you have position. Sure, it's a larger size due to the small blind raise, but yeah, nothing wrong with folding there.
No, it's just not really necessary to be battling that hard this early on. Also, second or third hand over at the future table. Take a little look at Yuna's profile over in the app, but don't think we saw her last time. Feel like we would have remembered. We did, of course, have a Japanese female winning one of the 2K side events last time around.
Yeah, maybe that's the inspiration
Yeah.
to see more females from Japan venturing out. Obviously, Japan is so close here to Jeju.
And not just that, they've got Shina Okamoto as well.
That's true. Lots of inspiration.
Yuna has never cashed in a Triton event, and I don't think she has ever entered. So she's making her debut here today. Welcome.
I hope Sheena shows up at some point.
I think she will. She was here last time for quite a few of the events.
I think she played the whole Triton ONE schedule.
And we've got a women's event. I mean, that's kind of mandatory for Sheena to show up and win, right?
She's like, nah, I'm done. Ace Jack. Let's see how Yuna plays.
Little below starting stack, 235k behind. Announces a raise to 35k. A little less than 6 big blinds.
I like it from the small blind. You know, flatting is certainly okay too, but then you can kind of take matters into your own hand. Hopefully take it down pre, if not, fall through some C-bets. And, you know, sure, 5s is slightly ahead now, but 5s is very hard to play in 3-bet pots if you don't flop a set.
Mm-hmm. I like it as well, Yuna. Let's see what the flop brings. It's a fair fight. $82k in the middle. A lot to play for. Flop comes a Jack 6-3 with 2 diamonds, I believe. 6 and 3 of diamonds. So top pair, top kicker for Yuna. We gotta be loving life here. We're 3-betting from the small blind with Ace Jack. We flop top top.
It's even better for her because Pocket Fives has a lot of excuses to continue against the C-bet. You know, a lot of hands at 3-bet and C-bet just whiff on Jack 6-3. You know, Ace King, Ace Queen, King Queens, Ace 5 suited. So I would expect 5s to want to kind of continue, especially
It is a big bet though.
Yeah, big bet's the troublesome part, but yeah, 3-2 diamond, 3-2 straight, and maybe the best hand. But I think it's the big sizing that scares them away.
Yeah, I think you're spot on because we're betting half pot there. It was 82k in the middle. We're betting 40, almost 7 big blinds. Because with the 5s, even if there are some exciting turn cards, like maybe the 4 of diamonds in particular is the most exciting one, outside of the 5, of course, then we're going to have to play for all of it. So do you then really want to play, pay 120k for an open-ender?
Right. So that's the thing why the half pot sizing wasn't necessarily optimal there for Yuna, because it was a good flop for 5s, but the sizing just got him a bit scared when she had everything. Top pair, top kicker.
Probably up to 24k. We expect the 5s to stick around.
That's right.
Yeah.
About quarter or third pot. You know, it seems like, it may sound like we're nitpicking, you know, when we go like 33% versus 50%, but it's actually quite massive because stack to pot ratio shrinks tremendously in 3-bet pots.
Half a mystery hand.
Well, yeah, and the button, so it's going to be hard to guess. It can be offsuit hands.
Could be a 10, could be a jack.
Could be ace, a 9.
Could be a black ace, yeah.
We just know it's not a deuce, a 3, a 4.
I feel like we'll never know because it's not a true mystery hand.
Come on.
I was going to go with the 10. Felt like a 10 of diamonds.
Suited, right?
Yeah. Back-to-back hands for Yuna. Always a great way to start a new block of poker. 3 levels, 3 times 40 minutes, so 2 hours of non-stop poker action for you guys at home. And this is going to be one hell of a month over at the Triton YouTube channel or the Twitch channel. It's pretty crazy that for a month straight, when you're grinding at home and you're playing your own tournaments online, you just have always live poker to watch on the side. How cool is that?
It's very cool. And like, I've got some people that I know, they play like home games back in Australia, and they're like, you know, I listen to your voice, you know, like watching back all the streams and stuff. So why not?
And Yuna is going for the hat trick. Obviously, no bounties in play in the tournament, but winning 3 hands in a row and some of the cash games that can give you a little extra. I'm going to make it 17k with the beautiful Jack 10 of diamonds. 9-7 offsuit is not good enough. The hat trick for Yuna.
You invented a new rule of poker. Well, maybe you win 3 in a row. You win 1 big blind from each player.
I mean, I feel like online you could experiment with that. In a live event, it gets a little messy. And you have all these like 1 big blinds flying around. Then we go back to the days where everybody had to put in their ante every single round. That was a bit of a mess.
What if we just like put everyone's name in a hat and pull one out? Like you just lose half your stack or something.
I don't know if that is a format that we are looking for at Triton ONE, but maybe in a different series, Randy. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a Macau flag.
Yep. It's a cool flag. Huh? I like this flag. I've still never gone to Macau, which makes me very sad.
No way. Seems like a place you would love.
I think I would love it, and I was very tempted to go in November, but the reason why I was going to go to China got postponed till January, and my January was so busy. So I was in Hangzhou, which is somewhat close to Macau, but couldn't find the time to commit. But I hope later this year, perhaps, I can make a visit once. Seems like Nacho Barbero is going to play his first hand. As a little below starting stack, 180k. He had a limp from the small blind with the King 8 offsuit. And Nacho will just check it.
Nacho seems to be bothered by something. I'm not sure what it is, but it's not his usual self as of late.
Flops a gut shot with 10-8. King 8 is still best, but not a dream flop for King 8 offsuit. Queen 4-9 rainbow.
8.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think it's a good bet.
Also because of the way that it went pre, right? There's a limp from the small blind. Then it always feels that the small blind is not that invested in the hand either, where it's just like... That's probably why he doesn't look very happy, Randy. Nacho letting us know he didn't remember how winning a hand felt like.
Yeah, I'm going to guess he's not on his first bullet.
I think perhaps he started off hot, and it's just been like that mental downswing. If you were at 500k and now you're back to below starting stack.
Up stuck.
Yeah. You're a little bit unhappy. I can take a little look at his history. That's the beauty, of course, of our app. There's a reason why we praise our app.
All right. Tell me.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. No, he did bust.
Yeah, come on. It was so obvious, wasn't it? How bad did he bust? Was it a brutal beat or anything? Or
well, he lost most of his chips, not in the hand where he busted, but a hand before. I'm trying to bring it up. He lost a lot with ace-king offsuit against pocket jacks. We went all in pre. I mean, can happen.
Lost a flip.
Yeah. And then later on, got eliminated with king 9 against ace-king and 5s.
Well, he's going to get a rebate because he's got pocket 7s against ace 4 suited. And jack 6 suited, too.
I feel like it's a little bit too early in the series to get upset, though.
In the 3K Genesis?
We're 3 hours into the 3K Genesis brought to you guys by QQPK. We're going to be here for a month. And we're like, man, I don't remember how it feels like to win a hand. It's like, I think we've done all right historically, Nacho. I think it's okay.
I mean, it can only go up from here. Checks around, 7 still the best hand, picks up an open-ended. However, jack 6 of hearts picks up the combo draw. Well, I would like to see him press here. Plenty of outs. Hopefully he can just take it down. But he doesn't bet. Definitely would have preferred to bet. Well, 7's in lead. 3 overs.
Nacho, a 4-time Triton champion. Last time, after Triton ONE finished up, stuck around for the High Roller Series over here in Jeju. And he won the 30k PLO No Limit for 646k. 16th overall on the all-time money list.
Do you think he's happy? Because he just won a pot.
Back-to-back hands even.
Back-to-back hands. Watch out now.
You guys are in sync.
Everyone loves winning back-to-back hands, Randy. It makes any sort of minor tilt go away immediately.
But what's the thing you called? The 3 in a row?
The hat trick.
The hat trick.
Yeah.
Maybe?
4 in a row is a quad kill.
A quad kill.
Yeah.
That sounds like something from CSGO. Is it?
No, I think it's more of like the MOBAs, like Dota, League of Legends.
Ah.
But I believe like originally it started off in like the Quake and Unreal days where you had the voice announcers whenever was somebody like had multiple kills in a row. And it's like you had this scary voiceover like dominating monster kill.
I used to play that back in the day, like Quake 2 or something like that.
I think that's what it started from, and the MOBAs kind of took it over. Ace 9 of diamonds, Queen Jack of diamonds, and then Ace 4 of spades for Ma. How do you rate Ma's head? I'm a fan.
Looks like he's about to go fishing. You know? They can go fishing out here in Jeju.
Oh, most certainly. I mean, we're on an island. He can go in any direction, and he will end up in a place where he can go fishing.
So he checks out.
Flop comes deuce 4-5, a rainbow. Would almost say Ma surprisingly flops best, but I don't know if it's that surprising, but it's still a little surprising.
Yeah, helps. No betting so far.
Frustrating flop for our man from Singapore. Queen Jack of diamonds. You just kind of get excited to play that multi-way.
No backdoor.
Yeah. You envision all the dream boards. You're like, oh, this is going to be big, right? What will I end up with? Top pair, top 2, open ender, queen high flush draw. And then the board is deuce 4-5 rainbow. You're like, well, got backdoor diamonds, which we know would be disastrous for him.
So Ace 9 is sticking around against the 15K bet just on the strength of Ace 9 and a little gut shot.
Yeah, we have a gut shot, right? Perhaps praying for a 3 or hoping that the ace is good. And the river is an 8. Oh, I wonder. I feel like if Ma thought he was good on the turn, he's probably still good on the river.
He probably still is, but I actually still prefer checking and maybe calling a bet to try to keep busted hearts honest. I feel like there's more value there than betting yourself hoping to get called by ace high on 2 streets, but he's going to go for that bet. But you can see that he's certainly sizing down to try to get that kind of hand to call.
That's 25K. Wow.
Oh, that's more than 1 chip, isn't it?
Yeah. I thought for a split second it was a min click, like up to 50, but he makes it 75. That's an interesting raise by Zhang.
Wow.
Felt like it came out of nowhere, but I guess we called on the turn to always try to steal it on the river.
The truth is, it is a bit out of nowhere. He's reading the 25K bet as a block bet, which it is, right? Given it was probably 80K or so. Now what does he do?
Seems
What
like
a pot!
Yeah. Ma makes the call, and he actually takes down a big one with ace 4 of spades. Good call on the river.
Real in that pot. You caught one.
One of these spots that got so much bigger than we ever thought it would be, but ace 4 takes it down. And
It felt like a small pot was coming, huh? Out of nowhere.
And maybe that little lead on the river, the 25K, got paid off in a big way in the end.
You know what? I would have won a lot less because I would have checked and the ace 9 would have just checked it back. Congrats, my man.
Ma now playing over 500,000 chips. I do believe that we had our first players closing in on 1 million, as I'm going to go back to the leaderboard in our app. We take a little look. I believe we had a man from Spain leading the charge a while ago. I'm stuck in my search for Eugene Long, who did re-enter, by the way.
Okay.
We do have our first man breaking the 1 million chip barrier.
Who is it?
It is Thomas, Pierre, Jean, Bruno, Etienne. We'll just go with Thomas from France.
You just said like 5 words, man.
Yeah, that's his name. Thomas, Pierre, Jean, Bruno, Etienne.
This is the longest name I've ever seen in Triton Poker Plus app. Are you serious?
It goes all the way from his picture to his chip count. Like, that's how long his name is. I think we can just call him Thomas. But Thomas from France is our first player with over 1 million chips. 4x starting stack. What do you think is a good chip count to end the day with? I feel like we could obviously think back of last year. Is it like 700K, a little over 2x starting stack, 800K?
Well, let's see. They're playing down to what, 16%
Percent of the field.
And is that in the money? Do we know?
Yes.
It is in the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty reasonable.
Maybe.
Can't really do the quick math, to be honest.
259 entries. I might actually have to look for a bit over 1 million towards the end of the day. And I think that the biggest stacks are going to be like over 3 million, maybe even 4. We have many hours of poker to go. As our man from Hong Kong has made the call, excuse me, from Macau, with pocket 5s. Nacho Barbero opening things up with Queen Jack offsuit. Queen Jack flops best on Queen 7-9 with 2 clubs.
He's going to win another pot. Let's put a smile on that face.
What do you make of the call with 4 deuce? It is suited in the big blind. We're closing the action. You okay with it?
Yeah, certainly. Especially with the big stack he's got. He can speculate. Offsuit, I wouldn't, but suited, can always make a case.
When check, check, check on the flop. I know the ace of diamonds is a bit of a scare card on the turn.
Yeah, it's not good for Nacho, but he is the pre-flop raiser, so he has a lot of ace-x in his range, so it's unlikely one of the other players will be stabbing.
We continue checking. 6 checks in a row. Make it 7. That's 4 high. Not going to do it. Hudong from Vietnam playing the board. Are we really going to have 9 checks in a row?
9 checks. Yep.
Friendly pot. Checks to the river.
There we go.
Nobody bets. It's okay. You can never be too careful, you know.
This is the Nacho we know.
All it took was to win 3 tiny pots. But he has chipped up a little bit, because I believe when we started this segment, Nacho was working with 180 or 190k, and he's now already chipped up to 275k above starting stack. So perhaps we'll see a little more smiles and happiness and banter coming out of Nacho. Yuna.
Oh, yeah.
Gets full with 2 Yuna on the button. She looks down at a 7-4 offsuit. He's going to open it to 12k, and she will take it down. She continues to win her hands.
The button raise 7-4. You know it's a sign when someone's willing to open that they're not going to get run over, you know?
Everyone giving her a lot of credit. Working with a little over 300k. Our second biggest stack of the field after Thomas is also European. It is Ender Valinas from Spain.
No, he's a good player.
Hey, is this live? Oh, he's on the same table as one of my favorites, Steven Song.
Steven Song's here, huh?
Yeah, he's here. He's in the field. He doesn't have a lot of chips. 71k right now. But it's early. Day 1 of Triton ONE. Very cool to have Steven Song already here.
He has a star, right?
Oh, of course. That man has had a lot of success on this island. Not necessarily last time during Triton ONE. We obviously hyped him up quite a bit. We followed him, and we got to see a little bit of him. But there was another tournament series a couple months prior to Triton ONE where Steven Song, I think, had the best week of his life. The man could not lose a hand. It was ridiculous. We've got a all-in pocket 7s. This would be a rough spot to call with 6s.
Yeah, it's a bit rich, isn't it? 6k big blind, 25 big blinds or so.
Yeah,
I like folding.
I think he will fold.
And he also raised some early positions, so the jams tend to be a little bit more snug.
I still have to worry about Yuna. I was going to act behind him, but Yuna will let go of her suited king. So the 7s of Zhang that were best will take it down. Zhang may be a tiny bit upset of that move with ace-9, I believe, earlier, not working out, getting called by Ma on the river with ace-4 on that 8-8-4 5-deuce board or whatever it was. But yeah, very cool to already have Steven Song playing here, opening day. We're going to see a lot of him this week, I am certain. That man, first Triton ONE didn't really go his way, but he is a player, Randy.
I've got a lot of history with that man. He's ruined my dreams as well. But I knew the first time I played with him, like, he was going to be a phenom. But what's the O for?
Sorry, I got really excited because we have a new name breaking into the top 10 of the leaderboard right now. And the man, no longer the mystery German, Joshua Gabisa.
Oh, he's here.
Opening he's here playing the 3K Genesis. Joshua Gabisa, of course, the winner of the first ever Triton ONE main event last time around. An amazing final table, a great heads up with Punat Punsuri back then. Welcome back, Joshua. And he's off to a hot start, 830,000 chips.
I'm happy to follow his story, as you guys should, in that Triton Poker Plus app.
Super nice guy as well. I ran into him back then in the hallway. He struck up a little conversation with me. Of course, he was very happy. You know, he was buzzing. He won the Triton ONE. He's like, "Oh, you're the commentator, right?" He's like, "Yeah, my family was watching from home, and they thought it was so cool how you kept referring to me as the mystery German, but you were hyping up my story. They loved it." It was a super fun interaction. I guess almost every interaction ever with a tournament winner is going to be pleasant, because no one should ever be in a bad mood after winning the Triton ONE main event.
But Gabisa was the one where, like, he never was on the featured table, right?
Exactly.
Until the final table.
I kept mentioning him, and he was never on the future table. When he was finally on there, the table broke after like a double bust out, 3 hands in, and then he got moved to the side table again. And yeah, he was one of the biggest stacks for a while. At one point, lost most of his chips, and I believe that he hit a 9 or something on the turn against a Moroccan player back then when we were down to the final 20. And that truly was the key hand in him winning the main event. We didn't cover that hand live, but I saw it later in the app, and we saw the reactions from the outer table. We're like, oh, something big must have happened there. That's obviously late stage tournament drama. These are the opening levels of our opening event, the 3K Genesis, brought to you guys by QQPK, our title sponsor for the entire Triton ONE. I did have the feeling that we were going to see him obviously try to defend his title of the Triton ONE main event, but I figured that he would show up early. But
yeah, he's not going to just show up for the main, and he's playing all of it.
I think a lot of poker players will be very superstitious too of a place where it's like, oh, this place is good to me. That's probably the biggest success of his career so far.
16.
As it gets folded to Nacho Barbero in the small blind, who looks down at pocket tens. Unfortunately for Nacho, man luck has absolutely nothing in the big blind. Maybe he wants to battle with Nacho just because it's Nacho, but there's really no reason to get out of line with the 3-deuce. Messi.
I only win and try to
soccer.
Oh my god, no, Randy. I know that you're not that good with the sport references, but come on, you're familiar with Messi, right?
Yeah,
Lionel Messi, if you want to call him.
Good soccer player.
And do you know what number he wears?
Oh, I assume it's 10-10.
Well, it's just 10.
He's got pocket 10s on his back.
No, that would be a cool jersey, and I would buy it immediately. But yes, Messi is the legendary number 10 from Argentina.
I've never watched a single soccer game in my life.
Well, it's the reigning world champions of the FIFA World Cup. They won 4 years ago in Qatar. They have a chance to defend their title upcoming summer. Once every 4 years is the World Cup.
Oh, cool. Okay. Once every 4 years also February 29th. I don't talk about that all the time.
Well, you would if you were born on it.
It's funny, my nephew is born on the 29th.
Couple of decent hands here. And I believe Nacho let go of ace-10, if I saw that correctly. Good fold. Yuna is the one who started things off with ace-jack offsuit. Zhang came along for the ride with queen-10 of clubs. And we've got our man from Singapore, John G. Ho, with pocket eights. That's an action flop.
That's trip queens against a queens and jacks of ace kicker. That's a lot of trouble for Yuna.
It is 4 ways, so you will always be worried that someone could potentially have a queen.
You will be worried, so it's not like one of those boards where you just lose a ton of chips, but you are basically compelled to have to continue for usually 2 bets. Eights is actually the one that's going to be stabbing, so he's getting in trouble.
Ma will get out of the way real quick with his 9-4. This is a difficult spot for Yuna, especially because there is a player to worry about behind her, but that player has checked on the flop. So we're going to make the call with ace-jack. Zhang, of course, is not going anywhere. And he's wondering if this is his moment to get some of those chips back. He lost earlier with that failed bluff on the river with ace-9 against ace-4. very tiny raise. Raises it up to 26K.
He's basically saying, can someone just not fold their jack? But the thing is, I just truly do not believe he is ever bluffing for this sizing as played. This would be an amazing fold of ace jack, but it might seem necessary. But sometimes you tell yourself the story like, what if they're doing it with king jack? Then I can't fold this hand. So it's usually one of those call any further bet, I'm out.
And now we're going to check on almost every single turn card. And then it's very likely that Zhang is going to fire again, but this time a bit bigger, as the pot has now increased to 120K. It's going to be like 40, 44.
I don't think he should go more than that, because it's just so likely you're up against a jack, and a jack is drawing dead. He's gone even smaller.
Wow.
This is like actually very smart, because he knows that if the jack is faced against a big bet, they probably just goes away.
We have found our first milkman over here in Jeju. Some next level milking here. 16K. The gray ones are 25Ks. It's really the idea that Yuna may feel as he changes her mind.
Yeah,
Those
this is
are
right.
calling chips. Let's see what the river brings us. The river is in not a 3. Queen, queen, jack, 3-3 is our full board. Yuna will check once more. And Zhang's got to be looking for a little more.
I would send another order of milk, like
25? Yep.
yeah. It's right, though, because your opponent is only going to call for jack.
Yeah.
And if you make it any more, you're probably not going to get called, and played to perfection, honestly.
Yeah. Absolutely got max value there. Flopping trip queens 4 ways going to the flop. And gets a lot of his chips back that he lost earlier. Well done. Nice hand by Zhang. Went very small on the turn, but
Bigger problem.
kind of set him up perfectly for a slightly larger bet that was almost always going to get called on the river. I think Nacho just confirmed that Yuna had a jack.
You have queen 9.
I think that hand showcases that you don't always necessarily need to play for stacks, because those sizings there with the turn raise and river bet just accrued him those extra big blinds that are going to be necessary to navigate what is likely to a very large field going forward.
Yep. We have 193 live runners, 271 entries so far. This is day 1A of the 3K QQPK Genesis opening event of a Triton ONE. We've got a day 1B starting at 6 p.m. I don't know what the time is. It is 6 p.m., so maybe it's already on the way in one of the side rooms here over in the beautiful Les A Casino in Jeju. And of course, tomorrow we'll run it back with the exact same broadcast. Day 1C, we'll start things off at level 4.
Groundhog Day.
Why is it Groundhog Day?
You don't know Groundhog Day?
I know it's a movie.
Oh, the guy has to relive the moment relive the same day every single day, and then just has to, like, you know, change things up. Maybe raise aces instead of limping. See what changes. How does he get out?
Not showing Yuna going at it. 10-6 offsuit versus King Jack offsuit on 9-5-4 with 2 hearts. Nacho is going to take another one down. He's finding his way back up. It's been a successful little mini stint so far over at the future table for Nacho Barbero. We've got a nil chip leader in the field. It is Xu Yang from China, over 1.2 million chips now, Randy.
1.2.
Just won a big hand with Queen 9 versus Ace King. What a man.
Just want to point out, you got a little love in the chat. Apparently you are the legendary Protoss player. That sound about accurate? You
No.
pylon rushing people or something? That's
Giving me way too many props there. I have definitely played a lot of Protoss, but I would never go as far as calling myself a legendary Protoss player. But that is correct. That is the race that I play. But I've mostly obviously focused on commentating and creating content, if we can call streaming on Twitch creating content, which it is. But you know, to me, it's always just been a lifestyle. It's not really, oh, I identify as a content creator. I just go live, I play games, and I hype people up. I give commentary on the tournaments.
Well, give some comments about the limping from Pocket 10s first. Interesting, huh?
That is surprising. But what about Yuna with the beautiful Jack 10 of diamonds, putting in a big 3-bet after Nacho also called from the hijack with 6-3 of diamonds. That one may be on the looser side of things.
Look at this, the limp jam. This is the second time, different player, of course, where we've seen the undergun player limp and they came up with aggressive action. You know, aces before, for a man before. And Yuna's going to be like, why did I blow this pot up to 30K?
Yeah. Always stings a little when you've got such a pretty and fun hand like Jack 10 of diamonds.
He showed the 10s, by the way.
You saw the lead?
Kind of wish he left those cards
I'm
down.
very good baccarat player. I limp baccarat hand.
Natural 9, baby.
Yes, that's right. I was thinking, I was like, what will we have again? But 6-3. It's never been my game. I'm not a very big fan of it. I'm surprised by how popular it is around the world. And I know especially in Asia, but even in America, I feel like it is very popular. I was like, there's just really not a whole lot to that game.
South
It's
America. Here,
popular
not
when you bet enough money because you get to bend the cards.
Yeah, I know you can peel them and throw them out, but I've never liked that either, even though I know they only use them once and it's fine. Yes, it's not my game, I don't know. I feel like then you may as well play War. I don't know if you're familiar with War.
Oh, yeah, I've played some War in my time, Casino War.
It's very silly, but it's like Baccarat, but then with one card. You know.
I thought I figured the game out. I was in university. Rough times, man.
But you've lived and learned.
Yeah.
And look at where you are now.
I didn't even know the odds. I didn't just understand. Because you know when you get the same card versus the same card, you have to like put in an extra bet.
Yeah, you have to double down.
And then you're like paying more money to win less.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that when I was in college. That's why math didn't work out.
Look at this, by the way. Big 3-bet with 8-7 of hearts by Hu Dong from Vietnam.
This is lovely. Obviously very well disguised if it happens to go to a flop and then comes your texture. But just a winner right away. That's ideal.
Very difficult to play those hands. Ace-9 offsuit there. Calling is not really an option. Raising seems very reckless and unnecessary this early on. Yeah, nice spot. That's kind of how I busted the last time I played live poker in Vegas. I was so tight and carded for a little while. We're down to like 15. The only 12 got paid. I was like, all right, this is my moment. 8-7 suited under the gun. Got called by 2 people. I was like, guys, I haven't played a hand in forever.
Yeah.
I did turn the open-ended straight draw with the flush draw on the turn.
Oh, for Max Payne.
Yeah, exactly. That's what someone said at the table. They're like, "Oh, come on, they had to do you like that." I was like, "Yeah." You have no hope, and then you have all the hope, and then time to pack your bags.
It's like you get up from your seat, sit back down, and get back up.
Yeah, straight to war.
Straight to Casino War.
Ma, after things did not work out with the ace-9 offset, looks down at pocket 5s. Min raises to 16. Wow.
Aggressive.
Yeah. Still decent stack by Yuna, right? It's over 20 bigs. 22 big blinds in total. King Jack offsuit. Yuna's not afraid to bust. 22 big blinds with King Jack offsuit.
Look, she's clearly here to play. We've seen her open 7-4 offsuit in the button. Like, let's just try to spin up a stack. Hopefully take it down pre.
She's getting involved.
Oh, she's giving us the stare. Straight to the camera. She saw my soul.
I feel like I just revealed all my secrets to you.
Yeah.
Ah, pretty cool play. For her first ever Triton event, because I believe we checked her profile out earlier, and is making her debut at a Triton or a Triton ONE event. Definitely not afraid to get involved. It's been active. It's definitely like not a bad play, but it's not a play that people that truly cherish their tournament life would make this early. And if you're down to like 12 or 13 big blinds, it's slightly different if you feel like the chip leader is just opening any two. But 22 big blinds is a serious amount of chips for King Jack.
Yeah, I think like in the hands of different operators, we might see a different sequence. But ace
Oh.
queen suited, that's a repeat.
Yeah.
All in. Let's go.
And this time Ma's going to run it because Ma lost with ace-9, Ma lost with 5s, and now Ma had enough. With 10s, he's not going anywhere. And we will most certainly go for it. I didn't see any aces or queens get folded here. Ma makes a very quick call. Ace, a queen suited. If you're Ma, you're probably like a little bit triggered. You're like, oh, come on. Like, you're going to tell me you had that last hand as well? Was it that good? Technically, same scenario, 2 overs against the pocket pair, but the 10's a lot prettier than the 5s.
Pick a hand,
444,000 chips in the middle.
1K dollars. Yeah, degenerate like me. I love it. Oh, you were dead. You were dead.
Flop comes Jack 7 deuce with 2 hearts. No help for Yuna, who's looking for an ace or a queen only. Does not pick up any additional outs on the turn. Got 6 of them, Randy. Do we believe?
Does she believe?
I feel like Yuna would always believe in a beautiful ace queen suited.
Nah, not this time.
Not this time. As the 3 is no good. Ma gets not a full double, but a significant increase to his stack. Now over 600,000 chips. And unfortunately for now, we'll say goodbye to Yuna. But I have the feeling that is not the last time we'll see her. If she's willing to ship 22 bigs with King Jack, I think she's here to play a serious amount of poker, Randy.
Yeah, I think she'll be back, but no problem. Taking a little breather. Sayonara for now. Oh, she just almost tripped over.
I'm glad that ended well. So Ma, after a couple of frustrating hands, gets rewarded in a big way. The 10s hold against ace queen. Doesn't look too thrilled. Maybe he enjoyed having Yuna as his neighbor.
Yeah.
He's like, you never know what I get now.
Let's put a big stack.
So Hudong looks down at ace, king, offsuit. If you guys are enjoying the stream, whether it's on YouTube or Kick or Twitch, of course, you guys can always subscribe or follow. Technically on Twitch we don't subscribe. Well, you can subscribe, but that is a pay model and you don't have to. You can follow the channel for free. On YouTube, of course, you can subscribe. Or give it a thumbs up, that works as well.
Yeah, any kind of action to help us out.
Here's the first days of basically 28 days of poker broadcasting coming your way on these channels. 11 days of Triton ONE, 14 different championships. There's a couple of qualifiers running here as well for the main. And after 14 days of the second ever edition of Triton ONE, it will lead straight into the Triton Super High Roller Series. Of course, here live from Jeju as well.
Thank you.
Queen Jack flops backs. Jack 9-4 Rainbow. John G. Ho. We haven't seen too much of him yet. We'll see some of it right here.
Yeah, and he's probably going to get looked up for this 11K sizing. Nut, no pair.
Yin Chi.
Tiny bet, of course. Hello.
Hi there. Trip jacks for Yi Ho. Gets the check mark on the turn against ace king. It's hard to do.
It's hard to do. I'm curious to see if he goes for bigger sizing, because you kind of want to build a pot, but then again, your opponent often has a weak hand when they go for check call. He checks it back.
I think it's kind of cute, actually. I like it. Unfortunately for him, his opponent does not improve, but with ace king, if it goes check on this turn here with the 3 of diamonds rolling off on the river, I might actually think that my ace king is still best here.
And it's going to be because of that turn check, because you would always expect someone want to build a pot with deep stacks, and ace king might be curious, not going to lie.
Could be a bit worried about the 9. He's probably more worried about the 9 than he is worried about the jack at this point.
That's right. It looks like a value bet from like a 10-9, 9-8.
The bet is relatively small, 20K, and will get paid off. Hudong was probably hoping to see an ace or a king on the river, but that would have been bad news. He would have to pay off a whole lot more.
Yeah, I think if it was an ace or a king, he wouldn't go for a tiny bet.
No, he would size up.
It's all about ranging your opponent and then betting accordingly.
Nice little W there for the man from Singapore. As we're obviously waiting to fill this table up a little bit. Right now only 6 players over at our future table. Some short-handed poker.
I like short-handed poker. Does he like Queen 9 offsuit? Nope.
I was thinking of it. Nacho Barbera will definitely love the 7-5 suited though. On the button, gets folded to him. Ma looks down at King 8 offsuit. I have the feeling we're gonna defend.
He's got the chips to do so with. Those are unit chips.
Freshly earned. Flop comes 8, 6, deuce, all diamonds. Our first monotone board of the day. That is a bit of an action flop, even though Nacho Barbera obviously does not hold a diamond. Does flop the open-ender. Meanwhile, Ma flops top pair and a king-high flush draw. That's like way better than you ever expect when you're defending king 8 offsuit in the big blind. You're like, all right, it's going to be probably an annoying hand. You're like, oh, you said hello there to the 3rd jack, but hello there to this flop.
I mean, for not flopping, for not flopping like 2 pair plus, this is amazing. Yeah. Top pair, king high flush draw. His opponent's betting into you.
40.
Playing it fast. Not just like, seriously, buddy?
Yeah. Nacho bets 15K. Ma immediately makes the price of poker go up to 40.
Drawing here is dangerous because obviously some of your outs brings in the 4th diamond.
Nacho is a man who has played a lot of PLO in his life, has obviously won a Triton championship in PLO too, and he should know the dangers of drawing to a hand could be drawing that.
That's right, in case he is up against a flush too.
Yeah. Good fold. I think it's a solid fold. If we have 1 diamond or the board only has 2 diamonds, I think there is a lot of reason to continue there and peel. But on the monotone board, not holding a diamond, even if you have nothing at this point, but then even if you hit your straight, you just don't know.
Yeah, because a lot of the made hands are willing to check raise on monotone textures are flop flushes.
Nacho apparently even won 2 titles over in PLO events at Triton. I know he won 1 last year. I watched that one. You were doing some commentary on that. You have no idea how jealous I was, because that was right after Triton 1. And I was like, look at Henry and Nano getting so fortunate having some PLO fun over here.
Well, you don't enjoy the no limit hold'em?
I most certainly enjoy the no limit hold'em. It's just cool to see these guys play PLO.
This is a cool raise, isn't it? +1 of king 5 offsuit, 2.5x. This seems uncharacteristic from him, right?
Well, Zeng likes action. I feel like he is an action player.
Well, I can see that.
Isn't he? He's the man who made the race as well with the ace-9 on the river against the ace-4 of Ma.
You're right. And he also limp jammed the 10s under the gun.
Yeah. He's showing us just a little bit of everything, so no one can get a read on him.
Showing off that hoodie, too.
Maybe that's why he got that hoodie, because he's like, if I get this hoodie, the hoodie looks good. A lot of other players in this venue will get this hoodie. No one can get a read on me. I'm going to be wild, unpredictable, and I'm going to dress like the rest.
That's right.
And I wear a face mask. No one knows me.
And I get pocket kings next hand.
Under the gun.
Yeah, he doesn't limp.
Oh. Well, that is our first proper setup of the day, what it feels like. We've had a couple of fair fights where we knew it was going to go in. And this is a very unfortunate moment for Yeeho to look down at pocket jacks under the gun +1 as well.
I think he always loses all of his chips here.
Yeah.
Sure, it's early, it's under the gun versus +1, but the thing is, Zhang has limp jammed and showed pocket 10s to the whole table. So, how could you ever fold jacks to aggression? You know what I mean? And there's the jam.
Yeah, it's a little over starting stack. what Jeju has behind, but the starting stack is now only worth a little over 30 big blinds. You're not absolutely loving it, but it kind of feels like this is a mandatory call with jacks. As Alex would say, it's just too much hand to let go of.
Yeah, I'm in there.
Yeah. He is giving it some real thought, though.
It'd be amazing if you could fold jacks. But the guy has shown a lot of signs where you need to call. I know, yes, he is way behind, but he could be up against ace-king.
I'll be honest, even if he didn't show me all those signs, I would probably still be pretty excited to call here with jacks.
True that, I would have called already, to be honest. Might be at the registration desk.
Well, he might just find a third jack. Didn't he just find a third jack on the turn?
True. Can he hook it?
Can he do it once more? You know how we call the pocket jacks, right?
Jiggity, jiggity.
There you go.
Pocket jiggities, right?
Yeah.
To be precise. Is it the Brad Owen?
Mm-hmm. You learn so quickly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
He's folding.
my God. You
What
man.
a fold.
Well deserved.
That is the fold of the day so far. I think he let him know that he had jacks as well. Zhang's just like, uh-huh. That doesn't mean I'm going to tell you what I had.
He found the possible in the impossible.
That is an impressive fold. Texting his friend is like, please let me know if that was a good fold or not. Like in 30 minutes, you can let me know.
You folded what?
That's a great fold. Well done. Speaking of earning a star in the Triton Poker Plus app. I mean, I don't know if you get there by folding jacks, but this time around, most certainly you do. That's impressive. It's funny when, even when you make a really good fold, it still never feels as good as even winning a small pot. But and also you don't get the immediate satisfaction.
Right now, he's still pretty upset, right?
Yeah, of course. We had a new player join our table. Why? He's going to send it immediately, shipping it with ace-8 offsuit. Hudong looks down at king-10 of spades.
Whoa.
Makes the call from the small blind.
That's loose, right? 15 bigs?
Especially with a player to worry behind him, but makes the call. I mean, doesn't get it in bad. It's not ahead either. He's just here to play some poker.
There we go.
The man needs a thrill.
Could just go to the theme park that's around the corner.
Maybe he feels that the new players are cursed. The moment they sit down, wow, that's a exciting flop for king 10. Wei does make a top pair, top kicker with ace-8, but that doesn't change a whole lot for Hudong, who had to hit, still needs to hit, but he's got a lot of extra outs. It's not over yet, because obviously, yeah, we can still make a full house with ace-8. But you're not loving life now. The king high flush is good on the turn. And the river is safe. King 10. The man had a feeling from the small blind. Made a quick call as well. It's not even that he was deep in the tank and he thought about it for a while.
He's an action junkie.
I think he just picked up on the fact that people who join later, like 20, 30 minutes into the future table, they tend to bust, especially if they're shorter stacks. And he's like, this is my moment to shine.
So the stars were aligned, constellation reading or something?
That was like the second hand that we saw of Le Huai as well. He just joined, like literally just joined.
I know. He's got to be disappointed. He's probably going to mash on his phone like this guy just called me with king 10 suited and hit a flush.
Then again, he had the ace-8 offsuit.
True.
I'd be more annoyed if I had ace-queen suited there or, you know.
Fair.
A slightly more beautiful ace. Yes, we are ahead, but... 40-minute levels once more, the opening day of this 3K Genesis opening event of Triton ONE. We've got 11 days of Triton ONE to look forward to. This time around, not 3, but 4 commentators will be joining you guys in this booth. We've got Vider, who's making his first appearance after the next break. And later today, we've got legendary Counter-Strike pro and all-right poker player, Griffin Benjer as well. I'm going to hype up his CS career. But to be fair, it is a very impressive career. I have to give it to Griffin. That man has a very cool life story. Two beautiful hands going at it. The man who just folded pocket jacks correctly. What a fold that was. Yeehaw with the 10-8 of diamonds here. He's got a lot of backdoors, but that's about it. Versus Hudong, King Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, I don't think 10-8 suited is going to be able to see a turn card.
What if we bet 8K?
22.
That sound like 8K to you?
It sounded like 22. And I don't know about you, but I would have folded by now. Did you get that reference? Taylor Swift song. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. No?
Oh, I get it now after you told me the whole line. But, cool, cool.
22 gets it done for Hudong. Not the most pretty flop for him to look at with King Queen of Hearts.
You've got great taste in music, by the way.
I never said I was a Taylor Swift song, but this is one of these songs that you can't escape from. Yes, I believe that this level has ended, which means we're going to get ready for the next level. We'll use this moment to give a big shout out to our title sponsor, QQPK, the title sponsor of Triton ONE, supporting the game at the highest level and bringing action to poker fans all around the world. You know it, Randy. QQPK, your new poker path.
That's right. Shout out.
They'll be getting a lot of shout-outs from us throughout this week. Obviously, last time, we had a great time. Inaugural edition of Triton ONE. Just September, by the way. It's not even like a year ago. It's actually like somewhat recent. It's only been like 7 months, give or take.
Was it?
Yeah, it was September. Like September 2nd till September 8th last time around. 7 days, 10 events back then. This time, we have expanded to 11 days and 14 events. I believe... I know this is going to be a hot take, but I believe that we'll have either somebody win an event this time around that won one of the first 10 events at the inaugural edition, or we have someone win 2 Triton ONE events.
You believe it?
Yeah, I generally believe it. So I'm expanding like towards the Triton ONE winners as well.
Yeah.
But I believe one of the 2 is going to happen. And looking at the current chip leader, well, he's not quite a chip leader, but Joshua Gavisa, 1.1 million. Not so mystery German anymore. He could very well be the one. Wouldn't that be sick, by the way, after winning the Triton ONE main event, immediately winning the opening event of the 2nd edition of Triton ONE?
Yeah, that would be quite amazing.
That'd be a story.
It'll be a story that he would love to hear. Not much in this story. Both players with rubbish.
Or perhaps it will be Sasaki Yoko, who was our Japanese female player who won one of the 2K side events in the opening edition of Triton ONE. He could maybe win the women's event.
Yeah, that's a lot better chances in terms of odds.
Hey, Joshua Gavisa is great.
He's all right.
No, he was great. We've got Yiho and Nacho Barbero going at it, but 2 very ugly hands in a relatively small pot. Jack 6 offsuit against Queen 3 offsuit. No one really ends up with anything.
Looks like it's going to be a story more checking.
Yeah. We already had the 9 checks in a row earlier. This time we can only get up to 6. I feel like if you're Nacho here, you kind of hope the check high is good. When it's like check, 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 check.
Tilt.
Tilt.
I thought I was winning.
He thought he was winning, Randy.
He should have.
Never
Yeah, I was
run
kinda-
like me.
I would kind of believe that Jack High is good there as well. The way that the hand was played, the board.
Hi, how are you?
Is that a new player?
I mean, we
Yep.
need new players. We've been 6-handed for way too long. I think it's time to bring back one of the stars of the inaugural edition of Triton ONE. Maybe we can get some Timothy Chung here or Dimitrios Anastasikis from Greece. That would be fun.
Today? You arrived this morning?
No, yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, you this morning, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Look tired.
Yeah, yeah. Medium trip.
That is funny. People tell me that every single day. Whether I'm at home or I have traveled to the other side of the world. I'm like, hey, you look tired. I was like, thanks. My brother is really good in telling me that I look tired. I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you drink, what, 4 coffees in the morning? You're probably having a couple already now.
Just having one. You know what doesn't make me tired, though? Aces under the gun.
Mm-hmm.
May still look tired. But. Oh, Josh McCulley. Is he from Australia or New Zealand? Those are your flags.
I missed it.
I'm going to guess Australia. Odds-wise.
Odds-wise. Oh, you're that guy, huh?
They've got way more people. Shouldn't look that tired, though. Same time zone. For Australian standards, a short journey. Oh
He's gonna
no.
be tired of
Where you
having
come
to
from?
get an ace.
What?
Oh my God! It's gonna be a three-way all-in, isn't it?
What is this?
How can it not?
Hanoi?
How can it not go in three ways?
Poor Yeho, by the way, the man who made such an excellent fold earlier with jacks versus kings, now finds himself with ace-king offsuit when Ma is holding aces.
How long total?
Meanwhile, man luck from Macau looks down at jacks.
I can't believe it. This is seriously what's the action behind him?
Yeah,
Including 5 seconds. Leaving like home.
5 seconds. It's time to act. Just announces the call. I mean,
Same difference.
yeah. The funny thing is that Yeho only has 209k, so it's not like he's ever calling the 160, and then he's like, oh, I really don't like the follow-up. Let me get out and preserve my last 40. Kind of just ship it here, right, with ace-king. You're not loving it. Can he make another miraculous fold, Randy?
Dude, that would be amazing. Not this time.
Announces all in, and Ma will obviously make the snap call. Here we go, 3 ways. Jacks, aces, and ace-king offsuit. Manlock Chen from Macau probably can't believe it. The man hasn't played a hand, finally looks down at jacks, thinks this is a slam dunk moment to ship it. And he's absolutely crushed.
At least he has more of a chance than ace-king. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it?
yeah, I can't believe it. He's like, this is what I folded jacks for? And it's like, yeah. Well, you were kind of in dire straits in that hand as well, but perhaps we can find some magic. Hearts are no good. Clubs would be good. Queen Jack 10 flop. But it's really hard to find the Queen Jack 10 when someone else has pocket jacks. We find the Queen. Looking very safe for the aces of Ma. What a run it's been for him. Very big pot. 500,000 chips in the middle. 2x starting stack. I'm telling you, it's the hat.
It's the fisherman's hat. Wow.
Not even a sweat, I feel like. Obviously, you're always a little bit worried. For ace-king, the dream is over. Yeho can start unplugging the mic. Perhaps give it another shot.
Don't unplug yet. See a river card.
Perhaps that is the run good that he's summoning. All right. If ace-king is unplugging, I'm unplugging. You still have a chance.
Yeah.
And that is not going to do it. The 8 of clubs is to no help of man luck. Ma gets a monster pot. He's now over 1 million chips, up to 1.1 million.
After Triton, you'll go to the IPT.
Well, Ma's got the double KO here. Also busted Yuna not too long ago. It's 1 million chips.
Roll, post.
No.
Gets aces. Gets 3-bet.
Why not?
Sees another player shipping it all in. Like, cool.
No, I mean, I don't like play in Hanoi now.
He played it all right.
Playing Hanoi now.
I mean, they kind of played it for him.
Maybe
That's true.
All he had to do was open.
Yeah, I play, but
Well done by Ma. He is definitely on fire.
For other reasons. Yeah. You can tell me later.
That's going to move him to third on the overall leaderboard.
Dylan or something about his plan to open for this.
And now we really need to find even more players because we just got a new player, but now we lose 2 players.
maybe soon.
Maybe soon?
Yeah.
Okay. In Hanoi,
There
right?
is,
Yeah, in Hanoi.
Okay, cool.
there is Macaulay.
Where do you
The
like
new
to play
members.
in
We're
Vietnam?
looking
Like
for a few
Hanoi,
more.
Phuoc, or Da
We
Nang?
need more poker players, Randy.
I quite like
Macaulay is from Australia. The odds were in your favor, Kevin.
Yeah, of course. Had a couple of big scores over at Triton. Got a 2nd place in the 20k high roller over here in Jeju, I believe it was.
It was okay.
Oh, at Triton ONE, sorry. At Triton ONE, he had
It's quiet.
You can look. 9 deuce off.
back-to-back
This is the last bit.
2nd places and actually
feel like
became
you're
the
in
player of the series. Can you believe that?
distant island
So
islands
Triton ONE
around.
was very good to Josh Macaulay. With a 40th
First time
place
we
in
got
the main
that,
event,
it was
a
like
2nd place in one of the 2K side events, and a 2nd place in the
poker room was
20K
separate.
high roller as
And we
well.
asked for
So he
go
must have
poker,
stole
they go,
that title from someone else, because the high roller was the closing event for Triton ONE.
Oh, yeah.
So Josh Macaulay is the original player 1.
And I think you got a little, you get a little sweetener when you get the
Yeah.
winner there.
Go around.
Most certainly.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot.
And you become very eager to come back to the 2nd edition
Yeah,
of Triton
great.
ONE.
Here he is.
And he wakes up with pocket 4s. All right, I found my new favorite player.
Best hand in the game.
16.
ducks for Zhang. Zhang, his hands are probably itching a little. It's been a while since he got involved. And we know he likes to get involved. Let's go with the duckies, though.
Didn't like the positions.
I'm the small blind, yeah?
That is correct. Now we wish he wasn't.
We're going to get a flop.
Starting stack for Josh McCauley. I wonder if he just re-entered or if this is his first bullet. He said he just arrived, so this may have just been his very first hand over at Triton ONE after becoming player one. Flop comes King, Queen, 9. The 4s are not in the lead anymore, Randy. I'm shocked.
No, 4s in a 44K pot can't win.
Well, they can, if you bet. But I guess with bottom pair and a gut shot, Hudong is not going anywhere.
We're going to start with one bet of just 12K. And you're right, bottom pair with a gut shot. Cannot fold. But maybe the 4s will find a way to win it. We'll see.
4 with the 4th card on the board after a 44K pot. I mean, it's kind of destiny. How about a straight for Hudong? Now the 4s truly can't win anymore, Randy.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Can chop if a Miracle 10 shows up. He does have the right to take a free card. Betting seems very dangerous.
Yeah, 4 to a straight out there. Obviously, your opponent's range is wide, defending from the big blind, but there is a good chance that he has connected with a queen, 9, king, jack, or that he's holding a 10.
Trying.
Wow, Josh McCauley, though. 40K. If this is truly his first hand, he's blasting. He's like, Jeju is great to me. Triton ONE has been great to me. I'm Josh McCauley, and I'm back to defend my title as player one.
He's going to be player lost a lot of chips soon. Check call from the straight.
I believe this is literally his very first hand of the series. Maybe he knows we love pocket fours. The 8 of clubs doesn't change a whole lot on the river. Hudong is going to check, hoping that Josh McCauley is willing to fire one more time. 148,000 chips in the middle. This could be a very disastrous first hand of the series.
I think he just has to give up now. You've given the shout out to pocket fours. It's enough damage. Just wave the white flag, preserve the remaining soldiers, and no, let's just send in more. Bye-bye, chips. Bye-bye.
I believe the bet is not all in. No, it's 80,000. Hudong. Do you think there is any merit in raising here?
No, because you can't get called by worse.
Yeah.
So just in case your opponent has ace-10.
Would this be silly, right? Unnecessary self-inflicted damage. Makes the call with 10-9, and it's probably very surprised. Josh McCauley tried to represent the straight. Hudong actually had it. Big pot. Unfortunate first hand here for Josh McCauley in his first event. And our opening event, 3K Genesis.
So where will you go instead? What will you instead?
After this one, the Red Dragon, I think.
Oh, yeah.
April.
Also, also the name of the cash game room over here in the Lesay Casino.
True.
Many choice now. Yeah.
There is, yeah.
There are familiar faces there, Randy. I believe some of the guys that I played with 6 months ago, they're still sitting there. They haven't changed seats.
They've been waiting for you to show up again.
One of the guys was very excited to see me in the lobby, and I was like, that's a bad sign. He shouldn't be this excited to see me. I was like,
I mean, play that bad?
yeah. You know it's not good when they're excited. When they're waving at you, Randy, you know you did something wrong.
Like, seat open.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, is your shift over yet? You want to join? It's like, I'm taking it easy, guys, opening days. We'll see what happens in the upcoming days.
Yeah, take this open seat and let me be on your left.
Yeah, it's fun. There's a little bit of everything here, but of course, all of our focus will be on the tournaments here at Triton ONE. 11 days. So exciting, Randy. I'm so happy to be back. So excited to see all these cool storylines unfold in front of our eyes. And we've already seen some great hands. The fold with the jacks was amazing. Bit of a shame that our man did not get rewarded, as he got ace-king 3 hands later and ran into aces. Josh McCulley looks down at ace-8. I lost like 70% of his stack there. Had starting stack.
He's got 10 bigs left.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe more. Well, certainly more.
Ace Jack deuce with 2 hearts. Josh McCulley has a lock on this hand, 98%. Deng Peng needs a runner. I feel like we've seen him before as well, Deng Peng. Let me take a little look at the beautiful Triton Poker Plus app. Yes, it is that good, guys. We're not just hyping it up because we're here. What has Deng done? I feel like we saw him at Triton ONE. Maybe we did.
Did not?
No, wait, I was on the wrong page.
Well,
No Triton track record. Perhaps I saw him the first time I was in Jeju, which is a little over a year ago. This hand is not over yet as the 10 of hearts rolls off on the turn. Josh McCulley now picks up an 8-high flush draw that he absolutely did not need. Deng Peng actually improves his odds.
A glimmer of hope.
Yeah, the gut shot. It's there.
Multi-barrel incoming. And I believe the reason he's doing this is because Josh started the hand so shallow, he expected a lot of the ace-X to actually jam pre, so he's ranging Josh on a hand like Jack-X. That's just going to check fold if it has no backup.
McCulley now with 44K behind. 100 no, come on.
Ugh.
So much for having a lock on this hand. Had 98% on the flop, Randy. Wow. Josh McCulley, his first bullet, loses most of his chips with pocket fours in his first hand and runs into the runner straight of Deng Peng. That's ridiculous.
It's not a very nice welcome to Josh here in the opening event.
But he's still player 1.
He's still player 1.
For at least. And as a reward of becoming player 1 of the previous Triton ONE series, he got 15K in buy-ins. So he can fire the 3K Genesis 5 times.
Yeah, he's firing this one, and I think he's going to have to use that money. But he is going to preserve the last 44K for 5.5 bigs.
That is a good fold. What a brutal run out. Had 98% on the flop. I know they say you should never celebrate too early, but I felt somewhat confident saying that McCulley had a lock on that hand.
Yeah, we did call it on the flop, didn't we?
Well, it was mostly me. Normally I don't do that, but I look at it as like, there's just no way. There's always a way. What a run out. The run is straight. One of the only 2 ways for Deng Peng to win that hand. Obviously, running 8s would have been no good. So we needed running kings or the running Broadway. And we got there. Nice for Josh McCulley, though. Obviously, it's very tempting to come back knowing that you've got 15K in buy-ins ready to fire away over here at Triton ONE.
Yeah, he's going to be in a spot to get in chip soon. Or try to use some of those buy-ins in future flights.
He's got like 5.5 buy-ins left. Oh.
She didn't seem very happy about putting her chips down. Doesn't look like much. Maybe she lost a big pot too.
Should still be more than the 5.5 that Josh McCulley is looking down at.
Yeah, it's like, you're not the short stack.
He's got plenty. He's got way over 100K.
Oh, yeah.
Like 140, 150 or whatever it is.
Josh is like, you're upset about that? Look at my stack.
Love the color of her hoodie.
No, she's bringing it down.
It's our national color.
Of the Netherlands?
Mm-hmm. We love orange. And don't forget about our shirts of Triton ONE. Blue and orange. It was a good look.
So you're going to bring home some Jeju oranges then?
I don't know if that's allowed.
Oh, right. The immigration.
Yeah. But I've had a lot of people tell me that I have to at least try some when I'm here. We've got time. I'm sticking around for a little bit after Triton ONE is done as well.
How are you?
Yeah, not too long, but at least a day or two, so I can admire you guys doing your thing. listen to the commentary, walk around, play some games myself. As Ma, the man who won the monster pot earlier with aces, now looks down at jacks. And once more, a new player that joins the table runs into it immediately.
That's bad luck, isn't it?
Maybe that's why she wasn't happy.
Yeah.
She knew she was going to get pocket nines against pocket jacks.
The premonition. Oh, ace king. 3-way all in once again. It has to be.
Yeah, Ma's not folding. With 1.1 million chips, there really is no reason for him to ever fold jacks.
And ace king should be getting it in.
Yeah. We could at least have a slightly more fair distribution of the chips. There is a world where jacks finishes last too, and we keep everyone.
So?
Flop comes ace 9-4.
That is true. Getting a count.
Yeah, Ma obviously just wants to make sure, like, if this is 600k or 700k, then you're like, okay, I actually need to think about it. But I think for this price, we can't fold. Jacks is way too powerful, way too strong. Even though we thought that earlier as well, but can't imagine Ma's folding with his 1.1 million chips.
Yeah, this is sub 40 bigs. He's already put in pre-flop raise. He's crushing the range of the jam because the jam was for, what, 18 bigs or so?
Knows that he is probably flipping very often, right? That it's the ace queen suited, ace king offsuit, ace king suited. Tiny bit worried, but it was also relatively quick. And I feel like if Deng Peng was looking at aces or kings, would he have moved that quick? Maybe he would have taken his time.
Oh, he folded the jacks.
Wow.
He's going to be upset.
That's actually great news for Sue as well.
Of course.
Unless he's flipping.
She's got a life. No need to hit the 9 now.
Man, people hate jacks over here. The second time we're folding jacks. The second time I think I would have snap called with jacks.
Likewise.
Is the curse of the new player at the future table over? Can we finally welcome a guest for a little longer than 2 hands? Flop comes queen 7-4. The jacks of Ma would have still been best.
Upsetting.
Deng Peng looking for an ace or a king. 3 of diamonds is no good. Zhong Jing, her 9's looking pretty. Getting the full double and then some. If we can just avoid the ace or the king on the river, but we cannot. There is the king for Deng Peng. And once more, we have to say goodbye to someone who only played 1 or 2 hands. This was our first hand, right?
Literally the first hand she was dealt. She is gone.
And now Ma is so happy with his fold.
Yeah, he's like, yeah,
I
that
love
was a nice fold.
I love being result oriented. I had a bad feeling about those jacks.
No shame in it. Looks like she's letting someone know that was a bad beat.
Yeah, brutal. Especially because it's on the river, right? If it's 9s against ace king and it's like the ace in the window, you're like, okay, whatever, it's the flip. But when you're almost there, when you're still good on the turn, it's easy to start celebrating.
Even more upset that they mic'd me up for that. 1 hand.
Yeah. And Ma's thinking, I'm in the Matrix.
Yeah.
So good.
He was so mad until the river came.
Most certainly.
He was like, such a dumb fold, such a dumb fold.
I'm a genius.
I'm a genius. Yeah. Yeah, it was too many big blinds.
Yeah, no, I absolutely expected him to call, especially because he's working with 1.1 million chips, and it is still so early in the tournament. Losing there really would have not been that brutal. Like, he'd still be among the biggest stacks. Even if he would have lost that hand, he'd be top 20 of the 173 players remaining. Made the fold.
Well, the queens are going to 3-bet to 36,000. Slightly north of 2x. Very shallow, given they're playing about 50 big blinds apiece.
Pino's back in the mix and has a doubling starting stack. Aaron.
Yeah, he wasn't a one and done.
Aaron Bezhanyan from Armenia. He's back working with over 500,000 chips, as we'll take a little look at the pocket 5s versus the pocket queens. I feel like we've seen a lot of pocket 5s today. And they haven't made a single set.
Have we not seen this Jack 9 texture in 3-bet pots too before? Feels very familiar. Yeah, it was the slow played aces and it's the 2 10s. Right here, I'm gonna overpair.
Pretty flop for the queens. Not a whole lot to worry about, even though the 2 spades, we don't hold the queen of spades. But what are the odds of another spade rolling off on the turn, Randy? Well, Hudong makes the call with the 5s. He's a non-believer.
Yeah, small bet. Got him in there, the 2 5s. Hoping it's just a standard C bet. Awful.
An ace of diamonds. The 5s don't love it. The queens don't love it.
Yeah, the queens don't love it, but the 5s hates it more. The hands that the 5s was trying to keep honest was ace king, ace queen. Check, check.
And the river pairs the board as it is another 9. It's a spicy river. Spades get there. Board pairing 9.
Honestly, I think he should strongly consider a bet with the 2 5s because I just feel like he's never going to be good. But he gives up.
Yeah.
You'd have to bet really big, I guess, because an ace is not folding for something less than pot, you know?
Nice little pot for Zhang. Was probably hoping for a little more when the flop was so safe and we got called. And the turn wasn't pretty and the river wasn't pretty. And in the end, the mindset shifts real quick to, I'm just happy I took it down. And I see a few chips heading my way. Level 8 currently, 4K, 8K blinds. Starting stack earlier today was 250K. Players can join all the way up to level 10. It is a 3K buy-in. The opening event on QQPK Genesis. Last year had over 1,100 entries. First place was $570,000, I believe. Have we seen the man who won the Genesis last year yet? I feel like I haven't seen his name pop up. I'm sure he's going to try, no? He's got to be here. Doesn't he have to defend his title? Isn't this mandatory, Randy?
Well, let me see.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Let me see for you, okay?
He might still join later. We obviously have day 1C and D tomorrow, but I have not seen him in the list.
Look, I recall Cheng-Hu Shu, the guy who won the Triton Genesis before. I feel like he didn't play the main after he won. I'm taking a look right now. Let me take a peek. All right, let's see. So he won 564K, Hu Cheng-Shu. And taking a look at his profile, yeah. So after he won the main, I mean, I'm sorry, the 3K Genesis for over $500,000. He did play the main, did not cash. So my story is just kaput. Just kaput. I got nothing else to say, honestly.
I thought we were going to have a fun thing here where he just took the money and he ran, like, I don't know, straight off to Macau or anything. Or he laid on the beach over here in Jeju, but he did play the main.
Yeah.
So there's no story.
This sucks.
How did he do in the main?
Did not cash.
Okay.
But did cash the Triton ONE high roller in 16th place.
Ah, so he stuck around for the high roller.
He even played Jeju 2 right after. Just one event, the 25K Global Slam, did not cash. So he did try to use some of those winnings.
Yeah.
Turn into something.
That's the complete opposite of where your story was heading.
Yeah, completely.
Right, like it went from he won the Genesis and he went away, never to be seen again, to actually he stuck around and he also played in the Triton Super High
Am I
Rollers.
allowed to pivot?
Hey, we've got a full table. We've got a lot of new faces. And that man is wearing a beautiful hoodie.
Hey, it looks familiar.
I think he has made a little visit to the Triton merch shop over here. Of course, you guys can shop for it online as well. Just Google Triton shop. And hopefully you'll see some of the new cool merch that is related to Triton ONE or the Triton Super High Roller Series. Those have not been revealed yet. I am excited. And I'm definitely loving the Triton ONE merch once more. I have the feeling I'm going to get a couple of requests from my European friends if I can bring something over.
I'm promising you, you're going to pick one up. They're very cool.
You've seen them?
Yeah, if you look on the social channel, there was a little preview of the clothing. And I believe you can even see it on their shop now.
Okay. Yeah, yesterday it wasn't out yet.
Gotcha.
I mean, I was backstage because I had to try a different shirt on. So I could have taken a little sneak peek, but I was a pro. Josh McCurley, the original player one of the inaugural Triton ONE series, working with 5 big blinds. A very brutal entry to this table. Pocket fours, lost all his chips. Ace 8, 98% favorite. Lost to the runner Broadway straight of his opponent. And now he's got 5 big blinds.
Another female here at our feature table. Bishi Yao from the UK.
Yeah. And we got Boris. Boris Kobalt from Russia with King 10 offsuit. Another King 10 offsuit for Hudong. He's working with 644,000 chips. Won a lot of chips earlier by snap calling 15 big blinds from the small blind with King 10 suited. And was best against the Ace 8 or whatever it was in the end. Yeah, it was Ace 8.
Maybe King 10 is his calling.
The previous one was suited.
King 10.
King 10 flops good. Yao flops bottom pair. Ace of hearts, bottom pair. We have backdoor hearts working for us. It goes check, check, check on the flop. The turn is another 8.
That was a swift bet.
Yeah. Boris had enough of all this checking. I love how we just tossed the chip in. Didn't really look around.
Nonchalant.
I think Yao will get out of the way. Bottom pair, a bet and a call. Paired board.
Yeah, if there was no call in the middle, then the Ace 3 probably peels one.
Or if there was another heart, obviously, but I think in this situation it makes perfect sense to get out of the way. The river is the 7 of spades. I believe Boris went for a quick check.
That's right. Check practically instantly. Actually, I would value bet the King 10 as played. It's a strong kicker. I feel like an 8 would just still continue to bet, even with the flush coming in.
Hudong bets 40K with King 10. He is holding the King of spades. I have the feeling that Cobalt is not loving it, but I think he'll make the call. I think he'll give it some thought. And then he's going to make a relatively unhappy cycle and hope that the King 10 is good.
Yeah, there's still busted hearts. There's the chance your opponent is value betting a hand like Queen 10. That would be a disaster if you fold. I mean, you're chopping against King 10.
We are running low on time. We heard a 5-second warning, and I believe that is a fold. So Hudong steals this spot, despite the fact that both players had the exact same holding. King 10 offsuit versus King 10 offsuit. It really is his hand, Randy. You're right.
I mean, he thinks he just had the best hand. He does not think King 10 just folded. Well played.
Take a look at our entire lineup right now. 8 players, of course, here over at Triton ONE at these tables. Ma still our chip leader with 141 big blinds. 1.1 million chips. Hudong, though, chipping up quickly. And Bishi Yao actually bringing in over 500,000 chips as well to this future table.
Yeah, Ma's killing it. There's actually someone in the chat that's giving Human Mas some love. Apparently he's a Macau cash game pro. He's his friend. Shout out for the information.
And he's crushing it.
He is crushing it. He's trying to convert this into a huge payday.
Even folded jacks.
He did fold jacks. Do we say correctly?
Yeah, we're just going to be very result-oriented here. If there was no king on the river, that would have been a bad fold. But since there was a king on the river, he most certainly folded jacks correctly. Because we all know that's how you do analysis, Randy.
There we go.
And the man who found that king on the river and was able to win the pot against the 9s. Looks down at pocket 3s. He's not a fan. Not sure is kind of chipped down again to a little below 200,000 chips. Not loving life. Was unhappy, as you put it, when he entered the table. Got a little happier after winning a few tiny hands. But it seems like we've gone back to our losing ways. 9-8 suited. 5 big blinds, or less than 5 big blinds. 4 big blinds.
Has he got implied odds with that stack?
He made a call. He's got 16K behind.
2 bigs. Just in case it comes ace, king, queen.
Even then, I would still send it. Ace 5-5. No heart. Okay. This might be a moment for us to save our final 16,000 chips. And Josh, we clearly can't believe it.
Not even 1 heart.
Yeah. It's just nothing. Okay, if he spins this stack up, that is actually going to be my favorite call of the event. Because it's so easy to just look at your hand and be like, let's just run it, get it over with. Obviously, since he was the original player one, he's got 15K in buy-ins to use for this week. Could most certainly fire again in the Genesis, even today.
Yeah, there's also the second flight, 1B running.
I think right now joining with 250K, it's not even that bad, right? A little over 30 bigs.
Yeah, it just depends on your willingness to take a shorter day or a longer day. Obviously, more variants when you register now in opening event 1A, which is preference, I suppose.
But if we have those rewards, I feel like we gotta use them. Yeah, could obviously wait. Could go for 1B. Nacho Barbero looks down at Pocket Jacks under the gun +1. Nacho has not had his favorite day of poker so far. Might get a little better here, though. What do you think are the odds of Nacho ever folding Pocket Jacks?
He would have called both of those spots.
And he's got 22 big blinds. I feel like even if this would have been like a 5-bet, still
like,
ship it.
He's like, all right, hope everyone has ace-king. Wow. Is he going in with Jack-7? He's How bad can you get it in? This is terrible.
Jack 10?
7%.
Can't be more dominated.
Pretty much.
What do we need, like an 8, 9, 10?
Yeah, or just
I
2
wish
sevens,
I
right?
would have some
Clubs
other
are no
kind of
good.
action.
Hearts are good.
Like 8-5 suited, much better.
Lots of hearts, lots of sevens. There is our first 7. I don't think Nacho will ever tilt in the 3K Genesis, but he won't be happy if he loses this one, that's for sure. No!
No, Jack.
Sorry.
Come on.
Seriously? Do you think Nacho's going to be happy about this one?
I don't even think Josh McCulley is happy about this one.
Back to 48K.
Bad get rewarded.
I don't know if that's the motto that we really want to use in the upcoming 11 days.
I was joking about using the sun.
It's the pot to lose, though. 2 big blind pot.
Yeah.
I already lost the 150 big line pot too.
Those ones you want to win.
Get him.
Pocket Jacks versus Jack 7 offsuit. Decided to just go for it. Obviously, like Josh McCurdy had like 25% of his stack already committed because he was in the small blind. So just unfortunate timing, but somehow it turned into very fortunate timing.
And here I was saying that, how bad can you get it in?
Well, that's kind of what he said as well in your defense. He was like, wow, worst case scenario. Ma, our chip leader of this table, and one of the chip leaders overall, looks down at King and Jack offsuit under the gun +2. We finally have a full table, by the way, Randy. We had to wait quite some time for this. We've got 8 players.
And we've got Jack 10 suited.
My favorite hand.
Well, you know, Jack 10 suited is going to have a lot of trouble winning this hand, given what it's up against.
Do you think that Vidor has a favorite hand? Does he strike you as a man who has a favorite hand?
Honestly, no.
Okay.
If you ask him, I bet you he's just going to say like aces. But ask him. Please ask him for me.
I definitely will.
But do you have a read? I'll tell you this. He ain't 4s.
No, I don't think 4s is a favorite hand of anyone here. Flop comes 10-9-4 with 2 diamonds. Pretty interesting flop, right? Top pair for Boris. We've got Deng Peng with top pair, but a slightly worse kicker.
I'm pretty sure I just said it's going to be very hard for Jack 10 suited to win this hand, and it's in the lead.
Why would it be so hard for Jack 10 suited to win this hand?
Against King Jack and Ace-7 of spades, I think it's going to be tough with another 10 out there.
I don't think Ma's going anywhere though, right? He's got the King of Diamonds. He's got backdoor diamonds working for him. He's got 2 overs to the board. He's got clean outs to the nuts.
It gets tricky because Deng is not going to fold top pair. There's a bet and call in front of him, so now he knows he needs to make his hand in order to win. What's 150K back for the original better?
But we have clean outs to the nuts.
The
I
queen.
feel like that is reason enough to stick around. 2 overs to the board. Clean outs to the nuts. Yeah, chip leader, but Ma lets go of the king jack.
Yeah, I think it's mainly because the original better is relatively shallow, so he gets less implied odds when he hits his queen. And he's just kind of forced to make the hand because it's so unlikely that both opponents are unpaired at this point.
Yeah, but of course he has 2 overs to the board as well.
Yeah, I guess sometimes you make a top pair and your opponents improve to like straight 2 pair.
Yeah, I guess the jack wouldn't excite us all that much, but
And you'll take it, but then you lose to like king queen now or 8-7.
I'm a little surprised though when we're working with 1.1 million chips, 40k. And yes, maybe the original Razor stack isn't all that large, as Borders at 150k behind. But Deng Peng is sitting at over 400k. Deng Peng is a non-believer. Basically puts Boris Cobalt all in. We already saw Boris fold the King 10 earlier when he was going up against the King 10 of Hudong. I don't think he's folding this one, Randy. Jack 10 of spades. It's beautiful, it's pretty. And I feel like Deng Peng almost immediately knows that he's in trouble.
Yeah. If you got it, you got it. And he's got it. Cards up, please. Please.
This is not a cash game, guys. We're going to have to.
I'm going to muck my hand. No, it doesn't work like that. Not here at the feature table.
Boris receives the good news that Jack 10 is very far ahead and will get the check mark. And Ma, by the way, would have not improved with his King Jack. So once more saved himself a lot of chips. Just like he did earlier by folding those jacks. Ma is just, when it comes to being result-oriented, the man is perfect.
He's the winner.
Yeah, he is absolutely perfect.
He can do no wrong.
And that's why he's got 1.1 million chips. 6th overall right now of the 169 runners, I believe we currently still have. Almost 300 entries already, Randy, to day 1A. That's a serious number. I feel like that's more than last year. Because 300 for day 1A, we have day 1B, and we expect day 1C tomorrow. That starts at noon to be even bigger. It's a big number.
It's a huge number. I don't know what we got last time.
I think you can look it up, but I really feel like it was like 260, 270 or something.
Yeah, I just know that the total number of entries in the Genesis was 1,185 entries with 468 unique players.
I feel like today we already have 250 unique players probably. 240, 250.
And we're playing down to what, 16%? So
down to 45?
Yeah, and obviously all those people that do boss are going to be looking to play multiple flights. There's plenty of players probably flying in today. They're going to look to play their day tomorrow. It's going to be a huge event.
Yeah. And let's not forget that we're not even at level 10 yet, so people can still enter flight day 1A as well. Like, yes, it'd be a bit of a gamble, but especially for some of the players that are looking for the bigger buy-in events later on into the series or at the Triton Super High Roller series. It's obviously not bad to enter this with 30 bigs. And Boris and Yao going at it. King Queen offsuit versus King 8 suited. And it's Boris Cobalt from Russia who flops best.
Just King Queen. She was the pre-flop raiser, contemplating a continue.
Yes, he raised under the gun, and Boris came along from a middle position. It's a bit odd why Boris would be calling on an 8 deuce 3 board, right? Oh, that's a disaster for Yao.
Wow.
That is a total disaster card. The King of Spades rolls off on the turn. That is brutal.
Yeah, you got to think the king is my card, and your opponent is betting into you. And you got to look at this texture. It's undergun versus +2. There's not really supposed to be 2 pair in the calling range, but it's there.
Maybe you were worried about like a set, but which set? Like
2s, 3s, and 8s, I guess.
Yeah, but
oh my goodness!
God. Well, that is going to be a full double for Boris Cobalt. It just kind of has to be. As the man improves to the stone cold nuts. King 8 here.
I'm raising here with the king queen because my opponent didn't 3-bet me pre, so I don't have to worry about ace king.
Those are raising. No,
Oh, she just
called.
calls. She saves herself. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
I mean, Boris probably thinking that it's very hard for Yao to have a king when he already has a king in his hand.
That's right.
That is a brutal hand for Yao, but it could have been a whole lot worse. Cobalt makes the 65k. Do you think he maybe could have taken his time on the river to size up a little bit to go over it? Felt like he plays very quick, which I love. Like fast players are near and dear to my heart, but perhaps he could have gotten even more there. As we are going to take a little look at our next future table. It's going to be coming up after our next break. Who do you recognize, Randy?
Joseph Chong. Oh, that's Ren Lin, number 3 on the China all-time money earner.
And always happy, always smiling. Well beloved, legend of the game.
One of your favorites, right? Still at the table too?
Yeah, I believe in the white hoodie we've got Dimitrios Anastasakis as well from Greece. Currently working with a top 10 stack overall, so that's a cool table. That's going to be fun. I'll be covering that one with Vider.
Oh, why kick me out now?
I mean, you can stay.
I can stay, you know how? Triton Poker Plus app.
Absolutely. You're always with us. Josh McCulley is going to send it with his ace-9 of spades. The man is working with 48,000 chips. 6 big blinds. Nacho Barbero is asking for a call. He's got a somewhat pretty Jack-9. I gotta say, the Jack-10 suited so much prettier than the Jack-9, but it's still pretty nice. But I don't think that Nacho can really stick around, especially not when Boris limped under the gun +1.
What a win for Josh McCauley there. No showdown makes it 48,000 all in. You almost opened up.
You know, you remember when he just called with 8-7 instead of shipping it when he had 4 big blinds, but he saved himself the last 2 on that ace-5-5.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, if he spins this up, that is actually such a brilliant call. And we're not quite there yet because he's like at 25% of starting stack. He's going to have to double at least once more, and then a little while later he's going to have to double again. But it is turning into a story. Perhaps there is a reason why he's the original player 1.
Look, a story is multiple pages. We're still on page 2. Love to see him at the ending.
Once in an online tournament where I kind of thought I busted, but apparently I had chips left, so I just I closed the table, you know, like a bit of a rage quit. And then someone tweeted at me, they're like, hey, you're bleeding out, you know that, right? I was like, no, I didn't. And then I actually spun that all the way up, and I finished in the money.
No way.
Yeah, I was very short when I realized I was down to like 2 or 3 big blinds, and I still finished in the money. Just because some rando tweeted at me, like, hey, do you know you're sitting out and you're playing all the other stuff? I was like, kind of thought I busted.
Don't call him Mirando. Saved your bankroll.
Do we have a mystery hand?
Maybe a unscanned card situation. Normally when we have mystery hand, we've got it on the upper right.
I just get excited because we haven't had one yet in this block of poker.
I feel like we are...
Oh, did he fold? I can't believe it.
So you haven't told him?
No. I like Nacho, and I would love him to like me one day. And if I walk up to him and be like, hey, pocket fours always make a set, I don't think he will ever exchange another word with me, Randy. So no, I have not told him. And I definitely didn't plan on telling him either. We don't know what Boris Kobot is holding. Last hand, he just limped with a...
King 7 off, I believe.
Yeah, was a bit of a rando. And this time we are min-raising it from under the gun. Boris definitely loves to get involved. Seems like it wasn't a premium holding, as he will let go of the whatever he raised with. To the 3-bet of Hudong.
We'll never know.
Boris just wants to play some hands. That's kind of what it feels like. VPIP is definitely 70% so far since he has joined us.
Well, results are showing that he's up in chips. Above 2 starting stacks.
Feels like almost everyone is that we've been watching. Except for obviously Josh McCulley, who came in with the starting stack and in 2 hands lost 95%. He's now down to like 75% of the original. But
the only other player without a starting stack at this feature table is the guy who can't win a pot, Nacho Barbero.
He was winning a few for a bit.
But he doesn't remember that.
Even at the back-to-back hands, but they were both very small. I think the highest that Nacho chipped up to was a little over 300K. Sometimes you just have a few hours of poker where it's not even that like it's going really bad or really good. It just feels like there is nothing to it. And you're like, I want to feel alive. Where's my fun? Like, I would rather feel some pain than nothing, especially in these early levels. And it feels that Nacho is going through an hour like that right now. A single hand before the break can turn everything around. As Yao from the UK looks down at Ace-5 suited, the solver special. And it's going to raise things up to 50k.
I love it. You know, why not be aggressive? You got a key blocker to hands that can continue against you, which is that ace. And you win it now. That's why it's a solver special. Always works.
This almost feels like those solvers were onto something.
Yeah. The computers are smart.
Yeah.
Wow. Did not know.
Have you ever chatted with ChatGPT about Ace-5 suited?
Maybe I will. I'll have a deep conversation.
I bet ChatGPT is a big fan.
ChatGPT is always very positive with me.
Yeah? Did you ask ChatGPT about yourself, Randy?
That's a private conversation.
Josh McCurley, the original player one, looking to double his tiny stack. It's not going to happen with King 3 offsuit. And Zhang's been a fun player. The man with the Neil Triton ONE zip-up hoodie. We got our hands on as well. And apparently Randy is going to wear it without wearing a t-shirt underneath. That's not what I recommend.
It was my plan, but I'm going to pivot from that. It is cool.
Deng Peng holding half of the hand that he just lost against. Nacho looks down at the 7-3 suited, but he's not interested. You know, let's go for 9-7. It's a whole bunch of nothing. But Boris hasn't seen two cards yet that he's not fond of. So Jack Deuce offsuit as we go for the limp. And Hudong once more with the King 10. It's his hand.
It's his favorite hand.
I'm going to raise it up.
I mean, why wouldn't he? He's like, well, I always win with this hand. Let's just build that pot.
Makes it 22k. And Boris just wanted to see a flop with Jack Deuce offsuit. I feel like you have two types of poker players when it comes to when people sit next to each other. You've got the person who always looks to his left, and then you have a few guys that just never seem to look to the left. And Boris doesn't look to the left at all, not once. The man is just kind of staring straight, now looks over at the TV. I find it funny how he hasn't taken a single glimpse at his neighbors.
So he doesn't even know who he looks like.
No, he's got no idea.
The same one we were before.
I was new to the table.
I think 17.
Okay.
We hope you guys are enjoying the opening day of Triton ONE. Of course, it's very early stages here at the 3K Genesis, but we are going to have a month long of poker streams heading your way over this channel. First, of course, the Triton ONE and then the Triton Super High Roller Series. Make sure to subscribe, follow, like, so you don't miss any of the action if you want to watch more in the upcoming 28 days. And of course, you can always give it a thumbs up as well. It helps. Doesn't cost you anything. As we have Yao looking down at pocket tens. You know how we call those in Argentina?
Did we not have this conversation not too long ago? We call them the...
Oh, we don't.
Messi?
Messi, Messi.
Messi, Messi.
No, this is what Nacho Barbero says. I don't think they actually call pocket tens Messi, Messi.
They might.
I'm
We
sure
should go there and play some poker.
I bet it would be really fun. I heard they have great steaks over in Argentina. Fantastic red wine.
Honestly, I can't even name a city in Argentina.
Buenos Aires.
Oh, I've heard of it.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Wow, wow,
Wow,
wow.
wow.
Wow, wow.
A set of tens for Yao and a jack high flush for Josh McCulley. The man who was down to 2 big blinds not too long ago has not won this hand yet. But there is serious potential for another full double, Randy.
Flop the flush of this stack? It is what it is, but...
And don't forget that he also beat the pocket jacks with jack 7 offsuit.
It's his new favorite hand.
It's a very bad hand to make your favorite hand, but we'll just make the call. The bet of Yao is small. Both players feel like they're trapping the other. The king is not scary for Josh. Sitting on the 3rd nuts over here.
I would push the rest of the chips in there.
Yeah.
Only 40k back.
I mean, obviously, at both players are trapping, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, I want to make sure I get everything. And Josh McCulley is like, I want to make sure I get the full double.
And on pace.
Josh makes the check. Yao is going to take her time, but now we'll just send it, and Josh will, of course, snap call. And the last thing that Yao probably ever expects is that the C needs help. C most certainly does need help. Needs to make quads, or of course a full house. Any ace, king, 10, or 3 will do. Do you believe in the board?
I believe in Josh McCauley.
It's actually turning into a pretty epic story. The members down to like 12,000. Here comes the river, and the river is a 4 of hearts. Josh McCauley is back to 148,000 chips.
Favorite hand. Magical hand, right?
CJ7 only.
Can't go wrong.
They have also picked up on the fact that it happened now twice with Jack 7.
I mean, this story has a new chapter.
Yeah, we
Jack
are.
7.
We're on page 3 now. Like earlier, we're at page 2.
We might be going on page 4 and 5 now.
If we're flopping a flush against Yao, who flops a middling set. Yeah, I start believing in this bullet again.
That's true. He could have just gave up hope when he had just 2 big blinds.
Yeah, he could have just sent it when he had the 8-7 and he was down to like less than 4 big blinds. Instead of making the call, he could have just ripped it.
Plenty of ways to dust off the stack, and here he is.
One hand away from at least being back to starting stack. And saving himself. Nacho hasn't been able to get involved too much lately. Looks down at ace, queen offsuit under the gun +1. Bit of a rough future table so far for Yao, who came in with over 500,000 chips. Now down to almost 300,000.
Yeah, and the needle of thinking the 10s are good, and they're not.
Yeah, this is like one of these moments, where, especially when you're playing against a shorty, you're like, I just want all of it, I just want all of it. And you're like, wait.
4-8.
Okay.
Well, this is uncharacteristic from the man who folded jacks. Is this just trying to bully the Nacho?
Maybe he just wants to play a hand with Nacho. Maybe he's a fan, who knows?
Maybe
I like
9-7 is his hand.
This guy runs better than anybody, but aces again. 9-7.
I mean, I feel like now you set yourself up. When you say that he runs better than anyone, here comes the flop, and it's 9-9-4.
Okay.
He said aces again. He shows 9-7 off.
Yes.
He's confused.
Not just like, well, that read was off a little, but he could still run very good, just in a different way.
That's right.
This is gonna make a good video on the internet.
It has gone all in and call immediately. Ma maybe feeling that he's spot committed. Just throwing the extra 100K like it was nothing. Here comes our flop. It is 10-10-4. Ace queen is still best.
More ways to win.
Not like this.
Extra outs for Ma. It's Nacho Barbero,
Feel like
so
the
it's
edge
not
is
like
coming.
this. Oh!
Oh, like that.
Apparently like that.
It's confusing, isn't it, Nacho? It is. Was that a real hand? Pinch me.
Not even just that. Probably wondering, was that a real bullet? That is an unfortunate way for Nacho Barbero to go. Was over 300,000 chips for a little bit, but was never able to truly get it going. And ends up losing with the ace-queen against 9-7 offsuit. And Ma, if we go back to being result-oriented, played it perfectly again, Randy.
Folded the jacks. Folded the other hand, and he 3-bet calls off 9-7 offsuit against Nacho and binks the 7 on the river.
Yeah, the other one was the king-jack on the 10-9 whatever board, where he had the clean outs to the queen. Didn't get it.
He's the best results-oriented player I've ever seen.
I'm a fan. I'm giving him a star. I'm invested in this run. Yeah, it is funny. After he was quiet for a little while, shows up with the 3-bet 9-7. Also snap calls the extra 100K off. Like, he could have given that some thought as well, because it was still, we went from 48 to 155, I believe. But he just felt like, no, I'm so in.
It's like, yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
He knew.
This man can see the future, as I believe we are getting close towards the end of a level 9, Randy. And that means that we're getting closer to a break. We've got 1 or 2 more hands to go. That's going to be your first big break as well. You will be replaced after the break by Vider. How were the first 6 levels, Randy? Was it good?
Oh, it's more than delivered. I mean, that last hand alone is just pure entertainment.
And what about the magical run of Josh McCauley?
It's going to continue because he is going to chip up even more. Getting closer and closer to that starting stack, assuming Deng folds queen 7. And doesn't look like he is.
He doesn't have a whole lot to look forward to either. We've got backdoor spades working on the side of Deng Peng with the queen of spades.
Or that.
You can just find the queen. Don't tell me that this is where the beautiful story of Josh McCauley ends. Because I am not ready, Randy. I need to see more of this bullet in particular. If he just rebuys, I'm not interested. I want to see this bullet.
This bullet?
Yeah.
Well, this bullet is probably going to multi-barrel. Saves himself as he checks it back.
And the river is a 3. Definitely cannot blame Josh McCauley for believing that ace high is best here. Deng Peng checks once more. Josh McCauley will check it back, believing that ace high could be good. Deng Peng probably a little upset with the fact that that went check after spiking that queen on the turn, but it is what it is, and that is going to do it, Randy, for a level 9, I believe. We've got 1 more level after the break where players can enter flight day 1A, and that is going to do it. Ma from Hong Kong, our big winner, up to 1.2 million chips. The man was sun running. Couldn't do wrong.
Yeah, I think sun running might even be an understatement, man. Like, seriously, everything was just perfectly timed. You know, that last one, 9-7 offsuit, worked out for him. He folded jacks, and then the guy reverted the king. Like, I don't know. He just did it.
And we kept on folding jacks in this opening segment of our opening day.
They did. Multiple players folded jacks, and I would have called both spots. I don't know about you.
I still love jacks, and I would have called both as well. And I would have lost both, but it is what it is. Thank you so much, Randy. I believe that you'll be taking a little break after this. Any final words before we throw to a break?
No, just that I'm very happy to be back in the booth with you, Kevin, and enjoy Vider.
All right, guys. On that note, we'll sign off. We'll be back in approximately 10 minutes for the next 3 levels of poker of the opening event over here at Triton ONE, the 3K Genesis. Of course, brought to you guys by QQPK. We'll see you guys then.
Every legend was once a beginner. Every pro starts with a single hand. Some begin at the highest stage.
Humphreys just won his 5th.
Some begin with a single table. Different beginnings, but the path forward remains the same. This is where new journey begins. QQPK, your new poker path.
Last time were amazing. I really love the blue and orange shirt of Triton ONE. I saw a couple of the players wearing it today as well.
That's how you know, like, I've been here before.
Yeah. They were eager to get back. Our Singaporean looks down at pocket 9s on the button. He's going to make it 12K, the min raise. As Jinlong immediately announces, this is a man that we've seen before as well, 100%.
100%.
We covered him at the inaugural edition of Triton ONE last September.
Who's going to win this hand? Because you must be torn. You
mean,
must be torn. Because we know we're going to see all 5 cards.
You know you get blessed by chat if you say, I kind of like pocket 4s here, but Randy, no. I'll be honest, I'd rather be on the side of the pocket 9s here. But if I would know my opponent had pocket 4s, I'd be a little more wary than if they had pocket 3s or pocket 5s. Pocket 4s just have history, especially in this building.
Well, 20% of the time makes the set.
We could win with a flush. 2 spades.
Still can.
The backdoor flush dream is alive as the flop comes 10-7-7. Obviously with a 9, it's over immediately. Oh.
Don't do it.
The fours pick up a lot of extra outs. Now any spade will get us there too. And of course the 2 red fours is still good. Yu Jin Long looking for a 4 or a spade on the river. Does not get there. The 9s hold up. Little sad. You can tell all your friends that you're going to be on the future table and then 2 hands into the future table. You unfortunately bust with the hand that is not supposed to lose.
I mean, we didn't even get to solve the mystery of when we saw him before.
We can take a look at his profile. Well, I'll find him for you if you want. There's nothing you cannot... I mean, I don't know if you get there by folding jacks, but this time around, most certainly you do. That's impressive. It's funny when, even when you make a really good fold, it still never feels as good as even winning a small pot, but... And also you don't get the immediate satisfaction.
Right now, he's still pretty upset, right?
Yeah, of course. We had a new player join our table. White. He's going to send it immediately, shipping it with ace-8 offsuit. Hudong looks down at king 10 of spades.
Whoa.
Makes the call from the small blind.
That's loose, right? 15 bigs?
Especially with a player to worry behind him, but makes the call. I mean, doesn't get it in bad. It's not ahead either. He's just here to play some poker.
There we go.
The man needs a thrill.
Could just go to the theme park that's around the corner.
Maybe he feels that the new players are cursed. The moment they sit down, wow, that's a exciting flop for king 10. Wei does make a top pair, top kicker with ace-8, but that doesn't change a whole lot for Hudong, who had to hit, still needs to hit, but he's got a lot of extra outs. It's not over yet, because obviously, yeah, we can still make a full house with ace-8. But you're not loving life now. The king high flush is good on the turn. And the river is safe. King 10. The man had a feeling from the small blind. Made a quick call as well. It's not even that he was deep in the tank and he thought about it for a while.
He's an action junkie.
I think he just picked up on the fact that people who join later, like 20, 30 minutes into the future table, they tend to bust, especially if they're shorter stacks. And he's like, this is my moment to shine.
So the stars were aligned, constellation reading or something.
That was like the second hand that we saw of Le Huai as well. He just joined, like literally just joined.
I know. He's got to be disappointed. He's probably going to mash on his phone like this guy just called me king.
He is really good in telling me that I look tired. I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you drink, what, 4 coffees in the morning? You're probably having a couple already now.
Just having one. You know what doesn't make me tired, though? Aces under the gun. May still look tired. But oh, Josh McCulley. Is he from Australia or New Zealand? Those are your flags.
I missed it.
I'm going to guess Australia. Odds-wise.
Odds-wise. Oh, you're that guy, huh?
They've got way more people. Shouldn't look that tired, huh? Same time zone. For Australian standards, a short journey. Oh,
He's
no.
going to be tired of having to get an ace.
What?
Oh, my God. It's going to be a 3-way all-in, isn't it?
What is this?
How can it not? How can it not go in 3 ways?
Poor Yeho, by the way, the man who made such an excellent fold earlier with jacks versus kings, now finds himself with ace-king offsuit when Ma is holding aces.
How long total?
Meanwhile, Manlock from Macau looks down at jacks.
I can't believe it. This is seriously what's the action behind him?
Yeah.
Including 5 seconds, leaving like home.
5 seconds. It's time to act. Just announces the call, I mean.
Same difference.
Yeah, the funny thing is that Yeho only has 209k, so it's not like he's ever calling the 160, and then he's like, oh, I really don't like the follow-up. Let me get out and preserve my last 40. Kind of just ship it here, right, with ace-king. You're not loving it. Can he make another miraculous fold, Randy?
Dude, that would be amazing. Not this time.
Announces all in, and Ma will obviously make the snap call. Here we go, 3 ways. Jacks, aces, and ace-king offsuit. Manlock Chen from Macau probably can't believe it. The man hasn't played a hand, finally looks down at jacks, thinks this is a slam dunk moment to ship it. And he's absolutely crushed.
At least he has more of a chance than ace-king. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it?
yeah, I can't believe it. He's like, this is what I folded jacks for? It's like, yeah. Well, you were kind of in dire straits in that hand as well, but perhaps we can find some magic. Hearts are no good. Clubs would be good. Queen Jack 10 flop. But it's really hard to find the Queen Jack 10 when someone else has pocket jacks. We find the Queen. Looking very safe for the aces of Ma. What a run it's been for him. Very big pot. 500,000 chips in the middle. 2x starting stack. I'm telling you, it's the hat.
It's the fisherman's hat. Wow.
Not even a sweat, I feel like. Obviously, you're always a little bit worried. For Ace King, the dream is over. Yeho can start unplugging the mic. Perhaps give it another shot.
Don't unplug yet. See a river card.
Perhaps that is the run good that he's summoning. All right. If Ace King is unplugging, I'm unplugging. You still have a chance.
Yeah.
That is not going to do it. The 8 of clubs is to no help of man luck. Ma gets a monster pot. He's now over 1 million chips, up to 1.1 million.
After Triton, you'll go to the IPT.
Well, Ma's got the double KO here. Also busted Yuna not too long ago. It's 1 million chips.
Roll, post.
No.
Gets aces. Gets 3-bet.
Why not?
Sees another player shipping it all in. Like, cool.
No, I mean,
Welcome back, everyone, to the opening day of the Triton ONE, where we are covering the 3K Genesis opening event here of the series. And we've had a couple of players making their debut either at Triton ONE or at the TV tables. We now have a commentator making his debut over at Triton ONE. Welcome, Vidar. You have replaced Randy. How are we doing today, mate?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, first day, first event, super exciting. And the second series. So, you know, sequels have to have new characters. Count me as one of them. Super pumped to be here. And I've been watching the stream, super pumped to see the action, the numbers. We crossed 300 entries. If that progresses, we'll cross the prize pool from last time. And the players have come here to play. Seems to be the day of three-way all-ins. What has been going on, Kevin? Fill me in.
Yeah, we've had jacks being folded a couple of times. That was the most surprising thing to Randy and me. I don't know if you caught any of those hands. I see you rocking the hoodie as well. How are we loving that Triton merch?
I mean, I saw you hype it today in the last series, and what do you know? It lives up to it. Loving the merch. The hoodie has pockets. Who knew? Zippers with pockets. So go check out the merch. Of course, I'm looking forward to much more merch, and of course, the rest of the series. 10 more days to go after today. But all eyes on the fact that we're on level 10, the final level to rebuy. Commentator favorite also, 5K, 10K are the blinds.
Easy level.
Easy level.
Very easy level. Later on, we have a few more very easy levels. Once we're very deep into day 2, we get the 50K, 100K level. That's a fan favorite. 100K, 200K is also very doable. But yeah, it's going to be fun. Level 10, as you said, final chance for a lot of these guys to enter day 1A. But of course, we're running day 1B as well. We're not covering it, but maybe throughout the evening, we'll give you guys some shout-outs and some updates of some of the guys that have gathered a lot of chips in day 1B as that started, give or take 2 hours ago. But I'm excited. We already took a little sneak peek at our next future table before the camera was spanning over the floor. We've got a couple of very fun characters to look forward to.
Yeah, there's one we have to talk about. It's Ren Lin. He will always keep a table entertaining. He is on our next feature table. Also looking at some of the superstars that have made it to Triton ONE. Joseph Chong comes to mind, famous for his main event run and, of course, his performance across Asia. And then the chip leaders are unknown, which is always fun, Kevin. I love to see the newcomers to Triton in the form of Triton ONE really make their mark. So look forward to seeing what they have to offer.
Yeah, if I think back of last September, if you would have asked me who is Dimitrios Anastasakis, I would have said I have absolutely no idea who that is. But during the first inaugural edition of Triton ONE, I did see him quite a few times. We had him on the feature table. He had a couple of decent runs as well. Clearly had a very good time over at Triton ONE. So he's back and he's off to a very hot start as he is our chip leader entering this next block of poker. Once more, 3 40-minute levels. I'm going to start off easy with the 5K, 10K level. I'm excited. Vidar is excited. I feel like we're going to have a really good time, Vidar.
I think so. It's going to be fun. You just mentioned one of the players who has around 1.5 million. We do have Ren Lin with 1.2 million and with blinds 5K, 10K. Lots of fun poker to come. So count me excited as we kick off the new level here at the 3K QQPK Genesis Day 1A.
As we are, of course, still live from the Last A Casino here in Jeju, South Korea. There is a good chance that in one of the upcoming 10 days, I'm going to say that we are live from Seoul, because that is something I've done a lot throughout my lifetime. A lot of the video gaming competitions took place in Seoul. It happened quite a few times in September. Randy, of course, bullied me for it, rightfully so. But we are on the beautiful island of Jeju. And these are the next seven players for now to look forward to. Later on, we should have 8.
Now, I have been hearing you give a lot of South Korea pro tips. Apparently, buying a condo is in order, huh, Kevin?
No, it's just because Randy is going to be here for the entire month. You know, Triton ONE, the first edition was 7 days. The second one is 11. If eventually they keep on expanding it, then we may have to start looking at that. We'll get a little commentator condo going.
A little extra bedroom for me, perhaps?
I think you're always welcome, Peter. He already said there's a good chance we're going to have a decent amount of table talk. We'll try to find place for that, as it is obviously fun to listen to these guys. Ren Lin looks down at Jack 10 of clubs. It is a very pretty hand. There's one question I have to ask you as we keep a close eye on the action here. Julian Pinada from Colombia. With ace jack offsuit, flop comes 3-3 deuce with 2 hearts. No one is holding a heart. I have to ask you a very silly question, Vitor. It is mandatory. Do you have a favorite hand in poker?
Oh, of course I have a favorite hand in poker. But I will spoil something and say that I heard Randy suggest that I might not. I'm as superstitious as the rest of them. I'll just get to that in a moment, because we have seen the deuce of clubs come in, which means potential for action. A bet on the flop might have just taken it for Julian. Now instead, Ren will have the ability to semi-bluff at it. And ace-high is very strong on the double-paired minimum pair board.
Yeah, bets 30k, 3 big blinds. I feel that since Julian is working with a very healthy stack, there's a good chance that he will come along for the ride.
Really?
We are off to a river. Jack be fun. Wow, that's also a fun river.
That's fun for sure. Now the games begin, because Ren knows he's very likely to chop. However, if he just bluffs at it, it's almost like a free roll. Unlikely for Julian to have a better pair that plays this way.
River, my friend. Okay.
It will go check.
I know, very bad river for me. Yeah, dominate you. Flash draw.
That's a needle after chopping. Classic Ren Lin. But yeah, coming back to it, Kevin, my favorite hand these days, it comes and goes, is King 7 suited.
That would have not been my guess.
I'll tell you why. You just feel so cool when you 3-bet with King 7 suited. And then every so often you fold King 8, and you get to say, 1 pip too high.
All right, I'll keep it in mind. We did see a little 3-bet earlier, I believe, with King 7 once. I don't think it worked out very well.
Okay, one more.
Fun first hand there. No gamble, no future. That's what Ren Lin says. He's always smiling, always chatty, always a very fun character to have at these future tables. I think there is a chance that he could have taken a stab at it on the river, but there's also a chance that his opponent is playing a smaller pocket pair in a similar way. Maybe it would have been like 5s or 6s or 7s, and then we're obviously just burning chips on fire.
Yeah, that's a great point. By the way, with the selfie, I noticed that we do have Fan Chi-wei, a legendary player from Taiwan, known for his hyper-aggression, sitting on a medium stack for now, so don't know if he acts up in the same way he would with a monster stack. Does also have Ren Lin on his left, who wakes up with pocket jacks.
We've seen jacks hit the mark a couple of times. Ren Lin does not strike me as a guy who folds jacks very quickly.
Ace 4, standard defense. No ace on the flop. Should be a quick bet and takedown. Let's not forget the momentum. After the break, seems to be Ren Lin's table thus far.
Involved in both hands, but had very pretty hands both of the time. The Jack 10 suited into the pocket jacks. Ren Lin, one of the biggest stacks at this table. One of the biggest stacks overall. If you just guys want to take a little look at the leaderboard, over 1 million chips puts you already in the top 12. Tony Ren Lin currently in 4th place overall of the entire field.
Yeah, that's a great spot to be in. Human Ma, who just left the feature, right next to him. I do spot one of the few players from India in the field, QQPK ambassador Nishant Sharma. 1.1 million in his stack as well, top 10.
There was another Indian player who had a very big stack early. And I believe last time I checked, he was still up at like 800k. Rishi Mehra. I don't know how good that pronunciation is. In 35th place overall, 725k.
Yeah, pretty good pronunciation, Kevin. Also, I saw that he had a great start. Mind you, Fan has picked up the Rockets. 25 bigs effective.
Oh, we've got our first mystery hand. Welcome to the desk, Vitor. This is going to be all you. We've got aces, and we have the man from Colombia defending his big blind. And the guessing game is live. Flop comes ace 5-3 with 2 clubs. Top set for Fan.
Let's go. Mystery hand, top set. If the mystery hand has been chosen such that we do get a couple more streets, this could get very interesting. And the trap on the flop, one of the worst cards in the form of a club comes out. However, with the potential of a king, maybe Julian has connected.
We had 3 mystery hands in our first 3 levels. I feel like the first one I kind of nailed, the second one Randy nailed, and the third one we were both way off, as we didn't think it was a bluff, but it turned out to be a bluff, which is king jack on an ace high board. At this point, I've got absolutely no clue what Julian Pianata is playing. It goes check, check once more. Very rarely do you see someone have aces flop top set and see it check both streets.
Yeah, Fan has just played this so tricky. He's so aggressive that he might think that he would get a lot of credit for making moves on the river despite the small pot at the moment. And now Julian's range is super wide. The fact that he didn't bet should make kings and queens unlikely, and ace, of course, unlikely to begin with. This is pure value in the form of just the 1 chip, so doesn't go too big either.
And the pre-flop raise was minimum, just to 20K. Can only imagine that Julian Pianata is going to make a move here. Did he just announce all in? Oh my goodness.
Oh my word. He's pulled the trigger.
I feel like we're saying that we have Jack 10 or nothing, no? Like maybe a flush, maybe a random flush, like a queen.
Yeah, these players have been battling with each other for a couple of levels at least. So Julian could be trapping a straight when the board comes ace and then a king and a queen, expecting Fan to bet almost all rivers.
I'll actually correct myself. I kind of feel like he's saying I have a flush or nothing, because I don't even think Jack 10 will necessarily play like this, even though there is a chance, obviously, that we want to play it like this, knowing that Fan only has 200K behind. But
the problem that Fan is facing is that he's way too high up in his range after checking twice.
Oh my god.
He knows theory-wise he's supposed to call this off. Otherwise, you're getting exploited too often. However, doesn't block a club. Certainly, Julian could have a flush that he plays this way.
Could also just have a single club, right? And that has turned his hand into a serious bluff. The jack of clubs, the queen of clubs. You think he has it?
Since we're supposed to be guessing, I'll go ahead and say I think Julian's found a spot to bluff the 2 checks on the flop and the turn. Might have done the job that Fan was hoping for.
No, I think a rebate is
I mean, listen, if Julian has a flush, it's a cooler. Top set versus a flush was going in anyway. To the extent Fan has managed to induce a bluff, this would actually be very impressive. But he is tanking.
Like, unbelievable.
Fan is asking if he will show. Julian Pianata is giving him nothing. We, of course, always encourage you guys to play along in Twitch chat, YouTube chat, Kick chat, wherever you may be watching. I'll go the opposite direction. You say he has a bluff. I think he has a random flush. I don't know what kind of a flush we're looking at. Maybe like the 9-8 of clubs, 9-7 of clubs, something among those lines. I'll be honest, I'm kind of clueless. A bizarre hand. Check, 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 check.
5 checks. And then the check jam. By the way, while we're playing the guessing game, I think Fan is never folding.
No, I don't think he's folding either. I think we're just too strong. Even if we may have a bad feeling about it, I just don't see how we fold here. Well, he's looking now like he is folding once people start lifting up the cards. But he puts them back.
This would be extremely exploitative. As we just mentioned, he's top of his range and played it tricky. Would mean that he has some reads on Julian.
You shove king queen? No way. You jack 5. Oh, you must have jack 5.
There's a chance it's Jack 10 with 1 club. There's a chance that it's a flush. I think Julian Pianata has it.
Oh my god, I'm fucking stupid.
Wow.
He's folding.
Show the bluff.
It is Jack 10.
Amazing. What a great fold.
My friend, I'm fucking stupid.
Show bluff 1 time.
I will see, right?
I pay you $5. $10.
Renlin says he'll pay him $5.
Unbelievable.
Incredible. I'm so happy to be wrong there to see Fan find the fold.
He only bluffed like, I don't know, in the no way list, human bluff like this.
Human.
And give his reasoning as well, by the way. I covered Fan on some broadcasts, and it's good to see him putting himself out there in English, mind you. He's Taiwanese, so
I don't know.
actually explaining his thinking.
What a fold. What a fold with aces there.
I never fold that hand in my life. Come on, man. No future.
Take a bow, sir. That'll be a fun one for him to see. I guess a couple of hours from now when he catches up on the stream.
So he did have it. It
So
was
you
not a
go.
bluff.
Yeah.
It wasn't a flush. It was the straight
You are
that I
number one
called
goalie.
out initially.
I mean,
I
great
never
check
fool you,
on the
you
river.
see?
He knew that Fan is the kind of player to attack that river, and he was always planning to check jam, I suppose. But he kind of got owned. Top set, folding
Yeah.
there.
That, in a weird way, that feels like a loss almost.
Yeah, may have won the hand, but as they say in Rocky, you can win the fight, but somebody else wins the night.
Oh, there's one more level. I think it's
One more level. Oh, so
Pocket
now
jacks
easy
on the
bluffing.
button.
Oh, now
Sure.
hard to bluff.
Seems like he's not going to get any action. Wow, earlier today we had someone fold jacks when I believe they were dominated by kings. Who were like, that's the fold of the day. I think we found a new fold of the day. Top set of aces.
100%. And it comes from a player who's super aggro as well. I tend to find super aggro players tend to be a little more stationy because they're capable of making moves. They always think their opponents are making moves. Here a fan resists the urge, finds the right decision.
Renlin saying, I'd never fold. Yeah, I think that's one of these moments where I don't think I can ever fold either. The reasoning was good though, right? He did call out, it's like you're never doing this with king, queen. It is basically a hand that crushes the top set, or it's nothing. It is not going to be a worse value hand.
My friend, fold. I think I will win this.
Yeah, it is kind of sad when your top set of aces becomes a bluff catcher, but that's the beauty of the game.
What a way to start off with these 3 levels of poker. Level 10, the last level that players can enter flight day 1A of the 3K Genesis. Of course, brought to you guys by our title sponsor, QQPK. We have day 1B running on the side, and tomorrow we're going to run it back. Same idea. We start things off with day 1C much later in the day. There is a day 1D running as well that we won't be covering. We'll give you guys some updates on who's doing well, who's crushing it. They have changed Thomas's name, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that in the app, but earlier he had his full name written out, and he's got like 5 names. And now they've removed the Jean-Pierre, Bruno, whatever it was, and now it's just Thomas Chen.
It's to help us, I'm sure. You did mention day 1B going on. Of course, we are on the last level that you can rebuy. Another reason I think the fold is super impressive. You know, there's a lot of rebuy options available. And to realize that and still not flick the chip in, make the crying call, got to give up mad respect.
I think it would have been a snap call on my side. But if you got it, you got it. Like, it is what it is.
I can never fold.
Well done.
I don't know.
Big Slick enters the building. Chip leader raising it up on the button. Should get the least amount of respect.
No, I open.
Renlin does have a hand that you could 3-bet sometimes, but the stack sizes are tricky. Second in chips on the table.
2 of the biggest stacks of the entire field overall. Both of them having a top 6 stack of the remaining 161 players. So we'll tread carefully. Renlin just calls with the king-jack. The flop isn't very exciting for either of them. Queen 7-3 rainbow. At least with ace-king, we have 2 overs to the board.
You have the key card, the queen has connected. Back doors to open up. The ace-king checks back. Golden rule tends to be the 2 big stacks don't tangle with each other. And in Renlin's shoes, he actually has position on Demetrius most of the time, so all the more reason to be a bit more cautious when he's out of position for a couple of hands in the orbit.
What I remember from Demetrius is that he's very solid. He really doesn't make too many crazy plays. He doesn't get himself in too much trouble. If I think back of all the hands that we saw for him in the inaugural edition of Triton ONE last September. And I think this hand kind of shows that, right? He's keeping it safe, normal, easy. And that is a very exciting river card for Demetrius, as this is one of the only cards that's going to give him a lot of value. Renlin improves to top pair with a jack kicker, which is quite solid too.
Queen kicker, actually, I'll correct you, Kevin. So it's even more brutal, you know.
Yeah. The jack does not play, but the ace will most certainly play.
Yeah, Demetrius has Ren pipped. Ren does find the check, doesn't go for value, so looks like he's in check call mode.
It is going to happen that you think you're suddenly playing 6 card when you're 5 hours into watching some poker every now and then. The 5th card becomes the 6th card. Of course, the jack does not play. Demetrius is wondering, how much should I bet here? And it's best case scenario, because his opponent does hold a king.
30K is not even much of a decision.
No. Pretty much always a call.
The bad news is incoming, but barely a dent to these 2 monster stacks.
It doesn't hurt, but it's still annoying. Because you look at that river and you feel like that's one of the better rivers that you can find. And it turns out it's one of the only rivers that you lose more chips on. Renlin is giving it some thought. What is the man thinking of? Always chatty.
Pretty incredible that he's thought this long. Certainly not in autopilot mode.
Is there a small chance that he's thinking of a race?
Would seem a bit pointless. It's tough to get called by worse. Maybe you fold out some chops every once in a while.
Those are racing chips. I believe the price of poker has gone up to 100,000. I feel like this is a slam dunk call for Demetrius. There's no reason to make this even more dangerous, but obviously we're not folding top pair, top kicker here on this board.
Yeah, credit where it's due. He's gone for thin value, but has ended up value owning himself, as we say. Taking himself to value town to the tune of 100K.
Demetrius will just make the call.
That sums it up.
That is the reaction when you have value owned yourself.
我觉得只输这一手了，但是他就这一手。My friend, you release me, I all in, and then adios. I have no future, why no call, huh? Coach, I wanted too much.
You're greedy.
No future.
Pointing out that he wanted a little too much. So take a look at the beautiful trophies. The Triton ONE trophy and the QQPK trophy.
Absolutely gorgeous.
番后是番后。
学到 river。
但这只有 AK 了嘛？是啊。那我的形象嘛。
That's a fun start to our Neo Future table. A couple of exciting hands here.
Professional?
Greedy.
Only lose ace king. Well, yes? Yes or no? Need a mug
Yeah, we've seen a couple of river raises already, which is always exciting. Does set the tone for the rest of the table as well.
I have no
You see
future.
showdowns like this, you start wondering, am I being too nitty? Should I get involved? Joseph Chong will defend the Queen 9 suited, certainly a hand you want to get involved with.
My friend, ace king, Luis.
Queen high board.
He's going to flop a top pair. Julian Pinada from Colombia does flop a gut shot with his ace-3. Open things up from the hijack. We'll see bet. A little over one big blind.
帮我拿一瓶吧，这个。好。Yeah.
Backdoor diamonds in play as well for Joseph. Speaking of those backdoor diamonds, 6 of diamonds rolls off on the turn. Queen 9 was good and is still good. I feel like Julian might check this one back. He strikes me as a fire on the flop. If we have something, if we don't get a lot better early on, keep it simple. And we'll check it back on the turn. The river is the jack of hearts. Doesn't change a whole lot.
I believe this is Julian's first Triton event and overall a little bit newer to the live scene as well. Surrounded by absolute sickos, could be giving a lot of respect as well to Joseph.
Take a little look at his profile. That is the beauty.
Yeah, just did that actually myself on the beautiful Triton Poker Plus app, and seems to be his first event.
Yep. You are correct. Probably the first of many. If we're already here on day 1 of the 11-day series, I don't think he came all the way from either Colombia or perhaps he lives somewhere else over to Jeju to only play the 3K Genesis. Probably mentally preparing for a long series and lots of events. But he's off to a very good start. Still has a 3x starting stack. First bullet, loving life.
So I heard you guys guess about what sort of the average stack is going to be by the time we reach the money, about 16% of the field getting paid. Did you reach a conclusion there, Kevin?
No, I thought average stack would be around 600-700K, and then the biggest stacks would be a couple million, like 2.5, 3, maybe even 4 million. At the end of the day, that is when we're totally done.
Right. So if you maybe find a double up, I would probably take the over on that as well, because 16% paid. Let's say you're at 750. You start tightening up. Are you the kind of player who wants to, you know, maybe see a few levels where you can inch into the money, or are you just always going for it?
I think it truly depends, right? Well, what is the main reason why we are here? Are we looking for trophies? Are we looking to win it all? Especially knowing that tomorrow you've got flight day 1C and day 1D to look forward to. I think there are a few guys that are just looking to get a solid start to their series and will be more than happy to just make it to day 2, no matter how many chips you may be working with. It's a good feeling knowing that you've backed some chips, especially in the start of a series. This is not the event saver. This is not after 10 days of pain or a proper roller coaster. We're just starting. I think a lot of players will be happy to back some chips, but especially players that are looking to stick around for the Triton Super High Roller Series as well. They're not looking for the mint survival to day 2. They're looking for a proper stack.
Absolutely not, and we do have a few of those on our table. Joseph Chong, perhaps one of them. Do you want to mention a hand that we saw on the beautiful Triton Poker Plus app? But before that, how about a shout out to some of the merchandise that I'm wearing right now? Shop on the store. It is absolutely glorious what Triton ONE has done with the merch. Loving life. Kevin, the #1 supporter of Triton merch, has lived up to the hype.
I've been wearing it a lot over in the Netherlands as well. And a few times when I went to like a local casino in the Netherlands, they're like, Triton, you've played? I was like, no, I didn't play. I was like, but I did attend. They're like, really? What for? I was like, oh, I commentated Triton ONE. They're like, oh, that's awesome. And that's super cool. Very happy with it. You guys can check it out yourself as well. You guys saw the link in the lower third. And of course, if you're here in Jeju, or even if you're anywhere near the area, there are very doable flights from Seoul, like 100 a day, if not a whole lot more. Fun fact, I don't know if you know this, but Seoul to Jeju is the busiest flight route in the world.
Oh, wow.
More flights back and forth than any other connection between 2 airports anywhere. So if you ever miss your flight, you don't have to worry. There's another one leaving basically at the same time, if not 2 minutes later or 5 minutes later.
It's like the subway.
Yes, pretty much. I compare it to a flying bus, 'cause that's really what it feels like. We got Julian with pocket 7s, opening things up under the gun. And Dimitri is one of the biggest stacks of the field. He's going to raise it up with ace-king. Quick call by Julian. And he finds the 7. Flop comes 8-7-3 with 2 spades. Dimitrius does not hold a spade.
We saw him check back on the tricky board against Renlin. This time around, the board certainly doesn't connect. Could be looking to find the 1 street kind of bet, hope that his opponent lays it down. Does have the betting lead with a 3-bet pre-flop.
Especially because it was under the gun versus under the gun +1 correct. You don't really put your opponent on a whole lot of 8s and 7s. And if they do hold an ace-queen or an ace-jack suited, you want to charge them.
Yeah, would love to have gotten the hand over with.
And that is most likely going to be the end of this hand. As Julian Pinada hoping that Dimitrios Anastasakis is working with an overpair. That is not the case. The ace-king offsuit is not very tempting here.
Yeah, to your point, Kevin, +1, 3-bet against the UTG raise. Julian fast playing it, hoping that the range was the overpairs. This time around, the ace-king could be tempted to continue given how deep we are. But if Julian hasn't shown himself to be making too many moves on this table, this is the kind of holding you can let go.
I think he'll let it go, especially because he's not holding a spade as well. And there is the fold. And that's more of in the line of what I've seen from Dimitrios Anastasakis in the past. Very solid player, very capable, qualified poker player. Probably a diehard pro, as this is his second time over in Jeju for Triton ONE within 7 months. The man is solid. The man is very safe. I feel like he's excellent when it comes to navigating these early stages of these tournaments. And is very good in staying out of unnecessary trouble.
So about 15 minutes or so to go till the end of the level. This is the last one that we had the rebuy open for. Let's say we settle at around 320 entries. It's a great start. Really excited to see the players show up. Of course, this is day 1A. We do have day 1B running as well. 43 entries over there.
I'm very stupid today.
Still very early. Joseph looks down at pocket 6s. Will make the call. After Dimitrios opens Queen 10 offsuit under the gun. Julian Pinada wants to get involved once more as well with the King Jack offsuit in the big blind. Flop comes 9-8-8 rainbow. Still a very fair fight across the board.
I really don't know.
Pretty good board to be in position with the 6s.
I think he's in long way.
Does fire the stab.
I don't know.
Should work most of the time, especially with the read you had on Dimitrios, Kevin.
I know.
Now, I did hear you guys starting off the props in the booth early in the series about whether we'll have a repeat winner. I like how you're thinking. I'm a sucker for a good story. So if somebody, especially somebody who won the main event who's still in the mix, can ship 2 Triton ONE trophies, it would be pretty special. But I'm also rooting for the underdog, so I'm not sure where I lie.
I'm a believer. You know, we had 10 different winners in the inaugural edition of Triton ONE, and now we have 14 tries. Either for someone to win 2 events here, which is incredibly difficult, but still possible, or I expect almost all the winners of the original series to at least make a little appearance. As Demetrius, by the way, takes the lead on the river with his Queen 10. Actually went check on the flop.
Yeah, a bit of a spicy float, 2 overs and the gut shot. And now does clip top pair. Should be safe to go for value given the check on the turn. Against a capable player like Joseph. Of course, you're not loving life. Maybe block sizing could be in order.
That's 50K. 2 great chips. Kind of feel like Joseph will let go of this one with the 6s. Perhaps feeling that his opponent is trying to steal it away from him. With an ace-king, ace-queen, even a king-queen, right, that decided to stick around. But I think Joseph will get away. And let's go. Play the hand correctly, bet when he was ahead. Maybe another bet on the turn would have been able to get it done, but it's very difficult when you start that originally off 3 ways. Your opponent makes the call on the flop. Don't think there is much that we can criticize Joseph for there.
That tends to be the case.
You know, maybe my prophecy will be fulfilled immediately here in the opening event, the 3K Genesis, because the winner of the main event of Triton ONE, Joshua Gebisa from Germany. Back then we dubbed him the mystery German, because we never got to see him on any of the TV tables until the very end, and he ended up winning it all. He's currently 14th in chips overall. I know it's very early, but still the man on his first bullet, working with over 1 million chips, he is one to keep an eye on.
10 levels in, over 100 bigs. What a great start.
He's loving life over here in Jeju.
The defending main event champion. Pocket 9s for Fan. Standard open.
Demetrius just keeps on getting playable hands. It's like his 4th or 5th playable hand in a row.
No.
When you're the chip leader, people expect you to be looser when you're opening. When you're calling, I don't think it should apply as much, but with a 1.5 million stack, you can certainly afford to be a loser. So essentially a hidden hand in the big blind, but 6-high flop doesn't give anything to offer. Fan should be able to take it down with the overpair relatively easily.
Fan, of course, the man who's made the absolute fold of the day so far. Flopping top set, a brutal run out, and gets away. His opponent made the runner on a straight with Jack 10. What a fold.
A lot of money there.
He's definitely not looking to fold 9s ever on 6-4. I think he would rather bust and head over to the cashier than fold 9s on this board. Against the chip leader, no matter what happens here, Vidor, Fan is not going anywhere.
I agree, but now it's time to see how loose Demetrius is playing. We did see him defend the Queen 10, but not the King Jack on the 6-4 deuce. Good decision.
I think in the Queen 10, as you pointed out, he had 2 overs to the board, but he also had the gut shot. I felt there was a little more to work with there than there is here. The man is very solid. Like, you're really not going to see him slip up early. Perhaps after a 12-hour grueling day, then he starts making a couple of uncharacteristic plays, but everything that we've seen from him the first time around over at the inaugural edition of Triton ONE, and now so far. The man will continue to play his game, keeps it simple for himself. And clearly has been doing a lot of things right and perhaps running good. He's looking down at 1.5 million chips this early.
He's like late 40?
Top 10 stack. Easily.
My friend was at his table.
Really been loving the Triton Poker Plus app now in the booth. Getting to make the most of it. As a viewer, I have in the past, but you're a little more invested as you're following the whole tournament. Mind you, when we knew which feature table was next, I looked up a hand between Joseph Chung and Renlin. Renlin was actually all in 7s versus kings, clipped a 7, which took him to 800K. So some huge swings and dynamics coming into once we started having these players on the feature table.
Was it pre-all-in?
Yeah.
That was a real poker player, you know. That for me, no matter I say that.
Yeah, I go to the hospital right away.
King 7.
Wow.
To the flop.
That is an interesting flop, and knowing how little chips Fan has behind, flops the straight, 8, 9, 10, Jack, a Queen. But the bottom end of it, Dimitris Anastasikos flops the top end of an open-ender.
Before I got a sleeping problem.
Dream spot for Fan.
I sleep well.
Dreams can turn into nightmares real quick on a board like this, Vider.
Yeah, he does have outs, of course, Demetrios, that is, but Fan will just keep him interested with just a flat call. Another 10, the board does pair. The thing about this hand being limp pre-flop is that the Queen Jack 10 actually smacks Demetrios' flatting from the small blind range. You do see that with medium hands a lot more these days. And so Chi should be looking to bump up the stakes in case Demetrios takes another stab at it. This board should be connecting with Demetrios more often than not.
Demetrios agrees, bets 35,000, 3.5 big blinds. Fan with 185k behind. Do we have the kind of stack to raise, or is it just all in?
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. The backdoor flush draws come in as well. The board is paired.
Kind of feels like the only raise we have is an all in, no?
Yeah, I mean, you want to get it in against a 10 or a queen that might get sticky. Pair and flush draw, very much, pair and straight draw rather, and pair and flush draw, very much possible.
Just makes the call. Makes the call with 9-8. The river is a 5 of clubs. Once more, 3 clubs on the board, but this time it is not that painful.
Really cool discipline by Fan, given the stack size. Just decided to call in position. Now the decision for Demetrios, third barrel or not.
Finds himself on the river with king high. But I know Demetrios is a man who doesn't really burn too many chips in spots like this. He's also willing to give up. Made his moves, tried, obviously head outs, had the top end of the open ender, and has decided to check it here. And now Fan is wondering how he can get some extra chips out of Demetrios. We know there is simply no way. Perhaps the only way ever would be the smallest bet of like making it look so small that you're bluffing and then hoping that your opponent comes over the top, but it is not happening.
Yeah, I mean, what are you repping? 9-7, I guess?
Yeah. That is definitely nothing that Demetrios is ever going to interact with. That will be the end of this hand. At least Fan chips up a little. Flop the straight. The bottom end of the straight can be awkward to play, but in this dynamic, small blind versus big blind, we feel a lot better about flopping the bottom end of the straight.
Fan did have a disadvantage in that hand as well, is that he's actually out of his time bank clock. And maybe that was a factor. It's much easier to just call in position and evaluate than to figure out a raise size. Time can certainly play a factor. I play a little bit of chess, Kevin. I don't know if you've ever dabbled in the beautiful mind sport of chess, but time does make so much of a difference, and I've come to appreciate time banks a lot more in poker thanks to playing chess. You will make a worse decision if you have less time.
I'm very familiar with it, and I watch a lot of chess content as well. I would not say that I have dabbled in chess myself, because I am so unbelievably legendary bad in chess. Please do not challenge me to play chess at this trip, because it is going to be very embarrassing. But I am very well aware with the clock format that they've used. And obviously from online poker as well, when you make it to final tables, a lot of websites will give you a clock to begin with. And once you're out of time, well, you have a couple of seconds for every hand. It is a new system that they are experimenting with over here at Triton ONE, but I assume that it's been thought out very well. I guess that Fan already used up some time, obviously, with the aces earlier. I didn't feel like he tanked forever, but perhaps there were a couple of hands prior to that in the levels that we did not see, where he also used up a lot of his time bank. So his time bank is at 0. Flop comes Queen 10-8 with 2 hearts. Julian likes to get involved. Demetrios, of course, one of the biggest stacks of the field, likes to get involved. Both players flop a pair, but King 10 takes the lead.
Yeah, cutoff versus button in the ranges will be a little bit wider than usual, as we can see here. King 10 off. And the 8-7 did peel. They're both plenty deep.
To go back to the chess shot clock, what happens very often is when people play a match against each other and they know one person is the favorite, that they'll give themselves a time handicap, right? Where I get 1 minute and then you get 4 minutes because I am the big favorite. Don't think that will ever catch on in poker, because I feel like most of these guys think too quick for that to be the same level of advantage as it would be in chess. But deeper in tournaments, it can definitely hurt you if you run enough time.
Oh, certainly, certainly. It does affect decisions. As we do see the Jack of Hearts come in, 4-liner and the flush on the board now. Both players hating life. Demetrios still with the betting advantage and position. Open-ender, though, he just checks to realize his equity. And plenty of equity it is, along with the best hand.
And another heart rolls off on the river. 4 hearts on the board, 4 to a straight on the board. If there was ever a board to bet, to bluff if you're Julian Pinata. This might be it. Finds himself with a pair of 8s. And I think he knows it's pretty much never good. This is an incredibly scary board to look at. The bet is not that big considering the size of the pot.
#1 good-looking Korean poker player.
60K into 220. But it is big enough to get Demetrius to let go of his pair of 10s. Well done by Julian. Steals this one away.
Yeah, great timing for the bet. No resistance. Does remind me of one of those old poker theorems, by the way. I think it was called Clockmeister's theorem. As soon as 4 of the same suit opens on the board, bluff at it.
Yeah.
Tongue-in-cheek theorems, but they do work
I
sometimes.
took my glasses off.
Are you familiar with Zebo's theorem, Kevin?
No, I'm not.
Zebo's theorem says nobody ever folds a full house. If you think you have a bigger full house, just go all in. Nobody ever folds a full house. But you're a PLO player. You've folded plenty of full houses, I'm sure.
Oh, yes. Well, it's very different, especially the more cards we play with. 5 cards, 6 cards. We're going to have to fold a lot of full houses.
A little bit. I like it. I like it.
I feel like in 6 cards, you'll even see the occasional fold of quads.
It's scary surgery.
It's
really?
Very, very rare. Obviously, with bad beat jackpots, you never want to fold, but 6 card PLO, it's setup galore.
I just feel like
What you don't want is quads pre-flop. Certainly want to fold those.
Coach.
You can just fold.
I don't want to trouble. I need this hand. I need a minimal slim. Hello, Shanghai girl. Hello.
You're in trouble. I have sunglasses on now.
It's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous.
I can tell.
And being pretty honest about the strength of his holding.
Very dangerous.
That's dangerous.
Just flop bets.
I missed it. Indeed, flops bottom pair here on Queen 7-3 with 2 diamonds.
You see the Lady Gaga?
Now we've got 2 PLO events happening over here at Triton ONE. That's the first time. The inaugural edition last September did not have any PLO events. This time we do have 2 PLO events. One 6-handed and one 7-handed. It's happening in the upcoming days. This stream though will only be no limit for the entirety of it. Tiny bet and a call on the turn. On the flop, excuse me. The turn went check, check.
Check mark for Renlin if he can get to showdown. I think Joseph has enough showdown value such that this could go check, check.
I win. King high.
King high, you win.
Pretty confident, but no good.
You win.
Next best hand, essentially.
Announced it with a lot of confidence, but King high is no good here.
I try to value bet, and then I think no.
We are getting closer to the end of level 10, and the end of level 10 means the end of registration for flight at day 1A. I believe that means that we're also going to have to a tiny break to go over a few things. The absolute last chance for players to enter flight at day 1A, of course, will have day 1B running throughout the entire night. People can still sign up for flight at day 1B. I believe we have welcomed a new player to our future table. Zhang, but definitely not the same Zhang as earlier today, unless he got a different haircut. And he looks down at pocket 8s under the gun. A very lucky hand for the Chinese.
That's true. Fun start to the table for him.
What would I have?
You think he would prefer the pocket 8s over pocket aces?
Well, I know you would prefer the pocket 4s over pocket aces.
Absolutely not.
Boggles the mind. Considering how we feel about the number 4 here, but I think your theory will be tested over the next 10 days. Let's see what happens on the stream with the pocket 4s. Fake aces.
Yeah, they cut a
8, of course. A lucky number in the Chinese culture. And they love it in poker as well. They love their ace 8 a lot too. Flop comes ace, a 5, a queen with 2 spades. It is Yao Yu who flops best.
No feeling,
Top pair, no kicker at all, but well, that kicker becomes somewhat useful as we pick up a gut shot. We'll draw as well. We know there is no need for that as he is in the lead.
Added comfort, really. Double flush draw board. Too much of a hand for Zhang to maybe start converting his hand into a bluff.
I only cut the hair and the wig at the Chinatown.
Well, never mind. No opportunity given. There's the jam. 1 SPR makes total sense. Nice little pickup for that added comfort as we end the level. We'll end with over 10 bigs. The stack will get a little bit shallower as we reach the next level, but
Solid fold with the 8s there, but it makes sense on this board. Really no exciting rivers to look forward to there other than the magical 8 from space.
The 8 from space. Never heard that before.
It's not quite the same as the ace from space, but that's what we needed here. But even if we do it somehow miraculously hit it, what do we win? 5 big blinds? Not worth the trouble. So a few new faces at the table.
The guy from Hong Kong is not terrible. But
I believe that this might be that moment where we are getting ready to officially say goodbye to any new players that want to enter flight day 1A. Level 10 is coming to an end. Perhaps we have one more hand. Or this is it. No, this is going to be it for now. The end of level 10 and the end for anyone to enter flight day 1A. But flight day 1B will be wrong, and we'll take a little look at it as well in our Triton Poker Plus app. And a couple of the names that you guys may have seen on these TV tables, even if they busted, there's a good chance that they're already trying their luck over at flight day 1B. That started a little bit later, started around 6 p.m. I believe. Flight day 1A started at noon. And that means that it won't be a long break. This is not going to be 10 minutes, but a tiny break just to wrap up registration and whatnot.
Yep. Well, it's exciting because I'm seeing on the Triton Poker Plus app, we have stacks approaching 2 million. 1.85 million is the largest stack. We were talking about how large of a stack you need to be is to sort of coast into the money if that's what you're trying to do, make it a day 2, bag and tag. Well, certainly 1.8 million is going to cut it.
Yes.
New feature table will be exciting as well. I'm really happy to have kicked off our first frame here as we cut to the break. And of course, we'll come back with level 11, 10K, going to 12K now.
And the hand of the hour was most certainly the aces, flopping top set, losing against the Jack-10, King-Queen run-out, and getting away from it on the river. The
Incredible.
fold of the day. We thought we saw a couple of good folds in the opening block, but that was the true fold of the day. So I believe we're going to head to a very small break, and after that, we'll be back with level 11. We have many more, well, we have at least 80 more minutes of poker to look forward to. And of course, later today, we're going to welcome Griffin Bencher as well. You looking forward to Griffin?
That's right. I mean, he is one of the best to ever do it. And of course, super entertaining as well. So you've certainly earned a break, Kevin, once we have Griffin in the booth, as we round out our booths team for what's going to be an incredible 10 days of coverage here at the festival.
Yeah, Randy and I had a ton of fun the first time around with Alex Livingston. But having only 3, when we had so many long days back to back to back, and it was a 7-day festival, not even an 11-day.
Right.
At one point was starting to hurt a little bit. You notice that when you're like day 5 or day 6, and you've seen a gazillion fluffs and a gazillion different holdings, and you're in like your 11th straight hour, you're like, this is going to be difficult. So I'm very happy to know that this time we have 4 people with the crew.
I also heard about your coffee order, and we need to talk about that. That's going to be addressed at some point. You're over-caffeinated for sure, so you have a long way to go. But for now, we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back on the other side into level 11 here on day 1A of the QQPK Genesis event. See you on the other side.
Every legend was once a beginner. Every pro starts with a single hand. Some begin at the highest stage.
Humphreys just won his fifth.
Some begin with a single table. Different beginnings, but the path forward remains the same. This is where new journey begins. QQPK, your new poker path.
It's the same feature.
Welcome back, everyone, to the opening day of the 2nd ever edition of Triton ONE. We still need a couple of minutes before we can hop back into our TV table. While doing that, we can take a little look at the app. We can take a look at the leaderboard and just scroll down and take a look at some of the players that are working with these bigger stacks. So we see one of the men that we are currently looking at, or both of them in 7th place there, Dimitrios Anastasakis. Our man from Spain, Ender, has been at the top of the leaderboard for the majority of the day. Who else stands out for you, Vitor?
Well, we mentioned QQPK ambassador Nishant already. Tony Lin has made it to the top 15 or so now. Julian on our table as well. You mentioned Rishi Mer was the early chip leader for a long time, was at about 800K or so, still managing to cross the million chip mark. Tons of other familiar faces, not just from our feature table, but from previous Triton ONE. I'm familiar with Hu Jin Long as well. Pro from Vietnam, I believe. 1.3 million, over 100 bigs in his stack. But it's the top of the table that interests me. Once you cross 1.5 million, I think you can start applying that pressure because we just crossed level 10. No more rebuys available. ICM is in play. And of course, there is day 2 to make. Now we're talking about making the bagging and tagging the min cash. There's ICM pressure as well to the extent players are aiming for that. So should be exciting to see how the big stacks navigate from this point on.
Yeah, I stopped scrolling there for a bit. I thought we were on your iPad, actually. And suddenly I saw everything moving on the side. I was like, wait, we're on mine? So I went back. But in number 24, currently, Joshua Gabisa, of course, the winner of the Triton ONE main event inaugural edition. We have to keep a close eye on him because it's very cool to welcome him back, first of all, to Triton ONE. But now already see him play in the opening event, the 3K Genesis. Of course, brought to you guys by QQPK, our title sponsor for the entire series. We are pretty much ready to continue the action. We'll take a little look at the floor, see some of the cool stuff that's happening on the outer tables, but I guess they all had to wait as we wrapped up level 10.
Now the question for you, Kevin, is do we have a new nickname for Joshua? He's no longer a mystery by any means. He's a superstar. Or do we continue with the one that you bestowed upon him?
I haven't given that any thought yet, but that is definitely something that we need to come up with. The man deserves a proper nickname for winning the Triton ONE main event. Right?
You don't want to be like Negreanu and be 50 years old and be still called Kid Poker because it's stuck. At the same time, it is endearing, so double-edged sword.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing that you could be called. Forever young. Didn't they make a song about that, Peter?
That is correct, as we do slowly pan to our feature table. There it is. Continuing with the same host of players, and what a fun host of players it is.
Is the double shuttle too.
I remember again, yes. Oh, you
It's very cool to just browse the app and take a look at a lot of the different profiles and see a lot of players making their debut, see some of them only ever having played in the Triton ONE events. And that is what the Triton ONE is. What Triton ONE brand is all about, making it a little more accessible and giving a lot of poker players around the world their first chance at experiencing a Triton event. And if Triton ONE goes very well, we can always stick around for the Triton Super High Roller Series that starts right after Triton ONE is done.
Yeah, it's a big part of players' sort of scheduling to understand that they have a big score, then the Super High Roller is what they're aiming for. And what a great way to start shot taking. You know, you're already here at the venue, you can start planning to maybe shot take to some of the bigger buy-ins. Meanwhile, we're going from about 2K to 15K here at this festival. Of course, starting out with the 3K inaugural event that you're watching right now.
I think last year, like 2-3K buy-in, Taipei got like 800 entries or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Main event is main event?
No, just like high roller.
Wow. It's 1 day high roller, 2 day high roller.
Some of them are 1 day, some of them are 2 days.
Okay.
I don't know if we're referring to the Triton ONE events. Obviously, the Genesis last year had over 1,100 entries. I believe we picked at 1,185. And Joseph looks down at Pocket Jacks, the Pocket Jiggities. You're familiar with Pocket Jiggities, right?
Of course. Now, mind you, just a flat call in the cutoff.
I can't believe that Randy didn't know about Pocket Jiggities for the longest time. He's
really?
Like, I don't watch the same things as you do. I was like, oh, come on. This term is like so universally accepted at this point. I was shocked that Randy didn't know.
The thing is, he has a life outside of poker. At the moment, perhaps not the case for you and me. Pocket Jiggities may be made most famous by Brad Owens, so some credit to him.
No, that's definitely where I got it from. Big fan of the vlogs. He's been in the game for many years now.
Well, the Jiggities are well in the lead. Overpair on the 8-high board.
No clubs for Demetrius to get excited over. Very little to get excited over with the Queen 10 offsuit.
Pretty interesting decision to mix there from the cutoff with the Pocket Jacks. Obviously a 3-bet candidate, even against a +1 open. Giving Demetrius a lot of respect. Maybe randomizing a little bit, or maybe taking a peek at some of the stacks that were behind them. Wanted to incentivize a squeeze of some sort. I did see that a lot in the coverage earlier as well, Kevin. A lot of strong hands incentivizing squeezes, and it did work a few times. That 3-way all-in was something to behold. Was it aces, ace, king, and jacks, perhaps?
Yes, that was correct. Aces, ace, king, and jacks. And the man who had ace, king actually folded jacks previously, and he folded it correctly. It was such a good fold against kings.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he was short stack, finds ace, king, and still runs into it. See that Manuel Fritz has joined us as well for the opening day of the 3K Genesis. A very experienced player when it comes to the Triton circuit. Had a big finish recently in the Bahamas. See that Martin Nielsen is still going strong as well today. That obviously makes me happy. Working with 320,000 chips, a little bit above starting stack.
Yeah, did make the FT last time around.
Yeah, finished 4th, I believe. Oh, we can take a look at that. 4th or 3rd. That was fun because I kept on bringing him up. And Randy's like, who's this Martin guy that you keep on talking about? And then he had an amazing run. It's such a big field, right? 1,100 entries. Then making it to the final table. He's like, there you have it. Finally, you get to talk about your guy.
Nice.
I finished in 5th place on September 1st.
Fair takedown there with the ace-10, but Demetrius has been essentially the most active player at the table. Understandable with this stack. That being said, the table will take notice. I think the ranges will be perceived as a little bit wider now.
Are you a PLO enthusiast as well, or?
That's a good word, Kevin. Enthusiast.
Yeah.
Slash punter slash whale. No, I love the great game. PLO 4, 5, 6, all works for me. Where I do regret spending some time is the double board bomb pot streets. I'd stay away from those if you can avoid it.
C2?
I have played it very few times in my life, but I did play a few hands here and there in America, and then I ran into a couple. Like, it's funny that they even use it in the no-limit games, right? You're playing a no-limit cash game, and then suddenly you're like, double board bomb pot PLO. And it's like, that feels so different than what we normally do.
Yeah.
And some people actually sit out of it on principle, right?
They do.
But they're just like, I hate it so much. They've been hurt, they've been bled, and they don't want anything to do with it. I would never sit out on it.
I've seen some people post and fold their hand.
Yeah. That's because it's obviously so different than playing a no-limit cash game. Fan, the man who could have been already on his second bullet, but got away from his top set of aces. It's going to open things up with King-Queen offsuit.
Just to linger on the PLO for one more second, Kevin.
Yep.
Exciting that we have our first PLO event at Triton ONE. I
two
know
of
you
them
were...
even.
Yeah, you were yearning for them to come on the stream, but I'll be excited to take a look out on the floor for that as well and see who joins us. Mind you, tricky board incoming. Queen 6-3, dangerous for Demetrios.
Yep, worst case scenario, flop stop pair as a 9-kicker. Does have backdoor hearts to dream of, but currently looks like one of the biggest stacks of the field is in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and Fan can start setting up for stacks here. 66k, 240 in his stack, 4x.
Of course, the blinds have gone up after that tiny break we previously had. So we went from 5k, 10k to 6k, 12k. No longer our favorite level. Actually, a lot more difficult. Fan working with 20 big blinds here on the turn, on the flop. Demetrius, of course, makes the call with top pair. And the turn is another queen. Well, he was in some trouble. He's in all sorts of trouble now, Vitor.
Surely this heads to a double for Fan.
It's the perfect rainbow board, too, to make matters even worse. Actually, that's 2 hearts. Sorry, I'm blind. There are 2 hearts on the board, but there's no way we go anywhere with Queen 9. I even pointed out he had backdoor hearts to dream of.
And it's Demetrios who actually donks at it. And now Fan needs to start considering the possibility that Demetrios could have the case queen. As played, that's what he's representing. It's always nice to be balanced and actually have what he thinks is value, but a bit of a cooler here for Demetrios.
How would you like to see Fan navigate this turn? Just call and let Demetrius hang himself on the river?
Yeah, the problem with just calling is that you leave yourself with 190. It would be more than what the pot would become, about 160. I'm not saying that there's a better option, but it is a slightly uncomfortable thanks to the tiny, tiny continuation bet that Fan made. So there you see it, 164 in the pot, 192 behind. How does he get in?
Oh, come on.
Oh, my word. Are you serious?
It is not Fan's day. The man who flopped upset earlier with aces now sees the ugliest river. He doesn't know it yet, but Demetrius fills up queens and 9s on the river. That is just ridiculous, Vitor.
The only, and I do mean the slightest of silver linings, is that it is a 3rd heart. The way Demetrios check called and donked at the turn could signal some flush cards as well. If Demetrios doesn't go for all of it, Fan should not be raising, and in comes the value bet. Yeah, it's not as big as it could have been. Oh, pardon me, I read 65k, it's 165, full pot.
Yeah, I think you have it now.
Poor
Great read.
Fan, having a very tough day at the office. The man has already made one miraculous fold. Is he able to get away from the trip queens here as well? It seems almost impossible, but he has surprised us before, Vider.
Certainly surprised me, but this is so much to ask for. Yeah, he just calls it off. That's a crying call if I've ever seen one.
Yes, that is the correct reaction. The same reaction as we had over here in the booth. Wow. Where do you find that 9? And that is why Dimitrios Anastasakis is one of the biggest stacks of the field. A top 10 stack for the last few hours. Lost a couple chips earlier, but he's back over 1.6 million. What a river.
Absolutely brutal. A few chips in a chair are the story that's left behind for a fan to try and spin.
Speaking of chips in a chair, I want to see how Josh McCauley is doing on his miracle bullet. That man should have been out. And then he kind of started spinning it up.
Okay, it's okay. Maybe
He's still alive. Back to 174k, almost starting stack. That will truly be the most miraculous story of day one. Was down to 16k. Could have been out with the 8-7, decided to just call, got away on ace 5-5, and has been running it up ever since.
Player 1, did you call him?
Yes, because he was the, he won the trophy for Player 1 of the inaugural edition of the Triton ONE series, and he got 15k of buy-ins for that title. So
he's free rolling.
Yeah, well, obviously he wants to turn it into something.
Yeah, Joshua McCauley, famous across the Asian circuit for partying the most.
I did not know that.
I mean, he's Australian. You certainly would have guessed, but he takes it to the next level from what I hear.
Zhang, the man who joined this table losing a few chips with pocket 8s, has now decided to ship it with Queen Jack suited.
Whoa.
I believe we got called by King Jack. Quite the call by Julian Pinata.
And Fan gets in his last remaining 15k after posting, and it's a pretty good spot. He's actually ahead.
He's surprised, playing for
45% to triple up.
Like crazy.
But he's only playing for 45k, correct?
I think 63 in the middle and side pot 184. So yeah, he could essentially quadruple up with the remaining chips after posting.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's at the bottom.
Off to the flop.
Flop comes King 5-8. Julian Pinata flops best, but there are spades to dream of for Zhang. And Fan meanwhile still dreaming of an ace. Didn't need one before, doesn't need one now.
Very good.
You have 3 outs. You are holding the ace of spades.
That's right.
Is there the too many outs syndrome happening over here?
Yes.
Any spade, any ace, any 9.
I have outs. Okay, my wrong.
Now there are no more outs, by the way, for Fan. Fan is officially dead.
Wow, okay, I have no outs in the turn.
Now you have no outs anymore.
Oh, the needle.
Yeah.
And the upset in the form of the Queen Jack getting there.
What do you make of the call of Julian Pinata? He called rather quickly. It was a little over 8 big blinds, I believe, with King Jack offsuit there.
Yeah, I was kind of impressed at how quickly he called, getting it in, absolutely dominating his opponent. Of course, did not work out there. By the way, shout out to the player who just got eliminated, Fan Chi Wei. He actually became infamous across Asia, Kevin, for 6-betting ace-5 off against Punat on a final table. And what do you know, Punat had pocket aces. That one made the highlights. Here he is a couple of years later. Unfortunately, nothing he could have done. Great fold, and then, of course, a cooler to essentially knock him out. GG, sir.
Zhang happy with his double. Queen Jack of spades, beautiful hand. The flop was okay. The turn became very exciting, and we got there on the river, making Broadway.
Got the bonus chips from Fan as well, so more than a double up for him.
Back to a little over starting stack, I assume. Or dead even. Dead even. 250k. It's 186 size pot, I guess. 63 main. Joseph Chong looks down at a6 offsuit. Let's go with it. Another beautiful suited Broadway combo. Announces all in with the King Queen of spades. A little less than 9. Very similar to what we saw prior. Julian Pinata will get out of the way with his King 3 offsuit. No one really has anything here.
10,000,000吗？这个
No exciting doubles for Yao Yu. No exciting flops or turns to look forward to. But he does chip up. Increases his stack by 25% without seeing a flop. It's not bad.
Always a good result. One of the keys to keeping a good mental game in tournament poker is to always take chips that you get without facing resistance with grace.
我觉得你还是不希望我 call。
我希望你靠。
你跟一个跑
Must
马
be
一起
said,
最好
I'm
的人 call，
loving the Triton Poker Plus app. The updates tab is so cool because it just highlights some crazy pots. Did just see an alert for over 120 bigs going in with King 10 versus Ace 6. And the Ace 6 does get there. That's Shu Yang now with a 2.2 million stack. New chip leader, perhaps. Let's take a look.
He most certainly is. He's the only player over 2 million. You have over 2 million chips right now. You're the chip leader of the field. Currently 134 runners remaining. We did close out the day, by the way, on 323. So we did have a few more people join us at the absolute last second. Another all-in. This time 9-7 of diamonds. The king, queen of spades made a lot of sense. 9-7. The man is on winning tilt.
I've been seeing this more and more across tournaments ever since we started the big blind ante. The under the gun jamming range has become so loose because you're about to post the blind and the ante on the next hand. 9-7 of diamonds might be taking it too far, though.
Strikes me as a man who's not here to only play the 3K Genesis once.
That's right. 1B might be in the sights. That being said, the pocket fives would have been flipping, hit the muck. Too many players behind.
How much?
Ace 9 would be dominating if he can find the call.
10 big blinds for Ace 9 suited.
MBB.
For Ren Lin, who works with over 1 million chips. Let's go of it. Still has the big blind player, of course, to worry about.
Nicely done. The long range steal working out there.
Now you, with back-to-back hands, went from 100k to 155k without seeing a flop.
Fold equity. Take notes, folks. 10 bigs, 9-7 of diamonds. Sometimes just a perfect result. Ace 9 hits the muck. As we do see the two glorious trophies, QQPK and, of course, Triton ONE. Gorgeous.
What dreams are made of.
What dreams are made of. Love it.
And of course, you get your picture on the wall as well, rotating around on some of the LED screens that are scattered around the room. Eternal glory for winning anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you get a lot of people stopping in the streets for wearing Triton merch, imagine having your picture on the wall at Triton.
Julian Pinada opens things up with King 10 offsuit. Ren Lin looks down at Ace Queen offsuit. Let go of the Ace 9. Were you surprised that he folded Ace 9 suited there? Small blind, 10 bigs.
Not too surprised, I'll be honest. A little bit of player profiling, perhaps. I know that the under the gun jamming ranges are becoming really wide these days, but 10 bigs, you're dominated by broader aces that tend to be doing it more often than certainly 9-7, so slightly conservative.
But knowing our opponent shoved back-to-back hands, would that lean a little bit more towards the call potentially?
Yeah, next time around it certainly would, I would think, and especially if he watches the stream on the break.
The flop comes Jack 4 deuce with a 2 hearts. Goes check, check on the flop. The turn is the 7 of hearts. Neither player holding one. Been enjoying Julian Pinada. He's been a fun player to watch so far. He's getting involved. Doesn't chat a lot, but he definitely plays a lot. Maybe he feels he's a little bit outnumbered as well. He's the only South American at this table.
He's certainly out-chatted with his current opponent, Ren Lin, Ace Queen. Looks like he's a believer.
It's tough to go here. 3 hearts on the board. Oh, Julian takes another one down. Good bet. King high.
Very impressive. Approaches 1 million.
He's been working for it. He's been winning a lot of hands, but he's not necessarily like sun running or anything. It's not like he has made a lot of hands. He has to work for his spots, and he's taking them down.
Getting there the hard way.
Yeah. But that feels extra good when you keep on getting away with it.
It actually does make a huge difference to your mental game for sure. Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, the next time you have a real hand, you'll actually play it slightly better because you've been getting away with a few bluffs here and there. Mind you, Renlin's down to 1.1 million. Seems like a lot, but when I first joined you in the booth, he was around 1.4, 1.5. So certainly could be feeling a bit upstuck.
And that's why perhaps we're smiling less and we're temporarily chatting less. But we know that that never lasts for a very long time with Tony Renlin.
Yeah, not with him for sure.
Nothing can get him down. Dimitrios Anastasakis is one of the biggest stacks of the field. Is going to open things up with a Queen 10 offsuit. It's been a bit of a quiet hour so far for Joseph Chung. There's not a whole lot to work with. He just keeps on getting the almost but not quite it hands.
Honestly, that's one of his biggest strengths, Kevin. He will just be so solid, sit there. He'll outlast you. He'll outpatience you if that's what it takes. And I think that's one of his more impressive attributes as well. Doesn't need to force the issue. Did lose a big pot right before they joined the feature table. 2 Renlin, Kings versus 7s. I think it's just been in grind mode ever since then.
Another all-in. But yeah, this man is looking for that double. He's not happy with the tiny increases.
Yeah, great timing. I mean, pretty standard spot as opposed to the 9-7 this time. Ace-8 in the small blind. Chip leader opened in the cutoff. So fair play. And just look at his stack go. 180k, no showdown, 3 hands.
From 100k to 180 without seeing a flop.
Oh, okay.
And it's funny how sometimes you can mentally feel better having below starting stack than having 4x starting stack.
Absolutely.
The up-stock frustration can be a thing.
You also mentioned something called winner's tilt. How about you explain that one, Kevin, to the audience? Because it's a niche concept.
I don't like it.
Well, sometimes you just start believing a little bit too much in your own run good, where you're just like, I can't lose, I'm unstoppable. You win a couple hands in a row and you feel like it's never going to stop.
So many hurdles to look out for in this great game, especially in the tournament scene. We have
interesting fold there by Dimitrios. Let's go of King Queen offsuit under the gun +1 after Julian opened King Jack offsuit under the gun. I guess it's just not that exciting to play King Queen offsuit from that position, knowing that the under the gun player has already raised. I still think there are a few chip leaders who would get involved, or people with like 4x, 5x starting stack that are willing to even just 3-bet there to see where they're at. Dimitrios likes to be cautious about it. Another shove.
Yeah, maybe he was just worried about this man who has just been getting his chips into the middle. At every opportunity, crosses 230k now, 4 in a row.
And this was the biggest one, because this one was with a bonus, and somebody else did the hard work for him, opened things up.
I mean, normal push.
Yao Yu has gone from 100k to 234k in give or take 7 minutes without seeing a flop. He might be suffering from winner's tilt now.
Now he might be, you're right.
No, keep on shoving. Yeah, almost back to starting stack.
Out of shape.
Looking at the Yao Yu show at this point. 8-6 is suited. And Sasakis will let go of it. Once more, there is nothing there for Joseph. I don't think this is it. We don't have to do it anymore, and we won't.
7-3 suited. For a moment, I thought he might.
Then he truly is on winner still. We'll let go of it. It's been a little quiet around Zhang. Zhang is going to shove Ace-3 offsuit from the button. Wrong moment.
Big shove there and runs into the Kings.
But the Kings only have 103k, so Zhang not at risk here of being eliminated. And it's bad, but he does have outs.
The old 30%.
Yeah. Oh, was he running into it here? But fortunately for Zhang, he is not at risk. Half of his stack is though. Can he find the ace that he is looking for? Finds a 3. Wow. Finds a lot of spades as well. The king of spades is out there, but that's about as good of a flop as you can hope for without finding the ace.
It's a flip. 51-49.
Any ace, any 3, any spade. The 9 of diamonds will not do it. The other outs still will. Will we find what we are looking for? The answer is no. The kings hold. There is a little bit of justice in this world after all, Vitor.
Apparently, as we do see them essentially swap stacks.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it is. This man is not thrilled yet about his double. Perhaps had a frustrating run of events before we put him on the future table. It never does feel that good when you get a full double and you're still below starting stack. Especially many hours into the day.
You gotta take it though. I mean, certainly feels good to be stacking chips. I think his mood will slowly improve.
He say he played a Triton ONE?
Not sure.
Triton 100%, but Triton ONE.
Could be.
Shuji, let's take a look at his history with Triton Poker. Did play the Triton ONE series in September. 3 events and did cash.
Okay. Which one did he cash?
Cash the event he's playing right now. 101st place, essentially doubled his buy-in, so coming in with some experience for the QQPK Genesis.
Almost 1,200 players entering, making it to the final 100. That's not bad.
It's pretty good. Certainly the goal for everybody we've been watching today. At least the first milestone. So 126 players left, 323 in this flight. We're playing down to 16%. A quick mental math would suggest maybe 50 players making it to the money. We'll get an exact number on that soon. Then we'll know what we're sort of aiming for over the course of the rest of the day.
My guess, 48.
48, okay. I'll take the over.
Hey, take the over. Say 48.
Actually, it's unfair because I'm pretty confident about the over there. Because I think 48 is 15% exactly. I won't rob you in the prop bets.
There was no betting. All right, 51.
There we go. Now watch this. The defense with the suited jack. Too much of a hand for the chip leader to consider letting go in position with his huge stack. 900k effective as we head to the flop. Huge
stacks.
open. Deuce, deuce, 3. What a flop.
1 diamond there.
All kinds of backdoors for Julian, not to mention the extremely low board is the kind you can start barreling after raising so big from the small.
15, 20, 25, 30, 40. I think 6 more levels.
So we just raised to 48k pre, and Dimitris called. So we just 4x'd it, small blind against big blind.
Yeah, he went 4x. First off, non-standard with a holding like 7-5 suited, more of a limping.
Including this one.
I mean, you see more and more people limping with this hand. He went bigger trying to get a 4 pre-flop because Demetrius is going to be defending wider, considering he has the chips. All of it is backfired now. With 6% hand as we go to the turn.
The turn does bring the diamonds, queen of diamonds. So there's 2 diamonds on the board right now. Julian obviously still needs a lot of help. Dimitrios Anastassakis probably can't believe how he found himself here with trip deuces after calling a 4x open from the small blind.
And this card feels like a mandatory double barrel. You were bluffing with air, have now picked up equity. That is pretty standard to bluff there. 140 goes big as well.
I would have never guessed that we would have seen such a big hand between 7-5 diamonds and jack deuce of clubs when it got folded to the small blinds. But here we are, 318,000 chips in the middle.
So Julian should actually have fewer suited combos the way he's played this hand, the 4x open pre-flop. As a result, I expect Demetrius to do nothing but just flat call here. So many of Julian's hands are just drawing dead so often. If Julian does have an overpair, which is kind of what he's repping by betting this big and double barreling, you can get more chips onto the river. You can get more chips in the river rather anyway.
Demetrius will do exactly what you like to see him do, and that is make the call. 450,000 chips in the middle. The river is the ace of hearts. Julian Pinata finds himself with 7 high.
All things considered, a fairly safe card for Demetrios. I mean, to the extent Julian could have had the nut flush draw combo somehow with the hearts, that is now eliminated. That being said, Julian left with 7 high, so no more chips likely in this spot.
We'll check. Do you think Demetrius will always bet here, or is there a chance that he checks it back?
Yeah, I think it's always a bet because of what I just mentioned, and you do want to extract value from aces as well. For instance, Julian could easily have something like an ace-jack of diamonds, or maybe a hand that could get to this point and then just check just to be on the cautious side.
Let's see what the man from Greece decides to do. We know he's on the right end of it. I do think it's a bit scary, knowing that Julian Pinata is one of the deeper players as well. And we have trip deuces. Did he just... He announced a bet of...
240.
240,000 chips. Little spoiler there, Vitor. Julian will let go of it, obviously. No reason to make a play here. Still a big win for Dimitrios Anastasakis.
I had to say it out loud because for a moment I thought he might have said all in.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well.
So I was clarifying that. He didn't go for all of it, certainly with the 700k stack or so. Didn't get that greedy, but wouldn't have mattered anyway against the 7 high.
No, 77.
And we've been talking about momentum and mental game, and I think for Julian to do the 4x open, double barrel, picking up equity on the turn, and then sort of face the bad news, should take away a little bit of the pep from his step. Never easy to face the chip leader to begin with when they're on your left, and to have a hand go that way will sort of maybe make you slow down.
And that means, of course, that Dimitrios Anastasakis now chips up to 1.8 million in our opening event of the first day of Triton ONE. The opening event is, of course, the 3K Genesis, brought to you guys by QQPK, the title sponsor of Triton ONE. QQPK is supporting the game at the highest level and bringing action to poker fans all around the world. Vider, it could be your new poker path.
I love it. It certainly is the new poker path, especially for the elite here, thanks to our title sponsor. As we do see the tournament clock, 10 minutes left in this level.
And it is a start of your new journey as well, making your debut over here in the booth for Triton ONE.
I mean, I couldn't be happier, and certainly what makes me super happy is watching fun action. This is a bit crazier than I thought it was going to be, maybe because of the card distribution, but it does feel such high stakes, doesn't it, Kevin? Day one, 1A. You know, you're so tempted to just cruise into the money here, but these players are just going for it.
I just think back of last time, and we had a lot of fun, honestly, on any given day in any phase of the tournament. So I kind of came into it with the idea of like, it's just going to be fun today. We're going to lean back over here. We're going to watch some fun hands. And obviously, opening day of a large poker festival. Everyone is in a good mood. Spirits are up high. Everyone's still dreaming.
Yeah, let me just commend you, by the way. You and Randy and Alex did a fantastic job with the coverage last time around, so I'm super privileged to be working with you this time around. And I maybe want to throw it to you. Are you sensing any difference this time? Second run for Triton ONE.
You mean me personally or the event overall?
Both, I guess.
I'm feeling as excited as I was the first time around. I'm very happy to be here once more. It's always so much fun to spend some time with Randy, as we have a little hand playing out here between these two big stacks, but not a lot of chips flying towards the middle. I love that the festival is already expanded. We've gone from 7 days to 11. We've gone from 10 events to 14 events. And we've got 4 qualifiers, of course, running here for the main as well. We've got new merch. We still have the Triton Poker Plus app. I mean, what is there not to be excited over, Peter?
We've got PLO. We've got a women's event. It's all super exciting, as you said.
Well, now you're just teasing me with things that we can't get to see, but we'll take a little glimpse at it, like you said. Just walk around the casino floor and see who's doing well in those events. And of course, you can follow all the action through the app, so even if you can't watch it on stream, you can still keep an eye on those side events through the app.
Yeah, there's always next time, Kevin. You know, this is the sequel. There's the Return of the Jedi is still to come in terms of the third parter.
Are you a Star Wars fan?
I'm an everything fan, and I was talking to Griffin as well. I'm so worried about the viewers because Griffin and I might be getting into some movie fights in the booth. We're just big movie nerds.
What's your favorite movie of all time?
Oof, that's tough. That is tough. You know, I'll give you a curveball there. I love the movie Watchmen. Have you seen that?
I don't think I did.
Oh, it's a good one. I'd check it out.
What year is it?
Oh, I know.
2010. Just thought I'd throw one out there that maybe some of the viewers would love to check out as well. A superhero movie, except much, much darker.
Okay. No, I don't. I really don't think I've seen it, but maybe it's one of these movies where if I see one scene, I'll be like, oh, I did see it. I'll write it down, mate. We have Queen 10 and a 9-4, small blind versus big blind battling it out here. I believe we had an open fold of pocket 5s. Bit surprised to see that one hit the muck.
Our mod doing a fantastic job answering all the questions in chat about what we're playing down to. 16% of the field is the correct answer. We'll just get back on the exact number, but chat is calculating for us and saying 54, so you might be winning on the over there.
I wasn't winning. I went 48. That was bad math.
That was the first attempt.
You snap called me.
Interesting turn there. Pair for Joseph. The double gut shot for Ren that does not come in. The question for Ren is, how much is he in the bottom of his range? Yeah, he just checks it. Queen high will have some showdown once in a while.
Only 3 big blinds to play for. Still been a bit of an underwhelming hour for Joseph, but not making any mistakes. We'll bet here. There's a lot of confidence that his 9 is best.
Last time you bluffed me 2018. 6 years ago, my friend. Look like this hand bluffing.
All right. Mental note, never bluff Ren Lin, because he will remember.
Can I see the pot? Professional size.
5 seconds.
Full
Pot sized.
Okay. Show the bluff. Full high.
Did have a
No?
4.
I had a 4.
Yeah. But a 9 to go along with it. Joseph had the best hand there.
Oh, in call.
I love Ren. 6 years ago, you bluffed me. Casually bringing it up.
That's crazy. All raise.
One thing we have not mentioned yet, guys, but no matter where you are watching, we should have bots set up. And there is a Triton Discord. You guys can join it through either clicking on one of the Discord little buttons, images that you can find in the bio, or just do !Discord, and there will be a link to make sure that you guys don't miss any news, announcements, etc. in regards of Triton.
Confirmation from our fantastic mod in the chat. We will be playing down to 52 players. So 121 remaining, about 70 eliminations to go, give or take.
And that 52 guess of yours was very good. We've got another mystery hand. How fun is that, Vider? We've got Dimitrios Anastasakis opening things up with the beautiful Jack-10 suited. And Tony Ren Lin, 3 bets from the button to 75k. Haven't seen Ren Lin really be out of line so far yet, but it is against the chip leader. What are we feeling, Vider? First thoughts.
Yeah, we talked about him being up stuck. I'd assign a wider range
I
than
have
usual.
no
We've seen him lose a lot of hands and get down to about the 1 million chip mark.
I like it. He 4 bets. I 5
Let's just pick a hand. Let's go with King Queen suited.
Let's take a look at what the flop brings. Flop comes 10-8-4 with 2 hearts. Backdoor clubs is still alive as well for Dimitrios. Top pair, Jack Kicker decides to check. Tony Ren Lin with the immediate bet of 50k. Little over 4 big blinds.
Pretty quick C-bet. Do you read into the timing tell at all there, Kevin?
Some players, yes. When it comes to Ren Lin, I don't think I would. I feel like then you're leveling yourself into things that may not exist.
Yeah, I like that thinking. He might be super balanced.
Yeah.
He has so much life experience. That's what it sometimes manifests as.
I don't think we can ever go anywhere, though, with the Jack-10, so we make the call. Expect Dimitrios once more to check. What will Ren do on the turn? 280,000 chips in the middle. 959k behind.
No added comfort in the form of any backdoors, but no overcard as well, so Dimitrios is likely looking to check call to the extent Ren decides to double barrel. If he had something like King Queen, Ace King, Ace Jack, those overs, should be a lot more tempted to check behind and try and realize the fact that he's firing should signal a semi-bluff, perhaps a value bet with an overpair, or indeed a pure bluff. Could
Yeah.
have something like, you know, the Ace-5, Ace-2 suited as well.
Could be kings, could be queens, could be like an ace-king heart, could be ace-queen of hearts.
Yeah, this is just one of those hands we need to call and proceed, see what happens, try to narrow ranges then.
Dimitrios has the amount of chips to play these kinds of hands. Will make the call with the top pair and the Jack Kicker.
It's very unlikely for Ren to have pure air at this point, and a pretty comfortable card here for Dimitrios. Left with top pair. If he was ahead on the turn, he's likely still ahead. The only question is he going to be facing the heat? 530 in the middle, mind you. The spot is ballooned up.
What are we feeling? Overpair, misdraw, just high cards for Ren Lin. You have to call out a hand, Vider.
Yeah, I think I'll stick with King Queen suited because why not? But this is one of those hands where I actually think it's pretty cool. It's a mystery hand because there's just such a wide range that would play this way, right? 2 hearts on the board. The Jack Queen could be in the mix as well. Of course, we do block a Jack.
It's tough. I feel like we have it this time. I feel like Ren Lin has kings. Feeling kings.
I will say that with the pot being this big and him facing the chip leader, he's less likely to just bluff 3 streets, you know, risk losing a massive pot. So to the extent a bet is coming, it does feel a little value heavy. But as you said, against Ren Lin, who's going to be super balanced, it's tough to tell.
It's also tough for us to get our predictions in because we don't really know when the action ends and the hand is going to get revealed. It's a little bit lame to go for it afterwards, but we do get to see a massive bet of 475,000 chips here on the river. Feels real strong now.
Yeah, look at the sizing. He's put in over half his remaining stack, almost pot size, million chips in the middle. It's as though he's putting Demetrios' exact hand to the test, which I love. And this is just really tough. It's time to dig down into poker principles, see what kind of removal you have. Does not have a heart, so the fact that Tony Lin could easily have a flush draw does factor in. That being said, 3-bet pre-flop, all the queens, kings, aces would play this way.
Do we ever have like 9-8 suited? 9-8 of hearts is a possibility.
You'd really have to be giving Ren Lin a lot of credit for being up, stuck, and tilting to have just decided to 3-bet the 9-8 and bet it 2 streets and then find the trips on the river.
Well, if we have 9-8 of hearts, there is a possibility, right? Because then we have a pair and a flush draw. But obviously, the pre-flop action doesn't make a lot of sense there for 9-8.
Yeah, it would be mighty loose. Would expect to check also on the turn a lot of the times, but you're absolutely right. We could get there with 8s. I mean, you could have ace-8 as well, I suppose, suited.
Yeah, that is also loose pre, but maybe against the chip leader. I'm still sticking with the overpair, the original overpair, playing it with a lot of confidence, but Ren Lin, such a capable player, so qualified. So much experience under his belt.
I have changed my mind for what it's worth, and I'm in your boat. I do think this is screaming value. That being said, it is unfortunate for Demetrios to not have a heart. Well, I guess we don't know whether it's fortunate or unfortunate yet, but it does seem like it's going to tempt him into considering a call more often than he would. Ren is absolutely polarized, so he's not doing this with weaker tens or anything like that.
Aces, kings, queens. It is queens for Ren Lin, so we were pretty warm there. Okay, we didn't call out the exact pair, but same idea. The queens are good. Good fold as well by Dimitrios Anastasikas, getting away there from top pair. Obviously having some kicker problems, but it feels like the way that the hand was played, we're not really worried about a better 10. It's kind of like something way bigger or nothing.
Yeah, Ren went very polar, and I actually really like the discipline by him. I mean, you are missing out on some of the medium strength hands, like the one we just saw, Jack 10s of the world, maybe not paying you off. If he bet something like 150, maybe Demetrios would have felt priced in. But Ren is using his image as well. You know, 2 hearts on the board, missed draws, go polar, and just try to extract the max.
And the snap bet, of course, on the flop.
Ah, yeah, good read to keep in mind as well. Yeah. Great point. Timing tell on the quick bet. And, you know, from online play, I do feel that when people bet quickly, they're trying to get you to call quickly. So I tend to put them on value more often than not.
Yeah, I think it is really hard to nail it down when it comes to a player like Ren Lin. But just because he bet quick, that definitely doesn't mean to me that he has it or he doesn't have it. But this time he most certainly did. Took his time on the river. Obviously, that was a very large bet. We're no longer betting 4 big blinds. We're betting over 30.
Let's see, a 500K bet, which it approximately was, is good for being essentially the median stack in the tournament. So, no joke, that bet.
Yeah, no, that was a massive bet. One of the bigger pots, obviously, we've seen today. And perhaps no longer upstuck. Would have loved to get called there, I guess, by a 10, but, you know, back to the 1.3 million that he started this block of poker with. Opening day of Triton ONE. We are covering the 3K Genesis event brought to you guys by QQPK. We have many more hours of poker to look forward to. Tomorrow we're going to run it back, the exact same show, but then it's flight day 1C. And once more, they'll be playing all the way down until the money. 16% of the field remaining. And of course, the 3rd day of broadcasting is going to be the 2nd day of the QQPK Genesis event. And that's where it gets really exciting. We're going to have ladders and pay jumps and final tables, Peter.
So last time around, we crossed 3 million in the prize pool, I believe. If we're on the right track, we exceed that once more. Huge, huge prize pool to fight for at the final table.
Currently 91 entries in day 1B, but of course that will be open for quite a few more hours.
Have been informed about the next feature table as well. Excited to see that the chip leader is going to be coming in. Did make me check his stack. He's up to 2.8 million. Shu Yang getting it done so far. Pocket jacks beat Joshua Figueres, Queen 9 suited for another 400K pot. Let me pause on that because we do have an all-in. Ace 5 suited takes the spot, and King Queen might be high enough to just call this off.
Maybe no.
Just under 15 bigs.
Shu Yi, the man who found the double earlier with the kings. Gets it in. Probably surprisingly good. After making a call there with ace-5, you probably feel like you might need some help. Is ahead, is still going to need help to survive the king-queen offsuit of Li Xiao. Sure.
Soft flip. For some reason, irrational as it is, I prefer the king-queen in these spots.
That is irrational. Have you been hurt by having the ace?
So many times, and there we see it, the king on the flop. Unfortunate so far, 12% in the form of the 3 aces.
Not out yet, but no additional help on the turn, so we need to go find an ace and an ace only on the river here. Or we're gonna have to say goodbye to Shu for now. Can of course try his luck in flight at day 1B, or perhaps we'll see him tomorrow. The deuce of hearts is no good. Felt like he wasn't really feeling it, you know. Even when he got his double with the kings, he still wasn't too thrilled.
That is true. That is true. Not that that affects energies too much, but you never know. So Kevin, I've played a lot of heads-up sit-and-goes in my poker career. Sort of my favorite format because you can fire up a few tables, take inspiration from the great Randy Liu, and make a ton of decisions. And as a result, I've been all in too many times in my life because in heads-up sit-and-goes, you're just constantly jamming.
Yeah.
And then you start developing these irrational superstitions, you know. The king, queen, ace, 5, I've probably faced hundreds of times, and somehow my brain has convinced myself that the king, queen wins more often than not.
I'll have a few of them as well, where, for instance, let's say 10s are ahead of ace-king, but then I would still prefer to be the ace-king player.
Yeah.
Like, I would be the one prefer drawing, even if I have a few percentage left. But I don't have it with king-queen against ace-high or king-jack against ace-high.
Yeah, I am stretching it with the 60-40 for sure.
Slightly more than like the 55-45 or 53-47. But I get it. We all have our things. Yeah, if it happens over and over and over again, Vitor, we start seeing things that we know are not real, but we still believe in it.
So quick confirmation, Kevin. Is 4s officially your favorite hand, or is it the hand of the series?
Ace 4?
No, our pocket 4s.
No, so the meme of pocket 4s goes back to the days where I did an online show together with Randy. And I used to hype up that pocket 4s on that platform always make a set. And he's like, that's so silly. And then we continue to see pocket 4s and they continue to make a set. And he's like, you're the silliest guy that I ever spoke about poker with. And I really hope to play you one day. And this kind of became a running joke and we kept on talking about pocket 4s. And I do love it, but no, if I would have to choose one favorite hand, it is a Jack 10 of hearts. I haven't won a lot of poker events in my life, but the first ever offline trophy I won was with Jack 10 of hearts against pocket 9s actually. So the 2 overs against the pair. Technically I'm a bit behind, but I felt really good about the Jack 10. I shipped it, won one of my only poker trophies, and I fell in love with it ever since.
Pretty hand, maybe the prettiest hand.
Yeah, it is a beauty. But if I truly have to choose between aces or Jack 10, I will still go with aces. Even if they've hurt me perhaps more in the past. Lots of clubs being distributed here. 9-7 of clubs under the gun open. Another 9-7 open, by the way, of the UTG. But this time of a much, much bigger stack. Flop comes Jack 8, a 4 with 2 spades. New player.
Lee will fire the gut shot. Once you've decided to open a 9-7, this much equity should be enough. Really just hope that your opponent has the kind of hand that Demetrius did have. Takes it down.
Does not have to show, does not have to navigate a complicated turn. I'll be more than happy to just take that one down right there. Especially without a single club on the board. It's always a bit frustrating when you open a hand like that under the gun. But Lee gets rewarded for his c-bet.
He is sandwiched between 2 decent stacks and a lot of poker talent as well.
Now we have 3 players currently over 1 million chips at this table. That definitely feels high. Like over in the entire field, we currently have 27 players that are working with 1 million or more. I guess from the 112 players that are left. I guess it's about average.
I think you're probably right. Still certainly a bit more stacked. I mean, our shortest stack, of course, is absolutely tiny. But barring that, we do have 2 stacks around the 700k mark as well. And there is a tiny stack, ace 4. This could be the moment.
And Zhang strikes me as the guy who will go for it. We've seen him get involved. We've seen him being active. He will send it. He's actually doing pretty good against the 8-6 suited open under the gun from Ren Lin. It is close, but he's ahead.
I again for too much, coach.
Ren Lin back to his happy ways. We knew that he wouldn't hide that smile for more than 10 minutes.
I mean, he did come back up to about 1.4 million in chips. Could have helped. Now he has to show down the fact that he's opening the suited baby one gapper, UTG.
And he's definitely not the first player to do so over at these future tables. Here comes our flop. It is 10-8-5. Ren Lin takes the lead, and Zhang needs an ace. And at this point, an ace only. But maybe pick up some extra outs on the turn with a 3 or a deuce.
How about a
or
sweat?
a 6 or a 7. There we go. Finds the deuce. It's not there yet, but does pick up extra outs. An ace or a 3 for Zhang. To get back up to 188,000 chips. Does not get there as Ren Lin improves to trips, takes it down. Didn't need to improve. But it's always a good feeling.
GG to Tianhao. Zhang does leave us after the rebuy. Hopefully joins 1B or perhaps takes another shot at it tomorrow with 1C, 1D. As we do see the walkout and the poker floor there, all the tables buzzing with our inaugural event, the $3,000 QQPK Genesis. Here we are, day 1A, day 1B happening alongside. Check out any updates. You want to follow a player or perhaps just the action, the Triton Poker Plus app is absolutely fantastic to do so. And mind you, first day of the festival, Kevin, not too late to hop onto a flight, visa-free for the most part, Jeju. Come to the island, come to Leze Casino, join us for Triton ONE.
Last time we tried to convince people watching from Seoul or Shanghai to come over to take a look at the Triton merch shop, because the merch really was that cool. You know, it's a 1-hour flight from Seoul.
Fly down for the merch, huh?
I mean, and then you can always sit down and either play some cash games in the casino or, of course, sign up for one of the tournaments over here at Triton ONE. But hey, if you're in Seoul, like, it's so easy to get over here.
It really is.
With hundreds of flights a day, and it's very cheap. Like, you can get a ticket for less than $100. It is really worth it just to experience and see the vibe over at the Triton event.
Yeah, you can come down and make the most of the resort as well. Jeju Shinhwa World, all kinds of amazing food places and other experiences.
Combine it with a little tourism on the rest of the island. It is a beautiful island. We've got a king-queen shove. Joseph Chung still being a little bit quiet, but as you called out earlier, just so solid. He's not bleeding out any chips either. He's been like super rock steady at that 700K mark. Not going up, not going down, but hasn't really been on the right end of any good premium holdings.
I mean, it's time to test my theory. If he's being super solid, he will find the fold here, which would be a great result for Hiayu. At the same time, don't forget, this man has been all in so frequently.
Yeah.
And another one gets through. This time 275K, the same hand letting go. What a great result.
But even when you know that, if you're Joseph Chung, like, what can you really do with that information, knowing that you have king-queen? You're just never crushing him unless it is king-jack suited specifically, but...
Yeah, and he'd been, you know, kind of quiet for the last couple of orbits as well, so Joseph was going to give him a lot of credit. You do get priced into these situations sometimes, but I think a 200K stack was way too high. Was not getting the right odds.
Yeah, if Yayu was back to, like, let's say 120, 130, it becomes a lot easier, especially if we've already opened things up with the king-queen. But Yayu continues to win chips, is now over starting stack without having to see a flop. That's like the 5th time he's done it.
It's very impressive. I mean, he's a short stack ninja right there. This is how you do it. Just because you're short doesn't mean you're out, and this is why.
Yeah, he's back. We had him on the future table earlier. Also Zhang. So we replaced Zhang with Zhang. Seems like we've lost most of our chips though, and that does make me kind of sad. But he was a super fun player to watch. He was over 500,000 chips at like one of the first levels that we had him. Fun player in C3. I was talking with Randy that he was going to get a star, but in my app. Add him to the list of favorites. But since he has lost most of his chips, I'm going to have to rethink that one.
Wow, high standards, Kevin.
Well, if you see the amount of people that have a star, I don't know if it's all been that high standards. We've got like 40 people right now that I follow in the app.
Still, I mean, we had, what, like 500 uniques in this event alone, so you've been selective.
Yeah, most of them are from the previous edition.
Of course.
And of course, just a couple of the big names that you see high up on the leaderboard. So you know that are going to make their way over to Jeju this week. We have a 3-bet with ace, a queen offsuit from
Not
the button.
decising. Slick 3-bet, 2.5x. Price is in. Julian with the extremely weak ace-5 off.
Makes
This
the call with ace-5 off.
Yeah, a bit too loose.
Yeah, suited, I feel like we can maybe justify that a bit earlier. Does pick up the gut shot. 2 diamonds on the board. Julian does not hold a diamond. I almost feel like if we call with ace-5 pre and this is the board, we're gonna call most of the time at least one street.
Oh, absolutely.
The price is 50k. Julian with a rather quick call. Does not want to waste any of his time bank. The turn, however, is not pretty for Julian Pinata at all. The 9 of diamonds does not help him. Meanwhile, Li Xiao picks up a queen-high flush draw. Spot is getting rather large, though, even for Li. Oh my goodness, decides to check it back, and Julian Pinata finds the wheel draw on the river. The 3 of club rolls off, gets the check mark.
Pink City.
From Li, this is a tilter.
Yeah, I mean, he managed to extract essentially on 2 streets. 2.5x open, somehow priced in Julian with the ace-5. Then the flop c-bet gets the weaker ace to come along. Unfortunate river there for Li. I suspect Julian would have turned his hand into a bluff anyway. So I think Li's in a spot that he should have expected quite often in the river. Now that he hasn't hit the diamond, I wonder what his plan was. It certainly shouldn't look like a 3 is connected with Julian at all, but 250k is a massive, massive ask.
That is a very big bet. I don't think we can really make that call. 17 bigs.
Extracted went ahead, folded went behind, not too shabby. Still, huge pickup there, 165 going the way of Julian, the man from Colombia. He's been bobbing and weaving ever since we started off this feature table. Very impressively so. Maybe on the loser side pre, but he finds a way to get there, whether by connecting or whether by bluffing.
Yeah, I felt this hand was a tiny bit out of character. I really haven't seen him make plays like this, where he just calls off with the ace-5 offsuit. That is a bit surprising, but gets rewarded for it in the end. But I feel like most of his other hands were quite solid. He gets involved, but this one was definitely on the looser side of things.
I am thinking back to Appeal, I think with 7-5 of diamonds, if I remember correctly. So the man likes to see flops. Who doesn't?
That was on the deuce 3, right? That was the small blind, big blind battle.
No, that would mess up there.
Against Demetrius, when Demetrius had jack deuce.
Oh, right.
Clubs.
He had 4x, yeah. So he was taking the aggressive option there. So certainly you're right. Maybe a bit out of character, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, I felt that those hands are very different, but we got rewarded for it this time in the end, and the other one did not work out, the one that you were referring to. Joseph Chong. It's brutal, man. The man just gets nothing but the king 4, king 5, jack X. Nothing that really connects.
It's part of the game.
When he finally gets king queen, there is a short stack that shoves over the top, and it's a little too much to call off, but still maintains that give or take 700,000 chip stack.
And for the extra needle, the short stack had king queen.
Don't think Joseph knows that yet, but overall, obviously, he's still going to be happy with his day. The starting stack was 250k many hours ago. If you're sitting around 700k, you know you've got some work to do in the upcoming levels, but you're not doing bad.
Does bring up an interesting point, Kevin. Wonder what your approach is. You get a 15-minute break after every 3 levels, 2 hours. Are you the kind of player who, if you're on the feature table, are just scrubbing through the stream and trying to figure out what everybody had, or are you just letting it go, staying calm and composed, and just moving on to the next frame?
Oh, I would definitely be very curious what people have. And I've played on very few future tables in my life, but I did a couple of the esports events back in the days, and I would always watch back immediately what people had. Yeah, for sure, the curiosity kills me. I need to know.
So you're burning the break, basically.
Yeah, of course. Well, you're not burning the break. I mean, you can still multitask a little bit. You can have a coffee or do other things that you're interested in, but I would most certainly be looking up a couple of the hands. There's no way that I can push it to the side, knowing that I could potentially know if I put a tiny bit of effort into it. Like, no, I would always look it up.
It is a game of information. Hello to anybody watching us on their breaks. Pocket 9s enter the mix. 80k is the ask, 30 being raised to 80. Note the different sizing this time.
Zhang starting the hand with a little over 10 big blinds. Opening things up with ace-10. earlier today. He was pretty adventurous. What will he do with his final 10 bigs? 9 at this point. He is going to ship it. 160k in the middle. 9s are going to make a very quick call. It is a fair fight. This one is a better fight than that ace-5 against the king-queen beater. If you now tell me that you prefer to be on the ace-10 side, I find that one acceptable.
No, I'm okay with either. In this case, I guess 9s with the slight edge. 55 going to the flop. Ace-10 a risk.
没毛病，A 差不多了。
不能再付大盲了。
也只有10个 B， 11个
Feel like Zhang has had a real roller coaster day. He's been big, he's been small, and he's now at risk with ace, a 10 offsuit. Well, picks up extra outs, but is not where he needs to be yet. Also has backdoor hearts to dream of.
How about a queen for a sweat?
Yeah, that would also give him some extra outs. A low heart or a queen or a king. It is a low heart, the 3 of hearts.
3600.
Infinite outs. Do we have too many?
Therein lies the question. 40-60 on the river.
Any ace, any 10, any jack, any heart. You get the queen that you asked for.
Too late.
It is indeed a little too late. We would have had even more outs if there was another street, but there isn't. The 9s of Lee hold up. Lee seems very chill, by the way.
Do you know what we call the 6th street in Hold'em, by the way? No. The ocean.
No, I'm not familiar
Needed
with
an ocean there.
When the river doesn't do it, we need the ocean.
GG goes out with a smile. Much respect.
That seems like a really fun guy. I look forward to watching more of Zhang in the upcoming days. I am very certain we will see him play some of the other events coming up. An 11-day festival. This is just our opening day of Triton ONE. Make sure to follow the streams wherever you may be watching it, whether it's on Kick or Twitch or YouTube. Give us a thumbs up while you're at it. Of course, right after Triton ONE is done, the streams will continue with the Triton Super High Roller Series. That's, of course, when Ali Najad and Henry come in as well. And Alex Livingston will be returning to the booth. Henry will, excuse me, Randy will stick around, as Randy is going to be in Jeju for a month, just like last time.
Yeah, his second home, as we've been calling it. But before we get to the Super High Roller, a quick look at what all we're streaming. You mentioned, of course, covering Day 2 and then the FT of the QQPK Genesis event here. Then the Mystery Bounty. How was that last time?
That was super fun. And actually, you know, it was really cool as well when they made a little highlight video of the players pulling the bounty, because they pulled them the following day when the tournament was over. And there was one dude who only had 2 tickets for 2 knockouts, but he pulled out 2 monstrous prizes. Oof. I forgot the exact numbers, but they were both really big. Like a 100k and a 25k or something. He was having the time of his life.
Better to be lucky than good, as they say. After that, of course, we will be covering the main event. That's what it's all about, the 8K main event. That coverage goes till the very last day, and then we round out with the high roller, perhaps. So, fun streams ahead. Make sure you hit subscribe if you haven't, so you follow along.
Julian Pinada from Colombia looks down at ace-king offsuit in the big blind. The Tang opened things up from the small blind with queen 5 off. Was hoping to not face any resistance. Julian was not going anywhere. I like the way that Julian Pinada handles himself on the table. He's very quiet, but he's quick, straight to the point, no nonsense. And he's a fun player because he's getting involved with very different holdings.
For sure. I think a player's composure actually is a pretty big sign of their poker caliber sometimes. You know, you can make a lot of live reads based on someone's posture on the table. You just know how many reps they've put in at live tables.
As we'll have a little sneak peek at our next future table. Is there anyone we recognize from far away, Vider?
Well, we do have the chip leader of the tournament coming in on the feature table. Let me take a quick look at what number that would be. And of course, I see Martin.
Yep.
Seat 1.
Martin Nielsen in seat 1. I took a look at the leaderboard earlier. Didn't look like he was doing mega hot, but he's still alive. Been a bit of an up and down day for him as well. I see that Steven Sung is still going strong as well. I don't know if he has busted once or if he has rebought. Yeah, he did rebuy at one point. But Steven Sung, a man who's found a lot of success in Jeju in the past. This island has been very good to him. Bracelet winner as well.
That's right. Certainly one of your star players, I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, I one of the first guys to receive a star. I think Steven Song is a lot of fun to watch.
One of the first. What a privilege.
Yeah, because I haven't commentated a whole lot of poker in my life, but I did do a different series once in over here in Jeju, and Steven Song was the absolute star of that series. This is final tabling everything, winning 2 events, and he was wearing a very cool blue Triton hoodie. Because of that, it kind of just became a fan immediately. And then when I saw him make an appearance at the inaugural edition of Triton ONE last September, he was one of the very first players that I had to give a star.
Top for Ren Lin. The wettest of wet boards.
2 diamonds as well. And if you guys are wondering what on earth are they talking about with the star, we are of course referring to the Triton Poker Plus app, where you can give your favorite players a star, make them a part of your favorite list, and then whenever they are active, you will immediately see that if you just click on the favorite step. Similar to how you may follow like sports scores of your favorite teams, this is a very easy way to follow your favorite poker players. Today I had 4 players with a star, 3 of them still going at it. One unfortunately busted, which is Sam, a player from the UK that I met last time. Super nice guy, big football fan. So I had a long chat with him outside of the poker events last time around, and I was like, Sam is a great guy, he gets a star as well.
Do you have a favorite team in the UK you support?
I'm not very loyal to Premier League teams. Oh, I forgot how it feels like to talk to somebody who likes sport, because Randy really doesn't follow anything.
I'm so sorry to disappoint you, Kevin, by the way. I might be reaching the end of my knowledge there with just that question. I heard you talk about Formula One, which I have a degree in mechanical engineering. You would think I would appreciate it a lot more than I do, but I have kind of gotten into it lately. I think it's pretty beautiful. I'm one of those guys that drive to survive got me into the sport a little bit.
Totally fine. I'm not going to judge on that at all. I was a big fan when I was a kid, and then I had a long break, but then when Max, the Dutch driver, entered the sport, I started following it a little bit again, and obviously realizing that he was mega freaking good made me a much bigger fan. I was like, this is cool. You know, India actually had an F1 race for a while, and it looks like a really cool track. That was the period where I did not follow F1, but the Indian track, just going on some of the highlights that I saw on YouTube, looks like one of the coolest tracks out there, and it's a real shame it's not on the calendar right now.
Well, you'll be happy to know I went to that race. My one and only F1 race.
No, you're a bigger fan than me because I've never gone to a race.
It's actually pretty close to where I live, which was pretty convenient. Maybe like an hour away towards the direction of my house from New Delhi. And it was really cool. It was unbelievably loud. I know that's very obvious to say, but if you've never been to an F1 race, it's louder than you imagine. Do not, and I repeat, do not risk being hungover like I was when you go to an F1 race. May not be the best experience.
I'm very jealous of that experience. Like Korea used to have a race as well, and that track also looked kind of cool. But India in particular, when I went over some of the YouTube highlights of all the years that I missed, I was like, holy smokes, this track looks sick. I also play the game sometimes on Steam.
Right.
I kind of wish that I could have at least driven the Indian track. But
unfortunately, I think it's used as a bicycle track now, which is kind of disappointing to think about. But what was really cool was to spot Michael Schumacher, of course, who was the absolute goat of the sport at the time.
No, I can imagine. But to go back to the original question, as we take a little look at Ren Lin. Wow, getting creative. All right, we'll continue talking Premier League a little bit later. 6 deuce offsuit, and the price of poker has gone up to 60K.
The 4x ISO really trying to assert his dominance with the position against the fellow big stack, over 1 million. Lee has been pretty active as well.
Now there's 135K in the middle. And Ren Lin is looking down at 6 deuce offsuit.
This is a bad flop to be representing in Ren Lin's shoes. Jack 9-8 should represent, or rather hit, the limp call range a lot more frequently. That being said, if you have 6 high, you're desperate to just kind of bet small, try and get it over with, but it's so unlikely to work. Lee does have one of the hands that would work against all the aces and maybe some of the offsuit kings as well, so worth a stab perhaps.
Both players starting the hand with over 1 million chips. Ren Lin does decide to slow down and checks. The turn is the 4 of spades, brings the second spade. So Lee actually makes a pair.
Yeah, added comfort for him, and I think he recognizes that most of the value range after the pre-flop betting being so big and polarized, you can see 6-2s being raised. So
typo.
yeah, he just bets at it. And Did Renlin show there?
Yeah, and I believe he said, yeah, I forgot the exact word, but I think he just said that he was bluffing, you know, in Mandarin.
Gotcha.
I had a hard time listening to it last time, and I remember I messed it up once. So someone in the chat got really angry, but I think he just said, bluff, bluff. And he slapped himself on the wrist as well as he showed the 6 deuce.
He does do that a lot. Every time he tries to say he was going out of line, you'll see a little trademark Renlin wrist slap.
That was cute. Let go of it though, minimum damage, other than the casual 4x spree. Those are the only chips that we ended up losing.
I thought it was pretty interesting that he showed there. You know, you were mentioning how he's going to be super balanced live, so now he's giving away some information. The leveling war perhaps begins.
We are reaching the end of these 3 levels as well, so there is also a good chance that they will get moved. They might get moved to a different table. Also knowing that players can look it up in the break or as soon as like it continues.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Great meta that Renlin no doubt is aware of. Your opponent is going to just be able to see it anyway. Might not have done it if it wasn't on the feature table.
No, exactly. It's completely different. I think future table and outer table is completely different. Ace-10 offsuit for Julian, as he has opened things up. And Lee, who's on a bit of a heater, continues to see more and more chips head his way. Makes the call with Jack-10 offsuit from the button. Gonna be tough for Lee to win this one, but keeps on finding a way. And this is perhaps the way, as he flops the top end of the open-ender.
Feels like it's going to be tough for Julian to win this one, but it does go check, check. Diamond does appear as well. Now Julian has so much comfort. He's checking again. Pretty surprising, and Lee might feel compelled to bluff at it. Now he just checks behind, tries to realize.
Wow. Ooh, okay, well, it is 4 diamonds on the board. Lee makes his straight, but it is a 4th diamond. Julian ends up with, I guess we can call it the nuts, but then some people get angry and they say that it's not the nuts because there is the 10-7 of diamonds out there. The Jack-10 of diamonds. There's so many straight flushes possible. Technically, we have the 4th nuts, but...
That's right.
It will feel like the nuts to Julian, and rightfully so.
Goes 80% bot, over 5 bigs. Lee just has a bluff catcher. He may as well have bottom 2 or a straight. It doesn't really matter. Certainly not an auto fold. Time to think back to the hand. Julian checking 3 times. Or rather checking till this point. Yeah, does convince him that a diamond is more likely. Great fold there. By the way, Kevin, Bernard Sheck in chat telling us that actually Renlin said that he made a tight fold when he showed the 6 deuce.
Ah, okay.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bernard.
It sounded a bit different than the word for bluff, but I forgot it. I have to ask Randy. Randy, his Mandarin is very shaky, but he does have some knowledge. Oh, that's funny. He did it in a very cheeky way as well, the way he announced it.
That's why he showed. He wanted to make the joke. Tight fold, you ought to show. Jack 6 will hit the muck. Suited Broadway, certainly worth an open. Unsuited Broadway finds a 3-bet. Look at the sizing. This is just tiny. It's almost clicked it.
Let me get some blues.
35K more.
Lucky blue for you, okay?
Lucky blue.
So 2x going to 4.3x.
This is the most sleepy I've ever been in a tournament.
As we hear
But
a
keeping me out of
declaration. I'll call that bluff, but for now, top for Julian. And now the turn favors Lee. Julian's been in this situation previously as well. Flat calling the 3-bet.
I always do good when I'm tired because...
No surprise to see him come along here. The king is a card that Lee will represent with his 3-bet bluff pre-flop as well. The river is not a card above a 10. Could get Julian to pay off a value bet here. And a pretty easy value bet at that. Not straight being blocked as well with the jack.
We'll bet 110,000 on the river. Julian Pinata with another difficult decision here. But I have the feeling he's going to let go of it.
Am I?
He has been on the right end of most of these decisions throughout this block.
That is true. And he continues to be. Nice call there, Kevin. King Jack picks up 160K.
Change, please.
Lee Stack doing well, trending in the right direction.
Well, he's been on fire. Bit of a heater. Chipping all the way up to 1.3 million right now. Was below a million a while ago. It's been an up and down session for Julian Pinata. So I believe the players get an announcement.
So looks like they're going to stick with each other for the next set of levels. Any reads picked up at the feature table will be useful.
Anything that stood out for you over the last 2 hours, give or take, watching these guys go at it?
Yeah, do think back to the amazing folder by Fan, I think, so far, the hand of the session. Apart from that, love seeing how active some of these players are, just looking at Lee, bobbing and weaving on the table. Julian certainly coming out to be one of the more involved players. I actually really do appreciate when players like Joseph and more recently Dimitrios find that lower gear, actually just sort of slow things down, reset, maybe come up with different milestones. So very impressive all around.
We have ace-9 offsuit battling it out with a 7-5 suited. Flop comes king-5 deuce with 2 spades. Joseph Chung has had very few playable hands in these 2 hours. Makes a pair. It's not the most exciting board for him ever, but does make a pair. And it's been very hard for this man to make anything.
You best believe he's well aware of Lee's frequencies on this table. We'll continue with the 5. It's hard to make a pair in the game to begin with, but now with just a 6. If Lee decides to double barrel, I don't see Joseph folding just yet. Lee decides against it. Joseph seems to know he's ahead often enough. 2 flush draws on the board, plenty of draws possible. Decides to charge them in a way. It's one of those bets that I'm trying to come up with a name for, actually, Kevin. You know, you bet small and get to price your own showdown on the turn in position. Get a check on the river.
I want the pot, yeah.
It's okay. I got it.
Nice for Joseph to see at least a few chips head his way. Takes it down with that turn bet. Played the hand well. Still not the most exciting 120 minutes of his life, I guess, these previous levels. But he's doing incredibly well when it comes to maintaining the stack that he showed up with at this table. This hasn't really been in a position to do a whole lot more.
I mean, it's like going to work, isn't it? Not every hour is going to be as exciting as the next, but it's just what you're here to do. How does that compete with gaming, you think? Do you think if you have a lull period like that, does it affect the rest of your session?
That depends what kind of gaming we're talking about. If we're talking pro gaming or just streaming, trying to be entertaining. But there's definitely good ways and bad ways to start your day. I think Joseph Chung is quite all right with all of this. Like, it's a lot better than running into it. As he looks down at ace, queen off, so this time around from the cutoff. Zana to come along for the right after Ren Lin opened things up with ace-7 suited. Julian Pinata playing the 8-5 offsuit from the big blind. Little three-way action, 115,000 chips in the middle. Ren Lin looking for hearts. No hearts to be found.
Not a single one, all black. The 8-5 ends up with the best of it.
Yeah, bottom pair. Not a lot of turns to get very excited over. It is a start for Julian Pinata, but he will probably feel that he's going to need a little more. Turn is the 10 of spades. Nobody holds a spade.
Yeah, still somehow the best hand with barely any equity for the rest of them. And Joseph did not have the betting lead, just flat called in the cutoff with ace-queen, so doesn't feel the need to bluff at it on the flop or the turn. Check mark for the 8-5 off. This is why you defend in the big blind, I guess.
We did see the 9 checks in a row earlier. Do we get to see it once more?
This would seem like the kind of board where we do see it. I think Ren realizing that he's not winning too often, but what can he really represent?
Yeah, it's hard to suddenly tell a story on the river. It's giving it some thought, though. I believe we got the 5-second warning there, and we do get to see the 9 checks, and 8-5 is indeed best. Jillian Pinata with bottom pair on the flop. Holds up all the way to the end. Nice little pot, over 100k heading his way.
I mean, the chips feel good, but winning 3-way against these two with the 8-5, that's pretty special too.
Julian now back up over 900k. It's definitely been a tumultuous hour or two for this man. Up and down, getting very involved. But I've been enjoying his play. Looking forward to watching more of him.
Just quickly taking a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, Kevin, we do have Xu Yang, who will be coming in the feature, crossing 3 million in chips, the first one to do so in the tournament.
He almost did it before anybody else went over 2 million. There's only one other player of the remaining 98 runners that is currently working with over 2 million chips. And Xu Yang already over 3 million. I have a good feeling he's making it to day 2, Vider.
I think so too. And how about Nishant Sharma? Over 2 million, second in the tournament in terms of his chip stack. 2.3 million actually, over 150 bigs. Newly appointed QQPK ambassador, how appropriate, at the QQPK Genesis Day 1A. Putting in a great performance thus far.
As we are getting closer towards the end of this level. This is either our last hand or our second to last hand. We've got Queen 8 battling it out with King 10 on the Queen Jack 10 board with 2 diamonds. Not a bad flop for Ren Lin. The open ender, bottom pair. Bit of an awkward moment to improve to top and bottom pair, where it's like not loving it, but still has a lot to work with. Any ace or any 9 obviously has us crushed. Ren Lin still decides to bet.
He's probably been in this situation hundreds of times. With his level of experience, has a strategy in mind. Decides to go with the tiny bet. Start getting a sense of ranges. Demetrios comes along with just a queen. Lin as surprised as I am, I guess.
Yeah. The river is a 5 of clubs. Demetrius decides to check. And it goes check, check on the river.
Queen 8, wow, no respect me, so guilty. So guilty, coach. Because that hand, I was so guilty. Huh? My friend, I don't bluff you anymore.
Ren Lin letting his opponent know that he was most certainly not bluffing there. And a little surprised to see the Queen 8 call. But it does take it down. And that was going to be the final hand of this hour. As we take a look at how things played out in the end. Ren Lin now closes out this block as chip leader of this table. And we heard the floorman say earlier that these guys will continue playing with each other. If you like the stories, if you like to see how these guys have been battling, obviously take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app. You will find them in the field. And then you can keep track of how they are doing in the upcoming hours when they will no longer be on the feature table.
That's right. I've certainly been taking a look at many other stories apart from the feature table that we were looking at. Super excited to see the chip leader of the tournament come into the next feature table. Xu Yang with over 3 million in chips as we inch towards what's going to be the final 52 players of the day getting paid. A little bit of ICM pressure to put, perhaps. Let's see what they have to offer in the next one.
Yeah, we're down to the final 98, so obviously still a couple of very exciting hours of poker to look forward to, but they are starting to get there. The finish line is in sight, but plenty of more levels to go. Vider, thank you so much. It was an absolute pleasure. I will be replaced by Griffin Benjer after the break, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to our Canadian making his debut here as well over at the Triton ONE booth. Thank you guys for being here. Obviously, stick around. We'll be back in give or take 8 minutes with a new future table. We'll see you guys then.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphreys just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
A small pot, but and also you don't get the immediate satisfaction.
Right now, he's still pretty upset, right?
Yeah, of course. We had a new player join our table. White. He's going to send it immediately, shipping it with ace-8 offsuit. Hudong looks down at king-10 of spades.
Whoa.
Makes the call from the small blind.
That's loose, right? 15 bigs?
Especially with a player to worry behind him, but makes the call. I mean, doesn't get it in bad. It's not ahead either. He's just here to play some poker.
There we go.
The man needs a thrill.
Could just go to the theme park that's around the corner.
Maybe he feels that the new players are cursed. The moment they sit down, wow, that's a exciting flop for king 10. Wei does make a top pair, top kicker with ace-8, but that doesn't change a whole lot for Hudong, who had to hit, still needs to hit, but he's got a lot of extra outs. It's not over yet, because obviously, yeah, we can still make a full house with ace-8. But you're not loving life now. The king high flush is good on the turn. And the river is safe. King 10. The man had a feeling from the small blind. Made a quick call as well. It's not even that he was deep in the tank and he thought about it for a while.
He's an action junkie.
I think he just picked up on the fact that people who join later, like 20, 30 minutes into the future table, they tend to bust, especially if they're shorter stacks. And he's like, this is my moment to shine.
So the stars were aligned, constellation reading or something.
That was like the second hand that we saw of Le Huai as well. He just joined, like literally just joined.
I know. He's got to be disappointed. He's probably going to mash on his phone like this guy just called me king.
Is really good in telling me that I look tired. I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, you drink, what, 4 coffees in the morning? You're probably having a couple already now.
Just having one. You know what doesn't make me tired, though? Aces under the gun.
Mm-hmm.
May still look tired. But oh, Josh McCulley. Is he from Australia or New Zealand? Those are your flags.
I missed it.
I'm going to guess Australia. Odds-wise.
Odds-wise. Oh, you're that guy, huh?
They've got way more people. Shouldn't look that tired, huh? Same time zone. For Australian standards, a short journey. Oh,
He's
no.
going to be tired of having to get an ace.
What?
Oh, my God. It's going to be a 3-way all-in, isn't it?
What is this?
How can it not? How can it not go in 3 ways?
Poor Yeho, by the way, the man who made such an excellent fold earlier with jacks versus kings, now finds himself with ace-king offsuit when Ma is holding aces.
How long total?
Meanwhile, Man Lock from Macau looks down at jacks.
I can't believe it. This is seriously what's the action behind him?
Yeah.
Including 5 seconds, leaving like home.
5 seconds. It's time to act. Just announces the call, I mean.
Same difference.
Yeah, the funny thing is that Yeho only has 209k, so it's not like he's ever calling the 160, and then he's like, oh, I really don't like the follow-up. Let me get out and preserve my last 40. Kind of just ship it here, right, with ace-king. You're not loving it. Can he make another miraculous fold, Randy?
Dude, that would be amazing. Not this time.
Announces all in, and Ma will obviously make the snap call. Here we go, 3 ways. Jacks, aces, and ace-king offsuit. Manlock Chen from Macau probably can't believe it. The man hasn't played a hand. Finally looks down at jacks, thinks this is a slam dunk moment to ship it. And he's absolutely crushed.
At least he has more of a chance than ace-king. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it?
yeah, I can't believe it. He's like, this is what I folded jacks for? It's like, yeah. Well, you were kind of in dire straits in that hand as well, but perhaps we can find some magic. Hearts are no good. Clubs would be good. Queen Jack 10 flop. But it's really hard to find the Queen Jack 10 when someone else has pocket jacks. We find the Queen. Looking very safe for the aces of Ma. What a run it's been for him. Very big pot. 500,000 chips in the middle. 2x starting stack. I'm telling you, it's the hat.
It's the fisherman's hat. Wow.
Not even a sweat, I feel like. Obviously, you're always a little bit worried. For Ace King, the dream is over. Yeho can start unplugging the mic. And perhaps give it another shot.
Don't unplug yet. See a river card.
Perhaps that is the run good that he's summoning. All right. If Ace King is unplugging, I'm unplugging. It's like, you still have a chance.
Yeah.
And that is not going to do it. The 8 of clubs is to no help of man luck. Ma gets a monster pot. He's now over 1 million chips, up to 1.1 million.
After Triton, you'll go to the IPT.
Well, Ma's got the double KO here. Also busted Yuna not too long ago. It's 1 million chips.
Roll, post.
No.
Gets aces. Gets 3-bet.
Why not?
Sees another player shipping it all in. Like, cool.
No, I mean, I don't like play in Hanoi now.
He played it all right.
Playing Hanoi now.
I mean, they kind of played it for him.
Maybe
that's true.
All he had to do was open.
Yeah, I play, but
Well done by Ma. He is definitely on fire.
For other reasons. Yeah. You can tell me later.
That's going to move him to third on the overall leaderboard.
Dylan or something about his plan to open for this.
And now we really need to find even more players because we just got a new player, but now we lose 2 players. Yeah, not too long, but at least a day or 2, so I can admire you guys doing your thing. Listen to the commentary, walk around, play some games myself. As Ma, the man who won the monster pot earlier with aces, now looks down at jacks, and once more a new player that joins the table runs into it immediately.
That's bad luck, isn't it?
Maybe that's why she wasn't happy.
Yeah.
She knew she was gonna get pocket 9s against pocket jacks.
The premonition. Oh, Ace King. 3-way all in once again. It has to be.
Yeah, Ma's not folding with 1.1 million chips. There really is no reason for him to ever fold jacks.
And Ace King should be getting it in.
We could at least have a slightly more fair distribution of the chips. There is a world where jacks finishes last too, and we keep everyone.
so
Flop comes ace 9-4.
That is true. Getting a count.
Yeah, Ma obviously just wants to make sure, like, if this is 600k or 700k, then you're like, okay, I actually need to think about it. But I think for this price, we can't fold. Jacks is way too powerful, way too strong. Even though we thought that earlier as well, but can't imagine Ma's folding with his 1.1 million chips.
Yeah, this is sub 40 bigs. He's already put in pre-flop raise. He's crushing the range of the jam because the jam was for, what, 18 bigs or so?
Knows that he is probably flipping very often, right? That it's the ace queen suited, ace king offsuit, ace king suited. Tiny bit worried, but it was also relatively quick. And I feel like if Deng Peng was looking at aces or kings, would he have moved that quick? Maybe he would have taken his time.
Oh, he folded the jacks.
Wow.
He's going to be upset.
That's actually great news for Sue as well.
Of course.
Unless he's flipping.
She's got a life. No need to hit the 9 now.
Man, people hate jacks over here. The second time we're folding jacks. The second time where I think I would have snap called with jacks.
Likewise.
Is the curse of the new player at the future table over? Can we finally welcome a guest for a little longer than 2 hands? Flop comes queen 7-4. The jacks of Ma would have still been best.
Upsetting.
Deng Peng looking for an ace or a king. 3 of diamonds is no good. Zhong Jing, her 9's looking pretty. Getting the full double and then some. If we can just avoid the ace or the king on the river, but we cannot. There is the king for Deng Peng. And once more, we have to say goodbye to someone who only played 1 or 2 hands. This was our first hand, right?
Literally the first hand.
Good evening and welcome back to Triton ONE, coming to you live from Jeju, Laser Casino. And here we are, the 3K QQPK Genesis inaugural event, Day 1A. And I'm joined in the booth by the one and only Mr. Griffin
Finally.
Bencher. Welcome, welcome.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. Very, very excited to be here. It's been a bit of a long day waiting. You know, I've been sort of in the bullpen. Feel like a closer in baseball, you know. But I'm glad that finally I'm here and watching some great action here in the 3K.
Well, the closers are the most important players in baseball, if I'm thinking about it correctly. So that's you. It's been an absolutely action-packed day here as we're down to below 100 players. 52 of them will make the money, 16% of the field making the money. So we're in the business end. About half the players will go home empty-handed. For now, it's just day 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D to go. 1B active outside, 1C and 1D tomorrow, of course. So lots to look forward to.
Yeah, and this is the really important thing about a series like Triton ONE. You know, there's a lot of events here, obviously, but to kick things off by, you know, getting that out of the way, getting the cash, starting well early. I mean, you can go on crazy bad runs where you're just like not cashing in many events. So I think it's important to get off on the right foot, and this is a great sort of preliminary opening event for sure.
And with the player field we have, a lot of them might actually be setting their eyes on the super high roller as well. If they can make a deep run, have a good cash,
that's
have
a
good
great
score.
point, actually. Yeah, to sort of parlay into the super high roller series. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's exciting about our feature table number 3 here, is we do have the tournament chip leader who just crossed 3 million in chips. That's 12 starting stacks. Shu Lang coming in with 160 bigs. And as we are approaching the business end, maybe some ICM pressure to put. Let's see how he wields his stack.
Yeah, and that's actually a very significant lead. I mean, if you do look at the leaderboard, 3.2 million. Next closest is only 2.3 in second place. So that's quite significant.
Yeah, should be a fun one as we do see some of the outer tables as we are coming to you live from Les Casino. Of course, our title sponsor, QQPK rather, does sponsor the first event as well, QQPK Genesis, the 3K. Last time around, I believe 1,185 entries, over 3 million in the prize pool. I did some quick math on, you know, the 322 entries or so. Maybe we exceed it this time around.
Yeah, as we get a look at the beautiful room here at Triton ONE.
Players
amazing,
settling in.
I was here, you know, for a Jeju event before for the Super High Roller Series, and you know, the room felt like pretty filled out, and it's amazing that we can get so many players in here. But obviously, a really beautiful venue, and they make it work. So blue, so pretty.
Triton ONE.
Like
Here
the
we
ocean.
go. So with 52 players making the money, we do have our feature table for you to look at. 3 million chips up top, going all the way down to just under 200,000 for Shu Yuan. That's good for 10 bigs at the 10K, 20K level. Should be a fun one. As we do spot Martin Nielsen, fan favorite, at least if the fan is our very own Kevin, because he did rail Martin all the way to the final table of this very event at the inaugural Triton ONE. We do also see second place on the table is 1.8 million. Very respectable stack, top 10 stack in the tournament, of course, but compared to the giant stack of Shu, I don't know how he's going to be approaching this event.
Yeah, it looks like Aaron and Martin just like showed up to the wrong party. They're like, wait a minute. No, obviously this is going to be a very exciting feature here. 10K, 20K with a 20K ante. And yeah, this is like, you know, at this stage in the tournament, you know, I mean, we talk about how it is under 100 players, but it can be a little bit of sort of the dog days of an event, like leading into what becomes very, very exciting near the bubble. So, but this is kind of like moving moments for a lot of players. Like, how is your stack going to be really wielded as you get close to the money? Are you going to be someone that is going to be putting a lot of pressure on people at the bubble, continuing to increase your stack, or are you going to be one of those middling stacks that kind of needs to stay out of trouble to not bubble, you know? Or are you going to be a short stack just trying to survive? So that's really going to be defined, I think, over the next 4 hours.
Yeah, this is what I love about the app as well. Of course, the Triton Poker Plus app. My first time in the booth, really utilizing it. So for instance, if I go on Shu Yang, we can see his chip graph. It's just been one-way trajectory. It's like NVIDIA stock or something. He's made his way all the way up to 3.1 million. Can see the key hands. Does manage to get it in with the best of it. So seems to be his strategy. Let's see if he wants to be table captain or not.
How cool is this? Guys, look. I'm into this. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just everything. Everything's working for you.
Yeah, everything's working for me. I love a unique looking dude, you know? Just great locks. I think I'm jealous, frankly.
Yeah, me too. I hear you. Shibe. Comes in with the ace-8 of hearts. King 3 twos, rainbow.
Yeah, I think argument to continue here for Shi. You know, backdoor hearts, obviously, going to expect to be good on an 8 a decent percentage of the time, an ace a lot of the time, of course, in this case, against ace-queen in particular. Looks like he has fold face. And, you know, I think that's fine, too. You're up against decently strong range, under the gun +2 there. So I think it's on the tighter side, but it's tough to continue there down the streets if you don't turn a heart or a pair.
So as we get our first hand in the books here, Griffin, let me, first of all, welcome you to Triton ONE alongside me. We're both new to Triton ONE, but you have been here before, Jeju and Triton for that matter, so welcome back. How are you feeling about the second time around? I was telling Kevin, it's a sequel. You got to have some new characters. That's you and I this time around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love it. Trying to think of a good sequel with some new characters.
Empire Strikes Back. I'm Yoda, and you can be the Emperor.
Amanda Seyfried and Ted 2. You
Okay.
know, like,
deep pull.
Hey. yeah.
So here we have it, the new feature table, one hand down. Very curious to see how these players have been navigating the huge stacks we have here. We did have 3 stacks above $1 million on our previous table. This time around, 4 stacks above $1 million, one of them above 3, of course. Does change the dynamics plenty. Suited ace-8 enters the chat once again, +2. No real short stack, mind you. Seat 7, Tony Chung. 18 bigs, the shortest stack. About the same for Martin Nielsen.
Diamonds everywhere.
Takes us time before a pretty standard defense. Big open, though. How do you read into the 3x open off the 400k stack here?
So, I hate to be that guy, but I think it was mid-raised. 110 out there, 40, 40, 10, 20, right?
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yep, that's right. Unfortunate flop, too. Mid versus top pair.
Yeah, I think you can play a mix here if you're Tony. This board does favor the big blind, so you know you can get into some very sort of cheeky check raises, something like a Jack-6 of spades, really put pressure on a hand like ace-8 of diamonds, and you know you are up against the tournament chip leader here, so I think I would mix in some checks here more often, actually. Stay very under-repped, get those kind of combinations like a Jack-6 of spades to, you know, bluff the turn, and they're not always going to turn another spade too, just any Jack-6, whatever that is, Jack-7, Queen-7. Firing again here.
Half pot. One of those bets where you're hoping to sometimes get called by worse and then find a check on the river and get to showdown.
Yeah, this is the sort of like, let's hope to get value from 5-7 here, you know? And then just check back pretty much every non-8 or ace river.
Could have sized smaller, perhaps? You're
Yeah, no,
never getting...
Yeah, 90, yeah, 90 was, I mean, it's interesting. It's like, I'm sort of the same mind. But I don't think it's I think it's okay, you know?
Yeah, you're getting value from worse hands for sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, yeah. Oh, and what is this? This would be very interesting.
Is he about to go for thin value for all of it? I mean, it's just hard to imagine. It's third pair on the board now with the 10 coming in on the river.
I think it might be more like, do I try to fold out a 9 now? Right? Because the texture has changed here. If he, I mean, I wonder what he is thinking about. Yeah, he's going to check. That's really, really interesting. I would love to talk to Tony about what his thought process was there on the river. because it feels like far too strong a hand to think about turning into a bluff. But at the same time, what was the consideration for it? Because again, we don't think there was value to be had, right?
I'll tell you what, though, I appreciate that he thought about it.
Yeah,
I mean, so many people are
it makes us think more about, right?
Yeah. Very natural to just autopilot and check behind there, but we do have a time given on every decision, every street for a reason. Tony is quite experienced in terms of playing Triton events. Long history at Triton, going all the way back, as I can see on the app, to Vietnam in 2023, his home country. Really good to see a lot of players who tend to play the super high roller come out for Triton ONE and start playing the 3K Genesis event right on day 1A.
It's important to get reps. It really is. I think it's a thin line. You really need to have a balance of, I had a great conversation actually recently with Kyan Mokri just last week and talking about how he's pretty much, his focus is to come out for the super high roller series, and it's because he finds it is important to be as sharp as he can for that, in the sense of like being fresh. Like he's realized that's what's really important to him, is about being fresh and not maybe burning out in lower buy-in events. But I think it's different for everyone. There are some people that really get into the grind and really can like build up to something like the super, and then there are some people that are just love the game, and so everyone's different. I think it's really important to figure out what your strengths are, because look, this is the cream of the crop, and you got to find out what really works for you.
I think that's why you tend not to see too many superstars that are too young, because so much of the game is figuring out who you are as a poker player.
That's a great way to put it, yes.
Dreamy development in terms of the flop here for the 8-7. Top pair, straight draw. Stab with the 9. Did see the 2x open.
Whoa. Very surprising shove here.
Wow.
And Zhao now sitting there with 20 big blinds, top pair, gutter. I mean, this is an incredibly rogue play here from Yang. I mean, this is exciting. I'm glad we're seeing this.
What a showdown!
Yeah, this is so exciting. I love that we have a player that's prepared to do this. That's wielding a chip lead. You can only imagine the way he acquired the chips. Probably, being a,
bully.
But yeah, bully probably, yeah.
I mean, this is
and
bully
getting there
territory.
maybe, or probably wielded his chip lead really well and drawing dead here to the river to a 9, and yeah, a pot worth over 1 million chips.
That was so quick too, on a board that you certainly don't expect to 3-bet as a bluff, especially with 9-3. Really no equity to speak of, so he's just in the mode to put pressure. I mean, maybe if the holding was not as strong as top pair straight draw, we could have had more of a decision. And mind you, barely feels a dent to his stack. It's hefty, but still about 10% of his stack.
Yeah, and I think it is important that we don't sort of, in a way, let him get away with that and just say like, oh, like he was just, he made a move and got caught. It's like, no, like, it's important that if you're going to have so many combos of bluffs, make sure that you have some equity. You have like a bit of a gutter there, or backdoor spades with whatever. And so to have such a, I mean, if you have that hand, you have every hand in a spot on a pretty coordinated board that favors the big blind in that situation. So I think I can call a spade there and say that was like a pretty big mistake from our chip leader. But frankly, he's got a lot of chips to work with. So I think it's really interesting. I think that'll probably temper him a bit. He's probably maybe a bit in God mode with how many chips he's acquired, and that I think probably lends to such a thing like that. But he probably knows he needs to clean it up a bit, and he got his hand stuck in the cookie jar, and I think he'll probably be better for it.
Yeah, a bit of a wake-up call. I mean, now that you mention it, 9-3 off, equity-wise, might be the nut low to do that with.
Yeah. And who knows, too. It might be his lucky hand. It might be an inside joke with a friend. That's the thing, like, with the great thing I think about Triton ONE as well is we are going to see some of these rogue plays that we don't really see that much of in the Super High Roller Series at the best in the best stakes. So it's a bit of a different vibe, and I think it's going to make for some great television.
Let's go. From your lips to the poker god's ears. He's certainly rocking the merch karma.
Yes. Yeah, the Triton ONE merch is
the shirt and the hoodie.
Awesome. I actually had a moment when I received my merch today where it was like, because I brought a bunch of the merch that I already had from the Super High Roller Series from Montenegro and from Jeju, and I had that like moment of like, you know, Andy from Toy Story where I like saw my old like Triton Super High Roller and I'm like, I don't want to play with you anymore, and like slowly dropped it on the ground and put on this fresh Triton ONE gear. No, the Triton Super High Roller gear is pretty sweet as well, to be honest. But there's something about fresh, crisp, right out of the bag.
Oh, that's so
the
good.
Smell, and like, you take off the tag, and you're like, oh yeah.
You know, with AI, we could probably make that merch story movie in like half an hour at this point.
Yeah. A lot of merch lore, real clean logo design. Great job by the design team there.
Best of it this time. Still feels pretty spicy to be in the mix with the old Doyle Brunson. Gets the job done, though.
Back on the board.
Love his demeanor, though. It's just looks pretty fierce.
Oh, no. I mean, look, if you saw that guy and you're like, he doesn't seem to give a F, and then you say, he doesn't. Oh, this is good. Let's stay on this table. There is a shot of Aaron. I was watching the broadcast earlier today, Vitor. I'm not sure if you were on or it was Randy. I think it might have been Randy and Kevin, where he, I think it was first or second level, at least of our coverage, and found himself in a situation where he was facing a, 2.5x all in, and sort of, I think, called quite quickly to rebuy. And that's always an interesting dynamic when we cover the early levels of these spots, where just the high-level thinking, and you have to be prepared for any player to be willing to make a massive bluff. And so he sort of protected with a big call with one pair and was up against a set. So at least his second bullet, as far as I can tell.
Okay, well, he's done well so far. 1.4 million or so.
That'll do.
About 6 starting stacks. Did have some conversation going, Griffin, with all your experience covering these events. What do you think is going to be a comfortable number to coast into day 2 with, a few levels from now where you can just sort of start pausing and just start folding your way to the next day if you so desire?
Yeah, I mean, mentality-wise, I don't think, especially if you're here first event, you're here for the whole series, I don't think you're really trying to, survive to the next day necessarily. It's not necessarily a bad thing to sort of bust at the end of the day if it happens because of joining more events and that sort of stuff with how intensive the series is. So I think people are more going to be concerned, as we get closer and closer to the bubble. I'm sort of speaking from an experience standpoint of just if you're at a series that just has one big main event, it's just there is something about let's get to the next day, and I can just there's a dopamine thing too, it's but with this, I think it's a bit different as far as day to day is concerned.
Bit of a wild development happening here. Mystery hand first off, your first one for the series. Let's get you interested here because we do have the cold 4-bet from the small, as you would expect, with the pocket kings. And now for the mystery hand to remain interested should signal a lot of strength. This is the chip leader once again. He's been so loose. Is there a world where he's planning to make a move without the goods? Don't forget the whole table saw the 9-3 off, so the image has been formed.
Yeah, not surprised to see a call here from our rogue entity, our chip leader. Yang came to blast around, came to entertain, and we love him for it. We are so here for it. 590,000 into the pot. And again, this is chip leader on chip leader as far as this table is concerned. We saw, the list as we came into the level 1 and 2.
There's only one rule, right? Stay away from the only person who can bust you.
Yeah.
But with pocket kings and this beautiful board, mind you, Jack 8-3 rainbow. Nothing to do but just start building.
Yeah, and no need to be greedy too. Like, we don't mind. And he's really milking it here. He's saying, come on. Even if you have, like, you know, ace 10 with a backdoor clubs or something, like, let's see a turn together. And so, yeah, he's going to get a call here from a huge percentage of the range.
On some level with the 9-3 showdown, do you think he was trying to induce a raise that would be pretty non-standard otherwise? Oh, and the ace does roll in on the turn. The ace's magnet do tend to be in this situation. Now what do you do? He's out of position with pocket kings, 3 jack 8 ace. I knew there was a reason this was a mystery hand.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, we are working with, as mentioned, a range that certainly includes some aces. I think if Yang even had ace 5 of hearts, he would have called 90,000 into 590, you know? So there are a lot of ace combos that Yang has now hit, but we need to also operate under the understanding that there's just a huge wide range of hands that he can have here. 9-10 suited, queen 10 suited. I think he might even float like a king 9 suited or something on the flop or whatever. I mean, there obviously are 2 kings are gone from Wang, but so he does go for a small bet. This sets the price against a floated ace flop as well. So I think this is quite interesting, and I think it seduces Yang to continue with any of that float range on the flop that did have equity. So if he's sitting here with queen 10 suited, let's say he had queen 10 of diamonds, right? And then he might 3-bet 2.5x pre. Certainly going to call the 4-bet with based off the limited information we've learned about him. And so his hand is a double gutter. So Wang electing to bet again, probably to induce bluffs and I guess sort of decide how to react against a raise. And we might have a
string
potential
situation?
String situation. String theory developing.
I think the floor has been called and we'll get a ruling real shortly, but let's assume the bet goes through, or rather the raise goes through. I really like the spot he's taken. I mean, he basically is not giving too much credit for any sort of ace-5 suited kind of bluff cold 4-bet. And he's just trying to say, do you have ace-king, or do you just have queens and kings and you have to let this one go?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting, actually, because let's listen to this first.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes. No, 500. When he had
there we go.
So let's talk about what Yang is really representing here, though, is the thing. I mean, we talked about a combo like ace-5 of hearts, that might have gotten there on the turn. But does that ever raise the turn? Probably not. You know, we're not really raising to see where we're at or just to get value from kings or queens on the turn. We're just calling again and keeping the worst hands in and keeping the pot smaller against when we are up against ace-king, ace-queen. So the raise is very irregular. I think it's indicative of a player who's playing by feel in a way that is really challenging some of these players and is really fun to watch.
It really is.
Because this is not what you're used to seeing in a situation like this, right?
Are we locking in a guess here, Griffin?
I could see... I think we need to consider the implications of the 2.5x 3-bet. Do we think he does that with pocket 10s and then turns his hand into a bluff on the turn here? I think he might. So that's a guess. I think queen 10 might not want to make it 500 there when you have a double gutter, because what if you get shoved on? So I don't think it's an open-ended straight draw. I think it might be something like 2 10s. And that's what I'm going to stick with. I'm going to give myself one guess. I'm going to say pocket 10s, but it could also be something like, for value-wise, maybe an ace-8 suited, maybe an ace-jack suited. But again, are we really raising those hands? So I'll go 10s. What do you have?
If I go towards value, I think sets more likely. Maybe pocket 8s could play this way, but that's just basically one type of holding.
It's just like... Yeah, I just can't give him a set here, because I know it's in the range of possibilities, but what we just saw...
I'll go with an out-of-line semi-bluff as we just get to it. And he's trying to jack into a bluff on the turn.
So a similar kind of range is like the 10s, where it's like, I don't think this jack is good, I think he has something like what he has, and I can just like. So yeah, I feel good about my guess. Actually,
Real good guess.
You know what I mean?
Basically had the next pip, but really impressive play for him to pull off what you were predicting. By the way, you got a tap on the table by Wang as well, so much respect for showing that grace. But my goodness, this man
that's
came to play.
high level thought, and I love that we get to pair that hand with the 9-3 off because it's like. This guy's like he's fun. He's like he has clearly has a good sense of what's going on, and he clearly has a bit of a screw loose. You know, like he will freaking really take it to you, and that's really fun for us to watch.
Yeah, I think to clarify what I was saying earlier, Shu, that is the chip leader, did not give Wang any credit for having those ace-5 suited 4-bet cold bluffs. Because otherwise he's just saying, listen, I just don't think you have an ace, so I'm going to raise and take it down.
Yeah, and I think speaking to that point too, is that because of what he has shown with that 9-3 and like I'm a dangerous person to play against, you look down at ace-5 suited in the big blind and you're never getting a fold pre. You're going to be playing out of position in a 600K pot against this guy that is just willing to freaking fight you to the death and rip your leg off, you know? Like, so it does actually really, even though we're talking about how like, oh, you know, this guy's playing anything, if I'm looking down at ace-10, I think it's good, I should just 4-bet. It's like, no, we're actually going to tighten up because we know how tough this guy's going to play against us. So I think he recognized that he's going to have a tight range, but he has the maneuverability, Jack-5 suited, to make a play like that. Like, that's cool.
I mean, are we even processing the fact that he 3-betted, called a cold 4-bet, and then made that move on the turn after flopping top pair?
But I really am unsurprised. I mean, we learn a lot from, you know, limited sample size with these guys. The 9-3 says a lot because he didn't really seem to swim like a fish. If you know what I mean? Like, this is a guy, like, you can see by the demeanor, like, he seemed like kind of like Sharky. He's played a lot of poker, and he's gotten these 3 million chips in the opening event. It's like, I think this guy just, like, he just drew outside the lines a bit in this one hand and had a laugh with someone he probably, like, knew a bit, you know? And then he's just, like, lock in, time to show everyone what I'm really capable of. And it's just like, oh, okay, like, you're raising the turn there with the jack. Like, that's, like I don't do that. Like, that was sick. Like, yeah.
Absolutely sick, as you said. Cannot wait to see what the rest of the table has to offer, as we do give a huge shout out to our title sponsor, QQPK, your new poker paths. There we see the ambassadors of QQPK, one of whom, Nishant Sharma, the legend from India at this point, one of India's best, second in chips in the tournament, the newest QQPK ambassador. Got to take a look at chat after a hand like that, especially the mystery hand. What a bluff. Seems to be the sentiment. Some of the chat pros did get it right. He is bluffing. Seemed to be the consensus. Yeah, what you said about extracting or extrapolating a lot from a small sample size. I mean, isn't that the name of the game when it comes to live poker? These guys have been playing with each other over the course of the day, but sometimes just one hand, like the 9-3. I mean, we've been in the booth watching them for just a few hands. You just got to make a read and then use that read in future hands. That's what live MTTs are all about. Ace-King suited. Hearts variety. 155K. Pretty good side to look down at in the big. Don't think it gets action against the jam, but let's see what the price comes out to be. Oh, this is tricky, actually. 135 to call, 245 in the middle. I think you just flick it in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is, if we're creeping toward, like, over 200, I think that we can justify a fold 175 when we're playing, you know, 1.4 almost.
Also,
just go for it.
If you just got owned slightly, I think you flick in the chip a little more frequently. 2 live ones for Wang. Yuan Shu at risk. Good flops so far. queen, no 9. 6 outs going twice. Oh, the 9 comes on the turn. Not like that. 6 outs the other way now. Ace or king needed. Not to be unfortunate to lose him towards the late stage of the day. Hopefully joins us for one of the other flights. The merge not working out as well for him there. So a bit of a clawback there for Wang. Gets a bit lucky. Bit of a solemn walkout, can't say I blame him.
That is the game. Such a clean flop, too. You're just like, oh, okay, yeah. Sweet. I have 400K.
Yeah, it's coming my way. This makes sense. Got it in ace king. So the first of 11 days of coverage here. Griffin, excited to be joining you in the booth. We do have a few more days of this event, and then we go on to the mystery bounty. I'm excited about that one. We do have 14 events that will have trophies this time, increasing from 10 last time. New PLO event, new women's event. It's all to play for, man. We're doing the sequel justice.
Absolutely. 2 kings for she here.
Your favorite?
Yeah.
Seems to be joining us for the first time at Triton, by the way. She, that is. Martin Nielsen, on the other hand. Triton regular. Top set for she.
Topset.net, baby.
Martin with the Mandarin.
Yeah.
A man of many talents, clearly. Talk about giving away a read of your experience. Speaking Mandarin on the table just goes to show how many reps you've put in Asia.
That's pretty, yeah. That's pretty badass. How many languages do you speak?
Just 2. Hindi, which is the common language in most of India. Not all of it, but most of it. And then, of course, English. What about you?
Just English.
Well, you speak it well, for what it's worth.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You just had the most forlorn expression when you just said just
well,
English.
it's just because my like I live in a bilingual place.
Oh, that's right, Montreal.
Yeah, and I should have probably made a more concerted effort to learn French, so I'm a bit embarrassed about it.
So you can
But
get
that's
by
life.
without French in Montreal?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, especially if you don't, work. I always say I don't work in the city or anything like that. And
Tony's interested with the 40% of the Royal. Gets it in there. Once again, the price being offered might just be too good for a decently sized stack. Trolling by the 9-4, but it comes down to whether the King 10 calls it off. Did see the Queen 9 suited flick it in. This is exactly why you are priced in. Can be ahead every so often and certainly have enough equity. 56% soft flip for Tony Chuang's tournament life. Clean board for the King 10. Oh, but there are 2 hearts. Never mind. 2 overs and a flush draw.
That ain't clean.
55 the other way. And there it is. Locked up already. 340. Goes the way of Tony Chuang. Comeback is mounted. 82 in the field. 30 spots away from the end of the day. I think we're about one orbit in here to this new feature table. My word, what an exciting one it's been. Thanks mostly to the man on the screen right now, Shu Yang, 3.5 million in his stack. Let's see on the Triton Poker Plus app where we're at in terms of who is second place. I'm pretty sure he's still first place in the tournament. Last I checked, it was Nishant Sharma. You can do the same, by the way, at home. Just download the app like I did. Follow along. I'm going on the Leaders tab right now to take a look. King 9 diamonds will open it up. Pocket queens.
Yeah, baby. The Lady Kings.
The Lady Kings.
Let's see what sizing she goes with here. Yeah, quite a bit smaller than maybe we would be expecting out of position here, especially with how deep they're playing. I think you'd anticipate something more in line with even closer to 200K. But she inviting the King 9 suited in, and very surprised to see a fold.
Wow.
I wonder if the graphic was correct. I mean, our graphics team is so solid here. So very unconventional from both of them.
So you're that surprised that you think it's maybe likely that the graphics were off, because I would certainly expect King 9 suited to come along for that
Yeah,
price.
you put in 40 at 60 more and you're playing, 1.5 deep at 40K big blind. You got to be calling there with the King 9 suited, I think. But,
Strategically, too, I mean, you're playing a much more defined range when he goes that small as well.
Yeah.
It's just so unlikely to be bluffing.
It's just a nice hand to have. I mean, it's just like, obviously you're dominated by all the kings that are 3-betting you there, but you're quite live against a hand like pocket queens. You're suited. If you have King 10 off or something, you can just, you probably still shouldn't fold at the price, but at least it's just like a hand that could get you into some trouble. We're looking for flushes and stuff there, so. But I think another great example of what makes Triton ONE so unique is we are going to be surprised by some of the plays by these players. Not to suggest that most of these players aren't professionals. I mean, most of them are. But, the average buy-ins are between 3 and 5K and not, 50K. there's a stark difference when you compare the super high roller series and this. So this is it's a nice little twist for us. Surprises.
Well, if it's more of what I've seen today, sign me up.
Yeah.
I'm not here to read a textbook. Let's see some poker. Take it to the streets, as we seem to be doing so often with this man, 8-3 suited. Does flop best.
Yeah, hey, listen, if you want to go hang out with the kings and queens in the palace, the super high roller series, do it. But here we're on the streets, man. We're on the ground floor.
That's right.
And we can offer anything you like here at Triton, whether it's the Triton ONE or super high roller series. Different strokes. But let's be honest. If you're tuning into this, you probably love the super high roller series too. I mean, it's all just great. Good fun, as they say.
Yeah, second in the tournament remains Nishant Sharma, 2.3 million, and then another huge gap to Human Ma, who we did have on our feature table. I mean, this is quite a situation we have brewing in terms of what Shu Yang has been able to accomplish so far. If he can somehow close out the day with this kind of a monster stack, it's going to really influence how day 2 proceeds. He has almost double of third place in the tournament. That's incredible. Does seem to be of the live by the sword, die by the sword mentality, though, so certainly ways to go. 81 players remaining, 52. make it to the money, and it will be the end of the day as well.
All right, let's do some fun math, Peter.
Okay.
Starting stack for this event.
250.
250. So with, let's just say there's, how many started? 390 something?
323.
323. So let's say with 32 players left, the average stack will be 2.5 million, right?
Well, I know 16% make the money, yeah? So I would expect it to be like 6x, I guess, of starting stack. I don't know if that meant.
Yeah, but if there's 25, if there's 25 people left, that means that it's 10% of the field remaining.
Oh, 52. Make it to the money.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm saying let's use the number 25 people. Like, just I'll explain what I mean. So, you said again it was what? Sorry, not 25, 32 people, because you said it was 325 played.
Yeah.
So if with 32 players remaining, that'll mean that the average stack is.
Oh, I got you. Would be
10x.
Yeah, so
250. So
yeah, I think
2.5 million.
6x.
So it looks like he has this incredible chip lead. It looks like, this feels like he already has some final table stack, but he's only going to have average with like 25 people left. Like, there's still a lot of work to do. He doesn't need to do it all now. He has a lot of chances to increase his stack, but there's a long way to go in the tournament is my point.
I see your point.
Saying?
Yeah, totally. I mean, if we go with your logic, let's say we end up with an average stack of 1.5 million. He just has twice of average stack.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, certainly the way he's been playing is, as our MGTs, but I mean, he's playing a high variance style. So
yeah.
Can't make any bets. King 5.
Yeah.
Must be nice. We've seen this a few times. He's not afraid to just start fast playing his hands. In this case, he goes tiny, though. 30K. Nice bet, considering the other holdings in the mix, 3 and 8%.
He can't help it. Finds another bottom of range continue. We saw the 9-3 sort of bottom of range 4-bet shove on that 8 high flop. And look at even, very surprised to see this call from someone I'm familiar with from the Super High Roller Series.
Dangerous turn. Shu does make a pair, and what a beautiful check by Shi. I mean, Shi is playing as though he can see everyone's holdings and betting the exact right amount to keep them interested. Now finds the check. That's just too good, and should get Shu to start committing with the 0% hand. 100K fired into 260. I think the deuces can safely get out of there, no matter how much you think.
Yeah, I think considering more raise than call here, like wanting to represent the king, I think this is actually pretty good instincts in the sense that he's expecting a 100% float on the flop from Yang, which we saw with the 6-4, and then she, more often than not going to have a king. So I think that's where that came from, maybe, but doesn't matter now. The two hands that actually are ahead of the deuces. How does she get max value? Doesn't want to scare him off, I don't think, because, yeah, he happened to hit this 4, and this is sort of this blocky, kind of like price-setty bet. But if he has 6-4 here, he has, 10 jack of clubs or whatever, and might bluff the river here.
I mean, if he has 6-4, he might just have anything.
Yeah, but look, I mean, this is a spot he's deeply considering turning this hand into a bluff. We saw him do it with Jack 5. He knows now the 4 is no good, and he does not want to lose a showdown against 2 black jacks, because that's a hand that might fold this river, So I think that he might shove his hand into the cookie jar. He's also going to be aware it's like the cookie jar hasn't always been good to him, right? Good instincts. Yeah, he's like, I wanted him to bet so much.
Yeah, the slightest of showdown value with the 4s against a missed flush draw, perhaps. Does mean that she does not get that 3rd street, but well played. I think it all started with that tiny bet on the flop that kept the 6-4 interested somehow. Perhaps max extraction there. Winds up 10K, 25K here at day 1A of the QQPK Genesis. Huge shout out to our title sponsor, QQPK, supporting the game at the highest level, bringing the action to poker fans like you all around the world. This man's been quiet. Martin Nielsen finding the gear he needs to, considering his stack size and the madness of the table.
You know what? I'm going to take exception to that comment. I know what you mean by he's been quiet, but the man's speaking Mandarin. Like, he's not been quiet.
That's true.
He's engaging, meeting them on their level. It's amazing.
That man is on a Duolingo streak for sure.
Definitely. You know, it's funny. I've tried many different ways to learn French. As we see Yang look down at a hand that he probably thinks is beautiful. Queen 8 suited compared to some of the hands he's prepared to play. And yeah, I got this one app. I feel like I even started paying for it. I should probably check if I've probably been paying for a subscription for a while now. I should have that checked out. But it's basically where they show you like movie clips of them selling, you know, a French movie where like they say it to try to teach you. And we had a conversation when we first met the other day about our shared love for movies. So you can imagine how that would be. This must be my way in, you know. And I think I did it for 3 days, and then I just continued living my life.
I've heard famously, and I don't know if they're gonna come after me for saying it, but I've heard famously that Duolingo, despite people who are on year-long streaks, they cannot even order at a restaurant. It's just a bit of a way of feeling good about making some effort, but then when it comes down to it, I don't think it ends up super useful.
Yeah, when push comes to shove.
But personal anecdote,
I just don't think I have a knack for languages, I think is my problem, as we do see the continue for Aaron. But
yeah, that's a real thing, by the way, because sometimes you meet someone who has a knack for languages, and then you're like, oh, that's not me. That's a skill right there.
Right. Great turn card for a continue for Bazanyan.
One more time?
How do you pronounce it? I went with Bazanyan.
I just want to hear you.
Oh, you still want me to try? Yeah. Bazanyan. Queen on the river.
Quite a suck out, considering the holding Aaron had there. She was just running hot.
You know what it would be really interesting? Yang 150.
I see where you're going.
Aaron 795. But maybe this isn't the guy to take this ace of diamonds against. Weaponize the ace of diamonds. So there is the bet. Just to the tune of 80K, giving even more room for a check raise bluff. I mean, you might even just think, okay, show me. You know, you never know. Yang might just have king 7 of clubs here, right? So I think there are 3 different ways this hand can go. I think we can see check raise bluff. I think we can see call. As we do see the call. Well judged from our tournament chip leader.
Lucky river, but great extraction.
Yep.
So Aaron, along with Martin, the 2 players at this event who did final table the event at the inaugural version in September of 2025. 8th place for Aaron, good for 54,000. I believe 5th place or so. Or 5th place for Martin, good for 80K or so. Actually, why guess when I can double check that? On the Triton Poker Plus app, let's take a look. So what part of poker is exciting you these days, Griffin? Me personally, for instance, I've been loving learning mixed games. You know, just keeps the mind going, makes me even better at Hold'em, or so it feels anyway. Is there a branch of poker that you find yourself veering more towards these days?
I just think that there's so much to learn from watching. I mean, I will say that, like, I've never been someone that has really been able to, like, gel with traditional studying when it comes to poker. You know, I'm speaking to someone who like experienced the November 9 with the World Series of Poker main event, and you know, that's a very interesting process because you're constantly worried you're not doing enough, and you're trying different things. Suddenly you're doing floats, and you're like, you know, maybe do I do yoga? Like, do I do these charts, this and that? And I think through that experience, I learned that like the way that I really learn and I study through poker is by watching the best players in the world play and being able to translate that. So really that's like where I fall down on, just watching super high roller streams and then translating that to the felt. And I mean, I think, you know, really realizing and understanding as we see Zhao flop a beautiful set of fours here. Don't think he's going to get a nibble at all, though. And you know, he allows Martin to find a little equity. An unconventional check, I think, on King Queen 4, because you unblock, you know, the king and the queen and the straight draws. You know, you're going to get a lot of continues here. Let's see how Martin reacts to this now that he's found some showdown value.
Yeah, I think with the clip, expect him to come along for the 40K ask under 2 bigs.
I will finish my point, my long-winded point, my ADHD rant.
No,
somehow got me talking about the World Series main.
Generally interested. Yeah, I think that context is so interesting as well because you have to prepare in the middle. But we do see him boat up. And mind you, a great card for Zhao, and the fact that with the king pairing, I think Martin a little more likely to call down even on the river.
Yeah, but Martin's a clever cat. And does he think that Zhao would, I think he might be leaning for a block bet here. Does he think that Zhao would, like, have a delayed bluff range here on King Queen 4?
I mean, the SPR is troublesome, just under 1 for his tournament life. I don't really think he can block.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think he might. He might just bet something like 40,000 and then reevaluate facing a shove.
Yeah, I do understand the logic because you're essentially saying...
Oh, wow. You bet 140.
Oh, he's going to get the worst news possible. He's turned his hand into a bluff, I suppose. Oh, sickening feeling.
Yeah, this is a very confusing line from Martin. I'd be curious to pick his brain about it. I think that...
you're getting 9s, 10s, jacks to fold, and that's it? In terms of better hands?
But are you?
Well,
right? Are you always getting those hands to fold? I mean, I understand that jacks and 10s in particular, they're great examples because they block some of the straight draws. But hearts have bricked. Very hard to have a king with 2 out there. You know, so it's a very strange hand.
Well, I think Martin will be finding a fold here. Unlikely for Zhao to be bluffing, and as a result, we could be looking down the barrel of 2 chips, a little bit of change, and a chair. 55K. Oh, he's calling it off. Color me surprised. We lose Martin Nielsen in dramatic fashion. Did not see that call coming for sure, Griffin. I thought he'd find the fold. The price was too good, maybe?
I mean, I think it shows a lot of respect for the opponent, actually, in a way, of saying, I think you're capable of being one of those sick freaks that will see a 140 bet on the river and put me in for my last 55 and not have it. You know, I don't think that this is a completely erratic sort of like blow up from Martin Nielsen. I think there's a lot of, you know, probably deep strategic reason why he played that hand that appeared to be so misplayed. So again, like I think, you know, while it is our job to speculate about why players play hands certain ways, sometimes we're going to be a bit out of the loop. And I think that's a great example of one where we can, you know, suggest a few theories. But that one was definitely, I think, threw us both a little bit for a loop.
Yeah, you know there's logic behind it. And Look forward to seeing Martin in maybe future flights and future events. He was one of the final tablists of this very event. I actually look forward to maybe catching him sometime and learning more about what he was thinking there. You know, what you mentioned about finding the sick bluff with that 55K more. I just covered an event where I actually saw it. So it does happen. You have to go with the price sometimes.
你妈说的不对抗不对抗的骗我。
Well, we move on, and now the field has dropped to below 80. Three-way situation, and it comes Queen Jack 6 Rainbow, the 6 in the lead. Just look at how this man is sitting back.
Yeah, just fantastic table presence from our chip leader. Real good sort of like, I like what it does narratively for this opening event. Just sort of like the big bad, like the king. You know,
big bad, yeah.
Just the guy that's just like doesn't give rats, you know.
Yeah, I'm used to the intimidation, you know, with the IVs and the chit bigs, the absolute perfect posture and so on. But when you just have one hand at the back, the elbow with the armrest, and just confidently firing in chips. And by the way, getting to showdown, or rather the river, with, you know, hands that you can now try to just steal with. It's just very tough to play against. Starting stack in the middle of the fight for 80K block, I suppose. Takes it down. 2 million cross for She.
What's there?
Yeah, it's the button. It's the same.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Taking a quick look at She's profile on the Triton Poker Plus app as well. No history, which does mean he's performing exceedingly well at his very first Triton event. So Griffin, it's you and I till the end. 52 players will be making the money, as we do see Nishant Sharma join us on the feature table. Comes in with 85 bigs, I suppose tied with She in terms of second place or so in the entire tournament. And on our table, we might just have, and I'll double check this in a moment, the 3 biggest stacks in the tournament on our feature table.
Yeah, I mean, look, I want to focus on the poker, but that whole, like, you and I till the end thing, that was quite romantic.
Ah,
I
okay.
mean, we just met, buddy. Like, you know, let's take it slow.
Coming on strong, I see.
Yeah.
I'm amped up,
I'm
man.
kidding. I'm into it. Yeah, we will be here.
Just playing hard to get.
Yeah, we're going to be here with you all the way till the wee hours of the morning here at Triton. We love our long days, especially early on. Maybe as we get to day 7 or 8, we'll lament it slightly. But then again, we freaking love it. And we got a great 4-man team here.
5 stacks, 2 million and above in the tournament, 3 of them on our table. Things could get spicy. Stick with us.
Fair fight. Tony with the 9s. The Gretzkys for my Canadian people out there. Aaron with the ace-10. Let's see who jumps ahead. 9s still going.
Our fellow co-commentator Kevin Vanderkoy famously has golden retriever energy, as somebody said to me, and I have to say I agree. He's just so positive. But I did catch some of the coverage, and he mentioned pocket 10s, and he called them the messy hand, referring to the number 10, like you did with Wayne Gretzky. And Randy gave him the old who and why. And I swear to God, I saw Kevin lose his cool in a way that I did not think was possible when Randy was not too familiar with Messi.
That's good. That's very, very Randy coded.
Fair fight is a bit unfair towards Tony now. Did manage to stick around in the tournament now. 200K in his stack, 240 in the middle, just 1 over. Personally, my least favorite situation in poker. You have a decent pair, there's 1 overcard, always tough to know what to do.
Yeah, and pardon my distraction, but yeah, this was a C-bet on the flop from Tony.
Yeah.
So interesting to see a 2-barrel there. I think that's the second time we've seen him with sort of middling pair and deciding to go bet, maybe where others would go bet check. Pretty reasonable float from Aaron with the ace of hearts, given the 2 hearts on board. So take down there for Tony.
Nishant joined us on the right-hand side of the dealer there. Seat 8, I suppose that would be. 1 player shy on our table, so 7-handed. Does loosen up things, mind you, especially as we make our way towards the money bubble. King Little suited. Confident open from the QQPK Team Pro. Takes it down. Nishant, by the way, Griffin. Well-deserved moniker for him. Mr. Main Event. Actually shipped a main event in a different series back to back to back.
Wow, very impressive.
First time in Jeju, first time at Triton for Nishant.
And where is he from? Is he?
Mumbai, India.
Oh, nice, beautiful. So actually, I'm glad you brought this up because I have a friend who worked did some work in India for the Global Poker League. And when I told him that I was working with an Indian commentator, I was like, I want you to guess who it is because he's worked with a lot. He'd never worked with you before, but he gave me a bunch of names leading up to my reveal of your name.
Okay.
So I was wondering, so I'm supposed to ask you if you know these guys. Do you know Muskan Sethi?
I do.
Okay.
Actually, we went to school together.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
This is great lore. I can't wait to tell him about this. Adi Agarwal.
Yeah, he is considered the godfather of Indian poker.
Okay. And yeah, actually, in fairness, I already knew that name. Or Vikram Kumar.
Familiar with him as well?
Yeah, he said 100% he knows these people.
I do. Yeah.
So exciting! You get to touch India poker. He was very excited for me. He had an amazing time out there. He really loved the Indian poker community. He had only glowing things to say.
Who is this, by the way?
This is my friend Max Rabinovich, who worked for the Global Poker League.
Well, here you are covering Indian poker in the form of the 3-bet by Nishant
Yeah,
Sharma attacking
let's go.
Aaron's open. Certainly a bit of bullying in the form of coming after the +1 open with pocket nines to double the stack advantage.
I think likely a 4-bet. And I like this from Aaron only so much as to say sometimes you need to do this to protect your opens. New player at the table might just have something like king, queen off and go for a 3-bet here, and it's just going to be so frozen up by this 4-bet. With 2 nines, I think we need to be 3 to 5ing this if we're going to 3-bet. But he might see this as really, really strong. I mean, we're dealing with pretty early position situations. Yeah, he's too wise to it. This is just great stuff from Nishant and going to force a fold.
So seek 5-bet, take it down.
Yeah, really good awareness there.
So that's how you do it, huh?
Yeah, and I don't think Aaron should be results oriented. He had a great candidate for a 4-bet fold, deciding to test our newcomer to the table. If you don't get caught, sometimes you're not bluffing enough. That's really something that I've lived by.
Took a quick look at Aaron's profile as well on the Triton Poker Plus app. Yeah, maybe one of those instances that we were talking about earlier on in the frame, Griffin. He did cash for 54,000, as I mentioned, 8th place in this very event, the inaugural event for the inaugural Triton One series, and then went on to play some of the events at the Super High Roller, 25K, 30K, 40K, and actually did cash in the 25K as well. It's a good record thus far. Card distribution making Nishant active once again. +1 open. So actually won a few hands without a showdown. Pre-flop, all 3 of them so far. This one didn't need even a 3-bet, but does add more chips. I don't think I'll get tired of seeing the beautiful feature table over the course of this festival. It's just so good, so blue, as you said. But what a place to be playing poker, especially for those who are new to the festival or coming to Triton One because of the average buy-ins. I mean, this is what you're hoping for, right? To get a feel for Triton.
Yeah, and especially for anime nerds, too. Did you know that, have you ever heard of solo leveling?
I have not.
So solo leveling is the most popular manhwa and anime out of Korea. And the epic clash at the end of season 2, a very, very famous arc, I think is arguably the best season of anime ever, is season 2 of solo leveling. And it takes place on Jeju Island.
Okay.
So it's a season I've rewatched many times, and it's just like the way they talk about Jeju, and it's like, oh, it's me. I'm like, I've been there. You know, not a lot of people have been to Jeju Island. So it's, yeah. Where are my anime nerds out there? Let me solo it.
So it's not just K-dramas, huh? That's what I thought Jeju was all about.
I mean, manhwas are becoming increasingly popular. So obviously, like, the Japanese version is manga, and then the Korean is manhwa. And yes, they're getting kind of they're getting adapted by a lot of sort of Japanese studios and stuff that have like a lot of experience doing the actual animes and stuff. So it's just like really, really high level, huge following.
I mean, over the last 5-10 years, I've certainly consumed more Korean content than I would have imagined, you know.
Yeah, I had a very interesting, so I often watch these animes as we sort of check in really quickly. 3 very playable hands that Aaron probably considering.
Plus 500. Yeah,
he's basically effectively all in here. And this is a move that I think very well could work. Because Zhao's sitting there, yeah, we can see he's well ahead of the ace-6, but this is sort of like a tough hand to play for 22 big blinds. And you can see with sort of the way he's holding the chips. Yeah, he's going to fold the best hand, and now it's going to be too much for Wang. So Aaron with some real good spot awareness, because he knows that he's going to get, it's not just about folding out the pocket 4s or the king jacks and the king queens or whatever, but you're actually going to fold out a decent amount of hands that are better than you. And that goes all the way up to, I think, ace-10 suited. I think ace-jack off might even fold sometimes. So really, really good spot awareness, taking it.
To stop his time by.
Good stuff. Yeah, so my K-drama story is really fun. So I watch anime with my buddy Midco sometimes back in Montreal, and then I read some really good things about this show, this like live action show on Netflix that was adapted from a manhwa called Weak Hero. So we were like, oh, this is sick. Like, let's do a little pivot. Let's go live action. Let's watch this like adaptation of a manhwa that like should be in anime form, but it happens to be live action. Let's like, you know. So we're like 3-4 episodes in. We're like getting really into it, but we're just noticing it's like there's all these kind of like long takes and like close-ups, and it's like really dramatic. And then eventually I like look at them like, why is this show like? Why is there something that feels like kind of different about this show? Like we kind of like asked ChatGPT or something, and it's like, oh, well, like K-drama. It's like, oh, we're watching a K-drama. But it was too late. We were so like, you know? And so
committed.
I highly recommend Weak Hero. It is like, it takes place in a school, and it's just all about like bullies and these kids that are just like fight back, and the action is so awesome. The drama is so good.
So you finished it?
We watched all of season 1 and I think much of season 2 as well together. It was really, really good. I'm a big, like, my sort of the trope that I love when it comes to movies, TV, or whatever is like the secret badass thing. You're John Wicks, you're like that kind of thing, you know, where it's like the bad guys underestimate this guy because he like looks weak. That's what Solo Leveling really is too. It's just the ultimate secret badass show. And Weak Hero has a lot of that. As we pick up the action, Nishant very activated here, as you mentioned, from the card distribution. And actually a sort of inviting size of 165. See, in general, smaller sizing, I think would be more standard in the sort of 200 to 225 range. So gets a customer, which I think is kind of nice sometimes if you feel comfortable playing out of position, and gets a real nice flop here.
Not only does he flop top with the nut flush redraw, his opponent does manage to clip a pair as well. 380 in the middle, 580 is the effective stack. This could get pretty hairy. I mean, is there a world where Nishant goes extra tricky and decides to trap from the flop itself? He does find the check.
Get out of my head! Yeah, I mean, you kind of just have, it's interesting because you kind of just have the board so crushed here in a way. Like, yeah, your opponent is going to have some Jack X continues, this and that, but you're not really expecting a ton of, like, offsuit continues in a way. Do you know what I mean? Like, Queen Jack off is just folding pre. Like, so maybe you just, this Ace King with the Ace of Hearts is just so strong that you want to, like, get them to start bluffing. So I think it's a really interesting check.
Really unfortunate misfire in the form of the 4. Now,
Wow.
Still has plenty of equity. Checks once more. I mean, Aaron surely just can't believe his luck. He's defended a 3-bet with 6-4 of diamonds. Has clipped the 2 pairs.
太坏了你。
I kind of dig that Sharma's keeping up the ruse with the second check. Capping his range, even though he was so bladed on the flop. I don't think he's really expecting the 4 to have filled in a 2 pair, right? Like, this is, they don't get much brickier than the black 4 on the turn.
Wants to get a count.
Yeah, might just put the rest in.
I would be surprised, given the story he's been trying to tell thus far.
Yeah, like let's keep making it look like I have red 10s here or something, right? Call again, and then just snap off on a brick river, and then get shown 6-4 potentially.
Plenty of outs, an ace, a king, a heart. A jack would do it as well. That's none of them, though. Bottom 2 on the king jack 6 monotone board, followed by the black 4-7.
Yeah, quite unlucky here for Sharma, and I think for all intents and purposes, we're going to see a snap off on the river, and there's just, sometimes you just get coolered.
One chip behind, it seems like. Pretty quick jam in terms of the timing. There is the snap off you mentioned, Griffin.
Oh, he actually, did he put him in for the last chip?
Ooh.
I think we got a bit of an audio reaction there, the groan.
300.
So a bit of a dent for Nishant. Can take a look at his graph, which had been going simply one way. No longer the case, of course. Still plenty of stack. It's down to 1.9. And Aaron climbs up to 1.5. Huge swing in dynamics, perhaps, on the table. Final table is showing us how to do it. Okay, so the merge karma is back. Now, is it wrong that I look at some previous merge and wish to acquire it? Is that too greedy?
25000是吧？
Xu Yang has actually been a bit quieter than we'd gotten used to. Chip leader in the tournament, still letting the other do some dirty work while he took a bit of a reprieve. .74 in the field, 22 away from the end of the day.
Okay, so we actually, okay, that's interesting. So we actually do end at, once we make the money, we make the day ends. Okay, so that makes more sense regarding your question about the end of the day earlier. I'm all caught up.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. Yeah, no, we're all trying to make the, we're trying to make the end of the day if that's where the money is.
I actually think the pace of play has been super impressive. Could be because of the new disruption we have at Triton ONE, the time bank clocks. I mean, Randy's been calling them the chess clocks, which I like as a concept. It's basically a time bank like we have online. And I think there's an element of people not wanting to burn it unnecessarily. Yeah. They want to save it for the rest of the tournament. Bottom pair and a flush draw. Super easy for Xu to fire, and she does get sticky with the ace-6, 6 of diamonds. Drawing pretty thin here. Aces and 6s, no diamond needed. King does not connect. I'm actually very curious to see what Xu does here. Will reveal his mentality a lot. On the one hand, so standard to check back, realize equity, give a pair and a flush draw. If he really wants to get back into chip bully, table captain mode, you might just see him fire.
Yeah, I think he finds a bet here. I think he wants to target those ace-x check calls. Wants to really pressurize those 5 and 8x hands. He wants to give himself some options. And yeah, he's going to come out with a pot-sized wager.
Nothing you can do, Xi. It's all good. This is why people chase the chip lead in tournament poker. Get away with a lot. I mean, he knows he's just not getting check raised without his opponent having the nuts. Gets to fire big. Has the best hand anyway. Takes it down.
Very nicely done from our astute but often erratic chip leader. We're just loving what he's bringing to this first event here at Triton ONE.
Maybe I can call him up, 对吧？对吧？你这一扛合理的 all in， 合理肯定 all in 啊，这个。合理我不管是啥都 all in。
Pardon the interruption there, as we do get back to a multi-way situation brewing. So this is what you build your image for, isn't it, Griffin?
Oh, just fun stuff. Having 2 queens here, seeing a raise and a 3-bet. Very, very surprising flat.
That is shocking.
Yeah.
After you've been so busy taking it to the streets, surely a cold 4-bet with queens makes some sense. Kings
Especially
and aces.
with these positions. I think this is born of, you know, not wanting to get in 1.9 million at 25K. Really recognizing that if she is prepared to play for stacks, it's going to be King's Ace, King plus. And he's just thinking, like, you know what? I'm having a good time here with my 3.5 million. It is cutoff button, small blind, but it's just like, let's just play this a little, like, weird and just, like, not get in 2 million here.
The randomizer went a bit extreme.
And look, he's already gotten value by playing this hand unconventionally. Does not like that turn card, especially because your queens block ace-queen, right? So you're at this point, when you see the snap checks back, I think you're expecting to be up against jacks a lot, and I would expect to see a value bet, something to the tune of like 250, maybe 200, and just goes for that smaller sort of block value bet. And this might actually work. Yeah, he's going to pay it off. He's like, show me, man. Show me how much you owned me. And there it is.
Is this why you don't 4-bet pocket queens? You just extract the max.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he 4-bets there to 360 or whatever it is, I think she probably, like, folds and shows or whatever, and he doesn't make that extra few $100,000, so... Someone who's, and then okay, this is a great time for me to mention this actually, Peter, is that the best poker advice I ever received was from Mike McDonald. Are you familiar with Mike McDonald?
Of course, Timex, yeah.
Very early on in my career, I pulled him aside. I'm like, hey man, what would be one sort of like blanket statement, piece of advice you'd give me? And he said,
buy Ethereum. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. No, he said, be looser in spots people won't expect, and tighter in spots people won't expect.
Okay.
And I think that's, you know, this is a great example we're seeing with Yang because, yeah, like that 9-3 was just like, whoa, like this guy's capable of everything. And I think it's like an extreme example. Of course, the 9-3 offhand, it's hard not to bring that hand up. But yeah, we don't expect him to have queens in that spot, right? Because it is sort of a tighter thing to do to just flat from the small blind. And yeah, so... Mike McDonald approved those 2 hands.
Mike McDonald approved is a high stamp.
Yeah.
But I hear your point. I think it is pretty interesting to actually just have queens in your small buy-in flat range there for the rest of the day, perhaps the rest of the tournament. It's on stream as well. It's a lot of good advertising.
Yeah, I think that sort of that quote from him really speaks to, like, you know, find bluffs in the spots. People like, oh, people never bluff here. Well, maybe we should start bluffing in these spots, you know? I remember having a great conversation with Thomas Mulacher at one of these Super High Roller Series. And he was sort of talking about a hand with some player, and he sort of had that mentality about the hand where it's like, I like bluffing in this spot because people don't bluff it, you know. I don't want to talk too much strategy about poor Mulacher, who's just like such an excellent player, but it's interesting, you know. It's interesting.
Yeah, just to add to what you're saying, I mean, the more solved poker becomes to the extent, you know, these players are doing the studying work, you just need one node to be a little bit outside their comfort zone to gain an edge, right? This is sort of the Vanessa Seltz mentality. She used to say that she likes taking people to nodes they've not been to before. Well, you know, all of a sudden you're facing pocket queens in the small, not 4-betting, and that's going to be outside your comfort zone. You're going to make some mistakes. As we do see a nice little takedown as a bluff with the king high. A little bit of a clawback after losing to Shu in the previous hand. Chips flying about on this table for sure. Not just the biggest stacks, but everybody getting involved. And as always, our Triton ONE coverage proudly backed by QQPK, supporting elite competition on poker's biggest stage. And as we see here, high stakes, sharp minds, no margin for error. QQPK, the new poker path.
Love me some Punat Poonsri. And Danny Tang. And your boy.
Webster.
Your boy Webster. Your boy Nishant. Wonder when we will see at least those two first gentlemen here at this Triton series. Maybe just for the super high roller. Maybe they poke their head in for the, Triton ONE main.
Well, Punat has something to defend. He came second last time around in the main.
There you go.
Actually, with the deal, shipping the largest score.
Me.
So he's in it to win it, as he is with every event. I've played some $100 tournaments with him, and he still doesn't let you win. It's so annoying.
What was the context of you playing a $100 tournament with Punat Poonsri?
He'll bust, and he'll just enter whatever mixed game is happening that I'm trying to learn from. Oh, yeah, for real. And he's won a few of them as well.
Oh, my God. I love that for him.
The nicest guy, the sickest player.
Yeah?
The all-round package.
Nice?
Oh, yeah, famously so.
He seems nice.
Famously nice. One of those people who annoy you because you realize you can do better.
Nice. I like that.
I actually hate that. It does annoy you. You're like, oh, it is possible to be nice.
I feel like that's probably how people describe me, too,
I'm nodding. The viewers can't hear me, but I'm nodding. Fair enough. And he gets to pick up 4 million cross, mind you.
我的天呀！
Making it look easy.
我这线下我看着我比你帅，怎么线上看着你比我帅啊？真的，你看看，你看看，你看看，我的脸怎么这么大？
哪来的又大三个这么大？那同意整张照片。
不是，我说这个现场这个。
你现在幸福了，3条鱼，上位。
我是我不是。
就等 A。
Quick reminder of our coverage. Day 1C, essentially a clone, as Kevin has been saying, of today's coverage. 1C will go all the way, while 1D will happen simultaneously once it starts off later in the day. Of course, then the fun really begins, day 2 of the QQPK Genesis event. And then we do have a day where we play down to the winner. Then we combine with the mystery bounty coverage. That should be a fun one. $5,000 buy-in, huge bounty pulls after the event. And then we get to the main event. 5 days of coverage as we play down to the winner and the high roller to close things out.
So I have a good mystery bounty story for you.
Okay.
So just with the nature of me doing commentary mostly full-time, I haven't really been able to enjoy the mystery bounty craze. I never went down to the World Series for it. And I'm unable to do it at sort of the other tours because I'm busy doing the commentary, as Tony shows the button here for just over 10 big blinds.
Small blind, actually.
Pardon me. Yeah, it is blind on blind. So King 4 is going to be some consideration here. It feels like it would be a call with like King 8, and then you're kind of working in some calls with some suited kings sometimes, because you're going to be up against Queen 9 off here and things of that nature. King 4, I think, is that right on that line that is going to be a call here from Aaron. So he's not going to like to see he's behind, but certainly has decent enough equity to break Tony's heart and send him to the rail, just 20 players away from the money here in event number 1.
Yeah, goes with the charts, with the ante, calls off any king, as we can see. 34% as we head to the board. Ace. Clean. Nice and clean. Just runners now. And that's it. Tony Chong once again getting the double, 670K.
Yeah.
He's really nursed his short stack, getting it in, getting the doubles. Now a bit more comfortable with the 22 bigs or so.
Definitely. Now let's make this about me again. So in this so basically I decide at my local casino, Playground Poker Club, just outside of Montreal, there was a mystery bounty tournament. It was like, I think I just busted an event, and it started at like 4 or 5 p.m. and it was $500 buy-in. I was like, you know what? Like, I'm gonna finally play a mystery bounty. And look, I have nothing but good things to say about the Playground Poker Club, but it was getting to be at about 10 or 11 p.m. and I had 60 blinds or something, and I was just like, it's getting pretty late. And I was like, asked one of the floor men, I'm like, this is a one-day event. There was like 60 people, 70 people left. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, well, what time are we expecting to finish? And he's like, well, we had an event like this that we started at 4 p.m. and ended at like 8, 9 a.m. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, no. And this is like, first place. I'm looking up at the board. The first place is like, 15 grand or something, or maybe 20 grand. And I'm just like, I'm like, so I started to, I'm just like, I'm not doing this. I'm not ruining my week. So I started to basically shove blind. Because I'm like, I'm burning the 500 here. I'm not going to bust at like 7 o'clock in the morning and ruin my week to cash for like $1,200. I can't do it. I'm a bit too rich.
Yeah.
It's like there's a privilege. Check my privilege, right? And so I opened shove for 60, 70 blinds. A guy called with kings. And I had like 6-5 suited. And I had a double elimination. And suddenly I had the chip lead. And I'm like, I have to see this through. And I finished 7th for like 2 grand at like 5 a.m. I was like, this was not even worth it. And I got no bounties.
Oh, my God.
I didn't even get to open an envelope.
That's where I thought this was heading.
No. Not
That's
a single.
sick.
So I've never opened a mystery bounty envelope. And the only time I played it, I final tabled and tried to lose. But the thing is, that you'll learn about me is my superpower is luck. And so, yeah, unfortunately, it creates situations where I don't want to be.
Well, we'll get the monkey off your back with the coverage, maybe. I think you'll feel better about it.
I appreciate it. No, I love watching the polls and stuff, and from working the Triton Super High Roller Series, as we see it continue here from Aaron, which will definitely get a call from Sharma, open-ended straight draw. Yeah, really fun to watch Ali, especially in the Super High Roller Series. Sometimes the girlfriends come out and pull the mystery bounty stuff, so it's just a great format. As Nishant jumps ahead here on the turn.
Really does turn into a game show when we're doing the mystery bounty envelope pulls. Just one digit at a time, the full sweat. Easy takedown, even the holding that Aaron had. Our lovely mod on point in the chat, as always, answering all the questions, such as the fact that we're playing down to 52 players. We'll swap feature tables if the timing works in that way, after every break, that is. By the way, day 1B is on level 9. Late reg is open till 10 levels, so about an hour to go for late reg there. 169 entries. Hoping we cross 200 there. We'll be well over the 500 mark, looking to beat the last festival's record of 1,185 entries in this opening event. Are you a late reg guy, Griffin?
More and more over the years I have become one, yeah.
Is it a time EV thing, or is it the EV gained by late regging?
It's for me it's just the time.
Sometimes I do factor that in the exact situation that we're in right now. Day 1A, getting close to the bubble. You do start thinking about sunk costs. You've put in the time.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to free up tomorrow and go in with the stack.
I'm not a young man anymore. Showing up for an 11 a.m. start time. I mean, of course, we start a bit later here on Triton ONE, but a lot of these sort of 1K events that I'll play will start at 11 a.m. and you get there and you're just sort of like you feel like you won a nice pot, but really like you just didn't acquire that many chips and like. Meanwhile, you can just sort of show up towards the end. You come in with 30 big blinds. You go on a little run.
Does make me respect those who do it, though, such as many of the players we're watching. The full grind. We're approaching our 12th hour of play, I believe, and we are still 19 spots away.
I think it's also about knowing your strengths, right? I mean, you're always, when you're a good player and you're playing sort of main event buy-ins that are anything under 5K and you're a good like professional, you're going to be sort of like plus EV anytime that you decide to join, right? So it's hard not to chase that EV, but maybe you are someone who plays a little bit better when the average stack is like 50 big blinds and not, 200 at the beginning of the tournament. So yeah, just self-awareness is such an important skill, I think, in poker.
Well, don't forget the extra incentive we have this time around for players to reg early. You get extra time back. So if you start the tournament before the first hand is dealt, or I believe the first level, 330 seconds of time back, and it goes all the way down depending on how late you reg. Really cool, fascinating concept, but let's take a moment to observe the happening here.
Yeah,
Because
let's look at this Broadway.
Bet 125,000.
should be the end of it, unless something spicy is occurring in Wang's head. Aaron did just drill it. After calling in position on the flop.
I'm like really digging Wang's name because it's like the Penguin,
The Penguin.
I love that.
Well, how about digging what
How about
the
check
Penguin
raise?
is about to do here? Check raising into a straight. It's not the nuts, the board paired. I mean, as Aaron, you have to be just a bit wary. Certainly not going anywhere on this street, but do start seeing demons in the closet, perhaps.
I mean, I think that
5 seconds.
I don't think he's as worried as you think, and I'll explain why.
Cool.
I think when you have this board absolutely destroyed in the form of like an ace-king or an ace-queen, you're not going to be mixing in a lot of check raises here. And the reason why is because your opponent is often either going to be bluffing because you have the board completely destroyed, or they're, oh my gosh. And he actually improves to a full house on the river. Damn, I really had a good point I wanted to finish, but yeah, and now it's a bit irrelevant.
That is so sick.
Yeah, I think the Jack-10 is feeling very okay about being check raised here because the top end is going to be, yeah, now he checks and he's sitting there like, wait a minute. What is this? He's going to lose a showdown to sixes. Oh, no. Okay, now, is there a world where Aaron now turns his hand into a bluff, says, I don't think a straight can win. So if he was check raising and he actually did have, let's say he was check raising queens full, maybe I can just like rep quads here. So we get into a very, very advanced, I mean, it's hard not to just like hope that his bluff was 7-8, some rogue 7-8 suited, but losing to sixes is pretty brutal here. And I hope the camera lingers on his face as he sees it.
Yeah, just a reminder, 3-bet pre-flop. So Aaron does take
cheeky smile.
the showdown value and gets...
Yes! This is why we're, yeah.
Wow. Wang calls out his hand as well. Thanks his lucky stars, no doubt, and collects the $500,000 in chips.
That is a weird pot, man, because really think about it, like you mentioned, the 3-bet pre-flop. So the check raise really doesn't make sense because that's Aaron's board too. So that's another reason why I think Aaron was so okay with getting check raise there. It's like, this guy doesn't have ace-king, you know? Ace-queen is so huge that it should just be check calling to let me continue bluffing. So sometimes, that's the beautiful thing about poker, man. Sometimes you can just really mess about and just can just work out. It's like life.
I mean, the way he announced 10 Jack, it's almost like he was counting as an ace as one of his wins on the river before he backed into the full house there. No shortage
1万2万5
of fun pots today. Add that to the list, to the glorious list. Maybe we get one more mystery hand in
drama.
before the end of the day. 68 players remaining, 52 making the money.
But even
16
river
spots away,
not
just
ace, maybe I will draw back too.
a few levels to go at the most, I would imagine. Pace
I
of
think
play
we
has been
recall,
very
but
strong
I must
once
do that
again.
maybe.
Can take a look at the app. Triton Poker Plus, see the shortest stack. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I think you recall.
Check. 朱老师那有牌那个样子耶，那个。
She clips a pair. Ishan sitting there with the ace. Having the ace of spades, played it tricky once again. Should work out for him now.
Yeah, and based on the way that she's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if he calls here with the Jack-8. But maybe going to have the presence of mind to think this is a pretty suspect flop check.
Backdoor hearts come in, but it's just been a one-street affair in terms of the betting so far. Should be open season for Nishan to extract if she checks in flow.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that he doesn't miss a bet here. I'm not just saying that because we know he has an 8. I think it's a nice little thin value spot. Just sprinkle a little 150, buddy. Treat yourself. You know?
Does miss the bet. Does not treat himself. Is that a Parks and Rec reference?
It is.
Nice.
Treat yourself. Treat yourself.
So on the Triton Poker Plus app, taking a look at the shortest stacks, the unfortunate end of the tally. Do you see Joseph Chong in there with just 8 bigs? Bit of a downfall since he was on our feature table. Let's see, about the 52nd spot right now, to the extent that means anything, is pretty decent. 24 bigs. So don't expect this to be quick. Plenty of poker to play. Some fan favorite and booth favorite names still in there. Stephen Song. Right around the 24 big mark. Kevin really has a list of his favorites going, which is to say those who use star on the app. I know Stephen Song features in there. Did see somebody on our feature table earlier, Julian Lozano from Colombia. Over 1 million chips for him as well. Really exciting to just start getting a sense of some of these players. That's the beauty of day ones and day twos for that matter. As we cycle through different feature tables, get to know some of these folks as we go deeper and deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, this flat here with the ace-7 of clubs, certainly going to be played as a bit of a mix. I would say more often than not, you're going to lean more 3-bet, and it's because you're going to fold out exact hands like this. But I think what we've seen from she is maybe not an advanced understanding of sizings when it comes to pre-flop 3-betting. We saw earlier, assuming the graphic was correct, The queen's just 2.5xing out of position. So if that's the case, this is not a great candidate to make a 2.5x 3-bet. You know, if you do something more standard in the 4.5x range, you're going to just win hands more pre-flop against this portion of Aaron's range. But he is getting a very, very favorable flop here, so he's going to make some more money that I don't think he would otherwise. And he's playing it very, very unorthodox with this sort of click back raise.
Quick one, too.
Yeah.
I think Aaron can read into this with a lot of perceived strength.
But if you always fold here with the, yeah, he's going to call with sort of the weak part of your range, then maybe you are folding too much. I would have probably just given Shi this one, but you're also just getting this crazy price. You're also kind of like learning on the fly about what kind of players these people are, you know. And yeah, Shi, in fairness, kind of tricky stuff. And it could very well induce, I mean, you certainly will induce a bet from Aaron, either on the turn or the river. I don't think he's calling with queen high because he thinks he's good. And yeah, he's reaching for chips, so say what you want about maybe the call versus the fold pre, the min raise instead of the check call on the flop. And that's the other great thing about tournament poker. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to, you know, if you can be doing something unconventional that maybe we raise our eyebrow at, and then we're just thinking, well, wait a minute. I wouldn't be in this hand where I'm inducing an 85K bet on the turn. Like, he's doing something right.
My eyebrow is raised in just pure wonder. Teach me, sensei. Extracting the maximum thus far, at least. Full house. And now Aaron perhaps could convince himself into just giving up the weakest of showdown values against maybe 6-4 precisely. But once your opponent is sticky 2 streets, you have to give them credit for an ace every so often. You can't just bluff into what could be the nuts. Oh, he's reaching for chips. Has he just put Shi on exactly a 5?
I think that more likely something like pocket 4s, pocket 8s, these kind of hands that decided to play this as a check raise more than like just a check call, sort of like a check min raise, see where I'm at situation. But yeah, he's been thrown for a loop here. Aaron's been, you know.
This is just wonderful.
Yeah.
She has managed to check raise, get the float from the queen high, find the check representing the kind of holdings you just mentioned, pocket 4s, pocket 8s, and the likes that might play it as a check raise and then give up on the turn, then get sticky. Aaron just decides that the 235, which represented half a stack, was worth the attempt, and now gets the news that I think solidifies what on some level he may have known all along was a possibility. She is sitting there with an ace. Well, there we have it, the $500,000 pickup. What a hand. Add that to the fun parts of the night that I was just talking about listing. What a great start to the festival. As we do find out that we will be seeing a new feature table shortly, and there it is, it's table number 6. Do have some superstars, as we tend to do on really every table at Triton ONE. Gerard Hughes is part of it. Tanguy Shi, they both made FTs at Triton ONE last time. Look forward to that. You can check out the full roster on the app, Triton Poker Plus. Table number 6 is going to be next. Griffin and I will be along for the ride as we make our way down to 52 players to end the day.
Boom.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm a big sound effect guy, you know?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I like sound effects.
Do you have a DJ moniker that you want to share with us at this moment?
DJ Griff coming at you.
Not bad. What are these called? Radio drops or something?
Pocket jacks. So Aaron actually going min raise here. Makes sense. On 13 big blinds. Has a little work to do after that little hiccup against Shi.
染个灰色的，它这个
污染灰色的，染黄色那种，真的年轻的很，精神的很，我真不骗你，哎呀，
黄色太艳了，
对不对？艳一点啊！
还是个灰色的，他给我搞成这样，没染好。
给我艳一点，艳一点。
Mimosas. Treat yourself.
Treat yourself.
Fine leather goods. Treat yourself. You a big Parks and Rec guy?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's one of the better sitcoms of
one of the goats.
The last 2 decades,
Yeah.
for sure.
You a Schitt's Creek guy?
I've seen it once. I actually kind of didn't get it the first time around. Like, the vibe is so different. You maybe have a Canadian connection to it as well, and I love Catherine O'Hara, rest in peace, and the rest of the cast. But
I think I think you should give it a real proper college try.
Oh, but I did love it by the end of it. Yeah.
Oh, so no, so you did watch it.
It got to me, man. The heartstrings got pulled.
Nice. That's great. Yeah. R.I.P. Catherine O'Hara, one of the absolute greats. You been watching Heated Rivalry or what?
No, I've been saving it.
Oh, dude. It's good. It's good.
Is it
get through? It's very listen. I mean, episode 1's pretty smutty. You get over that hump. It's some really inspiring, uplifting, beautiful television.
Just as a commentator, do you know how much I have to resist segueing from using Heated Rivalry to something on the table? It's just
yeah, sure.
So natural to want to do it. Thankfully, we go to a 3-way, so it did help me resist the urge a bit, but. To see the King Queen top 2 for Zhao. Ace 10 diamonds is looking pretty decent for Shi. Tony, for some reason, taking his time. I think it's just posturing. Understand that the UTG range could be tempted to fire small. He does go for it. A donation, at least for now, to the Sako Zhao. One of the most experienced players on this table, mind you. Zhao Quan, over 5 million in Triton earnings. No surprise, the gut shot peel, 60% the Royal in the form of backdoors. And a bunch of the 25s being grabbed. At least from the last few orbits, Zhao seems on the tighter side.
230. Yeah, and I think this is not a great bet from Tony. I appreciate that he has the under-the-gun range advantage for King-Queen Deuce, but when you're dealing with, in particular, cutoff and small blind ranges, it's going to be at least one of the 2 combos are going to be very much on board on a King-Queen Deuce. And we see that, the perfect example of that in the form of King-Queen and Ace-10 suited. So I think that was a burned bet. And now she, you know, feeling the pull of that, drawing to the nuts, potentially 2 ways with the right run out. Really considering tossing in that 170, and yeah, he's feeling it.
That's a big pot.
Yeah, it's now ballooned to 780K, and Zhao just with a stack to pot ratio of about 80% of the pot. And now you're sitting there with top pair, and you're thinking...
I was just about to mention the reverse implied odds as well, now that you make top pair thinking that's one of your outs. Oh, and Zhao gets into the fancy play, and the check behind by Shi. Once again, unconventional all the way, and the queen means a boat for Zhao, and it does mean aces up with the best kicker for Shi as well. This could be a huge extraction depending on the sizing one goes with.
Yeah, I think in this situation, maybe you don't want to get too greedy. That maybe you think you could be up against something like an ace-jack or an ace-10 that will... And look, he goes with the min-bet instead and is going to get a quick call. Or not min-bet, pardon me, but, you know.
May as well be.
Yeah, I think 10% there is an interesting decision. You have the board so crushed that you want to maybe induce... Yeah, I'm probably laughing about trying to induce a bluff of some kind, but... I think we could have tossed out 250 there and gotten a call from an ace, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder how he interpreted the snap check on the turn there.
So how about QQPK, the path to Triton ONE? Quick thanks to them, the title sponsor here at Triton ONE, supporting the game at the highest level and bringing the action to poker fans all around the world. Got the beautiful Punat Punsri, Danny Tang there. Nishant on our feature table here. Been really fun to watch so far. Got very unlucky with that ace-king. So yeah, QQPK. Very, very happy to be involved with them here for Triton ONE. There's Aaron looking like he just bluffed into the nuts.
We've all been there. Didn't you say, Griffin, if you're not bluffing into the nuts enough, you're not playing enough poker?
Yeah. I mean, I would say the more polished version of the quote would just be, if you're not getting caught bluffing enough, you're not. If you're not getting caught bluffing, you're not doing it enough. There we go. Put it on my gravestone. Nishant opening things up a little bit with this +1 open. Definitely on the looser side with ace-7.
You think you'll have a poker saying on your gravestone, ultimately? It's got to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what my thing is.
I was going to say, is it going to be that?
It's going to be that for sure.
You say it. I'm not going to say it.
I already said it earlier, man. Come on.
That is true. Didn't you have another catchphrase as well?
I'm not a freaking music box.
You gotta have a catchphrase in life. You gotta monetize it while you can.
I'm not a music box. Shout out Veronica. Yeah, no, I mean, I think What Up Now Swedes will probably be my the thing that I'm more famous for. That one's clean because the thing that's great about that one is like when you meet someone, you get close enough, and you're like, "Look, this is this thing that I did." You show them a 7-second clip of What I'm Now Swedes. They watch it 3 or 4 times. They have a good laugh about it. It's a big investment. The context, the kasoof of it all.
Right.
The trying to justify why you're, spouting random things like check your prayer. It was a whole thing, Tensions are high when you're playing for $8 million, and there's some mouthy Brit across the table from you. You've been hearing he's been, making girls cry at the table. There's a lot of emotions.
Can I steal one of yours on my gravestone? Just woo. That's gotta be good.
Yeah. Would be good. Yes, I like that. I also, it's a real good one, and this is another shout out to the girl I just mentioned because she references all the time. Is when I say my life's good either way. That's one of the things I yelled at Kasoof.
I remember that. That's actually pretty good. That's deep.
I think that would be a nice ironic thing to put on my grave.
Love
my
that.
life's good either way, even when I'm dead.
Lock it in.
Yeah, let's
That's
lock
good
it
stuff.
in. My life's good either way, woo. It's like it'll combine,
I really feel we got somewhere.
Yeah, and then just brackets, also check your privilege.
Also that.
Yeah.
TM.
Yeah. Yang, we've been missing Yang as he gets up to the 4 million mark. First player to get there, of course. I also want to mention, just taking a little peek with 68 players remaining here on the Triton poker app, Tony Lin. We love some Tony Lin here on Triton. Always such a joy to watch on the feature tables. Always having a laugh with the players. Always smiling. So, love to see him make a deep run in this thing. Definitely a favorite to at least cash.
Let me just spot one more data point of excitement here, Griffin. Joshua Gabisa, main event Triton ONE winner. Top 10 stack, 2.1 million at this opening event. That is just so impressive. I mean, certainly likely to cash given the stack, but so exciting to see the deep run. By the way, Kevin has some props going about a previous Triton winner being apparently a favorite to ship one more trophy. Like, we already are vying for the double Triton ONE trophy. So Joshua Gabisa certainly putting in the work.
How many trophies are you working with there back at home?
Oh, me personally?
Yeah.
Wow, it's just putting me on the spot.
I don't know. I mean, like, you might have 4, you might have 1, you might have none. You have a trophy.
I think I have maybe 5 to 7, which is pretty good.
That's
you know?
great.
Makes the parents proud to come home with a trophy.
Of course, that's a great amount. I don't have much more than that.
There's one cheat, though. I have one for second place.
Oh, that is some freaking nonsense.
And it was my biggest. It was my biggest score to win.
Okay, you're gonna have to contextualize this because I don't want everyone at home to be like, what is this? Why do you have a trophy for second place?
They just wanted to give out trophies, man.
Stop.
I'll take it. Yeah, no, it was
Stop.
they podium finished the tournament. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I won. I'm super proud of. Player of the Year for India for 1 year.
2019.
Probably. That's right. My one claim to fame in my poker pro career. But I'll tell you one more that I'm super proud of, and it's not actually in my home. But let me pause on that because Nishan seems to have had enough. King Queen, and he seems to be tempted.
The temptation has left him as it comes back to Shi.
We know he's calling at least, based on the play so far. Certainly reasonable given the price to set mine, but he's facing the monster stack as we inch towards the bubble. Jack on the flop, absolute lock on the hand, the 0.1% equity. We'd have to do the math there. Where's that from?
Where's what from? Sorry.
The 0.1%?
The 0.1% is backdoor quads. Right?
That's it?
Yeah.
Backdoor Bangkok.
Yeah. So you're telling me there's a chance?
There is a chance. It'll be the end of the hand right here, but we've seen she get super sticky against Yang in particular. Thinking back to the ace-6, this time makes the right decision. So I was going to say, Griffin, the trophy that's the most fun is an online event, extremely low stakes. I just wanted to fire something just on my phone online, and then you realize it's a 2-day tournament, kind of like what happened with your bounty. And the second day was one of my closest friends' birthday party, so I'm just playing on my phone, and then I started running deep. So now it's like 20 people left. I'm chip leading, so I tell a friend, and we're all been, having a good time. So I tell a friend, man, I can't drive back home. That's like a 40-minute drive, so I'm just going to come over to your place 10 minutes away. And he's playing video games, and I'm playing poker, and I ship. And then he's like, so this is now my trophy. And he takes complete credit. He's like, if it wasn't for my house, you wouldn't have come here. And he tells everyone he won that event.
And the trophy is at his place.
The trophy is at his place,
Oh
of
my
course.
God,
I had to give him the trophy.
that. I love that story. That's great.
Did spot a familiar name. Vachara Wongwichit, one of Thailand's best players, is in the field, top 12 stack. No Punat in this flight at least, but Vachara is sort of the other Thai superstar out there at Triton ONE. No doubt many joining as well. It's only day one if you're watching and listening. Come on down. No visa needed, tons of flights.
Oh, wow, look at this. Fair fight against these two guys.
Upon completion of the hand round, your tournament is now break for 15 minutes. 15-minute break.
So Wang surely comes over the top and Yang is priced out, or do you think he gets tempted with the ace-jack suited against two players?
I think that I think he'll fold for 840. Yeah.
我思考肯定很大的，我没注意到你，我不可以喊你，对不对？没必要。我一勾。
So barring some tragedy, should be heading towards the chop. I'm sure Aaron will take it, all things considered. That being said, I believe this will be the last hand before the break.
你真的是
With the blind level going up, Aaron will be pretty short stacked. There's no free roll. Chop it up.
你肯定要弃牌啊！我这
Will certainly need some help
我又不乱整的了。
as he makes it into the next level. 68 players remaining. Just 16 spots.
我怎么不是
And
AK
we
带
will have day one in the books.
带红包挂住。
So Griffin, your first feature table, I think I can speak for you and say it was a fun one, man. Like, lots of action.
Yeah, that was fantastic. As we take a look at the updated chip counts, great level for Yang. Started with around 3-2. Really splashed around. I mean, that shove at the right one of the first hands for 400K, and he just sort of laughed it off, wasn't embarrassed, and just went back to work. 4.2 million. We can see Aaron didn't have the greatest level, down to just 8 big blinds going to the next level. But yeah, that was very, very exciting. That's for as you said, the first level. I mean, that was really fun. This is exciting stuff.
Don't forget, he followed that up by 3-betting Jack 5 of diamonds, calling the cold 4-bet, flopping the Jack, and then bluffing on the ace and taking the hand down against the pocket kings. I mean, talk about setting the tone. I'm not surprised to see this man with 4 million chips, and I'm looking forward to see what kind of damage he does as we make our way towards the money.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's got gears, and that's really fun and exciting to watch. To be able to sort of, do something as erratic as the 9-3 and then turn a flop top pair into a bluff. Just everything he was doing was really, really, you love to see a chip leader like that. So this is a narrative we can follow, excited about. I'd love to see him make it to the final table.
Well, 4.1 million in his stack. You just mentioned this coming into the break. Tony Ren Lin is the second largest stack. We are going to have a new feature table. I expect we make it to the money with the following feature table. So it's all super exciting, all to play for as we try to make the money. Day 1A of the QQPK Genesis event. Griffin and I will join you on the other side of the break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you on the other side.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphries just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The consensus. Yeah, what you said about extracting or extrapolating a lot from a small sample size. I mean, isn't that the name of the game when it comes to live poker? These guys have been playing with each other over the course of the day, but sometimes just one hand, like the 9-3. I mean, we've been in the booth watching them for just a few hands. You just got to make a read and then use that read in future hands. That's what live MTTs are all about. Ace-King suited. Hearts variety. 155K. Pretty good side to look down at in the big. Don't think it gets action against the jam, but let's see what the price comes out to be. Oh, this is tricky, actually. 135 to call, 245 in the middle. I think you just flick it in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is, if we're creeping toward like over 200, I think that we can justify a fold 175 when we're playing, 1.4 almost.
Also,
just go for it.
If you just got owned slightly, I think you flick in the chip a little more frequently. 2 live ones for Wang. Yuan Shu at risk. Good flops so far. No queen, no 9. 6 outs going twice. Oh, the 9 comes on the turn. Not like that. 6 outs the other way now. Ace or king needed. Not to be. Unfortunate to lose him towards the late stage of the day. Hopefully joins us for one of the other flights. The merch not working out as well for him there. So a bit of a clawback there for Wang. Gets a bit lucky. But yeah, not all of it, but most of it. And then, of course, English. What about you?
Just English.
Well, you speak it well, for what it's worth.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You just had the most forlorn expression when you just said just
well,
English.
it's just because my like I live in a bilingual place.
Oh, that's right, Montreal.
Yeah, and I should have probably made a more concerted effort to learn French, so I'm a bit embarrassed about it.
So you can
But
get
that's
by
life.
without French in Montreal?
Yeah. I mean, especially if you don't, work. I always say I don't work in the city or anything like that. And
Tony's interested with the 40% of the Royal. Gets it in there. Once again, the price being offered might just be too good for a decently sized stack. Trolling by the 9-4, but it comes down to whether the King 10 calls it off. Did see the Queen 9 suited flick it in. This is exactly why you are priced in. Can be ahead every so often and certainly have enough equity. 56% soft flip for Tony Chuang's tournament life.
我靠，我的装备你用这牌开我，你给我等着吗？你的装备我得开你。
Clean board for the King 10. Oh, but there are two hearts. Never mind. 2 overs and a flush draw.
That ain't clean.
55 the other way.
最后一张，再有一个。
And there it is. Locked up already. 340. Goes the way of Tony Chuang. Comeback is mounted. 82 in the field. 30 spots away from the end of the day. Or so it feels anyway. Is there a branch of poker that you find yourself veering more towards these days?
I just think that there's so much to learn from watching. I mean, I will say that like I've never been someone that has really been able to like gel with traditional studying when it comes to poker. I'm speaking to someone who like experienced the November 9 with the World Series of Poker main event, and that's a very interesting process because you're constantly worried you're not doing enough, and you're trying different things. Suddenly you're doing floats, and you're like, maybe do I do yoga? Like, do I do these charts, this and that? And I think through that experience, I learned that like the way that I really learn and I study through poker is by watching the best players in the world play and being able to translate that. So really that's like where I fall down on, just watching super high roller streams and then translating that to the felt. And I mean, I think, really realizing and understanding as we see Zhao flop a beautiful set of fours here. Don't think he's going to get a nibble at all, though. And he allows Martin to find a little equity. An unconventional check, I think, on King, Queen, 4, because you unblock, the King and the Queen and the straight draws. You're going to get a lot of continues here. Let's see how Martin reacts to this now that he's found some showdown value.
Yeah, I think with the clip, expect him to come along for the 40K ask. Under 2 bigs.
I will finish my point, my long-winded point, my ADHD rant.
No,
somehow got me talking about the World Series main.
Generally interested. Yeah, I think that context is so interesting as well because you have to prepare in the middle. But we do see him boat up. And mind you, a great card for Zhao in the fact that with the King pairing, I think Martin a little more likely to call down even on the river.
Yeah, but Martin's a clever cat. And does he think that Zhao would, I think he might be leaning for a block bet here. Does he think that Zhao would, like, have a delayed bluff range here on King, Queen, 4?
I mean, the SPR is troublesome. Just under 1 for his tournament life. I don't really think he can block.
Yeah, I think he might. He might just bet something like 40,000 and then reevaluate facing a shove.
Yeah, I do understand the logic because you're essentially saying...
Oh, wow. You bet 140.
Oh, he's gonna get the worst news possible. He's turned his hand into a bluff, I suppose. Oh, sickening feeling.
Yeah, this is a very confusing line from Martin. I'd be curious to pick his brain about it. I think that
you're getting 9s, 10s, jacks to fold, and that's it. In terms of better hands.
But are you?
Well,
right? Are you always getting those hands to fold? I mean, I understand that jacks and 10s in particular, they're great examples because they block some of the straight draws. But hearts have bricked. Very hard to have a king with 2 out there. You know, so it's a very strange hand.
Well, I think Martin will be finding a fold here. Unlikely for Zhao to be bluffing, and as a result, we could be looking down the barrel of 2 chips, a little bit of change, and a chair. 55K. Oh, he's calling it off. Color me surprised. We lose Martin Nielsen in dramatic fashion. Did not see that call coming for sure, Griffin. I thought he'd find the fold. Warm welcome back to Triton ONE Jeju. It is past midnight and we are looking to make it to the money here at Day 1A, the inaugural event here at the Triton ONE Jeju Festival. This is a QQPK Genesis 3K event. We are about 16 spots away from the money, 16% of the field, which is to say 52 players make it. With a single join in the booth by Griffin Bender. Here we go, Griffin. Make our way to the money.
Yeah, this is great, and actually, this is a really exciting new feature table. I mean, the bar set very, very high there for my first shift of Triton ONE, but you know, having a look at what to expect here. I mean, we have a Triton ONE winner. We have Joseph Chung, who's I'm a big fan of him. You know, personal friend of mine over the years. Of course, a World Series of Poker final tableist. Very, very famous hand back in the day. So many years ago now that I really think about it. And you know, Tony Lin, just so entertaining, so enigmatic. You know, someone that we really love to watch here on Triton. And then we have, you know, our sort of table chip leader, Dimitrios, is someone to look out for as well. So I really think that it's very exciting. Yeah, I think you got to get your mic on, buddy.
Oh no, I'm
you're
good
back.
now. Yeah,
You're back.
definitely. You were leaving me out there for a bit. My apologies.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, listen. I mean, we're all trying to get the cobwebs off here at Triton ONE.
Well, it is past midnight, as we said.
Day 1 stuff, guys. Come on, give us a break, okay? We're gonna be better. And yeah, just a little hiccup there, but we're locked in now. We're
there we
locked
go.
in. Yes, absolutely.
Also locked in, by the way, to the final feature table. Most likely, as we make our way to the money, we do have 2 previous Triton ONE winners in the form of Gerard Hughes and Tangishi, so it should be a fun one. There you have it. The floor is still raging, I would say, for the hour, considering we are making our way to the money for this event. Flight 1B is in motion as well. A lot of the tables that you see will be for that one. That'll go on till the wee hours of the night as we do see who survives and the 2 day ones of this event.
Yeah, a bit of rite of passage there for you, I gotta admit, Vidur. This is sort of like a prank that we do here at Triton ONE, you know, like the new guy, a little hazing, you know, let him not be on the mic for a little bit. So you took it like a champ as we look into our chip counts and we can see, you know, what we're working with here. Hughes Gerard, also a Triton ONE winner.
Yeah, very different table from the one we had previously. We did have the tournament chip leader there, over 4 million. This time around, the biggest stack at 2 million. And now that the hazing is over with, Griffin, I have 10 days to plot my revenge. Be careful.
Yeah, slight correction. Actually, final table lists in Hughes Gerard. And so as we pick up the action, Chen from the cutoff, playing about 55 big blinds, gonna pop things up. Good discipline there. Tough to let go of that 6-7 suit on the button, and actually would have been dominated by Chen.
Are we perhaps approaching that phase of the tournament where you lock things up a bit?
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
New players and new dynamics to look forward to. For all we know, they might have been playing with each other for hours and hours. Action flop, 2 hearts. Top pair for you. Second nut flush draw, 1 over for Chen. Checks and flow. Certainly if you open king 6 of hearts and flop a flush draw, c-bet does seem mandatory, does have the big stack as well to start putting the pressure.
Yeah, and I think if you was playing sort of sub 14 blinds, you can really play a mix here. You can start check raising, I think, queen 8 with the intention of getting it in. In a case like this, you know, were he playing like 11 bigs and he check raise queen 8, we just get a shove from the king 6 probably and be in. But now, you know, when you're in that sort of 20 plus big blind range, you just want to sort of keep the bluffs in. If you play for stacks here, you know, yeah, you could be up against flush draws, but at the same time, you're going to be dominated by the value range. So now it's just a matter of holding on for dear life as we get closer and closer to that money bubble. And a big decision point here for you and for Chen. Does Chen want to check here? I'm going to say not. He wants to probably set up a 3-barrel all-in against a Jack-X type hand. He wants to fold out 4X. You know, he wants to fold out maybe something as weak as maybe ace-5 of spades continues on the flop, but then would have to fold on the turn to a big bet. You also want to clear out equity of hands like 9-10 that would call the flop, but likely fold to a big bet on the turn.
He does take your advice, but we know Yu's not going anywhere. Top pair. Let's do the math. Once he makes the call, 700 in the middle. Would have about 600 behind. Things are getting a bit hairy.
Wow, and he finds the check shove actually on the turn, which is going to clear out that significant equity for Chen. And it's hard not to be results oriented, but I think we've all been there, you know, when you decide to 2-barrel a big draw and then you get shoved on, you're like, why didn't I just check? Well, it's because you're not going to get shoved on that often. You expect more of a check call range on the turn, and he's just going to have to fold this probably.
Especially close to the bubble. It's a nice find.
Yeah.
Chen getting it done. Huge pickup at this stage. So much added comfort. It could be the difference between coasting to the money versus being in a lot of trouble. Love the look. Black hoodie, black wraparound shades. Making some moves for the top pair. Came here to play. As we see a new angle on the table. Fantastic coverage by the production team. In case you're not able to join us in person for this festival, hopefully you're getting a sense of what it's like. 10 more days to go. Never too late, of course. Maybe one gapper. Showing some discipline. Hits the muck. Meanwhile, level 10 coming to a close for flight 1B. Looks like we're going to wrap things up around the 185 entry mark. So combined, we do cross, or at least come close to 500 entries on day 1A and day 1B. Very cool to see the support from the players. Expecting great things for 1C and 1D as well, not just in terms of numbers, but the action on the feature tables has been tremendous. I can only imagine what's happening on the outer tables. So just about 13 spots away from making the money. Things could get sweaty. With the chip distribution on our table, plenty of ICM situations possible. The biggest stack is not even 2 million at this point, just a hair under in the form of Chen. Shortest stack, 655.
Win gonna open things up under the gun. Sort of a bottom of range under the gun open, but one that's kind of nice as sort of blockers. Wu Ping Feng is going to defend the big blind. Here we go.
Ton of flops were possible with a lot of shared cards, but 995 is pretty pure for the UTG Open. Could just range bet, take this down. We saw a lot of sticky players on the previous feature table. Wu Ping Feng.
Yeah,
We'll
I think
go.
this particular kind of texture makes for an interesting consideration of check raise from the big blind, but I think it's just so much nicer to do with something like a 7-8 or maybe something like a Jack-7 backdoor flush draw type of combo. I think Queen 10, just you let it go.
Quite a development here on the leaderboard for the tournament, Griffin. Joshua Kabisa, once again, a reminder, he is the defending main event champion, is now second in chips. Came into Triton ONE, won the main event in September, and now second on day 1A as we make our way towards the money. For our table, as I mentioned, all stacks below 2 million now. 2 million represents about 50, so 47 bigs, the biggest stack. Nobody too short, but 16 bigs, you do start feeling the pinch with the big blind ante in the mix as well. What do you think this kind of a stack distribution does for the ICM pressure, Griffin?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's an opportunity for Tang and for Chen to, you know, put some pressure and a little bit Wu as well. But again, like there's just, we're kind of bunched up here. You know, I think if you're Hughes Gerard, for instance, maybe you want to play extra cautious. But it's important to still acquire where you can, you know, it's not like, for instance, Win or you are going to be able to really utilize a lot of pressure against someone like Gerard because they have a lot to lose if they lose a big pot against him. So it's going to be pretty, I don't think it's going to be like it was at our last feature table, that's for sure, which was playing a little loose and wild. But these are the ebbs and flows of tournament poker and the sort of stories that develop. I do want to point out, you know, just a sort of a callback to that last level. I mean, Nishant has now actually leapfrogged Joshua to get into second place. He's up to nearly 2.8 million. So that's really exciting for what's been going on at that table. You know, yeah, that was a really, really exciting first table for my first shift here at Triton ONE.
Yeah, love getting all these nuggets in thanks to the Triton Poker Plus app. I did look up the two chip leaders you were just talking about, Griffin, on our table. Always interesting. Zheng Xiang Chen, no Triton history before this. At the same time, Tang Yishi, as we were saying, was a final tablist. He actually had a great run at the previous Triton ONE series. In the main event, 23rd place, a decent sized cash. 10th place, a bit of a final table bubble for a 2K tournament, one of the one-day tournaments we have, and then 5th place for one of them for about 17,000. So coming in with a lot of Triton ONE experience and putting it to work.
Yeah, and I think the great thing too about these Triton ONE events at Jeju is seeing some of these, you know, all these new faces and what they can bring.
Well, there are some of those new faces. Tony Lin, certainly not a new face.
No.
That's a huge stack in front of him. Has managed to maintain a top 5 stack since we saw him on the feature. 2.5 million for him. As we pan into the other day 1A tables, most of the ones going strong would be day 1B, of course. We've seen Dishant Sharma walking around in the back. Raja, who just left our feature table, 1.7 million for him. 5 million in Triton earnings for that man.
That's a lot of money.
You see Aaron nursing his short stack. He probably had the worst swings on our feature table in the last frame.
Maybe Jakob did, I don't know.
Let's see if he spots some monster stacks here as well. I mean, let's not forget the grind these players have been through. Approaching the 13th hour of play. I'm surprised to not see some of them nursing coffee cups and just kind of taking naps at this point.
I mean, he looked like a guy that wasn't.
Yeah, it's true, right? Like we start our coverage at what 2 p.m., but they've been playing since noon, right? Yeah, so that is 13 hours. You're right.
And shout out to all of those who've been watching for many, many hours along with us as well.
Was that she looking at the? I thought I saw it. Was he watching the broadcast?
Should be, right? If you've been on the
Yeah.
feature, you got to do it.
I mean, he's laughing, so I assume that he's you know, thinks we're just hilarious.
Do you think he caught the part where you had a crush on him in the very first minute that you saw him?
I hope so. There's Tony having some soup. Great food selections here. If you're a fan of Korean food, Chinese food, really great options here.
Yeah, loving the span across the room. There was the slightest of technical issues, and I think we're about under a minute away from being back at the feature table, as we do get to see so many of the faces that are still battling it out. Last we checked, about 65 players remaining.
Yeah, and shout out to the production team, to the camera. Man, it's like one of those, like, you know, say no more, fam. I'm going to do some cool pans now. But I've been waiting for this tech issue all day. I may have even pulled the plug.
That's right.
Let me show you what I learned at film school.
New segment alert, tech issues.
Yeah, so
here we are. We're back, baby.
We're back.
64.
And that's a way to get going. A shove of about 17, 18 big blinds. I think you can certainly mix in some min raises with this as well with this stack. But look, we're getting close to the money here. He doesn't really want to get shoved on by 2 sevens and then find himself racing for his tournament life actually behind against a pair.
Eight tables in play. Just need an elimination and a half on each. And we made the money. You ever had a bust out late stage, 12th hour of play?
Oh my gosh, sir, I'm sure I have, but
you blocked it.
Yeah. That's the thing about having superpower of luck, is that a lot of it is just forgetting the times you were unlucky and just sort of like living in that mentality, you know? I think can be very powerful in something like poker. Just tell yourself you're lucky and you'll be surprised how much luckier you feel.
That is great advice. That's actually pretty real.
Yeah, no, that's like what I've found I've been able to manifest, and it's really, really helpful.
Can take a look at the shortest stack at this moment as well. Do have a 4 big blind stack lingering, but just thinking about the 52 player cutoff. Yeah, about 15 bigs is where we're at. Do expect things to go a bit quick from here.
There's the rogue American at the table. Alex Anton playing about 18 big blinds. A lot of people making the trip all the way down here for this very exciting kind of price point. Sort of an entry point for some people to sort of see what it's like to play a Triton event. Very reachable. Sort of that average buy-in of 3, 4, 5,000. Creating a lot of opportunity for players to make their mark. And, you know, in some way can sort of serve as a potential feeder into the Super High Roller Series.
Kevin was joking about how when he's wearing Triton merch in the Netherlands, everybody's like, oh, really? You went to Triton?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And, you know, he has to say that he commentated, which has its own privilege, but if you went to Triton ONE, you'll get the same reactions, and I think that's going to bring a lot more players out at these buy-in levels. Pocket Kings does not get the call from the King Jack. Computer hand in the big blind. No action. Might as well show it. Yeah, there you go. You don't get chips. Get a laugh out of it.
AK 推了，这里开 open 什么牌啊？
筹码太少，想苟进圈算了，就不想跟你。
你20个一摞放起来，多好嘛！
抢了几锅还可以。
Talking about Alex, I think this is his first Triton event. Just from his demeanor, though, seems to know what he's doing. If you can be this focused at 1 a.m., I think you have some live MTT experience. Ace Jack will help the cause as well. +1 open. Min raise of 18 bigs, pretty standard. He'd love to just pick this up. Some added comfort at this stage, as we do see the field go down to 63, 9 spots away.
Yeah, well put. Added comfort. I like that. It's just sort of this, okay, here I am with Ace Jack. I don't really want to be playing many hands, but this is like too good to fold, so I'm just going to min and hope to sort of get it through, or maybe get a call from the big blind and flop well. And he just takes it down. Should say he was under the gun +1.
Pass.
No action till what I assume will be the cutoff. Make that the button. Card distribution, of course, but the stack size is also playing a role. I think some honest poker, perhaps, being played at the moment. Ace Jack suited now in the small. No action with the kings. Yeah, just rips it. King Jack, though.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, a bit too much to call, but he's, of course, going to have to do a little due diligence here. I think a limp shove would have been a bit more interesting here from Howe. See if he can get some bluff ISOs, and then I think in this case he actually would have probably gotten a value ISO that would have probably had to fold, so maybe make 120, 130K. But again, you know, we're trying to make sure that we make the money. Yeah, and he does make the fold.
Shows again.
正好被你踩住了。
Jishui Hao, also new to the Triton ONE streets. Let's not discount what I like to sometimes call the high five equity of just coming in day 1A, making the money, making the phone calls, putting it on Instagram, high-fiving your friends for just being the best poker player ever, showing up, getting a score. Don't love that he's showing every hand, though, I will say that. Not amongst these sickos. Don't give away the free information too easily. I think everybody on the table, for instance, knows now that he's mostly interested in making the money, given that he did not limp trap. Could get used against him. Chickadees, UTG. Gerard's been patient on the feature thus far. And this doesn't seem defendable. Honest poker, like I said. So Gerard, 4th place at the inaugural Triton ONE Mystery Bounty. That was good for almost 100K. Plus he pulled 85,000 in bounties.
There you go.
Hell yeah. Did manage to cash the Triton ONE High Roller as well, the 15K High Roller. That was good for 24.5 in the form of what I assume was a min cash. And yeah, as predicted, when you have a score like that, did play a 25K event at the Super High Roller as well. So
I imagine sort of the smaller buy-ins are front-loaded for the Super High Roller, I would guess.
Yeah,
to get some of that trickle in.
Certainly did have a 25K following the end of the Triton ONE Festival.
And if I remember correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is the High Roller for this now a bit bigger than 50K? Is it 20K the High Roller now for this? For Triton ONE?
No, still 50.
Still 15K. I was just testing you. You know, more hazing. Just it's a ritualistic thing. You'll get used to it. King Jack suited for win. Can have a very defensible Ace-3 of spades.
Shades come on. After the flop. Battle of the suits. I see a diamond. That's really it, though. I think the ball in Chung's court in terms of the betting lead and the ability to steal this.
Yeah, it's just a great example of how important range advantage is. Hugh's technically ahead with ace high, but will have no recourse facing a continuation bet.
Bet 75,000.
That'll be that.
Pass.
This stage does feel sweaty. Perhaps it's because of the hour, but I do sense a little bit of tension at the table. Just, you know, the energy has dipped in terms of table talk and such. But it does get tense because we're only 9 spots away from the money. This is what they have been grinding for. A misstep here is technically the most costly. This man who just took down a pot. Bit of a similar story here, Griffin. Chung Hyu Win did have a couple of cashes, including 39th place at the Triton ONE main event. Good for 28K, and what do you know? Fires the 25K Super High Roller event. So stories are forming in terms of the shot taking and the kind of dynamic these players are looking for. It could be the start of a glorious career, depending on how this festival goes for some of these players.
Yeah, and I think we need to, I think if you're watching at home and you play a bit of poker, I'm sure you've experienced the way that, you know, wins often compound. You know, you do end up going on these sort of heaters. You have one nice score and suddenly you're getting deep in a bunch of different tournaments. You're playing with more confidence, with more freedom. So it can really be a snowball effect. if you have success here at Triton One, and you decide, you know what, I'm gonna go up to the big leagues. I'm gonna go after Goliath. I'm gonna go after, you know, your Foxens and your Bryn Kennys and your Adrian Mateos and all those types. It can create a really fun narrative for us, whether we're covering the Triton One or the Super High Roller Series.
I really feel the fun part of coming up as a tournament player is convincing yourself that the only difference between yourself and
It's
some of
just
the names
money.
you mentioned
Yeah.
is just bankroll. So you're just waiting to just get a score, take the shot, and you know what? Playing any MTT is really an exercise in thinking about what could go right.
Yeah.
So why not just continue that with some shot taking as well?
Let's see how Wu reacts to this continuation bet from Anton, because Anton's only playing about 15 big blinds after this bet. Top pair going to be pretty strong. It only represents, you know, a third of your stack. What Alex Anton is working with, so might come in with a check raise, yeah, and effectively puts them all in, which should elicit a very quick fold. Yeah, you know, one of my maybe my favorite poker story, or at least one of my favorites, is of course the legend of Isildur, right?
Of course.
And the thing that always made it so special to me, not just the fact that it was this guy that nobody really knew who he was, and he went to go challenge all of these legends, was playing the highest stakes and having the biggest swings, but the way that his name, his actual like screen name, interacted with that narrative. You know, if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings, Isildur is the one who chops off the finger of Sauron. We're gonna get a little nerdy here for my Lord of the Rings fans, and then refuses to throw the ring into the fire, and that's really how he played poker. Like that was it. Like he was just like, he got to the top, he rinsed them for millions and millions, and when he could have walked away, he didn't, and he lost it all.
Stuck around, yeah.
And I just freaking love that so much. But that is an example of someone that went on a heater and just went and kept on going. And again, obviously, did end up carving a pretty amazingly successful career in the end. So, yeah. That is the ultimate dream.
I feel like his talent eventually caught up to his legend, but
Yes.
at the time, you know,
Yeah.
for him to keep going was wild.
But to challenge the gods of Olympus like that, and to come out, you know, even after falling all the way down like Icarus and then coming back up again, like, you know, I'm a big Victor Blom fan. He actually came to my birthday party in Montreal once, and we had a nice chat in a tank of all things. That's the story I can tell you maybe over a drink sometime. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to take you up on that.
Yeah.
I feel like this might just be the end of Alex Anton. There we go. He does commit. This is just so unfortunate.
Yeah, the cooler big time.
9 spots away from the money, and you get the absolute cooler.
Uh-oh. This is extremely troublesome for Trung Nguyen because, well, he can't see the cards like we can.
That is an issue.
And jacks are, you know, I think you can make quite a big fold here with 9s, 10s, ace, queen, but I don't think you can really fold jacks here, and it's because, you know, Anton is going to be shoving something like an ace, queen, or a pocket 10s, and Hao could just be opening with, you know, with king jack. So, whoa, not all bodies up, relax.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Even if he could flip the cards over, it would all go in. What a feeling for Hao to get it in. Aces, v queens, with jacks. Still though far from over. Look at the equity, 67%. Let's take a look. Hearts live for the queens, spades live for the jacks, and of course, set mining. By the way, the jacks are the covering stacks, so Win is not at risk. Alex, on the other hand, is in deep, deep trouble. Needs a queen or hearts.
Oh,
Queen
that's a
in
queen.
the window.
Yeah. Okay, I can work with that. I did just come all the way from America. I mean, we don't know where he was, but...
Mind you, the jack's not hating life either. 4 outs now instead of the 2 he started with for the straight draw. Aces feels in deep trouble. Still, ahead for the side pot, which would be worth about 630k, as you see on the left of the main pot.
Yeah, and at this stage, we won't get an elimination, actually. Right?
Unless it's a 10.
Unless it's a 10 or a jack, actually, would knock out the aces as well. But, yeah, it is going to be a brick. And everybody just sort of spreads the chips around.
Well, the triple for Alex, almost 1.14 million. Essentially a gift from the poker gods, the min cash at the minimum and the dream to go all the way.
Yeah, and he can really work with 1.7 million. That's great.
Lucky.
我他我肯定不唱，我肯定不会吹，是吧？我肯定是筹码我开 open， 我肯定是他能推，他能推我，你跟我肯定是在了，是不是？
A lot of excitement at this stage. We could have been looking at a double elimination if it came a jack instead of a queen. Certainly Alex seemed like he was 1 foot out the door. Said we're still 9 spots away. Maybe one of the best feelings in poker. Deep into the day. And now you rack up chips. 1.7. 42 bigs. He looks guilty, and I don't think he should.
Yeah, look, sometimes you get cooler and then you get lucky, and that's the game.
That's the man who took arguably the worst of it. Did lose some chips. Won the side pot though. Still 16 bigs with the aces. Went down to 11 bigs. And as you said, jacks just too strong to get away from there.
Yeah. I don't think he should be losing sleep over that one as we pick up the action.
Six two certainly won't feel the need. BBB. Oh, this looks like an easy jam. I say easy, it always sucks to just kind of get coolered and then need to get your stack in there, but Queen 9 could have taken the spot. Bit surprised to see the limp.
Yeah, you know, I think face value, I agree with you that you would expect it to be just a shove here, but I don't really hate the road less traveled here. Because we're so close to the money, because the player in the big blind I think is going to call quite correctly, and yeah, I think this is kind of nice.
Yeah, I think
let's not bust here and just get called by ace 5. Like, we're getting pretty close to the money here.
Yeah, great point. And Chen with almost 1.8 million certainly could have afforded a call with the precise holdings you're supposed to. So now we have a flop that certainly favors Chen. Open-ender should just get the job done. And to the extent Win is going to let this go, he's going to be in the danger zone under 10 bigs. Did just see the field size drop, so 8 spots away from the money.
Yeah, but, you know, also, I mean, I think he does still have fold equity. You know, we are getting very, very close to the money here. Just 7 or 8 spots. Let's try to find that min cash. Kick off our Triton ONE series in the money.
Certainly the milestone this entire table is looking at. Under 2 million for everyone. Nobody's too safe. 8 spots means 1 elimination per table. It's that phase when you can almost at the feature table. Stand up, take a look at some stacks, see if there's any short ones, make decisions accordingly. Can't access the app like we can here.
Raise 80,000.
Queens for Wu now.
Pass. Pass.
Ace-8 should be involved. Cutoff open. Tang Yushi might not be in the mood to give too much credit. Does indeed give the credit. Doesn't want to tangle with the similar stack. Good time for it, I suppose. Was getting the big blind
It's
discount.
a bit snug for me, but I appreciate the where it's coming from. You know, it looks like a kind of a almost a prophetic kind of like, wow, how do you know kind of thing. But like, if you had Queen 10 off, you'd be like, why did you do that, right?
Right. Another shout-outs at this hour to our title sponsor, QQPK. As always, our Triton ONE coverage is proudly backed by them. They support elite competition on poker's biggest stage. The high stakes, the sharp minds, no margin for error. Huge shout-out to our title sponsors, as we do see our team pros, the ambassadors, Nishant Sharma out there in the field. Actually still second in chips. He's crossed 3.4 million. Xu Yang seems to have taken the slightest of hits. So one of the QQPK ambassadors essentially tied for the chip lead here at the QQPK Genesis event.
And it might be a case of Sharma acquiring those chips from him, because he's up to 3.4 million, really up 85 big blinds to Yang's 91. Anton fresh off that run good. Gonna have a lot of room to acquire chips now, but not in this hand. Wu Ping Fang with the ace-king.
45 bigs is a stack. Comfortable 3-bet spot. King Jack seems likely to be in the open and fold to 3-bet category of holdings. Posturing or considering, you think?
Posturing. But I have been proven wrong.
Ruh-roh.
Nah.
Yeah, proper posturing. Nice call. Gave it the full performance. Next time you do it, he was trying to say.
It's these Americans, you know, they're so dramatic. Hollywood. How many miles actually from here to Hollywood, do you know?
10,000, I guess.
That's a Will Kassouf reference, if you didn't get it.
Ah, okay. You know, I don't brush up on my Will Kassouf too often.
You don't watch the Check Your Privilege video every day? Like me?
Is it just playing on your bathroom mirror, be honest?
That was actually the deal I made with the poker devil, that he'll let me have this $1.25 million score, but I have to embarrass myself on ESPN and watch the clip every day for the rest of my life. And I was like, make me a millionaire, baby.
Let's go.
Yep, Chen thinking about it here at the cutoff, recognizing the power of this 59-player field.
Yeah, very game flow based. We've seen him make tighter laydowns in late position. No doubt he's profiling the players on his left and taking into account their stacks as well. Now it doesn't even come down to the player. With just 7 spots away from the money, everybody has the same goal. ICM is real, risk premiums are real. Should expect everybody to be tighter. Well done. Nice pickup with the Jack-9.
Okay. We have a new top of the table. You see this?
I do see it. Nishant Sharma, 3.4 is now good enough to be #1 on the leaderboard, which does mean a huge hit. Oh, look at this. Shu Yang down to 2.1. You were saying it, Griffin. This man is capable of the big swings, live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, and also we can, the great thing about having access to the Triton app is, we have these incredible dealers on the floor that are going around and logging these hands. So you can click on Yang's profile and see sort of the hands that were part of the collapse.
I see it here, by the way.
Yeah.
A 5.3 million chip pot.
Wow.
788 with the flush draw, which I believe turned into a flush, the king high flush versus the flop full house. Rough luck for Shu. Tapeng Wang on the receiving end. Okay, I think 5.8 might be, 5.3 rather, might be including the bigger stack. So effective, something like a 3 million chips pot.
Still very significant.
Yeah, huge swing. If you want to follow along the way we are, check out the Triton Poker Plus app. Truly incredible. The effort, the expertise that goes into making this possible, but it's all worth it. Trackers everywhere. If you can join us over the next 10 days, then watch the stream and follow along on the app. Next best thing.
So I got to say, I imagine there aren't that many Indians in the field today.
Yeah, handful.
Might be just a handful. So I like that the poker gods are kind of being like, you know what, let's ease him in, what he's used to. He's used to sort of commenting on Indians. We'll put one at the top, right at the top. I mean, I would have loved for the same service to be on, maybe see a Canadian up there, but I guess screw me, right?
Yeah, not even a handful, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't see any Canadians. Where are my Canucks? What's going on here? Is there any Canucks here? I'm gonna riot. I don't see a single one. Another great thing about the Triton app, you can see all the flags beside the names.
You need to get the show more popular. Weak Heroes, did you say?
Weak Hero, yeah.
Yeah, spread around in Canada a bit. People will want to come down to Jeju. Certainly what happens with K-dramas and Indians.
Yeah.
They watch a bunch of K-dramas.
Oh, really? Is that, you think that's part of why the allure to come here? I mean, obviously Triton ONE would be the forefront, but...
Yeah, K-dramas are picking up in India, thanks to Netflix.
Okay. So interesting.
Ace Queen suited. The premium. Still a difficult spot to get yourself to do what needs to be done. 830K in his stack, 20 bigs.
I mean, it's kind of just a fold. I know we can see it's the best hand, but, your 300 has already been put out there. Your all-in's not going to be a lot of fold equity. I'm not discounting the good possibility he just goes with it, but, man, we're 6-7 players to the money. You kind of just need to make a big fold here.
He does exactly that, which is a great result for Alex. Took the aggressive option, completely in tune with the game flow of Wu, opening it up a bit too wide UTG, all things considering. He is essentially the largest stack on the table, so Alex goes after it with the right holding, the right blockers.
Yeah, and I don't even mind the ace-9 open for the reasons that we're talking about, just with the bubble and everything like that. And I just think it's great. Spot awareness from Anton, who's kind of playing the rush here. And then, yeah, I mean, Hughes just kind of needs to let go of ace-queen.
Beautiful shot there of our lovely dealer. A huge shout out to all the floor staff and the dealers who've made this event possible. Day one of a long series here. Immaculate job, as expected. 59 in the field. We saw what ICM can do. The ace-queen suited hitting the mark. Tons of that happening across the outer tables, I'm sure. It's always kind of bittersweet to be in this spot on the feature table because you need to make it public.
Did I tell you how I accidentally crashed the dealer meeting on the day before everything? That was pretty funny.
You know, I saw you.
Yeah.
Exiting.
No, that was embarrassing. Because you know, we were told to come for another meeting, and then I was there, and I was looking around, and I only saw like dealers, and I turned to a guy finally, and I'm like, is this like a dealers only situation? He's like, yeah. And he I think he might have even known who I was. He was like, you're not supposed to be here. I'm like, okay. Slipped away.
Did he just point to this giant sign that just said dealers only?
Yeah.
Did you learn anything cool? Any insider secrets that we're not aware of? Do they talk about us behind our back?
Honestly, I thought Luca's command of the room was impressive. I thought he was funny. Luca's funnier than I remembered, which was nice.
And come to think of it, I can answer my own question. Of course they talk about us behind our backs.
Yeah, you were mentioned not more than twice.
I'll take it.
And mostly negative.
I expected it.
Yeah. More hazing, really.
It's good to be thought of.
Yeah.
The 10-3 has managed to find the best of it, and he has the check mark. If you continue in the theme of ICM aware on his poker, should just go check. 2.2 now for Ping Fang.
还好没动，动了被他推了。零跑嘞。
Cheeky one.
Yeah, you missed the raise. Yeah.
Wait, Frenchmen have humor? I didn't know that.
是要 open 的。对。有点微妙的感觉。这个被你捕捉到了。
So Gerard losing essentially the minimum, comfortable to coast into the money, as we saw from the fold. Certainly ICM aware. There's a job to be done, and the job is to make the milestone, make it a day two. Still 59 remaining, 7 away. Four-way tie up top on the tournament leaderboard, mind you, between Dapeng Wang, who just won the big pot against Shu. Julian Lozano, the man from Colombia, was just steady as a rock on our feature table. 3 million in chips for him, same as Nishant and same as Tony Ren Lin. At least 3 of them are on different tables, so I'm sure they're a menace on their respective tables with a stack this size and the bubble pressure mounting. Yeah, ace-5 off, not too tempting for Gerard. Show and fold. Make sure you let your opponent know they're not getting one over you. Your hand is just too weak. To have the tiny stacks to keep a lookout for. Now that we're only 7 spots away. One of them on our table, the shortest stack actually. Shang Wen.
现在就是长盲了，长盲也不能失望，直接跳到。
Look at the tournament clock. Level just began. Safe to say we make the money in this level. About 35 minutes to go. what's happening here. Thinking of getting too frisky, perhaps? Decides against it.
'Twas considered, but it is Alex Anton's table now.
Gerard looks like he knows what might be happening here, but there's not much he can do. 750 in his stack. Has to let the ace-8 go.
Going to be folded all the way to the big blind. And your man Chen, definitely defendable with the dominating hearts.
So crucial to cover your opponent in this situation. Does open the door to making a lot more moves.
Yeah. And another example of the importance of range advantage, because Alex is going to have all those aces. Victory is imminent. Bets and forces a fold.
All right, yeah. You're going to pause your table. Guys, we are tracking all the tables. If some tables are faster than others, at some point we can pause your table. So your table right now is faster than other tables. We're going to pause it. Okay. Thank you. It's better to stay on the seat because we can start.
他说我们都打太快了。
I was listening to that floor announcement. We'll figure that out in a moment as we take a look at the stacks on our table. As I mentioned, the short stack is win. Around 300K. That's just good for 6 bigs. So the target on his back, most obviously. 11 bigs is the next stack. After that, we do work our way up to the 40 bigs. Just 7 spots away or so. It does look like it is going to be this level where we make the money, but it is, of course, the 14th hour of play. Wouldn't be surprised if the short stack tighten up, really trying to inch their way somehow into the money. We are almost on the bubble.
Yeah, win 6 big blinds in the danger zone for sure. How also not too comfortable. Gerard making that big fold with the ace-queen of hearts. That was tough. But you got to play by the rules. You got to pay the troll toll. It's for my Sunny fans. It's always Sunny. You watch that?
Of course.
Oh, yeah. You're such a nerd. I love it. You're just like me. As we have a look at Tony. Tone Dog.
Tone Dog.
Tone the Bone. Your turn. We got to go back and forth.
Tone the chatting cone.
That's not bad.
I mean, you're still chatting at like 1:30 a.m.
Tony Pony.
Tony Pony. I think you win with Tony Pony. That might stick.
Even the dealer laughed. See that?
That might be more popular than Lady Gaga. As we do see Bachara, a Thai superstar, doing his best to make his way to the money. Huge stacks on this table. It is not easy, folks, for those of you who are watching along, maybe haven't done the live tournament grind, especially at this stakes. $3,000 buy-in. To maintain your composure, knowing that every wrong decision, and we saw some of them, the tough spots, the ace-queen suited folds, they just need to be thought through with the clarity that you begin the day with somehow. 8 tables live as we make our way through most of them. So I might be getting the specifics wrong, but we did hear it mentioned on our table that the pace of play on our feature table was pretty high.
Yeah.
And as a result, we're letting the other tables catch up. I'm sure our lovely producer Lee will correct me if I'm wrong there, but seems to be the case as we do see some new faces, which is always fun. Do you end up seeing a flop here? Ace hit 6 rainbow. Oh, pardon me, I see 2 spades. Sure, we'll stick with the table if the action gets heated. Wow, there's actually 5 stacks less than 10 bigs out there in the field. And then a few stacks around the 11 to 12 big blind range. There's one of the all-ins. It's not from the short stack. Putting all the pressure. What looks like a pretty connected board. Gets it through. That's what big stacks get to do, whether they have it or not.
Oh yeah, blasty blast.
I mean, for some people, this is what the whole joy of day one is to make it to this stage of the tournament and bully people. Do you think poker attracts a lot of sadists who want to cause pain, and that's the primary motivation?
God, you're deep. That's a good question.
I've met a few, man. They only care about the pain, you know?
That's really good. That's not good. Yeah.
If you say run it twice to them, they'll just laugh in your face. They'll be like, do you not understand why I'm here?
I met my best friend through a run it twice.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He emigrated from Ireland, Toronto. We were both like late teens, early 20s. We were at this underground club, and I had aces, he had kings. We were all in for $200 each, which was like both of all our money.
The world, yeah.
The world. And he looked at me with these crystally blue eyes, and I could tell it was every last dollar that he had. And I asked if he wanted to run it twice. And it wasn't really that popularized back then, I don't think.
Right.
And he was just like, I kind of had to explain to him, not explain to him, but he was surprised that I offered. And then I won the first round, and he won the second. We've been best friends ever since.
You got it, yeah.
So there you go.
Lovely.
Maybe you should run it twice. Maybe you'll make a friend.
I'd take the 100. You can buy new friends.
See, that's the thing, too. I could have just, like, ran it once, taken the money, and then just, like, you know, given him 100 would have looked way cooler.
That is true.
Yeah.
A little bit of tanking might enter the mix. Of course, we do have essentially time banks, or as Randy Lou was calling them, chess clocks, depending on where players started the tournament and, of course, how much they've used so far. But we do give a varying amount of time per decision. Let me just remind myself, for you guys, how much that is. 15 seconds pre-flop, 25 seconds on the flop, and 30 seconds on 4th and 5th Street. So to the extent players want to abuse that a little bit, you know, we might see it being done in subtle ways. Where do you stand on that? Not the worst deal in the world, considering it's within the rules, but is it within the spirit of the game is always the question.
Really depends who you ask, but you're asking me. And I think that you need to utilize this, you sort of have to play within the rules of the game. I've always been a big believer of that, and you need to push the edges of that because other players will, and if you don't, you're at a disadvantage. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's important to. I mean, look, there's a line with anything. I mean, I remember I was once at a really big bubble, 25K buy-in bubble, and I kind of made it like a bit of like I tried to use my charm and make it a bit of like a running gag. It's like, we all know I'm doing this, guys. Like, you know, you'd do it if you were in my seat. Like, you know, come on, give me a break. You know, instead of being the like, you know, the guy who's just sitting there with the glasses and it's just like this awkward thing. It's like the elephant in the room, and it's just like. So I think it's important to use the social aspect At least that's how I've sort of viewed it in my experience. But it's really tricky. There's no like perfectly elegant solution, but the use of time banks and stuff like that is the closest thing I think we have. As we come to a jack high, ace jack high flop. Nice start here for Chen. Trying to get over that 2 million mark, and is going to have pretty easy time doing it here, I think.
I see 2 eliminations in the field. So the short stack on our table. Can't help but root for them at this point a little bit. 5 spots away. 6 bigs for Gwyn. Uninvolved for the moment. So the stab from the 8s and discipline continue in the form of a flat. Risks the diamond coming out, which does not appear. Should be the spot for the 8s to wave the white flag. We're talking about essentially the co-chip leader on the table.
And Chen surely going to be kicking that door down now and firing to try to get some value from, you know, a wide range of hands that might want to continue here. Maybe an ace 9 with a diamond, something to that effect. So he might even size up because he wants to get value from something like kings or queens of the diamond as well that will check call. So yeah, that's why we see this 60, 70% pot bet.
I'd be very surprised if this is not the end of the hand. I've been wrong before, but never this wrong. That being said, we'll lose the chip lead on the table.
Yeah, I mean, look, pocket 8s on that board is a perfect miss. Doesn't get much worse. All diamonds, ace, jack 4.
Perfect miss is such a positive spin to a miss. I love it. Pretty fun to have the app open in real time. I'm actually down to the bottom of the standing here on the Triton Poker Plus app, and you can actually see when there's movement between the short stacks. So I actually do kind of feel happy when one of the players at the bottom of the list suddenly finds themselves a few rungs up. Still though, I see at least 6 stacks below 10 bigs. Out of the 57 remaining, that is. Ace 10 suited.
Pretty hand.
And open after a while, that's not essentially trying to steal. I'm sure he'll love a steal though. Long range as it would be from UTG. Deuces, never loses. Just 50k to call, 1.1 in the stack. Technically getting the right odds to set mine. Certainly not folding pairs from the big. U is well covered. Given the ICM, should be looking at a no set, no bet strategy. Let's see what transpires.
Oh, baby. We got ourselves a juicy flop. Not flush draw for Anton. Ducks fly together for you. And the cheeky check back. Mighty Ducks guy?
I've definitely seen it, but
Okay.
I'm guessing it's religion in Canada.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, big time. Yeah, hasn't aged well, I find. In the sense that when you watch it, you realize that, like, so many funny little details. Like, you look in the crowd and there's just, like, cardboard cutout people and stuff. Like, it's, like, actually way more. You're like, when you're a kid, it's just, you know. But let's focus on the action here. So a small bet of 80,000 from you. Really wants to keep ace highs in there that would have probably checked back the flop. In this case, though, Anton drawing to the nuts. But no nuts More like rats on the river. Shucks, you know? Kicking dirt.
Much credit for the bot control, though. Check back on that flop just to call on the turn. Now, could just fold the river, losing the absolute minimum considering the flop. There was an assumption in there, though, that he does make a fold. You certainly will be trying to get some extraction. Looks like it's coming around half pot, a little bit under, actually.
Yeah, and poor Anton sitting there. You know, you had that nut heart draw. You just needed one more little red glove, and it didn't come.
He has the right kind of hand to fold. Does block so many of the draws.
Yeah.
Has a 10, has the hearts. Ace-high not worth too much against the half-pot bet. Doesn't look like he's a believer, but we did see him posture a lot. Wow, he makes the call. Too many draws possible.
Yeah.
Well done by you in terms of the sizing on the river, getting the ace-10 to call it off. Just because we're nearing the bubble doesn't mean you miss the chance as a medium stack to build. Certainly not the street I thought would cost Anton there.
That's the thing about the streets. You never know what you might lose if you're not careful.
I'm really thinking about this one. Is that a reference to...
Oh, no, I made that up.
Okay.
That one's me, yeah. But it did sound exciting and interesting.
Yeah, it did sound somewhere between...
Something like a Scorsese open with like the right soundtrack in the background, you know?
Yeah.
You're probably wondering how I got here.
Pretty good. Somewhere between that and Step Up 2.
yeah, exactly. Either really prestige or just like really, like.
Don't you dare!
Yeah.
Don't you dare!
No. Look, I mean, like, you know, guilty pleasure. That's fair. Oh wow, you're like tapping your finger, like you can't even. You're a big Step Up guy. Oh my God, he's taking off his head. Oh my God, he's dancing. Oh no! Oh Jesus Christ!
Turn on the cameras.
Oh my God, he's breakdancing. This is incredible. 9's all in for the very short stack for win. Not much more you can ask for. And he's going to actually elicit a call from the weaker pocket sixes. And you can't really blame Chen. Just 5 big blinds. But he's going to need a lot of help.
Win has just been so patient, nursing his stack. Gets it in so favorably. A double would take him to well over 12 bigs. Certainly the kind of stack you can make the money with. We're still 5 spots away. Needs to dodge a 6. And 8 might just end it. Safe so far. Nine ends it as well, barring the chop outs to the 8.
只有 chop outs。
8也不是8 chop 是吧
？8 chop 呀。
Full double. A gracious tap of the table after getting the double. I mean, that's a min cash right there. The 9s versus 6s. Barring something drastic, can certainly now set his sights on making it.
I mean, look, that's huge. There's 57 players left, right? Like, that's a real nice hold there. And a little breathing room, up well over 10 big blinds. But let's jump over to one of our main sponsors here at Triton ONE, QQPK. Proudly backed by them, supporting elite competition on poker's biggest stage. We got high stakes out here. We got sharp minds. No margin for error. Got Poonat Poonsri there, Danny Tang, Webster Lim. There's Sharma, who's making a great run here. Actually, our chip leader in this opening event, sitting with a little over 3 million chips. Looking like he's going to make a nice little in-the-money run here, representing India, making my co-commentator here very proud.
Just taking a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, the runaway chip leader situation is dissipated over the last hour or so. A couple of co-chip leaders across the tournament, that is Nishant, Tony, but then a bunch of stacks between 2 and 3 million.
Now when trying to sort of sneak one through with, I would say, bottom of range open, given the situation. But so far, so good. Although Yu is taking blocker pause here. You know, it's interesting to be holding an ace here. This looks like it's going to lean fold, but I think the consideration comes from a place of, okay, well, I have an ace in hand. You know, if Wynn's opening here, he could just be opening something like King Queen or King Jack, and if I just click this or something, I could get a fold. So I like that he took pause, but he's going to let Wynn get away with one.
I mean, talk about playing the rush. Wynn, after the double, steals one. 770 now. Did not take my advice, and I'm happy for it, of trying to just scrape by and make it to the money. Not his goal here. Got a build for day 2 in mind. I'm excited to get more and more used to this app because I just realized that we have access to everyone's time bank in the app, which means we can start making reads.
That's crazy.
Wynn, for instance, has the largest time bank across the entire table, 501. Looks like he's never gone into the time bank for a decision. The man has conviction, it seems like. And just a reminder, he did join us when that is at the first Triton ONE in September 2025. 2 cashes, including 39th place in the main event. Another short stack with a much needed pickup. So the feature table not obliging those who want to burst the bubble. I mean, I've commended the players on the grind as we approach 2 a.m. local time. Huge shout out to all of you watching as well. 2,000 of you on YouTube, others on Twitch and other platforms. Let us know who you enjoyed watching throughout the course of the day. I certainly have a few picks. Any favorite hands in case you've been with us for a while. Saw some incredible folds early on in my coverage at least. And then ever since Griffin and I have been together, no shortage of fun. Of course, things do get sweaty towards the bubble, but the middle stacks have surprised me at this table as well. Really going for it.
Shout out to my parents, who, I don't know if they're watching, but I sent them the link. So I like to think they're watching. Hi, Mom. Oh, new chip leader alert. Tony Lynn! Tony the Pony. Tone Dog.
How does he do it? How does he do it? There's so many tournaments that you'll see him playing on across the world, really. And he just seems to find a way to build stacks. Did have to suck out against, in particular, Joseph Chong, Kings versus Sevens, and then just sort of never looked back. I think that catapulted him to 800K. Now he's at 3 million, chip leading the tournament. bluffing with the next best hand, with the ace-8. Too much advantage with the stack, surely. Win is done speculating the way he has in the past couple of hands. Yeah, let's see a 7 go. 12 bigs behind, plenty.
We are too fast. Wait now.
Yeah.
Okay.
怎么着？
又要等了。
等多长时间呀？
Good reminder once again that the pace of play on our table has been fantastic. Not something I'm used to, actually, on feature tables especially. Do you expect people to soak up the TV time? So we will cut to the outer tables once again as they play catch-up. I like it. Gives us a good chance to get a feel for what else is going on. If there's anybody you're supporting who you've been following only on the app, chances are you'll get a look right now. I believe the river is out, so the button firing a bet. Evgeny has been one of the chip leaders of the whole tournament for huge chunks of today. 2.2 million in his stack, apparently. As we see the decision. Well, this would explain the pace of play. It's just what seems to be a really tough spot. Always a good idea to look at your opponent. Might just pick up something.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, he wants to call, doesn't he?
That's Joshua Gbisa, by the way. Main event winner of Triton ONE. What a run he's made for it. 1.8 million in his stack. Of course, he's put some of them out there. I believe that would be Hans Liu trying to make a decision. Actually has him covered. Not that it matters. Not playing for stacks here. Really pained. I mean, Joshua's pretty much locked up his spot into day 2. Let's see if he's able to add chips or he's bluffing, but impressive already. Talk about running hot.
All right, players, please take a seat. And all dealers, please continue to deal. Once again, all tables are playing.
Yeah, Hans still thinking about this. The time bank will be running, no doubt. We can see next to the dealer, actually, this gives us a good chance to look at it. 306, 305 going down. He does make the call. Let's see the cards. Is that a set? Oh, Queen Jack, I see. Top pair. And what seems like best kicker as well. Nice value bet there.
Nice takedown.
Main event champion of Triton ONE has become the chip leader on his table. Table number 1. Back to our feature, though. Almost feels like a hand for hand. Without saying as much, just monitoring the number of hands per table. I think Gerard's just feeling the pinch. Has to find the discipline, fold the ace-9 now, late position.
Not loving this flat here from Wu. It's far as hand selection is concerned, I think it's much nicer to just make this 300K, use that blocker, put some pressure on, really test Anton to see what he's prepared to, how he's prepared to respond. You also have Anton covered. This is a pretty out-of-line open from Alex Anton. I'm a bit surprised to see it. He doesn't really have the chips to be the one that that attacks like this. And now we're seeing some intentional sort of time-taking as we get one more elimination here on the Triton Poker app. Please do check it out. I think you'll really love what you see. You can see how some of these players gain their chips, clicking on their profile. And
did you say
Ping Fang somehow flopping juice here?
Right as you said, how some of these players gain their chips. I see Wu, Ping Fang, who came along with the ace-4 off on the button. Flop ace is up. And enough of a piece for Alex as well to remain interested to the extent we see more streets or more chips in this street.
Yeah, but he can't. Tough now to continue. I mean, you kind of have to play this as a small bet. And if this raise is over, yeah, you just can't really continue for anything more than like 220 probably. He might still because of the backdoor diamonds, because this could just be a bluff that Wu gives up on, and then you can kind of emerge on the river with a bet. I'm going to be really curious how Anton, and this I think speaks to why I did not like this open from Alex Anton, because suddenly you're playing this weird spot with 10 high and we're at the bubble.
And you'll have so many better hands if he's opening 10-5 of diamonds. He's
Yeah.
going to have a lot of hearts, not to mention aces and medium pairs.
But if you're the kind of guy that's opening the hijack with 10-5 suited at the bubble when you only have 30 big blinds, not even 25 big blinds, yeah, he's still going to have to let it go, though.
大概率不关我事，
Ping Fang will take it.
拿了跟我一样的牌
Plus 300K.
我和他老吴，
什么牌？
Chip lead on the table
拿了跟我大
reattained,
盲
2
防守一样
million.
的牌。
Well crossed.
你是啥牌？让我说出来让我高兴一下。
我希望他是 A 圈 AK 呀。
这么大？
Play to 52, right? 52.
Yeah, 52.
Yeah, when getting a confirmation of 52, and there's actually
想删他的，但是我感觉就是因
been
为
a
大
bit
盲
of a
不在，我删
development,
他可能会被他
as I
刺
can
激
see on the Triton
没
Poker
问题
Plus app.
你这个想到了人家想的
Looks like
地
we're
方
down to 55, Griffin, Zhang Shuda, and
就因为你不在。
oh my word,
你在我就
56th
翻
place,
好，那
Xu Yang.
No way. As we do, let's get back to that in a second. I think we can we'll pull up how his collapse happened as we take a look at the chip counts on our feature table. Chen and Ping Fang now some separation from the rest of the field at around 40 big blinds. Anton been swinging a bit, you know, got up to 1-7 with those queens cracking aces and defeating jacks, but slipped a bit here, maybe a little loose on some of the opens. And then our 3 short stacks between Gerard, who stayed out of trouble, trying to get into that min cash before making a stand. Win, having that nice double up 9s to 6s. And rounding it up, we have Jeju at the bottom. Now, let's get to the really interesting thing. Our, as we were describing, sort of big bad, the boss of that second to last level, and just, you know, got all the way up to 4 million chips and is now eliminated.
Well, thanks to the app, I can look at...
Oh, look who's the leader!
Yeah, an incredible
time.
update. 2 million picked up by Nishant Sharma. Came down King 8 of Hearts for Xu versus Nishant's Ace Queen, and the board was monotone diamond. Nishant just sitting there with the nuts, and looks like Xu just bluffed it off. 1.6 million on the river.
Wow. Yeah, he was bouncing off the walls today, and we really thanked him for it. Really entertaining stuff. But yeah,
dude, this
live
guy.
by, die by, right?
Absolutely, and Nishan just gets to just click call with the nuts in position. Wow, we have an outright chip leader. QQPK Ambassador Nishan Sharma coming in. First event he's playing as the Ambassador. First Triton event for him. 5 million. Let's see what he goes into day 2 with. We're 3 spots away. Man, I have to feel that Xu Yang, despite all his comfort at the table, will be feeling the pinch of that, but went out in style. I'll give him that. Can you imagine the reaction on Showdown at that table?
Yeah, I mean, had such a significant chip lead at one point. I think he had 3.2. Next closest in the entire field was 2.2. And we kind of brought to attention at that point. It was, what, about 80, 90 players left that, like, this was only an average stack with, like, 25, 30 left. Like, a lot can change between now and then. And, you know, we were quite impressed in spurts by Yang's, the way he was able to really put pressure, never give up on pots. But you saw the way it could all come crumbling down if he wasn't careful. And it doesn't appear as though he was very careful. But he won't be forgotten. For a little while, you know. It's going to be...
Hopefully he'll be on our feature tomorrow. 1C.
Yeah, there you go.
I hope he finds it within himself to fire. Can't be easy, of course, to exit at the 2 a.m. mark, but another night of rest. Coming fresh. Do it all over again. That's the fun part. Gerard has been getting pushed around a bit. Does go for it with the ace-4 suited. Not completely sure what Win is thinking about. Wow. Look at this. How confident is he that Gerard is out of line? He's put in half his stack. Maybe 40% with 10-9 off.
This is wild. To target the player that has clearly been snug at the bubble with a hand that doesn't have blocker properties, and this is going to work.
He had 3 players behind. Didn't care about that. Just knew that Gerard was weak somehow.
Such an intricate, unexpected spot selection from Win. You kind of have to tip your cap.
I do.
So that was real cool. Guy's got moves. Okay, I see you. I see you, Win.
Gerard looks a bit defeated, gotta say. Will feel the same way when he watches the stream, but he's done the right thing. Showed the discipline, hung on tight. Aces for Alex. AA for the AA. I mean, he's been really bobbing and weaving as well. UTG now should get some respect, but he has just been opening the widest of hands. 10-5 suited comes to mind.
You done messed up, AA-ton. You know Key and Peele?
Of course. AA-ron?
Yeah. But look, his name is even AA. There's something there.
I saw this little Reddit subreddit, I guess, which was just a support group for all those people who have the names from that sketch, because they're all called, all Aarons are now called AA-ron.
Yeah. I have an Aaron friend that I call AA-ron.
So they had a support group.
And I even actually have a friend named Blake that I call Balake.
Balake. Well, we've seen some wild moves. Ace-4, not adding to the list. No action, but a pickup. Disappointing at this stage, for sure. Chat, are you with us? With a slew of references Griffin and I are throwing at you. Any AA-ons in the chat?
Any D-nices in the chat?
D-nice.
D-nice.
My favorite part, and I hope chat knows what I'm referring to, the Key and Peele sketch is when I think Aaron just goes like, okay, yeah, that's me. Then why didn't you say so earlier? He's still mad.
Yeah.
He's not happy with just getting a positive response. Oh my word. Chips being reached for. The old Queen Little of Diamonds. Taking a page out of Wynn's book. Hands don't matter, only game flow does. ICM, momentum. We have been at the 55 player mark for a while. Can take a look at the app and see the shortest stacks. 5 bigs, 8 bigs in the mix. Yeah, this is pretty cool. We're basically on the bubble. He's basically tied for the chip lead on the table. How's that for a long range steal? Day 1A on its way to closure. 3 spots away. QQPK Genesis 1A and 1B will be in the books by the end of what's left of this night. Should be around 500 entries or so. Really looking forward to upping it tomorrow. All of it, says Chen, with Jack 10 of diamonds. I mean, isn't this a bit lazy? We have a big stack behind. There's one of them. An ace jack for Gerard.
I mean, he just can't really call.
Yeah.
Rules are rules.
I actually wonder if you're supposed to call if you can see the hand.
Same time.
It's probably close.
That's a great question. As, you know, sound like a broken record here, but Nishant Kishanlal Sharma, 5.1 million chips. Did I say Kishanlal right?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the way it works is that's his father's name.
Okay.
And he's adopted it as a middle name. I actually know a little bit about his background. He was a part of sort of a poker show we made, which included some interviews, and he talked about how he was at like a really, really rundown hotel at some point. I mean, let's not even call it a hotel, just a room. And he spotted some rats, if I'm remembering the story correctly, and just sort of promised to get himself out of that situation and found poker, and here he is.
And here he is, the Rat King.
That might not stick. I think we might get a little notice from QQPK if we try to make that one stick.
Yeah.
No, really, really impressive what he's accomplished. Inspirational, for sure. Still, though, you were doing the math, you know, if we think about it as a day 2 stack, it's a lot to work with, certainly a lot of advantages, but by no means the end of the road. Long way to go. I mean, this is just getting too much. At what point do you not get it in? And funnily enough, Alex has the best hand he's had this whole time while making moves, barring the aces, of course. This is getting called, and it's a flip. Gerard did show discipline the whole time. He was well ahead.
Yeah.
Now it's a flip.
Kind of have to shove the ace-jack here because you still have some fold equity. You know, we've seen Anton raise 10-5 suited at the hijack. I mean, for him to have pocket tens here feels like a cruel joke from the poker gods, but perhaps the punchline is a double up for Gerard.
I want to help you.
55 remaining here. So we are right up against that minimum cash.
crucial board coming. No ace, no jack. Hearts are still giving some potential. Apart from that, 6 outs. Yeah, the wins is understandable.
Yeah, ace or jack, or unfortunately, gonna be hitting the showers. Oh!
The Barry.
Barry Greenstein pokes his head out like a groundhog calling for summer, spring. How does that work exactly? Something.
Winter, I think.
Winter, yeah, that's the one. That was my next guess. That's probably the only poker book I've read. No, I've read the Suicide King one. Never read any strategy books.
I read a lot of poker books actually
Really?
coming up. Yeah, I was more of a poker book guy before.
I never read
the
Super
Solver
System,
era.
none of that. I read Ace on the River and I read the Suicide King one, the one about the...
Andy Beal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's probably the best as like a story.
I'm trying to think if there's any others I've read.
You never read any of Helmut's books?
I mean, if she asks, I read Maria Konakova's book because she's a friend of mine, and I always meant to read it, but I just never got around to it.
I read Dan Harrington's book. That was really good. Old school strategies, but you'd be amazed how far you could get with them.
Wow, okay. Nice.
I'll tell you the one I love the most. It was called Every Hand Revealed by Gus Hansen. Just played the Aussie Millions, tracked every hand. It's like reading a poker vlog.
Nice, before poker vlogs.
Yeah. I remember one of the takeaways I had from that was he just counted out how many hands he played across the tournament, which, I mean, if you think about it, it's going to be like maybe you saw 200 and played 30 of them or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, yeah, that's all it takes. 30 hands can win you $1 million, right? So. Certainly the era where the dream was at its max in terms of the poker boom. I lived in the US during the time of the poker boom and Black Friday, so it was on TV all the time. Didn't have any streams though, did we? Who's to say we're not poker booming right now? Certainly feels like it.
Whoa, straighty and flushy possibilities for our short stack win. Fresh off that remarkable 3-bet with 10-9. Now flopping so well, Shirley is going to be happy to just shove over a continuation bet here if Gerard sends one his way. But we also saw some passivity from Win in a surprising situation. As you do see the check back, and Gerard technically ahead. Let's see if Win fires.
He really should. I mean, you don't want to risk another check. Yeah. Not easy to bet here, knowing that you can get blown off the hand if Gerard decides to somehow commit, but that would signify some sort of a trap on the flop. You have to be giving him a lot of credit. Nice little pickup there. I mean, Win has just managed to spin his stack up to near $1 million. He was down to 6 bigs.
Win the spin. That's
Win the spin. That is fantastic. Mind you, we did not lose Gerard with the Barry Greenstein ace on the river, but we did have Chi Pan, the 55th place finisher. So 2 spots away on the soft bubble now. For the life of me, I cannot figure out, is that an apple? The chip protector, the card protector? Yeah, or some sort of a monster? I think producer Lee is absolutely correct.
First time for everything, Lee. No, Lee is often right, and I think that's a good guess. You looking to get activated with the hockey sticks. Yeah, Chen going to be good for a flick in, I think, here. With the suited jack. Jack of all trades. Is that a thing?
Jack of all trades. The 2:30 a.m. pull, the jack of all
Not bad,
trades.
right?
Very, very impressive.
After win the spin? Yeah. Jack of all trades, master of none. This is a thing. That was also Lee, who once again was right. Made things better. Nice flop. 3 sevens for you.
Jackpot set. 777. Does he decide to start building?
I mean, Chen will probably fold here, but it's actually not the worst hand candidate to get frisky and mix in a check raise. You know, if you're facing a c-bet from ace-8 of hearts or something, you know, or whatever, something like that, like this combo that's going to get sometimes called off a 3-bet, you know, you turn quite nicely sometimes, like a heart or a straight draw. But yeah, so that's where the consideration comes from. But I think it's wise to just let it go. But you can see the way the wheels spin, right? These players are looking for spots to acquire chips.
Do feel like you owe it to yourself as well, having the big stack. But while we've got a moment, a quick thanks once again to our title sponsor, QQPK. Just look at that trophy.
Oh, trophy porn.
Trophy porn indeed. Well, the title sponsor of Triton ONE is QQPK, supporting the game at the highest level and bringing the action to poker fans all around the world. This is what we are playing for. The 3K QQPK Genesis Champion Trophy. Nice to have a little number 1 next to the event as well. Makes it feel all the more special. Yeah, I was just thinking out loud there, Griffin. I mean, if you have 2 million on this table, you are the chip leader, you know you're just 2 spots away from the bubble. New table draw, of course, tomorrow. You start feeling antsy, right? You feel like you're supposed to be stealing and accumulating chips.
Yeah, I mean, we have an interesting spread of stacks here, right? Chen's certainly someone, I think it's been made very clear to us, is capable of wielding that chip lead. Gerard now, fresh off that Barry Greenstein River double, feels inclined to activate, try to get one through from the hijack. So far, so good. Going to get through our chip leader.
Well, the only person he needed to be afraid of was Win, who seems to just know when Gerard is out of line. Not this time, though.
Yeah.
Taking a look at the Triton Poker Plus app once again. 5 stacks under 10 bigs. 2 of them at just 4 bigs. My heart goes out to them as they try and survive, make it into the money. One of the 4 big blind stacks has, may I just say, one of the coolest names. Takafumi Ino from Japan.
Very nice. Yeah, more and more Japanese players on the scene. You're seeing, I think thanks in large part to some of the streamers out there that have become very popular. It's the trickle-down effect.
Is there any anime with poker in it?
Are we starting a business? Are we making an anime together? But only if we call it something really creative, like All In. Because you know that's exactly what it would be called. That's exactly what it would be called.
Can we add a Z at the end, though? All in Z? I only ever watched Dragon Ball Z growing up.
Ooh, okay, interesting.
Ace-10 takes the spot. We saw Chen just open rip it with Jack-10 suited. This time, 3-bet jams it. He just knows he can't put all the pressure in the world. As soon as the stacks left in the mix are only 50% of his own stack, he's not worried. Gets it in there.
Yeah, and I think this is a good warning shot to win. Like, listen, this is not your time to be raising my button with Jack-7 off. This is Ool, out of line.
I mean, it was just so ambitious. You had one of the chip leaders on the table on your left, Jack-7 from the cutoff. You can see where his mind
Also,
is at.
no fold equity on the big blind either. Who had King Jack suited?
Oh, great
or
point.
very little fold equity. You know, he
wow.
went in for 300. So.
这样好，这样好。宁愿我们休息一会儿。
还可以抽烟。
对呀、
So how about a chat? Have you taken a look at the remaining players on the Triton Poker Plus app? Are you rooting for anyone to survive?
Are you asking me?
I did say chat, but you're part of our viewer. I mean, we're watching it together.
We are. We're basically on our first date.
And we're guaranteed 10 more, so act accordingly.
Little peek at the outer table.
Had a question in the chat saying, how much time to the end of the session? Well, ain't that the question? 2 spots away on the soft bubble here at day 1A of QQPK Genesis at Triton ONE. Main event winner Joshua Gabisa in the frame and in the hand as well.
Yeah, I'd say somewhere between 8 minutes and 1:47 till the end of the day.
Big range.
Probably closer to the former.
Crazier things have happened. The short stacks hanging around.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, I actually, as we watch what's going on the outer table, I actually have to, it's 2:25, I got to get out of here in 5 minutes. I got to get out of here at 2:30. I have a dentist appointment.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Tooth hurting.
Ah. You know, I was trying to rush to some sort of a punchline, but there was just no way at 2:30.
It's my favorite bad dad joke. Anytime 2:30 comes up and I have somewhere to be or something, I just say it and people just are either appalled, laughing. It's got a wide range of reactions. The tooth hurty joke.
I'm embarrassed that I loved it. Producer Lee loves it as well.
Listen, someone's got to look at this tooth. It hurts.
65.
You're like one of those bingo callers who just has a joke for every hour.
Pretty much.
2 fat ladies. It's 8 o'clock.
I actually legit a couple years ago made that joke to the dentist, this person when I called.
And?
She'd heard it before.
Mind you, we're looking at table 1 with the main event champion, but there has been a development, as I can see. Julian Lozano is 4.6 million in chips. He's not in this hand, though. I mean, that is just an impressive tally. As we see the turn action here. 4-7-9 deuce, 2 hearts. So I believe this would be on firing the bet off about a 2 million stack. 2.2 million or so for Evgeny. Does make the call. Quite a pot building here. 10 of clubs on the river. Quick give up, it seems. Showdown. Oh, absolute whiff. The 2 hearts don't get anywhere. And is that ace high? Ace high? Oh, it's a pair of 7s. Fair play. Yeah, really fascinating to see Julian make his way up there. Kevin actually was a huge fan of his play when he was in the booth. Just rock solid. Made a lot of moves from various positions and was willing to call 3 bets in the navigate post flop. So clearly seems confident in his play. Is from Colombia. No Triton history that we know of, but certainly is going to have a cash to his name. 4.6 million in his stack. As we come back to table 6, which is our feature table.
4、4、5、6，4个人。
上把他要不给我就推了，上把我推成放屁，我这个他妈就想操你，推。我觉得应该是个对儿，我觉得对儿。
Baby pair for Ping Fang.
Raise 120,000. Raise to 120.
No way. Sorry.
Fold. Fold.
We saw him do this with Queen 3 suited, if I remember correctly. You don't see his hand yet, but action on Anton. Has a consideration, it seems like. There we see it. Ace-10 in the big. 505 is his stack after posting. Essentially started off 10 bigs and change.
Yeah, and I think you gotta kind of have to consider all 3 options here. Like, shove seems too loose because of the downside, but he does it anyway because he thinks that Wu is gonna have some raise folds. I mean, it's sub 10 bigs, you know. 4s is going to be crushed sometimes, but you're flipping a lot and it's only costing you about a quarter of your stack. I could see Wu going either way here. And Anton desperately wants a fold because he knows this consideration is coming from a hand of this nature. And he just wishes he had like 680, you know, because that, I think that gets the fold. But 565 is just right on the line here. Tell us what you think, chat. Is this going to be a call or a fold from Wu Ping Fang?
I know a lot of chat, and people do tend to think, oh, you're flipping at best, but that's why you get pot odds. 430 to call, 775 in the middle. Ping Fang lets it go, and Alex's move works out. 150k added. I mean, this bubble has certainly gone on longer than I would have expected based on the pace of play before this. I was mentioning when we would see a pickup that would take us to something like 12, 13 bigs on the table that, oh, suddenly this is a lot of comfort to now make it to the money. And it turns out it really wasn't. All the short stacks have had to really earn their keep, as we just saw there, Alex Anton with a crucial pickup. I can only imagine the drama on the outer tables. We have a new shortest stack in the mix. Alexander Blokian is down to 3 bigs. Hard to believe. In an orbit or so, we'll have to be auto all in, so that should get into the middle at some point soon.
So we don't have the hand quite yet. But I imagine very little to no equity, fold equity here. Yeah, just 4 big blinds all in. It's going to be ace-3 against ace-king. Chen looking for a 3 or looking to reinvent the wheel, as it were. Maybe get weird with 4 spades. There are paths, but not quite as many as the 71% favorite ace-king.
那肯定是开 A 好啊，这个阶段。对，被反推的概率小一点。
To take the loss, aces to the queens. Jack deuce is pretty safe. Some chop outs for Chen.
You can't ask for much more when you don't flop a 3 than a potential chop. Queen, deuce, or a 3 will change the nature of this result, but otherwise, a clean double. There's the queen. And a hearty laugh at the table. You love to see it. Good vibes here in event number 1.
Absolutely. For him to take it that well with 5 bigs is impressive. Yeah, I love this. Take note, folks. 14th hour of play. Getting 5 bigs, way the favorite. End up with a chop, but take it with a laugh.
老吴，你之前来打传奇泡沫也是这么慢啊？
比这个快多了。
啊，这怎么回事啊？
我上一次打这个的时候，我们泡沫，我在下面，我们那组很能搞 ，X Boxer 把把在那弄，带人。
Outer table action. Table 7. What's going on over here? Chip and a chair.
Oh my goodness.
My goodness.
Johannes Traver is down to 1 ante.
Chip and a chair and really great hair.
Johannes Traver from the Netherlands has a fantastic Triton record overall, but despite approaching 2 million in cashes, seems to be having a dry spell. Brick City now down to just 1 chip. Can't help but root for him. We love a chip in a chair story. By the way, it looks like we did have a 53rd place elimination off Loken Pocket Jacks losing to the flush, so.
Okay, so this could be it. Forced in, yeah, in the big blind.
We're on the bubble. Looks like we have 6 deuce, a deuce on the flop against the queen 5. And the double.
Pays that man his money.
It's fair, right? Ring one hand with one hand. Ring one hand with one hand.
Wow, the whole floor is likely aware of this situation. I mean, this actually affects the ICM across the tournament.
Then I guess the right sizing the hand before is to have a little bit more than half the big blind.
54 or 53 in the field. We'll get a look shortly, but down to 7 players, 7 tables rather here. I mean, Johannes Traver's stack shows up as 0 bigs on the app. This would be just the most incredible story if he can find the min cash. Table 7 now, Steven Song on the table. Is involved. Back to our table.
Oh no! Oh no, Alex! Oh man! No two ways about it. Incredible cooler here between the ace king of Anton. Comes ace high too, just for a little salt meat wound. Gonna be our 54th place finisher.
推出来显得要小一点。
哎，对，
推出来显得。
我这里
你这肯定是推啊。
对，我没有 call 反而太大了。
对，
没有 call 的范围。
Get me out of here, man!
你 call 他也是秒盖。
我知道，但是
brutal finish for Alex Anton.
勾这个牌我也盖给你。
He'll be back in the game, just not tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he had the cooler that he got on the right side of queens, aces, jacks. For it to come down to this is just a brutal part of this game we all love.
我这是 S 呀，我操！
He'll be back, as you said.
Yeah, long series here at Triton ONE. Many opportunities to make your mark. And he's all in again.
Auto all in, I guess, in the small. Good luck, sir. Johannes Traver. We're on the stone bubble after losing Alex Anton. It's the man who's automatically all in with essentially a 0 big blind stack. 10K, I guess, is the official count. 1/6 of a big.
So you are good. Okay.
How many people are coming after it, I wonder? Is there soft collusion?
Looks like there's multiple people potentially all in right now. I think 2 across the field, across the 7 remaining tables here. And looks to be a big pair. It looks like fish hooks where I'm from. Those are fish hooks against 2 other hands with a full board.
Flush. So we'll have to check in on this, Griffin, but if you were hand for hand, and if Johannes can survive, he will cash. Otherwise, they will split. Oh, wow. We do lose both Bloken and Johannes Traver. So we actually end the day with 51 players. No bag means no cash. You do have to make it a day 2, which, of course, Johannes doesn't.
Once again, we're down to 51 players remaining.
And that's it. We can hear the floor announcement at the back. 51 players making it to day 2. Bit unfortunate at the end there. Very dramatic ending as we lost 2 people on the stone bubble. But our feature table ended up safe. How G3 making it to the money with just 5 big blinds to have the big stack on our table. Chen going in with 3.3 million chips. Wow, what a day, Griffin. And so many stories emerging, as they tend to do after an exciting day 1A. We do see essentially the chip lead in the form of Nishant Sharma. 4.7 million is where he ends the day. The QQPK ambassador himself coming in strong. Very impressive performance. Julian Lozano was on our feature table as well. 4 million for him, and that's how we close out.
Yeah,
day
and
1A.
I want. It's important you stay unbiased. You know, it's your job as someone doing this. I can see that smile on your face. Obviously, you're very familiar with our chip leader, and it's very exciting to see that rise. And the biggest storyline of the day, at least since I've been on for these last couple of levels, obviously was the collapse of Yang, and how he came in just absolutely firing. What a dynamo! But in that last level, a lot of little interesting dynamics and hands happening. We saw the unfortunate exit of Alex Anton at the end. I mean, sometimes just the poker gods decide you're done, and ace king into aces, right off the money. That's a tough way to start your Triton One series, but again, we're here for a while. Plenty more opportunities, I think, for him over the course of this series.
Yeah, we also do have Day 1B going on, and of course Day 1C, Day 1D tomorrow. We are going to be covering Day 1C just like we did Day 1A today, so I'm looking forward to a lot of fireworks there. One quick look at where we ended up on the full leaderboard here. The shortest stack to make it through was Alexandros Mikas, just 4 bigs inching in to the money, which is always fun to see that story. Now it just needs a spin up, but a cash has been locked up. Always good to have a cash on the very first day of this festival. Triton One Jeju coming to you for the second time. 11 days of play, 14 events. So this is what it's all about here at the QQPK Genesis event. It's been a really fun day of coverage.
Yeah, hey, look. Hey, man, first time. That was great. What a pleasure. That was really lovely. So I'm sure we can be working together a lot over the next 10 days.
Well,
I'm digging this. I'm going to put a petition in. I'm like, I want this.
All right, let's go. First date successful.
I don't even remember the other guys' names.
10 more to go, I guess. As we do take stock of what occurred today, we played, I believe, 16 levels, if not more, grinded our way into the money, and now we have 51 players making it to Day 2. Do not go anywhere. Make sure you hit subscribe. 10 more days of coverage, starting with Day 1C tomorrow for the same event here at Triton One Jeju. For now, we will wish you a good night from the studio. Make sure you see us tomorrow. For Griffin Benger and Wither Single myself, we'll see you tomorrow.